Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Transmigration at a sacrifice scene. Blaine vaguely remembered that he had already died. The last image from his previous life was an oncoming truck, along with the clear azure sky. His body and soul drifted upward together, as if merging with those thin clouds in the sky, gradually dissipating. So what's going on now? Have I transmigrated? He moved his eyes, and the surrounding scene came into view. He seemed to be lying in a dim room. The doors and windows were tightly shut, the curtains heavy, with only a few candle flames barely providing any light. And what the candlelight illuminated was. Blaine's pupils suddenly contracted. Ornate candlesticks, a cauldron burning with herbs, and around the cauldron, piles of flesh and blood tissue. He was lying right in the middle of this pile of flesh. The acrid smoke from the medicinal herbs and the thick stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. What the hell is this, an altar? Am I the sacrifice? The thought came to him belatedly. Strange, frenzied chanting reached his ears. Blaine followed the sound, and a fanatical, twisted face immediately jumped into view. The face belonged to an elderly man with sparse hair and unkempt eyebrows. His gray-blue eyes flickered with an eerie gleam as he wildly waved a blood-stained dagger in his hand, clearly in an extremely abnormal state. Blaine looked at this face and somehow felt it was familiar. Sirius Arapes. The name automatically surfaced in his mind. What's happening? He'd clearly never seen this man before, so why did he know his name? Familiarity and strangeness surged through him simultaneously. This bizarre sense of dissonance left Blaine deeply confused. The old man was immersed in his own world, completely oblivious to Blaine's observation. He prayed aloud, swaying his body back and forth, using a language Blaine couldn't understand at all, devoutly and madly calling out to something incomprehensible. Looking past his shoulder, Blaine saw the depths of the room. Further back on the floor lay a pitiful, beautiful young girl. Her hands and feet were bound with rope, her mouth gagged, her eyes tightly closed, delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she'd fallen into unconsciousness. Looking at the girl's haggard face, Blaine naturally felt a surge of pity and anger. Instinctively, he called out her name. Cecilia. Boom. A sudden roar exploded in his mind. The girl's face was like a key, unlocking memories sealed deep in his brain. Countless images came flooding in. Big brother. A little girl smiled and held his hand as they walked down the street together. Big brother. At a funeral, the girl buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably, her thin, frail shoulders trembling. Big brother. Before a hospital bed, the girl gently wiped his face while he wore a straitjacket. The massive influx of memories made Blaine's head throb with splitting pain, but it also made him understand his situation. First, he had indeed transmigrated. The world he'd arrived in was roughly equivalent to 18th century Europe, with multiple nations on the continent coexisting in opposition. As for the lone kingdom where he currently resided, it was similar to Victorian-era Britain. Silas Launder was the name of this body's original owner. He had just turned 18 today and lived in Tingen City in the Lone Kingdom. Compared to ordinary citizens, Silas Launder had one small difference. What difference? He was sick. That's right, Silas suffered from severe mental illness. From childhood, Silas frequently experienced terrifying hallucinations and auditory delusions, seeing inverted giants and hearing insane ravings. These hallucinations constantly tormented him, driving him to the brink of mental collapse several times. Fortunately, his family hadn't abandoned him. Instead, they kept him by their side and cared for him devotedly. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, Silas's father, a minor clerk, died in a company accident. His mother, overwhelmed with grief and worry, followed her husband several months later, leaving only him and his younger sister, 2 years his junior, to depend on each other. That sister was the girl lying on the floor right now, Cecilia Launder. So what was the current situation? After their parents died, his sister took care of Silas alone. The siblings barely survived for a while on the company's meager compensation. Just as their savings ran out and life became increasingly difficult, Sirius Arapes showed up at their door. That would be the old man currently having a fit in front of him. Sirius claimed to be an old friend of their father's. To repay their father's past kindness, he was willing to provide for them. However, for the sake of convenience, the Launder siblings would need to move to his place and live with him. How incredibly suspicious. Blaine thought to himself. But the two siblings were truly desperate and had no choice but to agree. Sure enough, after living there for a while, the creepy old man Sirius finally showed his fangs. On Silas's 18th birthday, he suddenly attacked the siblings, tied up the sister, placed Silas Launder on the altar, and stabbed him through the heart with a dagger. Remembering this, Blaine finally felt something wrong with his chest. Looking down, he discovered that his shirt collar had been violently torn open, revealing a horrifying wound across his chest. Through the wound, he could even see the damaged heart within. Am I going to die again? The moment this thought emerged, Blaine witnessed an incredible scene. At the damaged part of his heart, muscle fibers began to squirm, spontaneously connecting and fusing. In the blink of an eye, his heart was fully repaired and began pumping vigorously. The shallower wound was also rapidly healing, muscles reconnecting, tissues coming together, skin closing up, until finally it became smooth and flat. The fatal injury had just healed like that. Blaine was utterly shocked, but thinking about how even transmigration had happened, healing wounds didn't seem all that unbelievable anymore. While his mind was racing with wild thoughts, he suddenly felt the light in front of him dim. Sirius had suddenly moved closer to the altar. He jumped in fright and immediately held his breath. Fortunately, Sirius was only changing his prayer posture. His attention was entirely focused on the void behind Blaine, and he didn't notice Blaine's abnormality. Blaine breathed a sigh of relief but also became alert. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. The most important thing right now is to subdue this creepy old man. If I don't take him down, I'm definitely done for. In his chest, his heart beat powerfully, pumping blood throughout his body. His previously powerless body gradually regained sensation. Blaine knew he had to act now. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the metal candlestick in front of him. Sirius Arapis was still praying rapturously, calling out to his incomprehensible deity. Just then, he suddenly heard the fierce sound of rushing wind, and then saw the base of a metal candlestick growing infinitely larger before his eyes. Clang! A crisp impact echoed through the room. The shock traveled back through the candlestick to Blaine's hand, nearly making him lose his grip. Having landed the blow, he quickly climbed down from the altar while gripping the candlestick tightly, watching Sirius warily. Ugh! Sirius Arapis looked somewhat dazed, as if he still hadn't figured out what happened. He swayed but didn't fall. Blaine gritted his teeth, jumped down, and swung the candlestick again, striking his head several more times. Clang! Clang! His arm went numb from the vibrations, and the edge of the candlestick was now stained with blood. After receiving multiple blows, Sirius finally fell backward. Blaine cautiously approached and kicked the dagger from his hand. After observing for more than 10 seconds and confirming Sirius wasn't moving, he picked up the dagger, walked to Cecilia's side, bent down, cut the ropes binding the girl, and removed the cloth from her mouth. Cecilia, Cecilia. He shook the beautiful girl's slender shoulders, calling out to her. The girl was roused by his shaking. She opened her eyes in confusion, her pupils slowly focusing on him. Suddenly, she became alarmed. Watch out. Cecilia stared behind Blaine and shouted. Almost simultaneously, Blaine heard heavy footsteps coming from behind. This is a heavy and insane story about a shepherd. Chapter 2, The Hanged Man. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Before Blaine could dodge to the side, a tremendous force slammed into his back, sending his body flying forward until he crashed into the wall. Bang. The intense pain left him breathless. He collapsed onto the floor, and it took a full second or two before he could gasp for air again. The candlestick was no longer in his hand. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Blaine struggled to prop up his upper body. Looking up, he saw Sirius standing where he'd just been. So it was the old man who'd sent him flying. Blaine truly hadn't expected that after all that pounding, this old geezer could still get back up, and that his ancient body could contain such monstrous strength. Should have stabbed him a few times. Blaine cursed inwardly. Get up, Silas. He's coming for you. Cecilia shouted urgently. Sirius Arapis walked toward Blaine. In the dim candlelight, his shadow looked dark and sinister. Blood dripped steadily from his forehead. Without a word, he reached both hands toward Blaine. Survival instinct kicked in and Blaine leaped to his feet. Seeing those hands lunging for his throat, he raised his arms almost reflexively to block. In that instant, their skin made direct contact. Sizzle. A sharp, searing pain erupted where they touched, like a violent electric current shooting straight into Blaine's brain. Ah! Caught off guard, Blaine screamed and clutched his head. It hurt so badly. Like someone was splitting his skull with an axe. The pain was unbearable. He dropped to his knees, unable to straighten up. But Sirius didn't press his attack. Instead, he froze. He shook his head, his face twisted in a strange expression that looked like he was about to burst into tears, yet also filled with indescribable joy. Lord, is that you? I can feel your presence. Large tears welled up in his fierce eyes. Muttering incomprehensible words, he staggered forward, trembling, toward Blaine. As for Blaine, he could no longer hear the outside world, because at that moment, his mind was flooded with terrifying whispers. This was a language beyond human comprehension. It was as if tens of thousands of voices spoke simultaneously. They were shouting, laughing hysterically, sobbing, murmuring. Countless voices layered upon each other, mixing and merging into pure, absolute madness. It compelled him to listen, as if just a little more focus would let him understand the true meaning of these whispers. Intense pain followed like a shadow. Each whisper that entered his ears felt like red-hot steel needles repeatedly piercing through the nerves in his brain. It's that hallucination. The sound the original owner of this body heard during his episodes. Past memories collided with present agony in his mind. Blaine clutched his head as his vision repeatedly went dark from the pain. Just then, Sirius's hand reached out once more. Boom. Blaine felt a thunderous crash in his mind. The real world vanished completely, and horrifying visions engulfed him. What did he see? A cross. A massive cross. On an inverted cross so enormous it seemed to hold up the very sky, a mighty giant hung upside down, pierced through by iron nails. Blood covered his entire body. His face bore an expression of pain and bewilderment, as if he were on the verge of death, yet also deep in slumber. Sacred, strange, eerie, terrifying. The mad whispers echoed through Blaine's mind. The sounds grew louder and clearer, until finally they exploded like thunder. At last, Blaine understood what the whispers meant. The Lord's will shall be done among men. He shall dwell with mankind, he shall bear our sins. His glorious light illuminates the darkness, and thus all living beings shall be saved. It was countless ancient people singing primordial hymns in a foreign tongue. It was an anonymous epic from the age of ignorance, lit only by torches. The song was filled with fervor and awe. They trembled, they rejoiced, they went mad. Who knew how long it lasted? It felt like an instant, yet also like eternity. Just as Blaine thought he would be trapped in this vision forever, he seemed to hear the sound of waves. An impossibly ethereal sound of waves. With that tide, the visions and whispers rapidly receded. His vision gradually cleared. But the moment he regained consciousness, he felt the agony of suffocation. Cough, cough. Pressure on his neck made it impossible to breathe. Looking down, he saw Sirius's hands wrapped tightly around his throat. Blood still dripped from the wound on his forehead, but the color had changed from bright red to deep black. But the color of the blood was the least of his worries. More terrifying still was that Sirius's entire face had twisted and deformed, making him look like a monster. Bulging tumors covered his face and hands. The corners of his mouth were split all the way to his ears, revealing rows of sharp, bone-white teeth. Lord, yes, you are here. He spoke incoherently through his torn mouth, his gray-blue eyes filled with fanatical joy. Let go, let go. A girl's anxious shouts came from the side. It was Cecilia, futilely pounding on Sirius's arms, trying to save him. The knife. Blaine's vision went dark. His lungs felt scorched and deflated. With all his remaining strength, he forced out those two words. After his reminder, Cecilia immediately reacted. She turned, picked up the dagger from the floor, then gritted her teeth and plunged it into Sirius's side without hesitation. Ah! Sirius let out a pained roar, swung his arm, and hurled Blaine away. Bang! Blaine went flying again. This time, he crashed into the desk on the other side. He lay on the ground grimacing, his back throbbing with pain. Ah! While he was still reeling from the pain, Cecilia's scream came from across the room. Sirius had pounced on her. Hearing the scream, Blaine instinctively panicked. Silas's memories urged him to save his sister. He grabbed the desk to pull himself up quickly, but in his haste, he accidentally yanked out a drawer, and its contents clattered all over the floor. Thunk. Something heavy landed on the back of his hand. Blaine looked down. A revolver lay on the floor, its metal gleaming in the candlelight. He picked up the revolver. The solid weight and intricate mechanical structure came into view. Is this thing real? Cecilia screamed again. Sirius had backed her into a corner with nowhere to run. No time to think. Blaine steeled himself, half-knelt, and checked the cylinder like he'd seen in videos. It was loaded with all 6 rounds. Hey! You idiot! He assumed a shooting stance and aimed the muzzle at Sirius, then raised his voice, Your lord is right here. Come and get him. Sirius paused, as if instinctively drawn by Silas's words. He turned and lunged toward him. Grara. He looked less and less human. His mouth gaped wide, saliva stringing between his razor-sharp teeth. Go to hell. Blaine clenched his jaw and squeezed the trigger with all his might. Bang. The loud gunshot echoed through the room. The powerful recoil slammed into the web of his thumb, transmitting all the way up his arm to his shoulder like a hammer blow. Sirius's body stiffened for a moment, as if he'd been hit, but he quickly charged at Blaine again. Blaine didn't hesitate. He fired the remaining 5 rounds at Sirius. Bang. 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 He'd never practiced shooting a revolver and was basically firing blindly. Fortunately, the target was close enough, and his luck held out. One bullet happened to hit Sirius in the head. There was a wet splat as brain matter splattered. He pitched forward out of control, collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then went still. Huff, huff. Blaine gasped for air that reeked of gunpowder. His gaze moved past the corpse to Cecilia on the other side. The girl was unharmed, but still shaken. Blaine's mind was blank. His stiff face managed to contort into a bitter smile meant to comfort her. First day in this world, and I've already killed someone with my own hands. What a god-awful start. Author's note: when this book began, the author of Lord of the Mysteries had not yet revealed the potion formulas and abilities of the supplicant pathway, so the early related formulas and rituals are original creations. Please forgive any conflicts with official canon. P.S. When this book reached Sequence 5, Squid Sensei, the author, released the related setting information. Therefore, starting from Sequence 4, this book has been written according to the settings that Squid Sensei has already made public. Chapter 3, Lady M. Sirius lay sprawled on the ground, his skull blown wide open. He looked thoroughly dead. Huff, huff. Blaine gasped for air as he lowered the revolver. The adrenaline of combat fading, he finally felt how exhausted he was. The places where he'd been struck during the struggle throbbed with increasing pain. His mind went blank, and a powerful sense of unreality washed over him. Am I dreaming? Transmigration, hallucinations, murder. None of this had ever happened in his 20-something years of life. Could it all just be a dream? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Blaine was shaken awake. Silas, are you all right? Cecilia's beautiful face appeared before him. She clutched his arm tightly, her worry written all over her expression. So it wasn't a dream after all. Blaine came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. I'm fine. He replied casually and stood up, surveying his surroundings. Cecilia looked at him with concern but said nothing more. Among the scattered items that had fallen from the drawer was a mirror. Blaine reached down to pick it up and looked at his reflection. Staring back at him was an exceptionally handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes, sharp features. He wore a thick canvas straitjacket covered in sturdy black leather straps. If those straps were all buckled, no amount of struggling could free him. His face was gaunt and pale, and in the depths of his blue eyes lurked an unmistakable tinge of madness and suffering. Handsome, yes, but with an unhealthy edge. This was Silas. Blaine quickly matched the face to memories from the past. No, he should say, this is me now. He smiled bitterly at the thought, and the young man in the mirror gave a miserable smile in return. Blaine, who had died in a car accident on some blue planet, had been revived in the body of a mentally ill young man in another world, inheriting all his memories. At this moment, Blaine felt shocked, confused, afraid, regretful, but ultimately, he could only manage a helpless smile. Looking on the bright side, it beat being actually dead. Since this was reality, he might as well accept it. So from now on, I'm Silas. Blaine, no, Silas thought to himself. Cecilia was still watching him with concern. Silas smiled at her and was about to say something reassuring when he heard a commotion outside. He reached over to pull back the curtain, and crimson moonlight immediately flooded the room, making his presence in another world feel all the more real. Through the window, he could see the scene outside. It was nighttime. A red moon hung in the sky, gas street lamps illuminated the roads, and four-wheeled carriages rattled past. Several people stood outside, men and women who appeared to be neighbors. They were looking at Silas's house with uncertainty, discussing something among themselves. That was the source of the commotion. Damn it, the gunshots. Silas's heart lurched as realization struck. He'd fired 6 shots. The neighbors must have heard. If they came up and saw the body, what would he do? But on second thought, he calmed down. So what if they saw the body? This was self-defense. That bastard Sirius had attacked them first. Besides, he was now covered in tumors, looking like a monster. Any normal person could see something was wrong with him. It would be obvious who the good guy was and who the bad guy was. With that thought, Silas felt somewhat reassured. After a moment's consideration, he turned to Cecilia and said, Cecilia, go downstairs and get the police. Get the police. Cecilia's eyes widened. What else? You think we can run or cover this up? Silas said, glancing at his newly acquired sister. Cecilia had the same black hair and blue eyes as Silas, equally striking features, but unlike Silas's sickly appearance, she radiated youthful vitality. If we report this to the police right away, we'll have the initiative. Hiding it would only make us look suspicious. As long as we explain it was self-defense, they shouldn't give us trouble. Oh, okay. Silas, aren't you coming with me? I'm staying here to preserve the scene. Only then did Cecilia nod. She turned and hurried out. Through the window, Silas watched his sister burst out of the house. The onlookers scattered like startled birds, but once she passed, they quickly regrouped, each wearing a curious expression, looking exactly like a flock of ignorant sheep. She should know to find a patrol officer on the street, not run all the way to the police station, right? Well, hopefully. Silas thought to himself as his breathing gradually steadied. The room quickly fell silent, so quiet he could hear the dripping of blood from the altar. Sirius's corpse lay face up. The bullet had blown off the top of his skull, and combined with his already torn mouth, his face had become even more horrifying. Kind of creepy, actually. Silas's mouth twitched. He rummaged through the clutter on the desk for revolver ammunition and reloaded the gun fully, finally feeling secure. When he turned his attention back to Sirius's body, he suddenly noticed a flash of incongruous white on the black-robed corpse. Taking a few steps closer for a better look, he discovered several folded sheets of letter paper. The pages were slightly blown open by the wind, revealing just one word. Silas Launder. This letter is about me. Staring at those sheets of paper, Silas hesitated for a moment before crouching down to pinch them out with 2 fingers. Technically, he should preserve the scene, but his instincts told him this letter might contain important information about him. Silas unfolded the pages. The letter was written in ruined script. Silas searched his memories and quickly became familiar with the text. He read slowly. Dear Lady M. Following your instructions, I have successfully taken control of Silas Launder. You were right, he carries a strong aura of the Lord. However, Lady M, while I am pleased, I also hate him immensely. He bears the Lord's aura. He can meet the Lord in hallucinations and hear the Lord's teachings. This is a blessing all of us believers desperately crave, yet he, this damned Silas Launder, actually says he hates his fate and detests those hallucinations. This blasphemer, this ignorant fool. How dare he? He doesn't deserve to be so close to the Lord. He should become a sacrifice for the Lord's descent. I can feel it, the Lord is within his body. His filthy shell imprisons the Lord's will. Lord. Oh Lord. I can't wait another moment. I understand now. This must be a trial the Lord has sent down for me, it must be. I will use his death to summon the Lord's descent. Today is his 18th birthday. From a mystical perspective, it's the perfect timing. This was an insane and malicious letter. The handwriting at the beginning was relatively neat, but the further it went, the more frenzied it became. Combined with Sirius's deranged statements, it was enough to demonstrate the writer's excellent mental state. Looks like Sirius was already off his rocker when he wrote this, Silas muttered to himself. No wonder he'd do something like blood sacrifice and murder. But despite its madness, this letter still revealed some terrifying information. Sirius's approach to Silas Launder was clearly premeditated. He must belong to some secret organization, following orders to control Silas. The letter was meant to report the situation to his superior, someone called Lady M, though he'd started losing his mind halfway through writing it. Moreover, Silas's body apparently did have a problem, seemingly related to the Lord Sirius kept mentioning. Combined with Sirius's sudden transformation, this world might actually have supernatural elements. What the hell? My body is being targeted by a cult. He couldn't help but frown. Did that mean he might be captured by more lunatics like Sirius for blood sacrifices in the future? This is complete bullshit. Silas took a deep breath, feeling both irritated and uneasy. Just then. Bang. Without warning, Silas felt a tremendous force strike his chest. The world before his eyes suddenly lurched forward. The next instant, his back slammed hard against the cold, hard floor. Only then did he realize he'd been knocked flat on his back. The pitch-black ceiling filled his vision, and a shattered, horrifying head slowly emerged from below. It was Sirius, back from the dead. His skull blown open, yet he could still move. His heavy body pressed down hard on Silas, crawling toward him stiffly and slowly. Bang. Bang. Silas's hair stood on end, shocked and furious. He raised the revolver and frantically pulled the trigger, aiming at Sirius's head. Bullets pierced through repeatedly, turning Sirius's head into a shattered melon, but even so, he kept pinning Silas down. This was literally a moving corpse. Sirius extended his withered, aged palm in front of Silas's face. Carved into the center of that palm was a twisted black mark. The mark writhed and contracted like a living thing until it burst through the skin, transforming into a small sphere mixed with blood and black patterns, floating in defiance of all physical laws. Get off. Get off. Silas sensed something dangerous from that sphere. He roared and smashed Sirius's body with the butt of the revolver. He tried to break free, but his body was tightly pinned down by the other men. There was no escape. He saw Sirius's mangled face move slightly, as if smiling. "Lord, please save us." Sirius spoke in a cold, hollow tone, his movement stiff as he slowly shoved that black and red sphere into Silas's mouth. Chapter 4. I don't want to know. The strange sphere mixed with blood and pitch-black liquid was forcibly shoved into Silas's mouth by the reanimated corpse of Sirius. Viscous, foul-smelling, ice-cold, slippery. The moment the sphere entered his mouth, it liquefied into a fluid that writhed like a living thing, burrowing rapidly down his throat into the depths of his stomach. NNGH. Silas's eyes widened. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he shoved away the now still Sirius, then dropped to his knees and began desperately jamming his fingers down his throat. Whatever that old bastard had made him swallow, it definitely wasn't anything good. Cough, cough. Come out. Cough, cough. But no matter how hard Silas gagged himself, that cold sensation refused to come up. Instead, it exploded directly in his stomach. It broke through the stomach wall's constraints, spreading and corroding into his limbs and every part of his body, reaching his extremities, filling every cell with its influence. Silas's hands and feet began twitching involuntarily, and the world before his eyes gradually darkened. Countless rustling whispers arose around him, as if countless malevolent eyes had opened in the darkness, peering and coveting his flesh and blood. And in the deepest, most distant reaches of that darkness, something was watching Silas. A giant. That inverted giant. Corrupt and insane murmuring voices rose up, and the other peering gazes seemed startled, immediately shrinking back, leaving only him and the giant staring at each other in the endless darkness. Ah. Veins suddenly bulged on Silas's forehead. Pain, and beyond pain, something that didn't belong to him was being poured into his brain. He sensed something. He learned something. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. He cried out, but those things kept flooding into his mind, twisting his perception, dragging him deeper and farther into the darkness. Corruption, darkness. No, it was that existence. He was right, but he had gone mad. Inverted. No, the world had turned upside down. The murmuring voices echoed relentlessly. Silas felt his consciousness dissolving, as if it would completely melt into the darkness and become part of that giant. Just then, he heard that phantom sound of tides once more. Immediately, an illusory yet moist sensation spread from the soles of his feet, quickly enveloping his entire body. It was as if an ocean had suddenly appeared in the invisible darkness, surging waves lapping against him. Silas's body was quickly submerged. He felt no suffocating pain, instead, the seawater blocked out the giant's gaze and those persistent murmuring voices. He felt safe. The influence spreading through his body also calmed down, obediently merging into each of his cells. The darkness dispersed. Silas found his consciousness floating above the room. His body lay on the floor, and Cecilia beside him was frantically shaking him, shouting something. Silas. Silas. Silas heard his sister calling his name, and his consciousness suddenly descended, returning to his body. Ugh. He jerked awake. Silas, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Cecilia asked worriedly. I'm fine. Silas sat up and shook his head, patting his sister's shoulder to reassure her. Looking around, he saw two dumbstruck police officers standing behind his sister. They stared at Sirius, covered in tumors and torn to pieces, their faces as spectacular as if they'd seen a ghost. You two stay right here and don't move. The older sergeant ordered nervously, assigning his subordinate, a young officer with a bitter expression, to stay behind while he hurried away in a panic. Silas took a deep breath and stood up with his sister's support. His head still throbbed, as if gripped tightly by a powerful hand. His ears rang constantly, mixed with whispering voices. What he saw also seemed particularly strange, colors were extremely vivid but layered upon each other. He saw the young officer's face pale as a corpse, his uniform black as coal. He saw his sister's eyes blue as a lake, shimmering with an enchanting luster. He also saw Sirius's corpse radiating an ominous black aura, every tumor sprouting bloody mouths that prayed wantonly for something. Holy crap. Silas's body jolted in fright, but when he looked up, he found that his sister and the young officer had no reaction to the corpse's abnormality. He realized the problem was only with him. What's wrong with me? Is it because I swallowed that thing just now? Silas closed his eyes and shook his head, trying hard to calm himself. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw seemed much more normal, though faint sounds and bizarrely distorted lines still kept emerging in the dark corners of the room. He could only ignore them for now. Cecilia looked at Silas uneasily. After all, the situation in the room hadn't been like this when she left. What happened? She asked with her eyes. Silas raised his chin to point at the police officer, meaning they'd talk later, don't let that guy hear. Cecilia immediately understood and nodded slightly. So the three people in the room maintained an awkward silence. The young officer kept glancing between the corpse and the siblings, looking uneasy. The siblings continuously exchanged glances, appearing quite in sync. Oh right, what about that letter? Silas suddenly remembered the letter Sirius had written. It was because he'd been reading the letter that he'd let his guard down and gotten attacked, but scanning around the floor, he couldn't see those pages anywhere. Not until his gaze fell in front of the altar, where he noticed the pile of ashes from the overturned cauldron was smoking, with a scorched corner of the letter paper remaining inside. It must have blown into the ashes when I was knocked down. Silas thought to himself. What a coincidence. Just then, the sound of a carriage stopping came from outside the house. Before long, dense footsteps echoed up the stairs. The old sergeant brought in 3 new faces. They were also police officers who looked relatively young, but the stars on their epaulets outnumbered those of the other 2. After bringing them in, the old sergeant pulled his subordinate away, leaving the scene to these 3. Among the 3 officers, the leader was a man around 30 years old with deep silver-gray eyes. After scanning the room, his gaze landed on Silas's face. Mr. Silas Launder and Miss Cecilia Launder, correct? He asked gently. That's right. Silas exchanged a glance with his sister, then replied. Good. Then, Mr. Silas and Miss Cecilia, please tell me what happened here. The gray-eyed officer said. So Silas began recounting the siblings' ordeal, his illness, their parents' accidental deaths, being invited to Sirius's house, being tied up for sacrifice. He'd found an opportunity to subdue Sirius, but because the latter began mutating, he'd had to shoot him dead in self-defense. He concealed his revival after death and his heart's repair, the contents of that letter, and the fact that he'd been forced to swallow the black sphere. He only said he'd been knocked unconscious and attacked Sirius when he woke up. The gray-eyed officer listened quietly to his account without expressing any opinion. His 2 subordinates began investigating on their own. One officer with green eyes examined the corpse and circled the blood-soaked altar repeatedly, clicking his tongue. The other, a brown-eyed officer, actually pulled a citron pendant from his sleeve and closed his eyes while muttering under his breath. A moment later, he opened his eyes to look at the pendant, walked to the gray-eyed officer's side, and said something in a low voice. Silas noticed the gray-eyed officer's gaze immediately became even more penetrating. Mr. Silas, let's find a room and have a proper chat. He said to Silas. Chapter 5, The Nighthawks. Sirius's detached house had many rooms. The gray-eyed officer led Silas into one of the guest rooms and found 2 armchairs, picking one to sit in. He pulled a pipe from his coat pocket, sniffed it, then stuffed it back. Let me introduce myself. Dunn Smith. He said by way of introduction. Good evening, Officer Dunn. Silas sat across from him, speaking with slight wariness. He didn't know what that bookish young officer with black hair and brown eyes had told Dunn, nor whether it would land him in trouble. Naturally, he'd be on guard when alone in a room with the men. No need to be so tense. You just need to tell the truth. Dunn smiled politely. He looked into Silas's eyes and asked earnestly, Mr. Silas, you mentioned earlier that you often experience hallucinations. What exactly are they like? As he asked this, Dunn leaned forward slightly towards Silas, crossing his hands with his elbows resting on his knees. Perhaps it was Silas's imagination, but in that instant, something like ripples of water seemed to flash around Dunn's body. Silas thought for a moment, then honestly told him about seeing the inverted giant and hearing the terrible murmuring. So, what are your feelings about these hallucinations? Do you feel particularly happy, as if you finally found your true home? Dunn didn't seem surprised by the visions he described and continued probing gently. Huh? How could that be possible? Silas hadn't expected Dunn to ask that. He gave him an odd look and flatly denied it. Of course I hate them. That thing nearly drove me insane. It'd be crazy to like it. So your faith is still with the goddess? Yes. Silas searched his memories briefly, recalling this world's faith in the 7 gods and that the Launder family were all shallow believers of the Evernight goddess. Silas Launder believes in the goddess. I'm not lying. That original Silas Launder did believe in the Evernight goddess, though it has nothing to do with me. He added mentally. Hearing his answer, Dunn nodded slightly and leaned back against the chair, seeming to relax somewhat. Is there anything you'd like to add about your previous experiences? No. All right. How did you defeat Sirius? Please describe the process in detail. He continued. So Silas recounted the detailed sequence again. He omitted the part where Sirius lost control after touching his skin, only saying that the other had suddenly gone berserk, giving him an opportunity. You're truly fortunate, Mr. Silas. After hearing Silas's account, Dunn Smith said profoundly. You call that fortunate? Silas thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. You must have noticed the peculiar changes to Sirius's body, he continued. For you to survive under such circumstances is truly rare, let alone kill him. Also, have you thought about why he transformed that way? Because he worships an evil god. Exactly. The evil god transformed his flesh, making him mad and powerful. Dunn replied without hesitation. So there really are mysterious powers in this world. You could say that. Dunn calmly admitted it. And we Nighthawks are an organization specifically responsible for handling extraordinary incidents, under the goddess's church. Other churches have similar organizations. Because your family are believers of the goddess, the police contacted us. Nighthawks. Do you all possess special abilities? Silas recalled the black-haired, brown-eyed officer solemnly performing a ritual with the citron crystal. Could he obtain information through such methods? Yes, we are indeed Beyonders, just like you. Dunn said to Silas calmly, yet delivered quite a bombshell. Like me. Silas's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Dunn looked at him and continued, because you swallowed what Sirius secreted, you can already be considered a Beyonder. What? Silas gaped, feeling indescribable terror. Crimson moonlight spilled into the room. Dunn Smith sitting across from him had half his body bathed in moonlight, half immersed in darkness, his eyes penetrating, as if seeing through everything about Silas from inside out. You're probably wondering how I know, right? Dunn asked in a soothing tone, but his calm demeanor made Silas feel afraid. It's simple. He told me. He raised a finger, pointing behind Silas. Silas followed the direction of Dunn's finger, turning his head with difficulty. He saw Sirius with his shattered skull and mangled flesh standing there with eyes wide open, staring fixedly at him, his torn mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something. Knock, knock, knock. Ah. A sudden knocking sound rang out, and Silas jerked awake, jumping right out of his chair. His heart pounded wildly as he looked around in confusion. Dunn sat across from him, his posture different from the dream but his eyes equally deep and calm. Thud. Silas couldn't help but step back, his calf hitting the chair leg with a sound. Was I just dreaming? Or am I still dreaming now? His heart raced, his mind foggy, unable to distinguish reality from illusion for a moment. Just then, another knock sounded. The guest room door was pushed open from outside, and the green-eyed young officer poked his head in. Captain, after Klein divined Sirius, he discovered, oh, sorry, am I interrupting? It's fine. I've finished asking the important questions. Dunn said. Go on. Klein divined Sirius and found he has an accomplice named Hannis Vincent. This Hannis is apparently his colleague at the Divination Club. They say his divination skills are quite good, fairly well known in the city. The green-eyed young officer reported. I see. Dunn nodded. After watching the officer close the door and leave, he turned his gaze back to Silas. Have you calmed down? If so, please sit down first. Silas's breathing gradually steadied, and he finally came fully to his senses. I think I was dreaming just now. He sat back in the chair and asked tentatively. His memory from entering the room until now had been continuous, with no impression of falling asleep. The only suspicious moment was when Dunn suddenly leaned forward, emanating that strange ripple. That's right, I pulled you into a dream. This is a unique ability of Beyonders on the sleepless pathway, which is my sequence. Dunn said. Let me reintroduce myself. Nighthawk, Dunn Smith. I apologize for forcing you into a nightmare, but it was all for the investigation. I hope you can understand. Sleepless. Sequence. Able to hypnotize people and create dreams, sounds pretty impressive. Silas mentally noted these unfamiliar terms. Wait, does that mean the Sirius who appeared at the end was also created by his ability? He really scared me. In reality, people can control their words and actions, lie, and deceive. But in dreams, they can't conceal their truest thoughts and memories. So rather than play mind games in an interrogation room, I prefer to delve into dreams, communicate with their true self, and hear answers unmixed with lies. The corners of Dunn's mouth lifted slightly, as if smiling. He must be remembering how pathetic I looked when I woke up startled. Silas felt half embarrassed, half speechless. But thinking carefully, he noticed something odd in what Dunn had said. The me in the dream wouldn't lie. That's not right. Just now in the dream, Silas's consciousness had been very clear. He knew exactly what he should and shouldn't say, and after waking up, he remembered everything that happened in the dream, just like those so-called lucid dreams. But looking at Dunn, he seemed absolutely certain. Is it because I'm a transmigrated soul, unaffected by dreams, or because the original me was insane? Well, whatever the reason, this was another special trait of his. Silas thought to himself, then deliberately put on an expression of trying hard to remember, furrowing his brow. I think I told you something in the dream. No need to force yourself to remember. That's not good for you. Dunn indeed hadn't noticed his abnormality. In your dream, I confirmed you're not a follower of the evil god, just someone caught up in this. So my suspicion has been cleared. Hearing this, Silas felt considerably more at ease. But Dunn's next words made him tense up again. Yes, but for safety reasons, and given your body's current state, we must take you into protective custody. Sirius Arapis belong to a secret organization that worships evil gods, the Aurora Order. They spread chaos and attempt to summon evil gods into the world. As you just heard, he has accomplices who may harm you. Also, you're already a Beyonder. We must ensure you're in a controllable situation. Dunn explained. Right, he already knows I swallowed that sphere. It's a product of cultists. Will they think I've been corrupted and just purify me directly? Silas opened his mouth and asked in a somewhat dry voice, what do you plan to do with me? Don't worry. Seeing this, Dunn couldn't help but smile. We'll temporarily protect you both. Once the case is resolved, we'll make arrangements. It won't be what you're thinking. Chapter 6, Secret Supplicant. When Silas emerged from the room, the scene had already been cleaned up. The altar covered in blood and flesh had vanished without a trace, and police officers were mopping the floor. Sirius's body had been wrapped in white cloth and was being carried out the front door by several officers. Captain. Seeing Dunn, the green-eyed Nighthawk stepped forward. What's the verdict? He tilted his chin slightly towards Silas, asking for Dunn's decision. Safe for now. Dunn replied, they're just innocent people who got caught up in this. Since everything's fine now, can my brother and I leave? Cecilia ran to Silas's side, linking her arm through his as she asked. I'm afraid not. Dunn said gently but firmly, you two must come with me. Cecilia's pretty brow furrowed. Why? Her tone was stiff, almost rude, and her hand unconsciously tightened around Silas's arm. Do we need to post bail? Officer, we don't have a penny to our names. You won't get anything out of us. Cecilia's small frame trembled as she stood in front of Silas, glaring at Dunn like a mama bear protecting her cub. In fact, when Dunn had wanted to question Silas alone earlier, she'd strongly protested, only calming down after Silas soothed her. Now that their hope of leaving had been dashed, all her pent-up frustration came pouring out. Dunn looked calmly at the little girl challenging him, showing no anger on his face. On the contrary, his expression was quite gentle. Calm down, Cecilia. It's not like that. Silas quickly interrupted his sister. It's because there are still bad people out there. Mr. Dunn is protecting us. After a careful explanation, Cecilia finally understood the situation and agreed to accept protection, going to the Nighthawks base. After greeting the busy police at the scene, the three Nighthawks left Sirius's house together with the Launder siblings. 2 carriages were already waiting for them outside. Both were 4-wheeled, single-horse carriages with drivers, and the police department's emblem was painted on the side of each carriage, 2 crossed longswords flanking and guarding a crown. Silas got into one carriage with Dunn and the green-eyed Nighthawk, while Cecilia boarded the other with the brown-eyed Nighthawk. To avoid impropriety, a policewoman had also been arranged to ride in that carriage. Opening the carriage door, Silas saw thick carpeting inside, and there seemed to be aromatics sprinkled about, releasing a gentle fragrance that naturally put one at ease. The interior decorations are actually quite nice, much fancier than it looks from the outside, Silas thought to himself. He looked up and suddenly froze. Deep inside the carriage hung a peculiar emblem, about the size of his sister's fist. The emblem had a deep black background dotted with stars, and these stars surrounded a crimson moon that was exactly half full. Overall, the emblem appeared lofty and sacred. It was the holy emblem Evernight, symbolizing the goddess Evernight. The instant Silas's gaze met the emblem, it suddenly released an invisible wave that plunged directly into his body. That was why his body had suddenly jolted. The invisible wave circulated through his body once, then disappeared. Nothing happened. What the hell? Silas grumbled inwardly, turning around to see the 2 Nighthawks staring at him intently, their hands resting on their weapons. What's wrong? He couldn't help but ask. Even the goddess's gaze detected no abnormality in you. It seems you really are fine. Dunn looked at him quietly for a few seconds, then relaxed his body and said casually, get in. Sit wherever you like. He said it lightly, but Silas's eyes widened. So they still hadn't fully trusted him. Instead, they prepared a detection method, launching a surprise attack when he'd let his guard down. What an experienced operator. Silas took a long look at Dunn. If he guessed correctly, his sister would be subjected to the same test on the other side. Sure enough, anyone who could become the captain of a Beyonder organization was no ordinary person. Getting in and settling down, the carriage swayed and began moving forward. Since the suspicion's been cleared, should I try to gather some information? Silas thought to himself. Stepping on the soft carpet, he carefully chose his words and spoke. Mr. Dunn, may I ask what exactly Beyonders and the mystical world are? After what I've experienced today, I'd like to understand more. If possible, could you explain it to me? Of course. Dunn removed his police cap, revealing his receding hairline. Then let me explain some common knowledge. So, over the following time, Silas learned some basic knowledge about Beyonders, including topics like Beyonders, potions, sequence pathways, mystical abilities, rituals, and so on. So this world really does have Beyonders who can wield mysterious powers. Half hopeful, half worried, Silas asked, then what's my situation? Why would you think I've already become a Beyonder? I think I heard you say that in my dream. As for that, it involves classified information. I can't go into too much detail, only give you a brief explanation. And even so, after you hear my explanation, you can't casually spread this information around. Can you accept that? Dunn asked, stroking his police cap. No problem. I won't spread it around. Silas's life was now in their hands. Even if he didn't want to agree, he could only say yes. Besides, he really was curious. Before that, I need to ask you, after Sirius died, did you come into contact with any peculiar substance that separated from his body? At Dunn's question, Silas immediately thought of the black sphere. I did swallow a small sphere that came out of his palm. I felt awful for a while after, but I didn't deliberately try to come into contact with it. It's because Sirius suddenly came back to life and lunged at me. I was startled and accidentally swallowed it. Silas answered, downplaying the details. Could it be that's why I became a Beyonder? About what I expected. Dunn nodded. Regarding this, I can only tell you that the bodies of deceased Beyonders undergo changes and may separate out Beyonder characteristics. Under certain circumstances, it's possible for others to inherit characteristics from the dead. And you, whether fortunately or unfortunately, became a Beyonder just like that. Oh, no wonder. That sphere was the reason I became a Beyonder. Silas understood immediately. So when you arrived at the scene and saw there were no Beyonder characteristics, you suspected I'd swallowed them. You could say that. Dunn nodded. But the specific situation was learned through divination by Klein, the Nighthawk in the other carriage. He's a Sequence 9 seer. A seer. Sounds like an impressive profession. Wonder what extent he can divine to. Probably not enough to discover my secret, or they would have already locked me up for dissection and study. Silas thought to himself, half fearful, half relieved. So, what pathway does the Beyonder characteristic I swallowed belong to, and what's the Sequence 9 potion called? The moment his question fell, he saw the expressions of the two men across from him darken for an instant. What's going on? Is my pathway kind of dangerous? That seems possible. After all, it was the sequence belonging to a heretic. Silas thought. He watched the two exchange glances, and finally Dunn slowly spoke. According to the Nighthawk's internal records, the name of the Sequence 9 potion of the pathway Sirius belonged to should be called Secrets Suppliant. Chapter 7, The True Creator. Secrets Suppliant. From the literal meaning, it referred to someone who prayed to hidden existences. That seemed to fit the profile of a cult member pretty well. Silas mulled over the name for a moment, then continued asking, so, what are the abilities of a secret supplicant? Secret supplicants can sense certain mysterious and terrifying existences, possess some knowledge of rituals and a small amount of ritual magic, and more or less experience distortions in their cognitive perspectives. But aside from that, their physical strength is no different from ordinary people, and because their spirituality is higher, they're more prone to losing control than average Beyonders. More prone to losing control. What kind of trait was that? And their physical strength was actually the same as normal people. No wonder he'd managed to knock Sirius down with a candlestick. It seemed like there was no comparison to diviners, sleepless, and the like. Silas couldn't help but click his tongue. Don't underestimate them. Sequence 9 secret supplicants are indeed not strong, and their main threat comes from being prone to losing control. But their higher sequence abilities are quite terrifying, notorious for being sinister, insane, and all-encompassing. Dunn continued, however, for confidentiality reasons, I can't tell you the specific details about them. Understood, thank you very much. Silas nodded, half disappointed and half uneasy. The disappointment came from not being able to learn more about the pathway, while the unease stemmed from Dunn's introduction, which had already given him a glimpse of the bleak prospects of this sequence. Speaking of which, if you really want to understand the abilities of a secret supplicant, the person you should be asking is yourself, right? Just then, the green-eyed Nighthawk who had been observing Silas but hadn't spoken until now interjected with a smile. He had decent looks, dressed casually, and possessed a poet's romantic and carefree temperament. Still not as handsome as me, though. Silas muttered inwardly, nodding at the men. May I ask, Mr. Nighthawk? I'm Leonard Mitchell. Mr. Leonard, what do you mean by that? No need to be so formal, just call me Leonard. What I mean is, potions come with information built in. When you became a secret supplicant, the related knowledge was already imprinted in your brain. The green-eyed Nighthawk who called himself Leonard tapped his forehead with his knuckles, smiling lightly. Why don't you try meditating? You might just discover your own abilities. It's that simple. Silas found it somewhat incredible, but still decided to give it a try. How exactly do I meditate? So Leonard taught him the method of meditation. Following his instructions, Silas closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and tried to commune with his inner self. The night streets were very quiet, and the other two in the carriage stopped talking as well. For a moment, only the sound of the carriage rolling along the road could be heard. Soon, Silas cleared the thoughts in his mind and indeed discovered some things that didn't originally belong to him. I can feel it. It seems to be some knowledge about rituals. He murmured, his expression shifting, his face full of disgust. It's truly insane. It turned out that most of this ritual knowledge was extremely twisted and evil, instructing him in detail on how to please evil gods, including sacrificing flesh and blood, people's lives, and even their desperate and extreme emotions before death. What else? Dunn pressed on. Being able to understand information about secret supplicants from a first-person perspective was also a fresh experience for him. There's also some ritual magic. Silas frowned, thinking carefully. But many of the rituals are quite insane, based on pleasing evil gods, and the effects obtained are extremely distorted. Pretty much matches the internal records. Dunn nodded. He noticed that the other's condition seemed somewhat off, so he spoke up, "That's enough, Silas. End your meditation." "Okay." Silas responded, but he didn't stop. I should clearly stop, so why am I still continuing to look deeper? Silas felt somewhat puzzled, yet he kept going. In that deepest place, there seemed to be something. Some unstoppable force was driving him, making him dive deeper into his consciousness. Who was the object of the secret supplicants' worship? And who was the existence those rituals beseeched? Insane, surging thoughts drove him on, making him pursue at all costs that grand entity's honorific name engraved in the deepest part of the potion. Like forcing a body through a narrow cave, even though his bones had long since shattered. He still mobilized his muscles to wriggle deeper like a worm. Finally, he saw clearly, understood, and remembered. Under that inverted cross, in that blood-red sky, piled upon Sirius's shattered corpse, carved into it, filled with praise for the Lord. That was the Lord's name. The true Creator. Silas trembled in fear, and in a strange language he had never learned, with both great joy and despair, he involuntarily chanted. The Lord who created everything. Stop. A sudden shout jolted Silas awake from his hallucination. Opening his eyes, he saw Dunn pressing on his shoulder, his other hand having already drawn his revolver, while Leonard had also stood up, bending at the waist as if ready for battle. Dunn gazed at him with deep eyes, and seeing he had regained clarity, breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat back down. What were you just doing? He demanded. Examining the knowledge carried by the potion, of course. Silas was quite innocent. You were trying to invoke the true Creator's honorific name in Hermes. Dunn said seriously. What is that? Is it serious? Silas felt his head buzzing, aching and dizzy. During that meditation just now, he had obtained a large amount of mystical knowledge from the potion, overwhelming his mind. From the corner of his eye, he once again saw irregular black lines and phantom limbs appearing in the corner of the carriage. They peered at Silas, emitting inexplicable whispers. Serious? Leonard snorted. If you'd been fortunate enough to finish reciting the full honorific name just now, you'd already be a lunatic just like that Sirius. Silas couldn't help but swallow, instinctively glancing at the revolver in Dunn's hand. In other words, they would have shot him directly. Dunn put away his revolver and said. The true Creator is the evil god worshipped by the Aurora Order, the very Lord Sirius spoke of. You said before that when you fell into hallucinations, you saw an inverted giant, right? Yes. Silas nodded, then suddenly froze. Could it be? The inverted giant is that evil god's most iconic image. Dunn said flatly. Hiss. Silas drew in a sharp breath, shocked and horrified. A chill ran from the soles of his feet up his spine, finally exploding in his brain. No wonder Sirius said he had the scent of the Lord on him. Why is this happening? He muttered unconsciously. Why would Silas, before the transmigration, have seen such hallucinations? And what connection might this have with his transmigration? I really was just examining the potion's knowledge. This honorific name came with the potion, and the moment I saw it, I couldn't help but recite it. He protested his innocence. I didn't know what consequences saying it would have. Thinking carefully, aside from the true Creator, there seemed to be another honorific name in the potion, but given the current situation, he'd better not mention it for now. I believe you, but don't do that again. Dunn looked at him deeply. Silas nodded repeatedly. After that, the atmosphere in the carriage became strange and quiet. None of the three spoke again until the four-wheeled carriage carried them to their destination. Blackthornne Security Company, the sign bearing these words was illuminated by gas street lamps. The entire building stood silently in the deep night, guarding the city's slumber. The carriage door was pushed open, and the slightly cool night breeze brushed against his face. Silas's spirits lifted, and he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Mr. Dunn." He spoke up. "My sister was a bit rude when she spoke to you earlier. She's young and doesn't know better, so please forgive her." Dunn had already stepped 1 foot out of the carriage. Hearing him say this, he stopped and turned back. "Do you think I would mind?" he asked calmly. "You probably wouldn't mind, but I still have to say it." Silas thought to himself. Seeing he didn't respond, Dunn suddenly smiled and said something not quite related. "Your sister takes very good care of you." "Huh?" Silas was a bit confused, then saw Dunn point to his fingernails, hair, clothes, and other areas. "You were frequently trapped in hallucinations and half-mad before, unable to take care of yourself. Yet your nails and hair have been carefully trimmed, and though your clothes are worn, they're also very clean. This shows your sister has been attentively caring for you." And when facing me, a male police officer with far more power than her, even though she was afraid, she still dared to speak back, all to protect her brother. Dunn placed his police cap on his head and stepped out of the carriage. His last words disappeared into the night breeze. How could I mind a bit of rudeness from such a noble lady? Chapter 8 Blackthornne Security Company. Dunn finished speaking and stepped out of the carriage, leaving Silas sitting there in a daze. After snapping back to reality, Silas carefully examined the details of his body. Just as Dunn had said, his nails and hair had been carefully trimmed. Sirius certainly hadn't sent any servants to look after them, and the original Silas had been mad all the time, so it could only have been his sister's doing. Looking at his clean nails, Silas felt a warm current flowing through his chest. He couldn't tell whether it came from the original Silas's gratitude toward his sister, or from his own modern self's appreciation for such beautiful humanity. But whatever the source, it filled him with affection for that adorable, devoted little girl. Once this whole incident is over, if I can still live with Cecilia, I'll make sure to treat her well. Silas promised himself. Looking up, he saw the passengers from the other carriage getting out as well. The brown-eyed Nighthawk walked in front, with Cecilia and the policewoman following close behind. Silas noticed that the young Nighthawk was carefully holding a burning candle. The candlelight flickered, and faint murmuring sound seemed to surround it. "Klein, how is it?" Dunn asked with pointed meaning. "No problems," the brown-eyed Klein answered, gently blowing out the candle. When the candle went out, Cecilia's body jolted. She looked around in surprise, as if she'd just been spacing out and only now realized she'd gotten off the carriage. "Just as I thought." She was examined in the other carriage too. The escorting policewoman got back in the carriage and left. The two groups merged together, and Dunn pushed open the door of Blackthornne Security Company, leading them inside. The first thing that came into view was a reception hall. It was furnished with classical sofas, upholstered armchairs, and natural wood coffee tables. A partition behind the furniture blocked the view of what lay deeper inside. Directly ahead was a desk, and behind it sat a brown-haired girl who was currently slumped over, her head nodding as she dozed off. Are all Nighthawks this lax? Though, I guess it is almost midnight now. Silas thought to himself. Roseanne. Seeing this, Dunn raised his voice, sounding somewhat helpless. Huh? No, Captain. The brown-haired girl immediately woke up with a start, snapping her body straight like a spring. I wasn't sleeping, I was just spacing out. No, miss, you still have drool at the corner of your mouth. Silas complained inwardly. Ha, that's right, Captain, I can vouch for her. Roseanne wasn't sleeping, she was just strolling through the goddess's divine kingdom, contemplating the meaning of life. Leonard teased with amusement, holding that peculiar badge in his hands. The girl named Roseanne glared at him, but he didn't mind at all, still grinning cheerfully. All right. Go prepare some tea, and wipe your mouth while you're at it. Dunn sent the girl off, then turned back to his other two team members. You two go down to the Chinese gate and return the goddess's gaze and the quiet candle. Yes, sir. Klein and Leonard exchanged glances and responded, but their feet didn't move. Dunn thought for a moment, then added. Also, Leonard, call Royale and Fry out from the recreation room. Yes, sir. The two nodded but still didn't move. Seeing this, Dunn frowned and rubbed his temples with effort. Oh, right. The Chinese gate is too dangerous at night. Let's not put those two sealed artifacts back in for now. Just leave them in my office, and we'll deal with it in the morning. Only after watching him struggle to remember for so long did Klein and Leonard finally start moving. But even as they walked away, they kept turning back to check, as if worried Dunn might forget something else. Is he really that forgetful? Silas and Cecilia exchanged glances, both looking somewhat surprised. From the moment they'd met him, this Nighthawk captain had left them with an impression of depth and reliability. But that filter seemed to have faded slightly after this recent interaction. "Please, have a seat." Dunn, however, seemed completely oblivious as he gestured for the siblings to sit down. Just then, Roseanne, who'd been dozing earlier, brought over some red tea. The tea set was delicate and beautiful, and the tea leaves looked high quality too. But with their hearts full of anxiety, even the finest tea couldn't taste sweet to them. "Mr. Dunn, what do we need to do next?" Silas asked proactively. "Stay here and accept our protection." Once seated, Dunn instinctively reached for his pipe. But seeing Cecilia sitting across from him, he stuffed the pipe back and took a sip of tea instead. "We'll set out immediately to arrest Sirius's accomplices, interrogate them, stop their insane actions, and bring this whole incident to an end." "That's not what I was asking. I wanted to know what will happen to me after the incident ends." Silas thought to himself, but since the other party didn't seem inclined to discuss it now, he wisely refrained from asking further. After a few more sips of tea, it wasn't long before Leonard appeared from behind the partition with 2 other Nighthawks. "Leonard and Fry, come with me. Royale, you stay here and protect our guests. Klein, do you want to go home? I can have the carriage drop you off on the way." Dunn quickly issued his arrangements, stood up to put on his hat, and asked Klein. "No need, Captain. Catching them is more important. If I go home now, I'll wake up my family." Klein yawned. "I'll just rest in the lounge for a bit." "All right." Dunn nodded, then said to Silas, "If you need anything, you can ask Royale. If any emergency arises, you must listen to her." Seeing that Silas understood, he hurried off with his 2 team members, leaving the Launder siblings and Ms. Royale staring at each other. This was a woman who appeared quite aloof. Her long hair was smooth and black as lacquer, her eyes large, her eyebrows slender and fine. She didn't initiate conversation, merely studying the siblings quietly. Her gaze seemed to linger a moment longer on Silas's face. Ms. Royale, good evening." "Good evening." Seeing Silas greet her, Royale nodded slightly and spoke calmly. "Let's go to the back. There's a lounge there." "All right, thank you. Follow me." She turned and led the 2 toward the area behind the partition. Silas and his sister quickly followed. Before leaving, he glanced back at the front desk. Sure enough, the brown-haired Roseanne had her head drooping again, starting to doze off. "Let's hope she doesn't get caught by Dunn when he comes back," Silas thought to himself as he stepped behind the partition. Behind the partition was a short hallway with what looked like 3 offices on each side. Royale led them into the second room on the left. Inside were several sofa beds that looked very soft, and newspapers piled on a table. The Nighthawk called Klein had already arrived first and was lying on one of the sofa beds. Seeing Silas come in, he smiled and nodded at the 2 of them. Silas returned the smile. "Sit wherever you like. You can also sleep if you're tired." Royale gestured toward the sofa beds. She picked one for herself first, then smoothed her already sleek black hair, turned to pull a newspaper from the table nearby, and started reading it to herself. She didn't seem inclined to continue the conversation. Silas had originally wanted to take the opportunity to extract some information, but seeing her aloof demeanor, he gave up the idea. He looked at Cecilia beside him and asked quietly, "Are you tired?" "No," Cecilia said softly. "Then let's just sit for a while. Do you want to read the newspaper?" Silas asked. Seeing her shake her head, he simply took a newspaper from the table himself, taking a glance at its name in passing. The Tingen Upstanding Citizen, what a distinctive name. I wonder what the upstanding citizens of Tingen are concerned about. With this thought, Silas picked up the paper. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. He should have brought the tea in with him. After all, isn't drinking tea while reading the paper the classic combination? He lowered his head and casually browsed through it. Citizens across the nation rejoice at the complete abolition of the Corn Laws. Tingen steel magnate Baron Henry publicly professes his love for Lady Sharon at a banquet and gets into a brawl with 3 gentlemen. Popular opera house actress exposed for having long-term affairs with both the theater owner and his stepson. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly news that upstanding citizens would be concerned about. Quite stimulating indeed. Klein lay down fully clothed, quietly resting with his eyes closed. Royale flipped through the newspaper, occasionally glancing at Silas and Cecilia, seemingly taking her bodyguard duty seriously. Cecilia sat leaning against Silas. At first she seemed uneasy, but before long, she started getting drowsy beside him. Time slowly passed. Chapter 9, The Visitor Behind the Door. By the time Silas finished reading the entire Tingen Upstanding Citizen, Cecilia had fallen fast asleep. Her head rested against his shoulder, her breathing soft and steady. But she didn't seem to be sleeping peacefully. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and her youthful face carried a worry that didn't match her age. Silas carefully repositioned her body, laying her fully on the soft sofa bed, then couldn't help yawning himself. There was no clock in the lounge, so he didn't know the exact time, but he estimated it must be 1 or 2 in the morning by now. After being worn out for so long, he was getting tired too. You can sleep for a bit too. Staying up late isn't good for you. From behind her newspaper, Royale suddenly spoke. To avoid disturbing the two sleeping people, she kept her voice very low. All right, thank you, Silas said quietly as well. Sorry for disrupting your rest. After all, she was responsible for protecting him, so she definitely couldn't sleep. Hearing Silas say this, Royale lowered the newspaper in her hands, revealing her face. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Silas felt a bit confused. It's fine. We don't need to sleep at night, Royale said. A hint of amusement appeared in her usually aloof eyes. Don't need to sleep. No wonder they're called sleepless ones. Then I'll leave it to you. In that case, Silas didn't stand on ceremony. He climbed onto another sofa bed and lay down fully clothed. Drowsiness slowly crept over him. He closed his eyes. Meanwhile, on a certain street in Tingen. According to Klein's divination, Hannis Vincent is also a Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant like Sirius. His danger level isn't high, so we'll prioritize obtaining information. Inside the moving carriage, Nighthawk Captain Dunn Smith said to his other team members. Once we get to his house, I'll subdue him while you search the rooms. Hannis doesn't know Sirius is already dead yet. He's probably sleeping soundly right about now. Leonard said with a smile. When he wakes up and sees us, his reaction should be quite interesting. He placed both hands behind his head, leaned back against the seat, and crossed his legs. His posture was extremely carefree, forming a stark contrast with Fry sitting beside him, upright and cold in demeanor. What if he's cautious and didn't leave any clues in his room? The corpse collector asked in a hoarse voice. Then I'll enter his dream, Dunn said flatly. In there, he can't lie to me. Hearing this, both Nighthawks nodded in unison. Indeed, as a Sequence 7 nightmare, their captain was already one of the stronger forces in Tingen. Dealing with a Sequence 9 would be child's play for him. In fact, he was being quite cautious, bringing 2 team members as backup for this kind of situation. It seemed that when this Aurora Order member Hannis encountered their group, his only fate would be to surrender obediently and hand over his intelligence. By the way, Captain, about that Silas Launder, what do you plan to do with him? Just then, Leonard suddenly changed the subject, asking an unexpected question. Dunn looked up at him and said. According to past practice, survivors of Beyonder incidents can return to normal life after the case ends. We just require them to keep it secret. But he's rather special, right? Leonard said with a smile. Accidentally becoming a Beyonder, and a Secrets Suppliant of the extremely dangerous sequence at that. There was always the risk of losing control. For such a ticking time bomb, it was hard to imagine they'd simply let him go free. Although Silas Launder had been lucky enough to stay lucid after becoming a Secret Suppliant, and the Nighthawks wouldn't purify him, he would likely still spend the rest of his life under surveillance, living without much freedom. Thinking about that handsome young man in the straitjacket and the strong girl protecting him, how they were so young yet would have to spend the rest of their lives like that, everyone in the carriage felt it was somewhat unfortunate. Is there no other way? Fry suddenly spoke. Of course there is, Leonard said with a smile. For survivors of incidents, besides returning to society, don't they have another option? You mean joining us? Fry sounded hesitant. But would that be proper? That depends on how we communicate with the Holy Cathedral. Leonard looked at Dunn. Fry also caught on and turned to look at the captain. Under the hopeful gazes of both men, Dunn Smith pondered for a long while before slowly saying, a secret suppliant who believes in the goddess and stands on our side is extremely rare. And if he joins the Nighthawks, it would also serve as daily supervision. If we report it with that reasoning, we might be able to persuade the Holy Cathedral to keep him. That was indeed a good reason. Hearing Dunn say this, Fry couldn't help nodding internally. Leonard was even more pleased, clapping and praising with a smile, truly worthy of our captain. To think he could come up with such a good solution. The atmosphere in the carriage relaxed accordingly. For a moment, even the carriage itself seemed to lighten considerably. After turning a corner, they arrived in front of Hannis's home. All right, enough small talk. Dunn shook his head. These matters can wait until later. Right now, focus your spirits. Successfully capturing Hannis is what's most important. Yes, sir. The 3 Nighthawks immediately assumed the proper demeanor of professionals. They stepped down from the carriage and quickly, silently infiltrated Hannis's residence. The night was deep and boundless. Silas woke from a restless, anxious dream and slowly sat up. Looking around, his sister wasn't beside him, and the two Nighthawks were nowhere to be seen either. Only he remained in the lounge, along with newspapers scattered across the floor. Where did they go? How long did I sleep? Why hasn't Dunn returned yet? Anxiety and confusion swept over Silas. He stood up from the sofa bed, holding his head, and walked toward the door. Sleep didn't seem to have relieved his fatigue at all. His head still ached terribly, and a sharp, buzzing noise rang in his ears, gradually growing louder. That sound was crying. Shrill crying, as if from women and children, desperate wails born from excruciating torment. Accompanying the piercing cries, an even more oppressive, nauseating sound echoed in the hallway outside. Dragging, sticky, as if a heavy body was crawling, squirming, slowly approaching the lounge. As it moved, its filthy, foul body left long, reeking trails of blood on the floor. The eerie sounds grew louder and louder, then abruptly stopped. It had stopped behind the door. Nobody's even here. At Hannis's residence, Dunn looked at the ransacked bedroom, his brow deeply furrowed. Nobody in the other bedroom either. His wife and children are all gone. Fry's voice came down from the second floor, his cold, hoarse tone carrying confusion. Is his information network really that good? To think he fled with his entire family the same night. If only that were the case. Leonard emerged from the basement, his expression grim. Captain, there are traces of a ritual having been performed down there. The scene is extremely disturbing. Dunn's gaze swept over Leonard's pale face, then keenly noticed something wrong with his shoes. They seemed to be stained with some unidentified bright red liquid. As if understanding something, Dunn's eyes suddenly constricted. Chapter 10, Hannis Vincent. It's coming. Silas shouted as he jolted awake from the sofa bed. His tone was panicked and uneasy, his loud voice echoing through the quiet lounge. The few people who had been sleeping were all startled awake by him. Across from him, Royale lowered her newspaper and looked at him calmly. Having a nightmare? She asked flatly. On the other beds, Klein woke up, and Cecilia also sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. Silas's heart pounded violently against his ribs, his breathing rapid. He looked around in confusion. The people who had seemingly disappeared were actually in the lounge the whole time, and there were no eerie sounds in the hallway either. Was it a dream? It seemed like a dream. Silas instinctively began to relax, but then a surge of anxiety suddenly flooded back into his heart. No. Something's wrong. A sense of impending danger kept stimulating his nerves, like watching a steel needle suspended right in front of his eyes, slowly inching closer, about to pierce into his skull. Though it hadn't struck yet, an extremely uncomfortable phantom pain was already forming between his brows. It's not a nightmare. There really is danger. Silas shouted at Royale. I don't know how to describe it, but something is coming. He explained in pale, feeble terms, flailing his arms uselessly. He looked completely unconvincing. At first, Silas thought Royale would think he was having a fit. But to his surprise, she merely frowned, then swiftly stood up and, in one smooth motion, drew her revolver from the holster at her waist. Which direction? She asked. Which direction do you sense something wrong? Which direction? Silas froze for a moment, unable to answer. He only instinctively sensed danger, but as for what specifically it was and where it was coming from, he couldn't say. Did you see any images? Tell me, I can try to divine it. Klein also stood up and said seriously. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Ah. Just then, a girl's scream came from outside the lounge. Roseanne. Royale's expression changed slightly. She quickly ran toward the lounge door while not forgetting to instruct Silas, protect your sister and hide here. Klein, come with me. Before Silas could respond, she charged out with her gun raised. Silas gave a sharp jolt and hurriedly pulled Cecilia to find a place to crouch down. Klein gripped his revolver and rushed out of the lounge right behind Royale. Outside, Roseanne was still screaming, which inevitably made him feel anxious. After all, there were only two Nighthawks present at the moment, one of whom was himself, a rookie. If the enemy was too strong, he worried the situation could turn bad. Royale, who was running ahead, had already passed the partition. She held her gun with both hands, raised horizontally, aiming in a certain direction. Stop. Don't move. This elegant, aloof lady let out a loud, undignified roar. Klein ran past the partition. He held up his revolver, the muzzle following Royale's direction, and the situation in the hall immediately came into view. Roseanne was sitting collapsed on the floor, uninjured, but looking extremely frightened. Her legs scraped against the floor as she desperately tried to scoot her body backward. In front of her stood the intruder. When he clearly saw who it was, Klein couldn't help but be shocked. Hannis! He exclaimed. That's Hannis. The captain and the others didn't catch him. I said don't move. Move again and I'll shoot. Royale said. The first half was questioning Klein, the latter half warning the uninvited intruder. I don't know. Klein was extremely surprised, not just because he saw Hannis, but because of his current state. Dark circles under his eyes, thick and coarse brown hair, a serious and anxious middle-aged man. That was Klein's original impression of Hannis. But the Hannis before his eyes, apart from his unchanged appearance, had undergone a complete transformation in overall temperament. His face was filled with an unprecedented intoxicated smile, as if immersed in supreme bliss. His eyes were unfocused. Despite being held at gunpoint, he didn't even glance their way. Instead, he stared in a direction where nothing existed, smiling and muttering to himself. Even more terrifying was that his entire body was covered in fresh blood, as if he'd just walked through a rain of blood before entering. On his face, his hands, and the black classical robe he wore, bright red blood was constantly dripping. Looking at this unnatural Hannis, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, he heard Hannis speak. The Lord guided me here. His tone was dreamy. Something under his robe was bulging and squirming, as if hiding some living thing. He was right. The Lord's presence is here, my salvation is here. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Hannis's expression grew increasingly fervent. He ignored Royale's repeated warnings and stepped toward the partition. Behind the partition, in the hallway, was where Silas and the others were hiding. Royale bit her lip. Roseanne, get up and run inside. Klein, you shoot with me, understand? She shouted. Klein immediately responded. Roseanne also recovered from her shock and got up to run past the partition. Seeing Hannis approach step by step, Royale pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Klein fired as well. Bang bang bang. Gunshots and smoke immediately filled the hall of Blackthornne Security Company. Hannis stopped walking. His body swayed back and forth as if hammered. He even took a shot to the face, the bullet cunningly entering his eye socket as red and white matter splattered out. Seeing a familiar face become like this, Klein couldn't help but feel nauseated. He instinctively stopped shooting. Don't stop. But Royale shouted. But he was shot in the head. Klein thought, and then he saw that despite his gunshot wounds, Hannis hadn't fallen. Amid a series of sticky, dense, nauseating sounds, bright red tumors squirmed and grew from Hannis's wounds. Even the bullet lodged in his eye socket was pushed out by the tumors. The still-hot metal bullet head sizzled as it burned Hannis's flesh, then clinked and clattered to the floor. Under their shocked gazes, Hannis grinned at them, revealing a sinister smile. Will you try to stop me? With a tearing sound, he reached his hand into the overgrown eye socket, ripped the tumor off and crushed it, then raised his arm. Watch out. Klein suddenly felt his body lighten, then involuntarily shifted to the right. It was Royale pulling him away from his original position. He focused his eyes and saw that where he'd just been standing was now covered with splattered flesh and blood. Those disgusting things were corroding the floor and partition, sending up smoke with a sizzling sound. Holy! Klein's scalp tingled. Hannis had already mutated. He wasn't afraid of pistols, and his flesh could corrode things. How were they supposed to deal with him now? Besides his revolver, he still had one sleep charm left in his pocket. Though there were also 2 sealed artifacts stored in the captain's office behind them, if he could break away to retrieve them. No, those 2 sealed artifacts had no offensive capability. They could only be used to detect whether a target was harmful. Was there any other way? Klein's brain raced as he continuously dodged the flesh and blood Hannis threw at them, occasionally firing back with his pistol. The hall quickly descended into chaos, destroyed beyond recognition. Should I just use the power above the gray fog? The situation was becoming somewhat tense. For an instant, Klein even had that thought. Fortunately, Royale called out to him, Klein. I need to switch to demon hunting bullets. Can you stall him for a few seconds? Yes. Klein's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course. Right now, their revolvers were loaded with ordinary bullets. If they switched to demon hunting bullets designed to target evil, maybe they'd work. So he quickly pulled out the sleep charm from his pocket. It was a silver piece the size of a baby's palm, covered with incantations in Hermes, along with various symbols and mystic numbers. Just holding it in his hand, he could feel the calm, peaceful power emanating from it. Crimson. Klein shouted in ancient Hermes, channeling his spirituality into the charm, then swung his arm and threw the charm toward Hannis. Bang. The silver piece exploded in a mass of dark red flames, enveloping Hannis's head. His body swayed, and that twisted smile seemingly fixed on his face rapidly faded as his eyelids couldn't help but droop. It's working. Royale seized the opportunity to empty the cylinder and load silver bullets engraved with demon banishing patterns and the holy symbol of the Evernight goddess into her revolver. She whispered the goddess's prayer in a low voice. The quiet, hidden power of the night silently manifested, forming a resonance between her body and the revolver. Prayer complete, Royale's eyes were serene, the revolver's muzzle aimed at the still sleeping Hannis. Chapter 11, May your Lord bless you. Bang 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 bang. Aiming at the slumbering Hannis, Royale pulled the trigger. 6 silver demon-hunting bullets, carrying the blessed power of the Evernight goddess, thundered into Hannis's corrupted body. Ah! Hannis jolted awake from his sleep with a heart-wrenching scream. The skin struck by the demon-hunting bullets instantly turned black and stayed that way, like rotting wood struck by lightning. Then the blackness rapidly spread and crumbled. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his abdomen and curling into a ball, no longer moving. Did we get him? Klein thought nervously. Clink, clink. Royale expertly ejected the spent shells and reloaded. Then she approached Hannis, pressing the gun barrel directly against his head. She wasn't about to take any chances. While Hannis was vulnerable, she would fire another round of demon-hunting bullets. But just as Royale's gun touched Hannis's head, he suddenly looked up. Praise the Lord. Hannis said with a crazed smile. Something hidden beneath his black robe began to stir. Only when she got close enough did Royale see what it truly was, 2 human faces. One large, one small, embedded directly into Hannis's chest and abdomen. Through the black robe, the 2 faces twisted and convulsed, their frozen agony almost tangible. With Hannis's prayer, both faces simultaneously opened their mouths. Praise you, my Lord. Your will be done on earth. As it echoes in our flesh and blood. The words were indescribably corrupted. The 2 mouths opened and closed continuously, forming a twisted duet as blasphemous, mad prayers poured forth. Boom. Klein felt his brain buzz as if a bomb had detonated inside his skull, his consciousness blanking for an instant. When he came to, he was already lying on the ground, nosebleed trickling down to his chin, dizziness and pain flooding his mind. What the hell? The shrill blasphemous language still echoed. Klein barely lifted his head to see Royale collapsed on the ground, blood flowing from her nose and mouth, unconscious. She had been closer to Hannis and suffered a greater impact. In the hall covered with bullet marks and gore, only Hannis remained standing. The 2 faces beneath his black robe continued their chant, and with the corrupted words, the wounds from the demon-hunting bullets had already healed. He spread his arms with fanaticism and devotion. This is the supreme power of my Lord. In my sleep, I received his revelation. Damn it. Klein cursed silently. He wanted to struggle to his feet, but his body refused to obey. The corrupted sounds constantly assaulted his brain, leaving his limbs powerless. If he hadn't already adapted to the whispers from above the grey fog, he would probably be completely unconscious like Blaine. The 2 faces beneath the black robe continued praying. In the gaps between words, desperate pleas and weeping emerged. Darling, please stop. Daddy, it hurts. Klein noticed that Hannis, who had been in constant ecstasy, suddenly froze upon hearing the woman and child's cries, pain flashing across his face. But very quickly, those traces of emotion dissipated, and he laughed again. Ha ha ha. This is the Lord's blessing. This way our family can be together forever. Tears streamed down Hannis's face, his expression a mix of joy and despair. He had completely lost his last shred of humanity, fully immersed in his faith in the evil god. He tenderly stroked the 2 faces on his abdomen, yet ignored their screams and wails, only offering the purest, maddest prayers to his Lord, forcing those 2 faces to continuously emit corrupted words in extreme torment. This lunatic, did he sacrifice his own wife and child? Klein's scalp tingled as disgust and rage surged through him. He had never seen this side of Hannis before. Indeed, once someone became a follower of an evil god, no matter how normal their behavior, they had essentially become a monster wearing human skin. After muttering to himself for a while, Hannis suddenly moved again. He looked at the fallen Royale, hunger and greed flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, split to his ears, his white teeth covered in bloody mucus. Daddy, I'm hungry. Darling, let's eat her. The 2 faces on his abdomen also spoke in unison, encouraging him to continue. Oh no. Klein snapped to attention. This guy was going to devour Royale. He had to stop him. But Hannis's blasphemous words continued, and Klein couldn't stand up at all. Seeing the man already crouching down and opening his mouth toward Royale, he gritted his teeth and whispered. Blessed be. Bang. At that moment, a crisp sound cut through Klein's whisper. He saw an exquisite teapot fly across the hall, hitting Hannis squarely in the head and shattering. Go to hell. A roar came from behind. A figure rapidly crossed the distance, rushing before Hannis. Gripping a solid walking stick with both hands, he swung it in a full arc and struck Hannis viciously across the face. Smack. Like smashing a watermelon or crushing a bug, the satisfying sound rang out. Hannis fell backward, a deep impression of the walking stick carved into his face. Klein looked at the figure in surprise. It was the very person they were supposed to protect, Silas Launder. Scream. Scream all you want. Silas's eyes were bloodshot, blood trickling from his nose and ears. He cursed at Hannis through gritted teeth, the walking stick repeatedly smashing down on Hannis's head. Spattering blood landed on his face and hands, hissing and burning as it raised wisps of smoke, but it couldn't stop him from striking with lethal force. Ah, praise the Lord. The beaten Hannis spoke in a garbled voice. Then the two faces on his abdomen simultaneously opened their mouths. Watch out. Klein urgently warned, but it was already too late. A piercing howl accompanied by corrupted language erupted from those two mouths together, surging towards Silas. Klein, who only caught the aftershock from behind, felt like his brain had been hammered again, dizzy and aching. Through blurred vision, Klein saw Silas stop his movements and stand motionless. Hee. Looking at Silas, who seemed to have fallen into a stupor, Hannis gave a chilling smile. You have the Lord's, oh. Before he could finish his sentence, Silas lifted his foot and kicked viciously between Hannis's legs. /n, oof. Crack. The sound of something shattering rang out. Even as an observer, Klein felt a chill down below. What's the matter? You're screaming so loud, didn't your Lord bless your family jewels? Silas sneered coldly and kicked again. Blood was gurgling out from his nose and ears, but his consciousness remained clear. Though his face was fierce, his mind was racing, thinking about how to eliminate this monster. Why did Silas appear at this moment? Because from the very beginning, he never intended to entrust his life entirely to others. After hiding his sister Cecilia, Silas had slipped out of the lounge and hidden behind a partition to observe the scene. The previous battle had been intense, and neither of the two Nighthawks present had noticed him. Hannis seemed to have spotted him but had been too battered to act. So initially, as a bystander, Silas had been relatively safe. Until Hannis awakened the two faces beneath his black robe and used them to amplify his ability to corrupt others. The vile, corrupted words had initially shocked Silas greatly. But just as his mind was about to collapse, the phantom ocean he had felt when drinking the potion appeared again. It was as if invisible tides gently cradled his mind, resisting the chanting. However, this power seemed limited. While resisting the erosion, the cool sensation was gradually fading. If Hannis wasn't dealt with, madness would eventually await him too. Chapter 12, What Took You So Long? While brutally stomping on Hannis beneath his feet, Silas Launder racked his brain for a solution. Simply injuring Hannis's physical body wouldn't work, since the men would keep regenerating. He needed to approach this from a mysticism angle. But the so-called demon-hunting bullets from earlier hadn't been effective enough. He needed something more powerful. Come to think of it, Hannis had turned into this grotesque form after gaining abilities from the true creator. I'm a secret supplicant, so maybe the potion's knowledge includes something about this. Silas rapidly searched through the mystical knowledge he'd absorbed during the carriage ride, and sure enough, he found something. In the section on rituals, he discovered one that perfectly matched Hannis's current condition. The ritual was called Descent of the Sanctuary. Descent of the Sanctuary, an evil ritual used to enhance oneself. It required the caster to sacrifice the lives of two close relatives to receive the true creator's blessing. If successful, the true creator would send down a corrupting aura into the caster's body, helping fuse the heads of those two relatives onto him. These heads would gain various strange effects like words of filth, amplified chanting, and physical enhancement, greatly increasing the caster's abilities. Using close relatives as sacrifices. What a twisted ritual. Even among the many dark rituals known to secret supplicants, this ranked among the most extreme. But the ritual had already succeeded. How could he stop it? After a moment's thought, Silas suddenly had a bold idea. The only reason these two heads could remain fused was because of the corrupting aura the true creator had left inside Hannis's body. That being the case, if he could extract that aura, Hannis would naturally be finished. With this realization, he stopped his attack. Reaching up to his ear, he dabbed at the fresh blood trickling out, using it as paint to draw a pattern on his right palm. It was a wildly blooming blood-red rose. At the center of its layered petals stood an inverted cross. The design was simple, yet gave off a sense of prosperity, corruption, and twisted evil. This was the true creator's holy emblem. With obvious revulsion, Silas finished drawing the distorted symbol, then opened his palm and aimed it at Hannis. He would use himself as a vessel to extract the true creator's aura. Based on everything that had happened so far, he guessed that the aura would be more drawn to his own body. Moreover, he had that illusory tidal surge protecting him from within. The corrupting aura wouldn't be able to take effect. You blasphemer! Hannis cursed. Silas paid him no mind. Instead, using a language he himself didn't quite understand, he whispered. Praise the Lord's rebirth. Corruption is the salvation of all. With that, he acted decisively, pressing his bloodied palm against Hannis's forehead. Ah! The moment their skin made contact, Hannis let out a piercing wail. His body's surface instantly turned crimson red, like a cooked shrimp arching its back and struggling desperately. The two human faces shrieked in unison. After just a few convulsions, he stopped moving entirely. His body became like a heated candle, melting into a pool of putrid sludge. Silas didn't fare much better. An evil, filthy aura rushed through his palm and into his body, surging straight toward his head. Everywhere it passed brought excruciating pain, as if countless tiny mouths were gnawing at his flesh and blood. He watched helplessly as the skin on the back of his hand split open with a crack, exposing the bright red muscle and pale yellow fat beneath. The tear extended up his arm, and vaguely, those tissues seemed to begin writhing and mutating. Fortunately, at that moment, the corrupting aura collided with the illusory tide in his mind. The tidal surge wrapped around the aura, consuming it while simultaneously dissipating itself. In just a few seconds, they cancelled each other out and vanished into nothingness. With the true creator's aura gone, the exposed flesh on Silas's arm stopped writhing and mutating. Instead, it slowly began to heal and knit back together. Just as I thought. Silas felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He simply sat down on the floor, breathing heavily. That illusory tide really could block the true creator's corruption, just like when he'd first drunk the potion and nearly gone mad. He didn't know what it represented, but instinctively felt it must be something very important. Maybe it's my transmigrated benefit, like a fixed SAN value or something. Silas thought with self-deprecating humor. The hall was in complete shambles. He sat there miserably, and a few meters away across the corpse, Klein lay heavily injured and unable to rise, looking at him with some surprise. Their eyes met, creating an awkward moment between them. Should I say something? Fortunately, the sound of a hurried carriage outside broke the tension. Several chaotic footsteps rang out before the carriage even stopped, continuing until their owners burst through the door. Silas looked back to see it was Dunn Smith's group, who had left earlier. What is this? Leonard stared in shock at the devastation in the hall and Hannis's horrifying corpse, momentarily speechless. Silas gave a bitter laugh. Meeting Dunn's deep, astonished gaze, he said with a tone of helplessness and complaint. Captain Dunn, what took you so long? So you're saying you used your knowledge as a secret supplicant to take down the enhanced Hannis? Stepping across the corroded floorboards, Dunn asked slowly. Shattered fine china, overturned solid wood furniture, partitions burned through with large holes. The once tastefully decorated Blackthornne Security Company hall now looked utterly dilapidated, as if it had been ransacked by a gang of thugs. The injured Klein and unconscious Royale had been taken to the back for treatment, leaving only Hannis's supine corpse on the floor, or perhaps it should be called a liquid now. Well, it was mainly thanks to the two Nighthawks, Silas said with a smile. For some reason, being stared at by Dunn's deep eyes made him feel slightly uncomfortable. I just found an opening to ambush him, and happened to know how to resolve the ritual. He recounted the events in detail. Dunn listened calmly, occasionally interjecting to ask about specific battle details. When Silas finished, Dunn picked up the cane Silas had used to beat Hannis and walked over to the pool of flesh that was Hannis. Hannis had completely melted, leaving only his tattered, corroded black robe spread across the flesh. In this flat expanse of gore, two head-sized bulges pressed up under the robe, looking extremely conspicuous. Dunn gripped the cane and extended it toward the flesh, stirring it. Using the cane's tip, he cautiously lifted a corner of the black robe and looked inside. After seeing what the two bulges actually were, his eyes flickered with what seemed like an almost inaudible sigh. Leonard, he called out. What is it, Captain? Leonard had picked up a broom and was leisurely sweeping up ceramic shards from the floor. Hearing Dunn's call, he looked up. Go to the police station and find Inspector Tolley. Tell him we have a third crime scene and need him to come handle it. Yes, sir. After Leonard put down the broom and donned his coat, he couldn't help but laugh. I can already imagine Inspector Tolley's face when he hears the news. Hey, 3 crime scenes in one night. He's going to lose his mind. Hearing this, Silas also recalled the grim-faced police officers cleaning up the previous scenes. Wait, 3 scenes. He paused, then quickly realized. Captain Dunn, did you go to Hannis's house but not find him, only discovering a blood sacrifice scene? That's right. Dunn stared down at Hannis's remains. It's truly strange. Why would Hannis wake up in the middle of the night, perform a blood sacrifice on his family, and then precisely locate the Blackthornne Security Company here? I can't figure it out at all. What should have been a simple arrest had nearly led to disastrous consequences. They'd missed each other by sheer coincidence, leaving headquarters vulnerable. If not for Silas's unexpected contribution, the outcome would have been unthinkable. It was almost like a coincidence filled with malice. Sirius and Hannis are both characters from the original work, everyone should still remember them. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 13, The Little Brush. On the outskirts of Tingen City. The morning sunlight was lovely, illuminating the house with its dark red chimney. The front lawn glowed a vibrant, lively green under the sun's rays. On the second floor, a bedroom window stood open, and sunlight poured in, making the desk by the window gleam with golden light. A notebook lay open on the desk, bathed in brightness, its text clearly visible. The notebook read as follows. Aurora Order members residing in Tingen City, Sirius Arapis and Hannis Vincent, following orders from their superior, Lady M, successfully located a half-mad young man named Silas Launder, who seemed to carry the aura of the true creator. Following instructions, the two deceived and temporarily controlled him and his sister, awaiting further orders from Lady M. However, Lady M underestimated Silas's dangerousness. As Sirius spent day and night with Silas, the aura emanating from him rapidly influenced Sirius, who was a secret suppliant. His perception grew increasingly distorted until he went completely mad. He decided to kill Silas and use him as a blood sacrifice, praying for the true creator's descent. Truly insane, but it all follows logic. Sirius successfully killed Silas, but his ritual will fail. He will lose complete control and eventually be killed by the arriving Nighthawks squad, led by Dunn Smith, who will suffer subtle corruption from the out-of-control Sirius. The next few lines were crossed out. Below them were several hastily written lines. Incredible. Illogical. Silas Launder was not killed by Sirius. On the contrary, he killed the other party and consumed the extracted Beyonder characteristic, becoming a Sequence 9 secret suppliant. But things haven't reached an irreversible point yet. The letter Sirius wrote containing Silas's secrets was accidentally burned, so Dunn doesn't know how dangerous Silas is. There's an Aurora Order informant planted in the police station who happened to learn about Sirius's death and urgently informed Hannis that very night. Driven to desperation, Hannis went all in, deciding to conduct a mad blood sacrifice ritual. This was forbidden knowledge Lady M had bestowed as a reward, but because of its extremely low success rate, Hannis had never used it. But tonight, his ritual will be extremely fortunate and succeed. After the successful ritual, Hannis will arrive at the Blackthornne security company using information provided by the mole in the police station. He'll perfectly avoid the Nighthawks squad rushing to his house because they'll choose different routes, so not running into each other is completely logical. Hannis will invade when the Nighthawks' defenses are at their weakest. He will devour Silas and create tremendous chaos. More large sections of crossed-out text followed. Below them, a classical-style quill pen floated above the notebook, writing freely despite having no ink. That damned Silas Launder. He survived against all reason once again. The evil god's ravings had no effect on him whatsoever. He harbors even deeper secrets. He's just like that annoying Klein Moretti, constantly disrupting Insangwill's plans. At that moment, a somewhat pale hand grabbed the quill pen and solemnly began a new line, writing. But it doesn't matter. Insangwill still has many opportunities left. The next morning, at Blackthornne Security Company, in the break room. The rustling sounds of someone rummaging through things woke Silas up. He sat up and saw his sister Cecilia with her back to him, organizing a tattered suitcase. Outside in the hall, there was constant commotion, voices mixing together along with the sounds of furniture being moved. Oh right, so much had happened last night. As consciousness slowly returned, Silas recalled yesterday's experiences. Accidental death, transmigration, his sister, cultists, an evil god, and the Nighthawks, a mad ritual. After Hannis died, his remains slowly extracted a small black sphere. Silas immediately recognized it as the thing Sirius had forced him to swallow, the so-called Secrets Suppliant sequence potion. After that, Dunn had arranged for him to sleep in the break room while continuing to investigate the case himself. Come to think of it, I killed 2 people last night. Silas lowered his head, looking at his own palms. His hands were pale and slender, completely different from how they looked covered in blood last night. Yesterday, Hannis's roar had injured both his nose and ears, but after a night's sleep, neither area felt uncomfortable, nor were they bleeding anymore. This made him somewhat suspicious of his own constitution. Contrary to his expectations, he felt no guilt or discomfort. Was it because the secret suppliant potion had distorted his perception, making him cold-hearted? No, thinking back, Silas realized his personality had always been somewhat unpleasant, petty, and vindictive. Besides, there was nothing to feel sentimental about. Those people had come to kill him, getting killed by him instead was exactly what they deserved. Rather than worrying about the life and death of those crazy cultists, it was more important to focus on his newfound little sister. He turned his gaze toward his sister once more. Cecilia hadn't noticed Silas had woken up and was still organizing the suitcase. Inside were several clean but shabby pieces of clothing, socks, some fabric scraps and thread, a few ceramic bowls, wooden spoons, a small amount of penny coins, a few pills wrapped in paper, and various odds and ends. This was everything the 2 siblings currently owned. The suitcase had been left at Sirius's house and couldn't be taken at the time because the crime scene needed to be preserved. This had made Cecilia throw quite a tantrum, and only after Hannis had also been dealt with and the incident concluded did Silas proactively ask Dunn about it and retrieve it from the police. The officer who'd come overnight to deliver the suitcase had been very displeased, since there was nothing of value inside. He couldn't understand why Cecilia insisted on immediately getting back a broken suitcase, was quite unhappy about making a late-night trip, and left as soon as he tossed down the case. The policeman couldn't understand, but Silas could at least grasp his sister's thinking. It was simply the obsession of the poor. After all, this was their entire family fortune. For the impoverished, wearing one less piece of clothing or missing a few meals could become a cause of death. To survive, they had to desperately clutch everything they owned. It's still here. Thank goodness. Silas heard Cecilia's delighted voice. Looking up, he saw her pull a small brush from a gap in the suitcase. Ah, I think I've seen that thing before. Related memories automatically surfaced from his mind, and Silas remembered. It was a tool his sister used for work. After their parents died, the siblings had lost their livelihood. The meager survivor's pension couldn't fully support both of them, so young Cecilia had to shoulder the burden of earning money. But in this era, there weren't many ways for a frail young girl to make money, especially when the frequently mad Silas needed constant care. In the end, Cecilia had chosen to do piecework for a match factory, pasting matchboxes at home every day. Filling a basket of matchboxes earned a little over 2 pence. She could fill 2 or 3 baskets a day, and combined with the pension, it barely kept the 2 siblings going for a few years. So the former Silas, during his moments of lucidity, would often see this scene, his sister sitting sideways by his bed, her cute little face set in concentration, using that small brush to deftly paste matchboxes. When she noticed Silas had woken up, she'd set down her work, flash him a happy smile, and bustle about taking care of him. Silas, you're awake. Just as Silas was wrapped in past memories, Cecilia finally noticed he'd woken up and turned around, smiling at him. Seeing that radiant smile, Silas suddenly felt warmth and guilt surge through his heart. He suddenly understood why the former Silas had been able to grit his teeth and persevere all those years in the evil god's mad illusions. Perhaps it was for this very reason, to wake up and return to reality once more, to see that lovely, expectant smile waiting for his return. Chapter 14, Damn you, Roselle. Silas, does your head hurt? I have medicine. I'm fine, really. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? I'm not thirsty either. Silas looked at Cecilia fussing over him like a mother hen and smiled helplessly. All right, Cecilia, just sit down and relax. I'm perfectly fine. He forcibly pulled his sister's arm and pressed her down onto the sofa. Even after sitting, she wouldn't settle down, constantly keeping her eyes fixed on Silas. Silas understood why Cecilia was so concerned about him. According to past patterns, his lucid period was almost over. The former Silas could only maintain a normal state for a dozen hours or so before falling into terrible visions, shouting and going mad beyond his control. At such times, he'd need Cecilia's help to lock all the restraining belts around his body, lying still like a mental patient in a straitjacket to prevent injury to himself or others. But the current him felt that he probably wouldn't go mad again. Because that cheat-like phantom tide could block the evil god's ravings for him, naturally preventing hallucinations and auditory illusions related to the true creator from forming in his mind. In other words, from the moment he transmigrated, Silas Launder had shed his mental illness and become a normal person. What he needed to do next was simply take good care of his sister and work hard to make money. On this point, Silas wasn't worried. The Transmigrator Starter Pack, Inventions, Plagiarism, New Order, Activate. Wait, what the hell is Roselle? Silas's grand ambitions had barely been brewing in his mind for a minute when related memories jumped out to interrupt his fantasies. In this world, it seemed there was already a suspected transmigrator who'd gotten there first. Roselle Gustav, a prominent figure from over 170 years ago, the great emperor of the neighboring powerful nation of Intis. He'd improved the steam engine, invented various items, created numerous poems, plays, and novels. Basically all the literary masterpieces Silas was familiar with had already been published by him first and were widely circulated in this world. What do you do when your transmigrated predecessor has already shown off everything there is to show off? The key issue was that Roselle didn't even need money. His reason for plagiarizing was actually to pick up girls. What was someone like him, who simply wanted to earn money to support his family, supposed to feel? Damn you, Roselle. Silas felt like he'd suddenly fallen from heaven to earth, and his expression stiffened. Silas, are you okay? Cecilia immediately noticed his abnormality and quickly grabbed his hand, asking worriedly. I'm fine. Silas snapped back to attention and patted his sister's hand. He quickly adjusted his emotions. It was all right. Roselle hadn't plagiarized every single novel. As long as he investigated thoroughly and chose the right material, he could still accomplish something. At the very least, a comfortable middle-class life could be guaranteed. Just as his imagination was running wild, the break room door opened and Leonard walked in, carrying a tray in each hand. Breakfast time. Looking at the siblings, a brilliant smile spread across his handsome face as he placed the trays on the table. The captain is still busy, but he'll need to see you both in a bit. Please have something to eat while you wait. Silas looked down and saw the trays held white bread, toast, and bacon, with a steaming cup of coffee and a small dish of butter fitted into grooves on the side. The white bread looked soft and inviting, the bacon was fried just right, and the coffee continuously gave off an aromatic scent. He immediately felt his stomach clench with emptiness. After a whole night of turmoil and fear, he was truly hungry. Glancing at Cecilia, he noticed his sister's throat bob once, but she didn't reach for the food. Instead, she looked up at him. "Thank you," Silas said to Leonard with a smile. "We don't have to pay for the meal, do we?" "Ha ha ha, of course not. This can all be reasonably reimbursed." Leonard seemed amused by his words and winked at Cecilia, but she lowered her head defensively. Seeing that teasing the little girl hadn't worked, he didn't mind and just shrugged, turning to leave. "Just leave it to the side when you're done. Someone will come collect it." Only then did Silas pull the trays in front of them, while removing the coffee. "Since he said that, let's eat. Be careful, the coffee's a bit hot." "Silas, you eat it all. I'm not hungry. Come on now, hurry up and eat." Under his urging, Cecilia carefully picked up a slice of white bread, studying it for several seconds before bringing it to her mouth. With just one small bite, her eyes lit up. "Dip it in some butter. It'll taste even better." Silas smiled. That made sense. Even when their parents were alive and the family was at its best, they could only afford white bread occasionally during holidays, let alone during these past few years of struggling to survive. After settling Cecilia, Silas began eating as well, dipping white bread in butter, using toast to sandwich bacon, and occasionally taking a sip of coffee to wash it down. As a transmigrator accustomed to good food, he felt this meal could only be described as passable. By the time he'd used the coffee to wash down the last bite of bread, Cecilia across from him had long since eaten her breakfast clean. She let out a small burp, looking a bit embarrassed. Silas smiled at her, stacked the two trays to one side, then leaned back in his chair to rest. Cecilia was only embarrassed for a moment before beginning to worry about the future. "Brother, when do you think they'll let us go?" "When that captain comes later, he'll tell us. Sirius is dead, so it should be fine, right?" His sister had been hiding in the break room last night and still didn't know Silas had killed a second person. Self-defense. Self-defense. With full stomachs, the siblings were chatting idly when Dunsmith knocked and entered. "I'm so sorry for keeping you both this long." He apologized very politely. "A mole in the police station was exposed last night, and we spent some time arresting and interrogating them." "That's no problem. I'd like to ask, what came of the interrogation?" Silas asked. "Well, we contacted the Punishers and Machinery Hive Mind in Tingen and, following the leads, launched a comprehensive manhunt for the Aurora Order," Dunn said. "In terms of results, the Aurora Order's forces in Tingen have now been completely cleared out." Silas's heart stirred. "Which means the incident can be considered over." Dunn knew what he wanted to say. Hearing his certainty, Silas relaxed momentarily before tensing up again. Because next, they'd discuss how to handle him. Cecilia also grew nervous, looking like a frightened little kitten. In the quiet atmosphere, Dunn's gray eyes lingered on him for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Silas and Miss Cecilia, you now have two choices." "We get a choice?" Silas thought. "For survivors like yourselves, especially those involving an evil god, we generally recommend severing all social ties, changing your identities, and starting new lives in other cities under our organization's protection. Particularly for you, Mr. Silas, since you've accidentally become a Beyonder on a dangerous pathway, the supervision over you might be even stricter." "How strict?" Silas asked instinctively. But Dunn only looked at him without answering, though it was as if he'd already answered. "Damn," Silas thought, licking his lips as he waited for Dunn to provide the second option. Seeing his composure, Dunsmith couldn't help but smile slightly before speaking solemnly. "As for the second choice, which I'd personally recommend more, it's this: join us and become a Nighthawk." "Huh?" Silas was stunned. Chapter 15, Joining the Team. Hearing Dunn's invitation to join the team, Silas froze for a second. "Are you saying you're inviting me to become a Nighthawk?" Suspecting he'd misheard, he asked again to confirm. "That's right. But you said before that my pathway is very dangerous. Is it really appropriate to have me join your squad?" "As long as it's properly controlled, the danger can be avoided." Dunn's eyes flickered. "Or would you actually prefer a life under supervision?" "Not at all." Silas shook his head decisively. "I just think it's too sudden. I'm somewhat at a loss." Haha, I see. Dunn smiled at his words. There are two main reasons for inviting you to join the team. First, I simply sympathize with your situation and hope you both can have a better life. Second, your abilities and sequence are very useful to us. Currently, Secrets Suppliants on our side are extremely rare. Especially given your outstanding performance last night. I can say that without you, we would have lost 2 team members. Inviting you to join us Nighthawks is also my way of expressing gratitude. That seems to make sense. Silas nodded. He looked at Cecilia. Sister, what do you think? I'll follow your decision, Cecilia said. Either choice is fine, as long as we're not separated. Sister, you need to think about this too. Silas felt helpless and could only consider the pros and cons himself. The 2 choices Dunn offered each had their advantages and disadvantages. If he chose to be protected and supervised, the benefit was that safety would be higher, and he might live out his life peacefully. But his future days would basically bid farewell to freedom. He'd originally wanted to be a plagiarist, which certainly wouldn't be allowed under such circumstances. Not only that, he'd already seen firsthand how insane those cultists were. In the most extreme case, those protecting them might not be able to keep them safe. As for becoming a Nighthawk, the advantages were more freedom, official backing, and more opportunities to learn about the mystical world. Who knows, he might even find a way to transmigrate back. Plus he'd receive a stable salary. Though he didn't know exactly how much, judging by how the Nighthawks were all well-dressed and healthy-looking, at least food and clothing would be guaranteed. As for the downsides, there would be danger. Like last night, encountering crazed, out-of-control cultists, or other unknown accidents. But the first choice also had dangers. If he became a Nighthawk, at least he'd have teammates to rely on. Moreover, Silas had that unknown phantom thing protecting his mind, making him much safer than an ordinary secret suppliant. Thinking this far, he raised his head. Do you have any other questions? Dunn asked. I'd like to ask, if I join the team, what would my main duties be, and what about compensation? Silas asked frankly. Nighthawks are mainly responsible for handling extraordinary cases involving the goddess's followers. Specifically for our Tinjan City Nighthawk squad, there are generally 1 to 2 cases per month. And these cases are all relatively simple. What you encountered yesterday was an extremely rare situation. If you join the team, you'll participate as support personnel among the official members. You won't need to actively engage the enemy, but you'll need to provide divination, spirit channeling, and various ritual services to the team. Haha, of course, professionals will train you in these areas. As for salary, I can give you a reference. That Klein Moretti you met joined just a few weeks ago. He's a Sequence 9 support staff member. Currently his total weekly salary is about £6, which will gradually increase each year. £6 a week. Silas raised his eyebrows. This was considerably higher than he'd imagined. Ordinary workers in Tinjan City working a full week earned at most £1. This Nighthawk's salary was equivalent to earning 15 or 16,000 in a city where the average was 3 or 4,000. Though considering the dangers this job might entail, the salary seemed very reasonable. But regardless, with this money, he'd be able to support his sister and live a prosperous life. That's about all I can tell you. Other details can only be disclosed after you join the team. Dunn added, I don't mean to force you to agree. You can think it over and give me your final answer. After all, once you join, your life may take a completely different path. After speaking, his gray eyes calmly watched Silas without the slightest hint of pressure. Silas thought for a moment, then turned to look at Cecilia. How much could you earn pasting a basket of matchboxes? Cecilia was startled, then replied, it used to be 2.25 pence, but I haven't done piecework in a while, so I don't know the current rate. Hearing this, Silas fell silent for a few seconds before smiling. Throw that brush away. We won't need it anymore. With that, he stood up and extended his hand toward Dunn. I wish to join the Nighthawks squad. Welcome. Dunn also smiled and reached out to shake his hand. His palm was warm and firm. 2 mornings later, at 6 Daffodil Street. Dressed in brand new formal attire, Silas stood in his newly rented house, looking at himself in the mirror. Having shed his old restraint jacket, his handsome features paired with well-tailored clothing made him particularly attractive. Only a hint of gloom and sickness still seemed hidden between his brows, adding a touch of unusual quality to his bearing. A bit conspicuous. Silas thought to himself. After deciding to join that day, Dunn had the team's accountant, Mrs. Oriana, advance him 2 weeks' salary as settling in money. Silas didn't refuse, since the siblings currently owned only a broken suitcase's worth of possessions, and he urgently needed money to settle both his sister and himself. So over the next 2 days, he'd been renting a house, getting outfits for both himself and his sister, and purchasing necessary items. Only today had everything finally been sorted out, giving him time to report to the team. Silas took his hat from the coat rack and placed it on his head, then called upstairs, "Are you ready yet?" A figure appeared timidly at the stairs. It was Cecilia in a new dress, carrying a book bag in her hand. "Do I really have to go?" She was somewhat uneasy. "I've already paid your tuition. How can you not go?" Silas smiled and patted Cecilia's shoulder. "Just listen in class. My sister is so smart, there definitely won't be any problems." That's right. Starting today, Cecilia would be attending school. Before the family tragedy, his sister had been attending middle school at the Goddess's church school with excellent grades. If she could graduate smoothly, she'd very likely find a good job. But to take care of Silas, she'd had no choice but to drop out and return home, trapped in their apartment's small room. As someone from modern Earth, Silas's emphasis on education was ingrained in his bones. Now that they had the means, he absolutely had to arrange everything for his sister. Whatever happened, she had to finish her education. So using Dunn's connections, Cecilia had easily restored her student status and officially returned to school. "But Silas, are you sure you don't need me to take care of you?" Being able to return to school made Cecilia quite happy, but she still hesitated, worried about Silas having an episode. "My illness is cured. You've seen it yourself, haven't you? I haven't had another attack this whole time." Silas confidently patted his chest. "Come on, let's go. You don't want to be late on your first day back at school, do you?" Only then did Cecilia happily head out the door. After seeing off his sister, it was time for Silas to report to the team. Chapter 16, The Agreement. After locking the door, Silas descended the steps. Next door, the entrance to 2 Narcissus Street swung open, and a scholarly-looking young man with brown eyes and black hair stepped out. Spotting Silas, he broke into a friendly smile. "Good morning, Silas." "Morning, Klein." This young man was his colleague Klein Moretti, who had started the job a few weeks before him. When this friendly co-worker learned that Silas urgently needed to find lodging, he'd offered advice and recommended that Silas come to Narcissus Street to be his neighbor. Klein's older brother Benson had been especially helpful, taking care of all sorts of paperwork and even haggling with the landlord until he'd managed to bring the rent down to 12 soldi per week. Silas was deeply grateful. "Did you get everything sorted out at home?" "Yeah, I'm heading to report to the captain now," Silas said with a smile. "I've really got to thank you for helping me find this place. I never would have gotten everything done so quickly otherwise. You should thank Benson instead. He's the one who handled everything." Klein said. "The housing here on Narcissus Street really is quite nice. My sister loves it. It's the first time she's ever had her own room, and she was so excited she couldn't even sleep. Same with my sister. The moment she laid eyes on the place, she didn't want to leave." The 2 guys with younger sisters exchanged a round of bragging, both wearing knowing smiles. They chatted as they walked and boarded a public carriage. Along the way, women kept glancing at Silas. He pretended not to notice, though Klein seemed a bit uncomfortable with the attention. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Zutland Street. They got off together and walked to the entrance of the Blackthornne Security Company. "Come to think of it, the last time I was here was, well, the last time. Ahem, that was at night." Silas looked at the sign, half nostalgic in his thoughts, and followed Klein through the door. The lobby, which had been completely wrecked before, had been freshly renovated. New furniture, new partitions, and even the floor were brand new. It was a sight that lifted the spirits. Roseanne, the brown-haired girl he'd met before, was making coffee at the front desk. Hearing someone come in, she looked up. She recognized Klein and was about to greet him when she spotted Silas behind him. Her eyes lit up. "Good morning, Roseanne." "Morning, Klein. And this is?" She stared at Silas with obvious interest. "Silas Launder. We've met before." Silas gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, the graceful gesture making Roseanne's gaze turn dreamy. "Hello, Silas. I'm Roseanne." "Wait, Silas Launder." She answered instinctively, then suddenly seemed to remember something and cried out, You're the one from that night." "That's me," Silas said. "Oh." Roseanne's shoulders shrank. The smile on her face vanished quickly, replaced by a touch of fear and unease, as if she were recalling something she'd been through. "The captain, he's in his office. It's the first room on the right past the partition. He told me that when you arrived, you could go straight to him," she said carefully. "Got it. Thank you, Miss Roseanne." Silas seemed completely unbothered by Roseanne's change in demeanor. He thanked her casually and headed toward the partition. Once Roseanne caught sight of Silas disappearing behind the partition, she immediately sidled up to Klein and lowered her voice. Klein, is he really joining the Nighthawk squad?" "Yeah, why? Are you afraid of him?" Klein couldn't help but want to laugh. to be honest, a little. Roseanne said with a pained expression. Just seeing Hannis that night was scary enough, and he even killed Hannis. Good Lord, when I saw that puddle of blood and flesh on the floor with my own eyes, I nearly fainted. I had nightmares for several nights afterward. Don't worry, Silas is a good guy. Klein could only offer reassurance. Besides, think about it. If he were really that dangerous, would the captain have let him stay? With his explanation, Roseanne relaxed her guard somewhat. Knock knock. Silas stopped outside the office and rapped his knuckles on the door. Come in. Dunn's low, gentle voice came from inside. Pushing the door open, Silas saw him sitting behind the desk, his gray eyes deep and calm. His usual black overcoat and top hat hung on the coat rack, he wore only a shirt and vest. Compared to their encounters on those 2 nights, the nightmare-like, deeply terrifying aura about him had receded considerably. He seemed warmer now. Captain. Silas greeted Dunn. Now that he'd officially joined the team, it was only natural to change how he addressed him. The telegram from the Holy Cathedral came back. It's good news, Dunn said, setting down the document in his hand. The higher-ups have cautiously approved your application to join, but they've required that I keep a close eye on you. That's definitely good news. I'll cooperate fully. Silas smiled. Dunn gave a and looked Silas over. You used to experience hallucinations all the time. Since that night, have you fallen into any more hallucinations? I haven't gone crazy again. Silas's heart stirred, but he played dumb. Captain, why do you think that is? He knew the reason, of course, but in a situation like this, retreating to advance would make him seem less suspicious. I've given it some thought, and this might be the reason. Dunn analyzed slowly. Through a stroke of luck, some people might be born with beyonder characteristics already inside them, essentially solidifying half a starting sequence. There's an orphan in Tingen named Atmosor who's like that. He was naturally suited for the monster pathway. /N, aka Wheel of Fortune pathway. As for you, my guess is that you were naturally suited for the secret supplicant pathway. That's why your spiritual intuition was innately high, making you vulnerable to harm from evil gods and causing you to frequently experience hallucinations. The Aurora Order probably captured you for sacrifice based on this very reason. But now, you've consumed the secret supplicant potion and successfully solidified your sequence. Your previously unstable spiritual intuition has been brought under control, so naturally, you no longer have hallucinations. Dunn concluded. Silas was genuinely surprised for a moment. That actually sounds pretty reasonable. If I didn't know the phantom tide was taking effect, I might actually believe it. No, wait. It'd be better if I pretended to believe it. Oh, I see. Captain, that makes so much sense. Silas said immediately, his face lighting up with a happy smile. So that means I never have to worry about falling into hallucinations again. That's wonderful. This is only my speculation. Take it as a reference. Dunn gave a slight nod. With a swift motion, he pulled open his desk drawer and took out 2 copies of a document. This is the contract for joining the team. Take a look, and if there are no issues, sign it. Silas took the papers and read through the clauses carefully. Various confidentiality agreements and obligations filled the pages in dense text. Even though he was mentally prepared, his head still spun a little. Oh well, I already took the advance on my salary. It's too late to back out now. He smiled resignedly, picked up the fountain pen from Dunn's desk, and signed his name on both documents, adding his fingerprint. Dunn took the contracts from him, stamped them with the seal, put one away for safekeeping, and returned the other to Silas. Very good, Mr. Silas Launder. From this moment on, you are officially a member of the Nighthawks. It's an honor. Silas smiled. But Dunn didn't smile. Instead, he grew even more serious. However, before anything else, there are several important matters I must inform you of in advance. Go ahead. First, and most importantly, under no circumstances are you to seek advancement. Of course, the protagonist will advance eventually, or there'd be no story to write. Dunn's statement here is simply his reasonable reaction based on what he knows about the secret supplicant pathway. Chapter 17, Something's Wrong with Old Neil. Advancement. It took Silas a second to recall what that word meant in the context of mysticism. Basically, it meant consuming a higher-level potion to raise one's sequence. For example, Dunn was sequence 7 of the sleepless pathway, a nightmare. In other words, he had successfully advanced twice. By all rights, raising one's sequence should be a good thing. You'd gain more abilities and spirituality. But why was Dunn so opposed to it? Dunn offered his explanation. For most sequences, advancement carries both risks and opportunities. So as long as Nighthawks follow the regulations, earn sufficient merit, and pass the evaluations, they can consume the relevant potions and gain advancement. But the secret supplicant pathway is different. He clasped his hands together, his right thumb rubbing back and forth over his left. According to our internal records, sequence 8 of the secret supplicant pathway is called Listener. They can directly hear the whispers of hidden existences, thereby gaining powerful, twisted, and unique abilities. But as the price, they must advance within 5 years, or they will inevitably die miserably. I see, Captain. Silas seemed to understand. That does sound quite dangerous. It's not just that. Dunn said, the whispers will alter your cognition, twist your beliefs, and make you worship the true creator. Every single listener, without exception, is completely insane. If one appears normal, then they're simply a madman who's hiding it extremely well. Silas couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. So you're saying, except for the very bottom, every other level of the secret supplicant pathway consists entirely of fanatical followers of an evil god. Evil gods really are ruthless. Exactly. Dunn's gray eyes were filled with gravity. I will not allow a follower of an evil god to exist in my team. If one day you truly stray from the path and seek advancement to become a believer of an evil god, I will absolutely fulfill my duty as captain and personally purify you myself. Those words may be harsh, but I have to say them up front. Silas, do you understand? As he spoke, his expression was utterly serious, making it clear he wasn't joking in the slightest. Silas straightened in his seat. I hear you, Captain. I definitely won't seek advancement. Good that you've agreed. Dunn nodded. There's one more thing. Because you have a history of mental illness, after joining, you'll need to submit a recovery certificate issued by a psychiatric hospital. Easy. I know that place well. Silas made a somewhat dark joke, then continued asking, Captain, does this count as starting work? What do I do next? You've had absolutely no contact with mysticism knowledge before, so what comes next is receiving training in that area. You'll be taught personally by old Neil, the most senior support staff member on our team. Klein also needs to take mysticism courses, so you can just study together with him. Sounds good. Sure enough, no matter where you go, new hires have to go through training first. Silas put away the contract and stood up. Then I'll head out now, Captain. Wait a moment. Just as he stood, he heard Dunn say, there's one more thing. Remember to get a revolver from old Neil, then pick up 30 rounds of ammunition each day. There's a shooting range on the street that's exclusively ours. Find time to go practice. As he spoke, Dunn quickly wrote out a slip and signed and stamped it. I can get a gun, and they provide free ammunition for practice. Silas took the slip, his eyes lighting up. The Nighthawks' benefits really were excellent. He thanked him, turned around, and had only taken a few steps. Wait again. Dunn called him back once more. The captain's memory really isn't very good, is it? Silas immediately understood Klein and Leonard's state that night. Captain, is there something else? He asked with a smile. Old Neil holds class in the armory. If you don't know where it is, you can have Roseanne show you the way. Got it. After answering, Silas was smart enough not to leave immediately. Instead, he slowed his pace and waited a bit longer, only pushing the door open to leave after confirming Dunn wouldn't call him back again. Leaving the captain's office, he returned to the lobby. Klein had probably gone to class. Only Roseanne remained at the front desk. Seeing Silas look her way, she was so startled that she immediately stood up straight. In fact, she stood so abruptly that her leg banged against the chair with a loud thud. Is there something you need? Her eyes glistening with tears, she asked while rubbing her leg. The captain told me to find Mr. Neil in the armory. Could you show me the way? No problem. Roseanne's face was written all over with reluctance, but she still agreed miserably. She walked past the partition and led Silas deeper into the corridor, eyes straight ahead, one leg seeming to limp slightly. I should have just asked her to point out the way and gone myself. Silas thought privately. Now it looks like I'm some kind of villain. The two didn't exchange words, just made their way to the end of the corridor like that. Roseanne pulled open a door, revealing not a room but a staircase spiraling downward. Gas lamps hung on the walls on both sides, burning steadily and driving back the darkness in the depths below. You have to go down. Roseanne pointed at the stairs. The two descended the steps, their footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. After going down roughly 1 or 2 floors worth of height, the stairs leveled out, and a long, narrow corridor came into view. Gas lamps and the goddess's holy symbols alternated on the walls. Though it was the height of summer, the temperature here was quite cool. Silas knew they'd reached the underground level. So they've hidden things this deep down here. Well, there must be plenty of things that can't be kept out in the open. If you walk forward a bit, you'll see a crossroads. Left goes to St. Selena's Cathedral, straight ahead is Cheney's Gate, and on the right are the armory and archives. Roseanne pointed ahead. Got it. I can go the rest of the way myself from here. Thank you very much, Miss Roseanne. Hearing Silas say this, Roseanne looked as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She practically flew back up the stairs, her hurried footsteps echoing through the spacious corridor. She didn't need to be quite that rushed. Silas shook his head and stepped forward. Following Roseanne's directions, he turned right at the crossroads. At the end of the corridor, he saw 2 iron doors. One of them was the armory where mysticism lectures were currently being held. He rapped his knuckles against the iron door. Come in. An aged voice came from inside, somewhat muffled through the iron door. Silas pushed the door open and walked in. He saw Klein sitting and listening to the lesson, and behind the desk, an old man wearing a black classical robe. His hair was grizzled, and his wrinkles deep. Beyond that, floating in the void behind him was a pair of transparent eyes without eyelashes. Boom. The instant he saw those eyes, Silas felt an explosion in his brain, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. The fact that listening changes one's cognition can be referenced by Heath the Sanguine, who remained normal after skipping this stage. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 18, How can you say that? Secrets Suppliant is a profession with extremely high spiritual intuition. Compared to ordinary beyonders, they find it easier to perceive hidden and terrifying existences. They can make use of hidden existences, but more often than not, they're influenced by them and driven to madness. The instant he saw the strange eyes behind old Neil, Silas suddenly recalled these words Dunn had once said. He was absolutely right, too. It would have been nice if he'd also bothered to tell Silas that there were such dangerous things right here in Nighthawk headquarters. The sinister aura from those terrifying eyes came flooding into Silas's mind. He quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with them, which helped a little. His nose felt itchy. He reached up to wipe it and found blood flowing out. The illusory sound of ocean waves faintly echoed in his mind, and the suffocating sense of pressure weakened considerably. Silas, you finally made it. What's wrong with you? Klein's words of welcome weren't even finished before he noticed something off about Silas. I'm fine. Silas quickly wiped away the blood and looked up with a smile. It's a bit dark in this room. I wasn't adjusted to it just now and got a little dizzy. He didn't plan to expose what he'd seen. Instead, he'd act as if nothing was wrong. You must be Silas Launder, right? Old Neil said with a smile from behind the desk. Dunn already told me about you. From now on, just come here on time and study together with Klein. Hello, Mr. Neil. Silas stared at his face, maintaining his smile while doing his best not to look at the enormous eyes floating behind him. They were terrible, eerie eyes, without eyelashes, transparent to the point of being nearly illusory, their gaze full of cruelty and indifference. They clung to old Neil's back, drifting back and forth with his movements, almost like some new growth sprouting from his body. What the hell is going on? What is that thing? Relying on his intuition, Silas was certain those enormous eyes were absolutely not anything benign. On the contrary, those eyes gave him the same feeling as the true creator he'd once seen in his hallucinations, evil, mad. In other words, they were very likely related to an evil god. An evil god again. Damn it, if I'd known, I wouldn't have joined the team. Captain, didn't you say the regular work was pretty leisurely, the danger level wasn't high, and encountering evil gods was an extremely rare occurrence? And I believed you. Silas's smile stiffened, and cold sweat gradually broke out on his back. Klein, sitting beside him, had maintained a completely composed expression the whole time, as if he couldn't see those eyes at all. For a moment, Silas really envied him. Hey, young man, are you listening? What made it worse was that the old man kept trying to talk to him, looking like he wanted to come over. Of course I'm listening, Mr. Neil. It's an honor to be a student in your mysticism course. Silas tipped his top hat slightly in a gesture of respect. Please, have a seat. Right next to Klein is fine. Old Neil said, pointing at the chair opposite. Silas had no choice but to sit down. At the same time, he was rapidly thinking through how he should handle this. Shouting out loud on the spot or running away would definitely be the stupidest move. Setting aside whether anyone would believe him, if the situation were fine right now but his actions instantly escalated the conflict and made things go south, he'd be the one in trouble. That being the case, his best choice was to temporarily pretend nothing was abnormal. So Silas could only force himself to act normal and listen as old Neil continued. Silas, tell me about your education. I never went to school, but I can read and write at a basic level. Oh, right, Dunn mentioned that to me. So that means you probably haven't studied Hermes or ancient Hermes, have you? Silas shook his head. Old Neil looked at Silas's reaction, confirming his guess, then explained, simply put, both of these languages carry mysticism and can be used to communicate with deities. There are also others like ancient Fasak, ancient Elvish, and so on, but Hermes is still the most commonly used. If you want to learn mysticism, this language is a must. Understand. Silas had only heard of these languages before, but hadn't realized they had such uses. Without looking at the eyes behind old Neil, he asked earnestly, "So how should I start learning?" "Klein knows them all. Just have him teach you." Old Neil said with a laugh, tossing the responsibility to his colleague. "He's a top student from the history department at Hoy University. More than qualified to teach you. If you don't mind, that is." Klein didn't seem to care either way. For the rest of the time, old Neil introduced Silas to a series of mysticism basics, roughly covering the topics they'd be studying going forward, including astrology, pendulum divination, herbalism, ritual magic, and extraordinary creatures. His language was witty and humorous. If not for the terrifying eyes constantly asserting their presence behind him, this would have been a very engaging and interesting introductory mysticism lesson. "Oh, there's one thing I need to specifically warn you about," old Neil said solemnly. "Never pray to mysterious existences outside the seven gods. Otherwise, it could very likely invite unimaginable consequences. Your pathway is prone to encountering hidden existences, so you absolutely must pay extra attention. Caution and restraint." "How can you say that to me?" Silas looked with dead eyes at the thing behind him, thinking privately. That thing was clearly something he'd attracted. Old Neil also specifically taught Silas an ability called spirit vision. According to him, it was the most commonly used, most basic ability in the mystical domain. It allowed those who activated spirit vision to see more mysterious things, as well as certain existences that would normally go unnoticed. Hearing him say this, Silas immediately made an excuse to decline, just saying he hadn't been sleeping well lately and didn't want to try it. "Are you kidding? Without spirit vision activated, you already made my nose bleed. If I activate spirit vision, won't my brain just cook itself?" Just like that, relying on the protection of the phantom ocean in his mind and his own efforts at pretending, Silas finally made it through to the end of the lesson. He and Klein said goodbye to old Neil, chatting as they left the underground and climbed the spiral staircase back to the ground-level corridor. "Oh, right, I've got something I need to tell the captain about," Silas said to Klein, appearing completely calm. "I'll head out first, then." Klein waved at him and left ahead of him. Silas watched him go, then walked to Dunn's office and knocked. After receiving Dunn's permission from inside, he pushed the door open and entered. Dunn was still the same as when he'd left earlier, sitting behind the desk, except the air now carried the scent of burned tobacco. "Is something the matter?" Dunn looked at him calmly. Silas took a deep breath. Actually, he'd considered just now whether the captain was reliable. After all, even old Neil, the most senior member of the Nighthawk team, was in this state. There was no guarantee Dunn wouldn't have problems, too. But thinking back on what had happened before, Dunn had completely fulfilled his duties as a Nighthawk, and as an enforcer, he'd even shown some human warmth. Plus, his own eyes had only seen that old Neil had a problem. If Dunn were corrupt, theoretically, he'd also carry the mark of an evil god, and clearly, he didn't. So Silas decided to trust Dunn. "Captain, do you trust me?" Having made his decision, he spoke earnestly. Dunn gave him an odd look. "What are you trying to say?" "Old Neil, something seems off about him." Chapter 19, the high-level deacon arrives. Bang. Bang. Silas fired repeatedly at the target 10 meters away, the revolver's loud report punctuating each pull of the trigger as the recoil slammed against his palm and the web of his thumb. After emptying all 6 rounds, he lowered his arm and exhaled deeply, squinting as he looked toward the target. 3 bullet holes were embedded in it. A 50% hit rate. Still needs more practice. Silas's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. He flipped open the hot cylinder with his thumb and gave it a shake. The spent casings clattered to the ground with a metallic jingling. He was currently in a small, enclosed underground shooting range with no one else around. This was the basement range at 3 Zutland Street. Most of the facility belonged to the Tingen City Police Department, but this small section was reserved specifically for the Nighthawks practice sessions. Silas walked over to the rest area and sat down, placing the revolver on the table and beginning to wipe it down carefully with a handkerchief for maintenance. Come to think of it, he'd gotten this revolver and the ammunition from old Neil. As he maintained his weapon, he recalled that day's events. Because he'd been frightened by the abnormality on old Neil's body, Silas had run straight upstairs to find Dunn after the mysticism lesson, not even daring to collect the gun he'd been so eager to get. He'd originally worried that Dunn would doubt him. After all, old Neil was a teammate of many years, while Silas was just a rookie on his first day. But after he carefully described the appearance of those eyes on old Neil's back, Dunn quickly believed him. According to Dunn, the image of cold, lashless eyes perfectly matched the description of the evil god at the apex of old Neil's pathway. There was no way Silas, who had no background in mysticism, could have invented such a detail. Since Dunn already believed him, the key issue became how to resolve old Neil's problem. How to resolve it? One word, wait. Dunn told Silas not to tell anyone for the time being, he would handle things appropriately. In the meantime, Silas had to maintain his normal state, continuing to attend classes, converse with old Neil, and learn as if nothing had happened. So for the next several days, Silas had an extremely difficult time. He struggled to act as though nothing was wrong, going to work, collecting his gun, receiving training, and joking around with old Neil, all while those strange eyes on his back glared at him. It nearly drove him to a mental breakdown. If Silas hadn't maintained a certain level of trust in Dunn, he would have started to suspect Dunn was in cahoots with old Neil. The pressure weighed heavily on Silas, giving him even stronger motivation to practice his shooting. Every afternoon after work, instead of going straight home, he'd come to the range first to practice for half an hour. Fortunately, tonight was the final deadline. Silas polished his revolver until it gleamed, then loaded the cylinder one by one with demon-hunting bullets. After snapping it closed, he slipped it into the holster under his arm. He stood up and brushed the gunpowder residue from his clothes, took his coat from the nearby rack, and put it on, then left the range and walked out onto the street. The sun was gradually sinking in the west. It was quitting time, and the streets grew crowded with people and carriages coming and going, creating quite a lively scene. Silas merged into the flow of pedestrians, walked along the street for a stretch, entered Old Will's restaurant to pick up the dinner he'd ordered, then carried the meal box and took a public carriage home. By the time he got home, most of the gunpowder smell on him had dissipated. Pushing open the door of 6 Daffodil Street, Silas saw his younger sister Cecilia sitting at the living room table reviewing her lessons. For convenience while studying, she tied her shoulder-length black hair into a ponytail, revealing her fair, slender neck with its graceful, swan-like curve. Seeing Silas enter, she looked up with a smile. "You got off work pretty punctually today." As she turned her head to speak, Cecilia's black ponytail swayed back and forth, quite adorably. "Unfortunately, not really." Silas set the meal box on the table. "I have to stand watch tonight. I'll be staying at the company all night and won't be coming home to sleep. Eat well by yourself, remember to lock the door, and if anything urgent comes up, go find the Moretti family at number 2. Stand watch." "Right, I have to stay awake all night. Everyone takes turns, and tonight's my turn," Silas explained. He noticed his sister's smile fading slightly, so he quickly added, "The good news is there's a stipend for standing watch, so I'll get a little extra pay." "I understand." Cecilia lowered her head and accepted the meal box. "Just let me know earlier next time. I was waiting to have dinner with you." Her obedient and quiet manner made Silas feel a bit guilty. He couldn't help giving her a few more reminders before reluctantly heading out the door. By the time Silas returned to Blackthornne Security Company, night had completely fallen. In late August or early September, the nighttime temperature was just right. He walked into the company lobby, welcomed by the cool evening breeze. "Oh, Silas, it's you. Good evening." Roseanne greeted him from behind the desk. This girl was unexpectedly easygoing. After discovering that Silas really wasn't some weirdo, and after chatting with him a few times, she'd quickly warmed up to him. Now they could talk and laugh together. "Good evening. Have you had dinner?" Silas casually returned the greeting, then turned and entered the break room, closing his eyes to rest on the sofa bed. He told his sister Cecilia he was working the night shift, but in reality, it wasn't his turn to guard the Cheney's gate tonight. Actually, he'd come here tonight because Dunn had specifically instructed him to keep quiet and wait for notice. Before long, the break room door opened and someone walked in. The newcomer had long black hair and a cold expression. It was Royale, whom Silas had met before. "Ms. Royale, your injury has healed," Silas said. The other party's steps were steady, her expression still somewhat weary, but her spirits seemed good. "And them, basically no problems," Royale replied, sitting down on the sofa across from Silas and looking at him with considerable curiosity. When they'd previously met in the break room, Silas had still been someone under protection. Now, however, he'd suddenly transformed into her teammate. The world truly was a wondrous place. "I think I still owe you a thank you. Thank you for saving me." Although she'd been unconscious at the time, based on others' descriptions, if not for Silas, she might have been torn apart and devoured alive by the cultists. "No need to thank me. At the time, I was mainly trying to protect myself." Silas spoke honestly. "But we're teammates now, and protecting your teammates is only natural, isn't it?" Royale nodded. She was about to say something more when the break room door opened once again. Dunn stood in the doorway, wearing his black trench coat and hat. "Silas, come with me." "Oh, Royale's here too. Good, you come along as well." "Captain, where are we going?" Half surprised, half confused, Royale stood up and asked. "We're going to Tingen City Railway Station. A high-level deacon has arrived. Push the story forward with your power stones." Chapter 20, Christette Sesamir, and Lady Daly. Sup. Night had fallen over Tingen City Railway Station. The spacious platform stood empty and desolate, illuminated only by large gas lamps that attracted swarms of flying insects circling in the light. Silas and Royale followed Dunn onto the platform and looked down. The lamplight illuminated a section of track along with the railroad ties and gravel beneath, but further along, the rails were bathed in darkness, extending toward unknown destinations. Why is the station so empty? Are there no passengers? Silas considered this for a second with his transmigrator's way of thinking, then quickly figured it out by combining it with this world's common sense. This world hadn't yet invented electric train lights, trains were powered by steam, and steam locomotives almost never ran at night. So the high-level deacon's train must have been specially arranged, he thought. After all, high-level deacons were the true upper echelon of the church. There were only 9 of them in total, so having certain privileges wasn't anything unusual. Dunn told them that the high-level deacon arriving this time was named Christette Sesamir, with the title, Sword of the Goddess. He himself was Sequence 5, but because he'd gained recognition from a holy relic, his combat power could match that of a newly advanced Sequence 4. Sequence 4, that sounds incredibly powerful. I wonder what a Sequence 4 of the Secrets Suppliant pathway would be like. Bah, what's that got to do with me? The chaotic thoughts had barely surfaced before Silas immediately snuffed out his own curiosity. I'll just honestly stay a Sequence 9. I don't want to go crazy. Just then, a train whistle suddenly sounded. Some massive thing was crushing the rails as it rumbled toward the platform. Silas was startled because the sound came so abruptly. 1 second, everything outside had been quiet, the next second, the moving locomotive was already close at hand, as if it had compressed a great distance and appeared here directly. It's here. Dunn reminded them both. Sure enough, as he'd said, a steam train gradually entered the station, accompanied by the sound of its movement. Billowing white steam poured out in large quantities from beneath the cars and the smokestack at the front. Under the illumination of the platform's gas lamps, the steam resembled an orange-red giant beast slowly stretching its enormous body. With a hissing sound of brakes, the train came to a stop. Behind the locomotive was attached only a single passenger car. Through the gushing steam, a man in a black trench coat slowly emerged. The first thing Silas noticed was the man's hands. Because on this summer night, he was actually wearing a pair of bright red gloves. One of those red-gloved hands carried a silvery white metal briefcase, about the size of a violin case. That briefcase. Silas felt a quiet, terrifying power emanating from it. That power drew his gaze, as if black energy surrounded the briefcase, concealing deeper secrets. If he activated his spirit vision, perhaps he could see through the fog. Swish. The briefcase moved slightly as the hand holding it adjusted its angle. Silas felt his gaze loosen. He immediately raised his head, not daring to look at the case anymore. The owner of the hand glanced lightly at Silas, then walked up to Dunn without breaking stride. He appeared to be around 30 years old. His tawny hair was almost plastered to his scalp, and his dark green eyes were calm and profound. The collars of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, covering his chin and hiding even his lips in shadow. Welcome to Tingen, Lord Sesama. Dunn bowed in greeting. Good evening, Captain Dunn. There's no crimson moon tonight, but the goddess's stars still adorn the night sky. Christette Sesamir said. The 2 men exchanged smiles. Lord Sesama, why did you come by train when you clearly have faster methods available? Well, if it were just me, of course I could. But this time I brought along a guest on the way. Christette said this, and as his words fell, another figure appeared from the train. This was a beautiful lady wearing a hooded black robe. Blue eye makeup adorned the area around her eyes, and silver chains and crystals decorated her chest and wrists. Overall, she looked both bewitching and beautiful. Lady Daly. Silas heard Royale call out from beside him, seeming quite familiar with the other party. Dunn, however, frowned. Why are you here? Am I not allowed? Daly's lips curved into a playful smile as she looked at Royale. Hearing Dunn say this, her smile froze. She looked back at Dunn and asked, Mr. Dunn Smith, old Neil has also been my teammate for many years. Now that something's happened to him, you didn't even tell me. Something happened to old Neil. What's wrong with him? Royale exclaimed in shock, casting an inquiring look at Dunn. Dunn looked left at Royale, then right at Daly, showing a hint of helplessness in his expression for the first time. By the time Royale understood what had happened to old Neil, they were already in a carriage heading to old Neil's residence. Old Neil usually likes to take advantage of bargains and enjoys joking around, but he's essentially a good person, cautious and restrained. Captain, are you sure you haven't made some kind of mistake? She asked, suppressing her emotions. Dunn was silent for a moment before saying, I've already secretly examined old Neil with a sealed artifact. Unfortunately, there are indeed signs of evil god corruption on him. I can only say that he usually hit it too deeply for anyone to notice. But Royale was momentarily at a loss for words. She looked imploringly at Silas, as if begging him to stand up right now and loudly announce in the carriage that he hadn't seen anything before. Daly pressed her lips tightly together, and there seemed to be some reluctance in the depths of her eyes as well. Royale, you know Dunn. He never casually slanders others. We don't yet know exactly what happened to old Neil, but it's definitely beyond the normal range. We can only pray that he hasn't fallen too deeply and can still go to the goddess's divine kingdom with a clean soul. Based on their earlier conversation, Silas learned that Daly had also been a Nighthawk in Tingen before. Because of her exceptional talent, she'd advanced quickly and had already become a Sequence 7 powerhouse like Dunn, so she'd been transferred to Port and Matt. However, she still often came to Tingen to assist with cases. Christet gazed calmly out the carriage window. Since getting in the car, he hadn't spoken at all, as if completely detached from the matter. But if that's the case, can we only watch as old Neil gets purified? Royale said quietly, with both unwillingness and resignation. Upon hearing this, both Dunn and Daly fell silent. Not just Royale, how could they be willing to personally eliminate their teammate? Perhaps old Neil can still be saved. Just then, Silas broke the suffocating atmosphere and spoke up. After hearing this, everyone froze, then simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. Even Christet, who had been looking out the window, slowly turned his head to look at Silas. His eyes were calm, as if seeing through to the deepest parts of Silas's heart. Author's note, the pace seems a bit slow, we'll speed up soon. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 21, Heretic. By the time Silas's carriage arrived at old Neil's doorstep, night had already fallen deep. The two-story detached house had lights still glowing through the glass windows on either side of the front door, their glow spilling onto the walkway outside. They passed through the garden filled with roses and lemon balm, breathing in the fragrant scent of the plants while faintly hearing the sound of a piano from inside. The music was beautiful and light-hearted, echoing freely through the quiet night. Can the old man play piano? Wouldn't have guessed. Silas thought to himself, then noticed that Dunn, Royale, Daly, and others familiar with old Neil had all changed expressions. Old Neil doesn't know how to play piano. Royale explained in a low voice to Silas. A chill ran through Silas's heart. Then who could be playing in the middle of the night? The spirits around us are very uneasy. Daly said with her eyes closed, sensing something. Indeed. Christet said calmly, then let's begin. He didn't enter through the door. Instead, he stood right there on the walkway before the entrance and began to sing softly. It was a melody without words, pure and flowing. His voice seemed to harmonize with the night itself, and the roses and lemon balm swayed their branches in the evening breeze. Everything felt so peaceful and serene. Silas felt his eyelids growing heavy. Fortunately, he wasn't the target of the song, so after shaking his head slightly, he managed to dispel the drowsiness. He saw something half-transparent drift out from inside Christet's upturned collar. It floated forward silently, passing through the front door and entering old Neil's home. The piano music inside old Neil's house gradually stopped. Good, we can go in now. Christet said flatly. Impressive. He subdued the target without making a sound. This is what a high-ranking deacon can do. Silas couldn't help but admire him. He followed the others to the front door and, as Royale grasped the handle and pulled it open, the scene inside the house was revealed. The interior was very clean and tidy, so tidy that it didn't even look like a home where an elderly man lived alone. Past the entryway with its coat rack and umbrella stand was a spacious living room. In the center of the living room lay a patterned carpet, and on the carpet sat a heavy round table. Around the table were comfortable sofas, rocking chairs, and a piano. Silas instinctively looked toward the piano. He seemed to see a transparent figure there. At that moment, old Neil was slumped over the round table, his head resting on his arms, sleeping peacefully. He was quite far from the piano, and there was no one else present. Behind him, the familiar eerie eye still floated, but now another transparent thing was entangled with it, making it fly up and down, unable to direct its gaze toward Silas. Silas immediately recognized this as the thing Christet had released. He couldn't help but look at Christet, only to find the man looking back at him. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Christet asked evenly. On the carriage earlier, Silas had spoken up to say that old Neil still had a chance of being saved. This wasn't him grandstanding or talking nonsense, but rather a discovery he'd made through several days of observation. Old Neil, it seemed, hadn't completely degenerated into someone who'd lost control. Through careful confirmation, he'd found that the pair of eyes was only attached to old Neil's body for now. Though they were constantly eroding old Neil's body, they hadn't yet invaded the depths of his spirit. It was just that old Neil's defenses had become extremely fragile. Who knew how much longer he could hold on? I need 2 candles and a dagger. Silas said. Royale immediately stood and, familiar with the layout, entered one of the rooms in old Neil's house. Before long, she emerged carrying 2 white ritual candles and a silver dagger. Until last year, we often visited old Neil's home as guests. Facing Silas's inquiring gaze, Royale answered, her eyes somewhat dimmed. But back then, there was no piano in his house. Silas said nothing and reached out to take the candles and dagger. Captain, I need you to lay old Neil flat on the floor, then remove his shirt. Dunn nodded, his expression grave as he supported old Neil's shoulders and lifted him from the table. Old Neil was sleeping deeply, his body like mud, offering no resistance. It took Dunn some effort to pull him onto the floor. He was supporting old Neil's body and couldn't free his hands, so he frowned, seemingly considering whether to ask Daly or Royale for help with the undressing. In that instant, Crestet's hand, which was holding the silver-white case, trembled slightly. Old Neil's clothes suddenly looked as if they'd been cut by sharp, invisible blades. They fell away in countless strips of fabric, exposing his aged and frail upper body. Suddenly, without his shirt, old Neil's body twitched slightly, and he hummed a few times, as if feeling the cold. But his eyes remained tightly shut, unable to wake. Silas also sat down on the floor. He lit the 2 candles between old Neil and himself, then looked at Dunn. Captain, you know I've only just become a Nighthawk. My understanding of mysticism isn't deep enough yet. This method was something I reasoned out from the rituals provided in the potion formula, so it might not work. So. It's all right. Just do your best. Whatever the outcome, I won't blame you. Dunn said with calm eyes. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help old Neil like this. That's all I needed to hear. Silas nodded. He then looked at Crestet, who stood silently to the side, and swallowed. This method might involve some questionable powers. Please don't consider me a heretic. Crestet stood behind him, looking down with moss-green eyes like a lake at night. I'm watching right here. Whether you're a heretic or not, I'll make my own judgment. That's not exactly a promise. Silas grumbled internally. He steeled himself and raised the dagger. Captain, please step back. After seeing Dunn retreat a certain distance, Silas moved the dagger through the air, an invisible thing spurted from the dagger's tip. His movements were somewhat clumsy, but he still succeeded in constructing an invisible barrier that separated him and old Neil from the outside world. Old Neil taught pretty well. What a shame. He looked around, thinking to himself. This barrier was called a wall of spirituality. It could separate the inside from the outside, preventing them from affecting each other. The invisible force being used came from within his body, and in mysticism was called spirituality. It could be intuitively understood as mental power or spiritual energy. With the wall of spirituality successfully formed, Silas wasted no more time. Gritting his teeth, he dragged the dagger across his fingertip in a deep cut. Blood immediately welled up. Hiss, that hurts. Enduring the pain, Silas placed his bloodied finger on old Neil's chest and began drawing quickly. His finger moved rapidly, tracing the simple holy emblem of the true creator on the skin of old Neil's chest. Then, outside the emblem, he drew a small circle that enclosed the holy symbol within. After finishing, he steadied his mind, then nodded toward Crestet outside the wall. The latter gestured, and the transparent thing entangling the eerie eye stopped its restraint. Instead, it passed through the wall of spirituality and flew back into Crestet's body. The giant eye, having regained its freedom, immediately floated upward. It turned its cold and cruel gaze toward Silas. PFF. Blood instantly spurted from Silas's nose. Chapter 22, The Hidden Sage. The malice from the eerie eye was extremely obvious. Even though Silas wasn't making eye contact with it, it still glared at him viciously, like some petty, small-minded person. If it were a human, Silas could easily ignore such a stare. But when it came from an evil and terrifying existence, such a gaze became extremely dangerous. Silas felt his head buzzing, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. The illusory sound of ocean waves rose in his mind, blocking further harm for him, but the injuries that had already appeared continued. Blood streamed past his lips and chin, dripping onto the floor of old Neil's house. Silas knew his time was limited. He took a deep breath, gazed at the flickering candlelight, and prayed in a low voice. Lord who created everything. After taking old Neil's lessons, he'd learned that this strange language coming from his mouth was actually Hermes. With the first line of prayer, the world outside the wall of spirituality suddenly went dark. Even the figures of Dunn and the others, so close by, became impossible to see clearly. The bloody pattern on old Neil's body began to come alive, and under the reflection of the candlelight, it seemed to become as vivid as something that had gained life. Ruler behind the curtain of shadow. In the darkness, some great existence was quietly rising. The world grew darker still, leaving only the 2 candle flames glowing with light the size of beans. Twisted murmurs began to appear, layered upon layered, making anyone who heard them feel irritable and anxious. The bloody pattern quietly sank inward, as if it had devoured old Neil's skin and superficial flesh, carving itself directly onto his chest. The illusory eye suddenly stopped floating, as if it had been fixed in midair, no longer moving. "I can't keep reciting." The murmuring echoed in Silas's ears, like something constantly hammering at his nerves, excavating his brain matter. Silas instinctively sensed the danger. He interrupted the process of reciting the honorific name of the true Creator and, using the influence he had already brought down, shouted loudly. "Praise the Lord's glory, depravity is the rebirth of all." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bloody engraved pattern on old Neil's chest began to writhe. The eye that had originally been attached to old Neil suddenly flew swiftly into old Neil's body, as if sucked in by some invisible force. Immediately after, the symbol representing the true Creator dissolved, like paint bleeding into water, but it was bound by the red circle and could only spread within that small area on his chest. Before long, the skin within the red circle turned bright red, with something stirring restlessly beneath the skin. With a squelching sound, 4 cracks split open on the red skin, then slowly expanded. They were actually 4 cold, lashless eyes. 2 pairs of eyes, one above the other, appeared on old Neil's chest. Perhaps it was Silas's wishful thinking, but in those 2 pairs of eyes, besides coldness, there seemed to be a trace of bewilderment. Bang! Silas raised the dagger and pierced through the wall of spirituality. In the howling wind of spiritual power flowing out, he shouted loudly. "Mr. Casimir, now!" Swish! In the next instant, a white light flashed rapidly before his eyes. Silas couldn't describe what kind of light it was. He only felt that in the moment he saw the light, the world seemed to cease to exist, leaving only that beam of light in his vision. When he came to his senses, Christette, who had been behind him, had already appeared beside old Neil. The silver-white metal case slammed onto the floor behind Silas with a thunderous crash. A large patch of skin had been sliced away from old Neil's chest, exposing the pink muscle beneath, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. Pat! A piece of bloody skin fell to the ground. The 4 eyes on it were spinning rapidly, and the piece of skin struggled and jumped like some kind of creature, but ultimately it couldn't hold on for long and completely dissipated into black ash. Did it work? Silas muttered in disbelief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Dunn and the others also held their breath, waiting for Christette's judgment. Christette turned sideways, hiding his right arm, which was gripping something, at his side. He looked down at old Neil and, after a few seconds, said calmly, "It worked." The expulsion was very clean. Phew! Silas heard a chorus of relieved exhales from the people behind him. "That's wonderful." Tears welled in Daly's eyes. Though Dunn and Royale said nothing, their joy was evident on their faces. They all looked at Silas simultaneously. "Silas, you saved his life." Dunn strode over to him and pulled him up, his palm gripping Silas's arm tightly. "First, Royale and Klein, and now old Neil. I'm extremely glad that I invited you to join the team back then. Pure luck." Silas also broke into a grin, with a trace of lingering fear. Royale and Daly also gathered around, constantly offering words of praise and gratitude. Even as Silas felt happy, he was also reflecting on how well-liked old Neil was to have so many people caring about him. Just then, Christette glanced over, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. "You used the true Creator's authority over depravity, didn't you?" he asked. Silas gave a small, wry smile. "You really don't miss a thing, do you?" This time, the ritual he'd used was called Revelation of Depravity. The ritual's original purpose was to trigger a Beyonder's descent into losing control, making them a sacrifice to the true Creator. However, Silas had used restrictions to confine the area of depravity to a small patch of skin on old Neil's chest. Because the loss of control was forcibly triggered, the evil power that had originally been dispersed and attached to old Neil's body was forcibly gathered together, then directly cut away with the help of Christette's goddess's holy relic. In other words, the depravity ritual's original intent was bad, but Silas had used it for good. Hee hee. Christette finally smiled. Looking at Silas, he said, "You're really very clever. But don't do this again next time." He opened his mouth wide, smiling happily. Due to the angle, Silas saw through the gap in the middle of his collar the part the other men had kept hidden. It turned out that in Christette's concealed mouth, every single tooth had transparent existences attached to it. They squirmed and swayed, revealing illusory human faces. Silas couldn't help but be shocked and alarmed. He suddenly understood why Christette always kept his lips hidden beneath his collar. Old Neil remained in a deep coma. He was covered with Dunn's coat, lifted up, and placed on the round table in the living room, with Daly responsible for watching over him. The rest spread out around the rooms, searching for any remaining dangerous hazards. Silas went into the bedroom on the second floor. He casually flipped through the pages of books on the desk, and a note covered in writing fell out. He looked closely and saw what appeared to be a short honorific name and several rituals. At the end of the honorific name, a name was clearly written. The Hidden Sage. His eyes immediately widened. Chapter 23, Got a House. On the desk in old Neil's bedroom, Silas discovered several messy manuscripts. Among them was a note that recorded the honorific name of the Hidden Sage. Incarnation of spirituality and numbers. Source of all knowledge. The Hidden Sage above the wilderness. To prevent anything bad from happening, he only recited it silently in his mind in Loanese. The spiritual intuition from being a secret suppliant told him that this honorific name should be genuine. The messy manuscripts recorded some bizarre rituals, including a mystical ritual for praying to the Hidden Sage to bestow knowledge, as well as a ritual that was particularly emphasized. Alchemical life. The materials required include 100 milliliters of spring water from the Spring of Elves, Golden Spring on Sonia Island, 50 grams of star crystal, half a pound of pure gold, 5 grams of phlogiston, 30 grams of red iron. And a large quantity of fresh blood from living people. Living human blood. Silas's heart tightened. As he continued reading, he discovered that old Neil had written a note after this line: I can consider drawing my own blood, accumulating it little by little, and preserving it using ritualistic magic. At least he hasn't gone crazy enough to sacrifice other people. Silas thought to himself as he collected the manuscripts, preparing to take them downstairs for everyone to see. Just as he picked up the note with the Hidden Sage written on it, he suddenly hesitated, then placed it in front of him and read it carefully once more. After this period of study, Silas had discovered that one of the Secret Suppliant's abilities was the capacity to quickly memorize various rituals. As long as he read something carefully once, the related procedures and prayers would be deeply imprinted in his mind, easily recalled when needed. So by reading it like this, Silas had essentially memorized the Hidden Sage's honorific name and some rituals related to him. Why record the honorific name of this evil god? Silas himself couldn't say clearly. He just felt that it might come in handy later. It would be best if there never came a time when it was needed. He gathered the manuscripts and walked down the stairs step by step, returning to the living room. The next afternoon. Silas let out a huge yawn, his eyes somewhat moist. Although he'd caught up on a bit of sleep in the morning, he still felt a little tired and appeared quite listless in the circle of colleagues gathered around him. At this moment in the break room, aside from Leonard, who was guarding Chainyskate downstairs, and Royale, who was watching the armory, everyone else was present, packing the place full. They'd all already learned about old Neil's situation. Because the captain and Miss Daly were accompanying the high-ranking deacon, and Royale also had matters to attend to, everyone had no choice but to come find him to get the full story. Silas could only yawn while recounting the sequence of events, omitting the parts that weren't convenient for people to know. When everyone finished hearing the ins and outs of the story, they all let out sighs. Roseanne's eyes dimmed. After a long while, she spoke softly. I heard from the captain that when old Neil was young, he once had a lover he deeply cherished. Just when they were about to get engaged, that lady unfortunately contracted a serious illness and ultimately passed away. He was extremely saddened by this, almost to the point of breaking down. Looking at it this way, that alchemical life ritual was prepared for this reason. Everything old Neil had done was to resurrect his beloved. Silas understood. He unconsciously rubbed his fingertips. The wound he'd cut with the knife yesterday had already healed, the skin intact, as if it had never been injured at all. It really makes you feel sympathetic. Kenley White voiced his sentiment. He was a bit short, but very spirited. Having heard old Neil's story, he seemed to relate strongly. Silas recalled that Kenley also had a fiancée he was about to marry, which explained why he empathized so much with old Neil. The loss of loved ones is always sad. Secatron, the part-time writer, said in an affecting tone, I've decided to leave work early today and spend more time with my family. Well said. Silas couldn't help but nod. After hearing about old Neil's ordeal, he sincerely wanted to go home early to see Cecilia, chat with her, and have dinner together. He noticed that Klein, beside him, was also lost in thought, clearly thinking of his family as well. Will old Neil be all right? Just then, Fry suddenly spoke up, asking the question everyone was unwilling to discuss. After a moment of silence, everyone turned their gazes towards Silas. How would I know? Silas grimaced. To be honest, I'm not sure either, but if old Neil hasn't harmed anyone, at least his life should be spared, right? As if to verify his words, the break room door opened from outside, and Dunn Smith strode in. Captain. Hello, Captain. Captain, how is old Neil doing? Everyone stood up to greet Dunn while anxiously inquiring. Dunn's face showed fatigue. He looked around at everyone and forced a smile. Old Neil passed Mr. Sesamir's review and won't need to go to the tribunal. But as punishment, he'll be taken to work at the cathedral in Backlund. From now on, his days will be spent in confession to the goddess, and he won't be allowed to leave. Everyone sighed again, half because old Neil had at least saved his life, and half because he still inevitably suffered consequences. So doesn't that mean old Neil is basically imprisoned? Roseanne said unwillingly. Being able to avoid losing control and keeping his life is already very good. Dunn said flatly, then turned his gaze to Silas. Silas, come with me for a moment. Yes, Captain. Although he didn't know what Dunn wanted, Silas still stood up at a jog, left the break room, and followed Dunn into his office. Old Neil is very grateful for everything you did to save him. To express his gratitude, he's giving you the house he's leaving behind in Tingen City. As soon as they entered the office, before they'd even sat down, Dunn hit him with explosive news. Huh? Silas said blankly. He heard Dunn continue, houses in the suburbs are relatively cheaper, but because it's a larger detached house with a garden, the total value still exceeds £900. He's already fully entrusted me with this. In a few days, once the transfer papers are signed, the house will be yours. Wait, Captain, is this appropriate? Silas couldn't help but interrupt. A house with a total value of £900, and old Neil is just giving it away like that. His weekly salary was £6, which was already very high, but if he wanted to buy this house, he'd have to work for 150 weeks without eating, drinking, or paying for lodging. That's about 2 or 3 years to save enough money. Moreover, he had a younger sister to support, plus daily expenses, so buying a house had originally been something in the distant future. Who knew that after one night, a house would fall from the sky and soon belong to him? It would be inappropriate if you didn't accept. Dunn said calmly. From now on, old Neil can only spend his time in the cathedral at Blackthornne. Houses and even money are useless to him now. You saved his life and kept him from losing control, sparing him from the tragic fate of being unable to return to the goddess's embrace even after death. That's priceless redemption. If you don't agree, he won't have peace in his days ahead either. Under Dunn's unquestionable tone and old Neil's sincere gratitude, Silas eventually accepted this unexpected gift. Even at this moment, he was still dizzy, his heart full of a sense of unreality. There's one more thing. Mr. Casimir has already left. At this point, Dunn brought up another topic. Actually, he originally came to find you. Chapter 24, Post-Event Summary. The upper echelons of the Church of the Evernight Goddess included 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons. Christet Casimir was one of them. That such an important figure in the church would make a special trip to see him didn't make Silas feel honored, but rather frightened in retrospect. Didn't Mr. Casimir come for old Neil's matter? No, Mr. Casimir made a special trip to see you, to review whether you, a Nighthawk on the Secrets Suppliant pathway, were qualified. It's just that he happened to receive my report, so he decided to handle the matter while he was at it. So in every sense, old Neil should thank you. Dunn said. Then why did he leave again? Silas couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He said that after witnessing your actions to save old Neil, and seeing that the goddess's holy relic approved of you, there was no need for further review. Dunn smiled at this point. This is a good thing, Silas. It means you've been recognized by the Holy Cathedral. Now you truly have official protection. You should be happy. Hearing him say this, Silas did indeed feel a wave of relief. But soon after, he thought of the scene of Christet opening his mouth wide, with wraiths clinging to every tooth, and he felt uneasy again. The joy of acquiring property, the reassurance of being acknowledged by the Holy Cathedral, and his wariness of Christet, various emotions swirled in his heart. He sat there in a daze, not knowing what to say. Also, because old Neil is gone and you and Klein are still newcomers, I'm planning to apply to the Holy Cathedral to have them transfer an assistant from another region to strengthen the team. Until then, you'll have to self-study your mysticism courses. Old Neil said he left all the documents in the data room downstairs. You can read and study them on your own, but be careful. Don't rashly try anything you're uncertain about. Dunn laid out the future arrangements. Upon hearing that the mysticism courses that once tormented him were gone, Silas felt happy but also a bit regretful. After all, old Neil had taught real knowledge. With his departure, Silas would only be able to self-study from now on. I hope Klein has mastered it better and can teach me more. He silently prayed. That's everything, Silas. You can go now. Remember to tell Klein about this as well. Yes, Captain. Silas stood up and slowly moved his feet while secretly counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Here it comes. Silas turned around and asked with a smile, is there something else, Captain? Your newcomer's welcoming dinner has been booked. This Friday evening at Old Will's restaurant. Hey, old Neil won't make it to this feast. He even told me earlier that he was really looking forward to it. I'll remember, Captain. Silas didn't know what to say and could only nod. He prepared to leave again. Wait one more moment. Dunn spoke up once more. Silas was forced to stop. Captain. Remember to submit your proof of mental soundness. It would be best to get the paperwork done and give it to me within the next week. No problem. He turned to leave again. This time, Dunn didn't call him back, and he was able to smoothly exit the office. Nothing eventful happened that afternoon. Silas spent the afternoon at Blackthornne Security Company savoring the news, and also took half an hour to practice shooting. He finally gradually accepted the fact that there was now a house worth £900 in the northern suburbs that would belong to him. His heart finally began to truly feel happy. After work hours, he took the tram to the streets. When Cecilia came home from school and pushed the door open, she saw a large table of delicious food: pan-fried goose liver, roast beef, vegetable salad, lamb stew, cream cake, and a bottle of champagne and a bottle of wine, already opened, shimmering enticingly under the gaslight. "You're back." Silas was pouring champagne into wine glasses. Seeing her come in, he couldn't help but say with a smile. Cecilia looked at all this food with a somewhat bewildered expression. She put down her school bag, thought about it, and asked, "Silas, what are you doing?" "Celebrating good news." Silas smiled. He'd spent the whole afternoon thinking and had figured it out. He truly deserved this reward, so he should accept it frankly and use it to live a better life. That would be living up to old Neil's kind intentions. Good things happen every day, but if we squander money like this, we'll have nothing to eat tomorrow. Cecilia earnestly tried to persuade him. "Don't worry, little sister." Silas couldn't help but laugh. "Actually, what I'm celebrating is this: your brother is so capable that in one night, I earned you an entire house." After he finished speaking, Cecilia didn't show any happiness, but instead looked worried. "Silas, are you having hallucinations again?" /N, haha. Silas couldn't help but give a helpless smile. He had no choice but to explain in detail, though he couldn't tell his sister the whole truth. He could only say what he was allowed to say. It took a great deal of effort before Cecilia believed Silas's words. "Brother, so what you're saying is all true?" She widened her adorable eyes and looked at Silas in astonishment. "You're amazing." "Right." Silas couldn't help but smile. Being sincerely praised by his sister was far more gratifying than being complimented by a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight. "I think so too." Then he clapped his hands. "All right, what are we waiting for? Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat. If the food gets cold, it won't taste as good." So the two washed their hands, took their seats, clinked glasses in celebration, and began to feast heartily. Seeing his sister eating happily, Silas felt genuinely joyful from the bottom of his heart. Then he, too, picked up his knife and fork and joined the eating brigade. After enjoying the meal, the two immersed themselves in the lingering aroma of the delicious food, chatting casually. They rested for quite a while before getting up to clear the table and wash the dishes. "How are things at school? Is anyone bullying you? Are there any clueless punks trying to take advantage of you?" Silas asked while scrubbing plates, glancing at his sister's profile. "Don't worry, brother. The day Mr. Smith took me to school, he had several police officers following behind him. Now everyone's saying I'm some police bigwig's secret daughter. Nobody dares mess with me anymore." Cecilia rinsed the foam off the plates while answering. "That works too." Silas laughed helplessly. "What about your studies? Is there anything you can't keep up with?" "It's fine. What the teachers are teaching is pretty simple. I've been reviewing carefully after class, too. On the last class test, I ranked near the top of the class." His sister's answer was super reassuring. "That's good, that's really good." Silas felt much more at ease. He chatted with Cecilia for a while longer, making plans to go to the theater on the weekend to see a performance. Only then did he finish tidying up, and they each returned to their bedrooms to rest. After returning to his bedroom, he didn't lie down immediately. Instead, he turned on the gas lamp and pulled out a sheet of paper from his desk. Old Neil's situation had given him a bit of a sense of crisis. He wanted to take advantage of having time tonight to properly organize what abilities he currently possessed. Chapter 25, Roselle's Diary. Silas spread out white paper on the table and wrote on it with his pen. Currently available combat methods. 1. Revolver, ordinary bullets and enchanted bullets. He frowned at this line, paused, and awkwardly added a note after it: marksmanship has considerable room for improvement. He continued writing. 2. Secrets Suppliant rituals. Special note, most are extremely evil, requiring the sacrifice of life or extreme emotions. The target of these ritual prayers is the true creator, and the effects obtained will also make oneself depraved and insane. After this line, Silas wrote, it can only be grasped, never practiced. He had deep insights on this point. The miserable results of Sirius and Hannis after they performed their rituals were still vivid in his mind. Moreover, he had acquired a truly large number of these types of rituals, or rather, far too many. He even had a suspicion that ordinary secret suppliants wouldn't master this many rituals. These things crammed into him seemed to be frantically encouraging him to jump into a pit of fire. Damn true creator, causing so much harm. Silas cursed silently, then continued writing. A small portion of rituals prey to entities other than the true creator. The ritual effects are weaker and can be attempted, but still require caution. 3. When writing the third item, he hesitated for a while but still wrote it down. 3. The Hidden Sage. An equally dangerous evil god. The only difference is just one point: he is not the true creator. Perhaps when facing threats from the true creator, no, it's still too dangerous. Unless it's a life or death situation, don't try it either. Silas put down his pen and looked at the 3 items he'd written, gradually showing an expression somewhere between laughter and tears. Because most of these were extremely dangerous abilities that were strictly forbidden to use. The remaining parts, like the handgun and such, he was purely a newbie with no talent for. But based on this review, he roughly figured out the direction of his future efforts. First, he still needed to continue practicing marksmanship, at least to the point where every shot hit the target. Higher precision could wait for now. Second, learn some rituals or auxiliary magic that didn't carry such a heavy burden, like divination or something. That charm Royale had used before seemed to have been obtained through rituals related to the goddess. He could try to learn that. Finally, stay away from those dangerous things. Silas still hoped for a stable life. He now felt that if he really couldn't go back, staying here and living like this with Cecilia would be pretty good. Going to work regularly, occasionally encountering some minor thrills that could be solved by the captain and others while he cheered from behind. Then after work, he'd go home. Once he'd saved enough money and his sister had finished school, things could be even more settled. Hee. Just then, he heard a twisted, malicious laugh. Looking down, in the shadows under the desk, Sirius, with his bloody, shattered head, stretched out a hand covered in tumors and grabbed his ankle. Holy crap. Silas felt his scalp about to explode. He yanked his leg back hard, then kicked viciously, only to hit nothing but air. You've long been a believer of the Lord, blessed by the Lord's favor, and you still want to live an ordinary person's life. Stop dreaming. Silas's leg passed through Sirius's body. He laughed mockingly, constantly speaking venomous words. It seems to be a hallucination. Silas couldn't help but step back. Bang, bang. The bedroom window glass was knocked from outside. Silas looked up and saw a figure pressed against the second-floor glass. It was Hannis, covered in blood all over his body. He grinned with a mouth that extended to his ears, his head constantly knocking against the window. Under the black robe, 2 twisted human faces writhed, letting out shrill screams. The world became dark. Rustling sounds came from the corners, and irregular black lines writhed at the edges of his vision. Erosion from the true creator. Silas shook his head, but no illusory sound of ocean waves rose in his mind. On the contrary, he felt a slightly tipsy confusion. Not external erosion. Could it be a problem from within myself? He recalled the mysticism course he'd taken before. Old Neil had once said that when spirituality was consumed too much or one fell into fatigue, drowsiness, and other states, it could lower a beyonder's mental resistance, making them more likely to lose control and experience hallucinations. I know. It's probably because I drank alcohol, right? Silas thought of the bottle of champagne on the dining table. The alcohol had affected his spirit, causing him to have hallucinations. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed he'd need to give up drinking from now on. So he sat on the bedroom bed and tried to meditate and relax his mind. Sure enough, as his mind became calm, hallucinations like Sirius gradually disappeared, leaving only some shadows in the corners of his vision. Only then did Silas breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up, lit the paper covered in his handwriting and burned it clean, then carefully ground the burned paper ashes into fine powder and poured them into the wastebasket. After that, he washed up and went to bed. When he lay on the bed and closed his eyes, he seemed to see once again the faces of the 2 people he'd killed. Fortunately, he didn't care. He just turned over, pushed them aside, and fell asleep peacefully. A few days later, in the armory of Blackthornne Security Company. Very good. You've completely mastered Hermes. Klein clapped lightly, a smile on his face. Your talent is exceptional. At this rate, Ancient Hermes and Ancient Faceac probably won't be much of a challenge for you either. That's mostly because you're such a good teacher. Silas smiled and set aside the test paper he had completed perfectly. Jokes aside, he didn't think he had particularly high talent. Learning Japanese in his past life had been difficult. That learning Hermes went so smoothly this time was very likely due to the Secrets Suppliant potion in his body, because Hermes was precisely the language and script used in mysticism rituals. The way you put it, I could even consider teaching foreign languages at Tingen University. Klein also smiled along with his words without taking it seriously. He probably guessed the reason for Silas's rapid learning. All right, that's it for Hermes. I need to go to the divination club now. I hope you have lots of customers today. Silas said. Klein's pathway sequence 9 was seer. He didn't know what Klein was thinking, but he'd actually gone to the divination club to divine for people. He heard Klein earned very little money each day, but was tireless in his enjoyment of it. Also, old Neil's property had officially been transferred to Silas's name, but he hadn't moved there to live. Not for any other reason, mainly because the suburbs were too far from his sister's school. So Silas had asked Dunn to find suitable people to rent it out, at a rent of 18 solely per week. This money not only covered the rent for 6 Daffodil Street, but also left some extra pocket money. After seeing Klein off, Silas didn't go upstairs either, because today he was on duty guarding the armory. It was called guard duty, but basically it was just slacking off. Generally, no one came to disturb him. So he grabbed a pile of mysticism materials from the data room next door and began to self-study. Here there were both internal Nighthawk materials and some collections from civilian sources. If you just browsed randomly without a goal, it was quite interesting. For example, he came across something called Roselle's Diary. It was said to be a coded diary left behind by that transmigrated predecessor he hated so much, which no one had been able to decode to this day. Silas opened the box with curiosity and clearly saw written on it. Japanese. Chapter 26, The Key to Digesting the Potion. Chapter 26, The Key to Digesting the Potion. Silas consulted the Nighthawks archives and found some notes reportedly left behind by Emperor Roselle. They were stored in a box, and when he opened it, Silas was astonished to see Japanese characters. Looking at these familiar yet jarringly out-of-place words, he was shocked beyond measure. Emperor Roselle really was a fellow transmigrator, and from the same civilization as himself, no less. Though he'd already suspected this possibility, when Silas actually discovered the truth, his emotions were simply indescribable for a moment. No wonder no one could understand them. These were from another world entirely. But if that's the case, why would Roselle use a script only he could read to record hidden information? Silas reached into the box and pulled out 3 manuscript pages. The characters were written quite large, with somewhat strange strokes, clearly copied by later generations who didn't understand Japanese. He read on with a nostalgic feeling. November 18th, truly a remarkable thing. A whimsical experiment and a chance error led me to discover a poor soul trapped in a storm, lost in the depths of darkness. He can only approach the real world slightly during each full moon, yet still cannot transmit his cries inside. He is fortunate, he met me, the protagonist of this era. 1184, January 1st. At the Grand New Year Gala, Lady Florina was truly splendid. January 3rd. I made a hasty choice back then. In hindsight, I should have chosen the apprentice, the seer, or the marauder. Unfortunately, there is no way of redoing it. September 23rd. I have lost communications with the ship seeking the forsaken land of the gods. I should consider inventing wireless telegraphs. I hope it would not be affected by the storm. The information in the 3 manuscripts wasn't continuous. They seemed to be diary entries Roselle left at different periods of his life. Besides some palace secrets and state politics, Silas discovered, both unexpectedly and expectedly, that Roselle himself appeared to be a high-sequence beyonder. He even had the ability to contact mysterious figures not existing in the real world and search for unknown regions called the Forsaken Land of the Gods. But what excited Silas most was this passage in the diary. January 4th. Why are my children so stupid? I've repeated myself so many times. Do not be fooled by those charlatans. The key thing about potions is not about grasping them, but digesting them. It's nothing about tapping powers, but acting. And the name of a potion is not solely symbolic at its core, but a concrete imagery, and the key to digestion. Digestion. Potions need to be digested. And the key to digestion is the potion's name. Digest, use the potion's name to digest. Thoughts surged forth continuously, exploding like thunderclaps in his mind. Silas was extremely excited, his hands trembling as he gripped the diary. Roselle was clearly a high-sequence powerhouse. The probability of him deliberately lying in writing only he could understand was extremely low. In other words, this method was very likely real and would be extremely useful for his path as a beyonder. But just then, his smile suddenly froze, as if remembering something. Wait, I can't advance to sequence 8. He recalled what Dunn had once warned him, a secret suppliant absolutely must not seek advancement, or it would be courting death. If that's the case, even if the method provided in Roselle's diary was real, he still couldn't use it to rapidly advance and become a high-level powerhouse. Silas gradually calmed down. He sat back in his chair and put the diary back in the box. Looking on the bright side, he could at least use this method to digest the potion, reduce its influence in his body, and avoid losing control. Thinking of this, his heart felt somewhat more balanced. But how exactly should he digest it? The potion name is the core symbol, concrete image, the key. The name Secrets Suppliant, from its literal meaning, is someone who prays to hidden secrets, a supplicant. In other words, as long as he did things consistent with this name, he could digest the potion. Silas lowered his head in recollection. He seemed to have actually done similar things. He had prayed to the true creator twice, once to deal with the crazed Hannis, once to save old Neil. So after those 2 prayers, did the potion's influence decrease? It actually seemed like it did. When he just consumed the potion, his spirit was very unstable, he would see strange things in corners. But after those 2 prayers, his spirituality became increasingly stable. Besides that, learning rituals and practicing Hermes seemed to have also provided some digestion. Silas's expression was a bit strange. What kind of sick joke is this? To reduce the true creator's influence, he needed to digest the potion, but the key to digesting the potion was actually praying to the true creator. Talk about a closed loop. Wait, the potion name mentioned hidden existences, not specifically the true creator. So if he prayed to other hidden existences, could that also work for digestion? Seemed worth trying. Silas let out a long breath and closed the box. Roselle's diary seemed to be scattered everywhere. If he had the chance in the future, he could look for them, since they were genuinely useful. He suppressed the various thoughts churning in his mind and tried to continue self-studying the mysticism curriculum, but he simply couldn't calm down. He simply tossed it all aside and closed his eyes to rest. Only when Leonard came down to replace him did he open his eyes. So leisurely. Didn't the captain tell you to self-study mysticism? He asked with a slightly flippant smile. Got tired of studying. Silas was quite tired right now and didn't really want to deal with him. I see. Leonard smiled, staring at him with moss-green eyes. Just as Silas was about to walk out of the armory, he suddenly spoke up. Hey, Silas, I always feel you have a unique quality about you. Really? I don't feel it. What kind of quality? The quality of a story's protagonist. Look, you not only miraculously survived cultists, you even became a Beyonder, joined us, displayed abilities. Silas didn't want to hear his rambling. He turned to look at him. What are you trying to say? I just have one question. Leonard smiled, his eyes carrying an obscure meaning. Why is the Aurora Order so fixated on you? And why did Sirius, who was guarding you, suddenly go mad? There seems to be some peculiar secret about you, right? Silas silently observed him for a few moments, then spoke. No idea. I was a lunatic back then, and lunatics don't understand that stuff. Leonard's smile froze. A lunatic, a lunatic. Silas dropped that line and stopped being verbose. He went out to the main hall. Facing the sunlight outside, he suddenly thought of Klein, who'd left earlier. That seer had gone to the divination club to divine for people, which precisely matched his potion name's behavior. Could he also know the key to digesting potions? Thinking further about Leonard, who'd just probed him, old Neil praying to evil gods, and himself, a secret suppliant under the true creator's gaze, this little Nighthawks squad was really quite the colorful bunch. Chapter 27, A Visit to the Asylum. Hey, Silas. Basking in the sunlight, just as Silas was about to reflect on what had just happened, he heard Roseanne's voice calling from the front desk. She was leaning forward over the counter, waving at him. What's up? Silas walked over and asked. The captain had to step out. Before he left, he told me to remind you to get that psychiatric evaluation certificate done as soon as possible. It'd be best if you finish it before the welcoming dinner for new members. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Silas suddenly remembered. So many things had happened since joining the team that this had completely slipped his mind. The welcoming dinner was on Friday night, and today was already Wednesday. He didn't have much time left. Got it. I'll head to the asylum tomorrow then. Silas casually agreed. At that moment, he noticed Roseanne's expression was strange, as if she had something to say but was holding it back uncomfortably. What is it? Silas, I heard that old Neil gave you his property. Is that true or false? Roseanne's eyes gleamed with gossip. You already know about that, huh? Silas couldn't help but chuckle. Roseanne's information network was impressively efficient. Wow, that must be worth a huge sum of money. Roseanne had actually been quite intimidated by him at first, but after getting to know him better over the past few weeks, she'd gradually loosened up. Hearing Silas confirm it, she immediately showed an envious expression. That's so nice. If I had that kind of money, I'd invest it and definitely make a fortune. Invest? Yeah. Look, it says in the newspaper that they've discovered a massive iron mine in the Hornassus mountain range. They're planning to establish a company to develop it and are recruiting investors to buy shares. The return rate is supposedly really high. As Roseanne spoke, she handed him a copy of the Tingeon City Honestman Gazette. Don't you want to consider it? Make your money work for you. Thanks to Roselle, the concept of stocks had also become widespread in this world. Many companies used this method to rapidly raise capital. Some investors made fortunes, but there were also cases of people losing everything. Silas glanced through it briefly. The newspaper's description matched what Roseanne had said. In addition, the advertisement included a photo of the mine site and a portrait of the mining company's director. He was a young man with a full forehead and black hair. His appearance was ordinary, he wore glasses, and his smile looked quite enthusiastic. I think I'll pass. Silas smiled and shook his head. Investing has risks. I'd rather just lie back and collect rent. The next day. Silas raised his head, his expression complicated as he looked at the building before him. A wall twice a person's height enclosed a large area. Through the iron gate, he could see the lawn and activity square inside, and beyond that, a 3-story building. People in hospital gowns were scattered about. Some stood vacant and dazed, some were quiet and withdrawn, some screamed and giggled. The scene was both lively and eerie. Many doctors and nurses moved among them, looking exhausted and appearing less healthy than the patients themselves. This was the Greenhill Mental Sanatorium, commonly known as the Tingeon City Asylum. How nice. It's like coming home. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Reviewing the memories of the original Silas, he recalled many visits to this place. His parents' strained faces as they spent considerable money, his sister's tearful face after being frightened by the lunatics in the courtyard, and himself, locked tight in a straitjacket, being force-fed various medications. Later, when there was simply no therapeutic effect, his parents had reluctantly given up on treatment and stopped coming here. So when Silas said visiting the asylum was like coming home, it wasn't entirely wrong. Silas, don't say things like that. Cecilia, who had come along with him, immediately interrupted. You're a healthy, normal person, not a lunatic. Okay, I'm normal. Silas comforted his sister. Aren't we just going to have a doctor confirm that I'm normal? Cecilia said nothing more but wrapped her arms around his, following him as they crossed through the iron gate into the asylum. Silas could feel her hands trembling slightly. She was still afraid of crazy people, just like when she was little. Do you want to wait outside? He asked quietly. Cecilia shook her head. Earlier at home, when she'd learned Silas was going to the asylum, she'd insisted on coming along no matter what. Silas could understand his sister's feelings. She was probably worried something might happen to him. He'd finally recovered, but what if going to such an unlucky place caused him to relapse after being provoked by another patient or a doctor? It was this kind of worry, unscientific but stemming from genuine concern deep in her heart. Silas could only grip his sister's hand and walk toward the dark treatment building, just as the young Silas used to hold Cecilia's hand when crossing the street. Cecilia gradually stopped trembling. The lunatics were making noise around them, crying and shouting, yet Silas felt very peaceful inside. Entering the treatment building, after explaining their purpose to the nurse at the entrance, the latter showed obvious surprise. After checking the medical records and confirming that Silas truly was a patient, her astonishment deepened even further. Could you please take us to see Dr. Chris Wilder? He was my attending physician back then. Silas said. Ah, yes. Dr. Wilder is in his office on the 3rd floor. Go up these stairs, turn left, first door. Under his gaze, the nurse pointed out the way somewhat flustered. Silas had thought the nurse's attitude was already quite excessive, but he didn't expect Dr. Wilder's reaction to be even more dramatic. After completing the full examination and setting down his measuring instrument, he looked utterly shocked. All indicators are completely normal. How did you manage this? By dying once. I had an accident, went through some things. After I survived, my mental illness was cured. Silas brushed it off casually. Mr. Launder, please be serious. Your case could potentially become a new method for treating mental illness. Wilder was somewhat angry. Please don't be angry, Dr. Wilder. My recovery from mental illness was purely a coincidence. It can't be replicated in others, and the specific reasons involve official secrets, so please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Silas said. Just hurry up and write me that certificate of recovery. I need to get home. Home? You can't go home tonight. Unexpectedly, Wilder flatly refused the request. Why not? Silas almost suspected he'd misheard. Beside him, Cecilia immediately became agitated. My brother is fine now, and you still want to keep him here. Please don't misunderstand, Miss Launder. Dr. Wilder explained. Your brother's current condition is indeed normal, but he's had episodes of relapse in the past. As the final part of the examination, I need to observe him for one night to see if he'll have an episode. This is my responsibility as a doctor. Cecilia glared at him. What if we refuse to stay? I'm very sorry, but then I won't be able to sign the certificate. I must be responsible for my patient. Please understand, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. If you're dissatisfied with me, you can come back the day after tomorrow. By then, other doctors qualified to issue certificates will be on duty, and you can ask them to sign. But if you're asking me, you must pass my complete testing protocol. Wilder made it very clear, either stay in the hospital for one night, or wait until the day after tomorrow to find another doctor with less stringent requirements. What should he do? Silas fell into hesitation for a moment. Chapter 28, Lenevis. After weighing the pros and cons, Silas ultimately decided to stay at the asylum for the night. After all, the captain had a point. If he were still carrying the label of mental patient before the welcoming dinner, the scene during his public self-introduction would be somewhat awkward. This Dr. Wilder is really terrible. When he was treating you, he obviously didn't help one bit, but now when you need him, he's just adding all this trouble. Cecilia was very dissatisfied with this. She had originally wanted to stay the night with Silas, but he firmly refused. For one thing, it wouldn't look good for a young girl to spend the night in a place like this. For another, she still had classes tomorrow. So, though very reluctant, she was escorted by Silas out of the asylum gates and onto a carriage home. After seeing his sister off, Silas returned to the asylum's inpatient ward. He stayed with Dr. Wilder in the examination room until the doctor got off work in the evening, and was treated to a catastrophically bad patient meal. After that, Dr. Wilder arranged a room and a roommate for Silas. I'm very sorry, Mr. Launder. The single rooms are all full. You'll have to make do here for the night. This is your roommate, Eugen. Don't worry, his condition is very stable. He likes chatting with patients, but he's unwilling to communicate with us doctors. In a double room on the third floor, Wilder pointed to the patient on the bed by the window and said to Silas. Silas looked in the direction he indicated and saw a man who appeared quite normal. He had a thin, long face, and his light yellow hair was kept very clean and neat. Hearing someone mention him, he turned his head and gave the two of them a faint glance with his grayish-blue eyes, then turned back without saying a word. See. Completely non-aggressive. Wilder said. Your bedding is all brand new, feel free to use it. I'll be patrolling the third floor tonight and will check on you from time to time. Please rest easy and spend the night here. As long as I confirm you haven't had an episode all night, I'll sign your mental recovery certificate first thing tomorrow morning. All right, thank you for your trouble, Dr. Wilder. Things had come to this point, so Silas didn't make a fuss. After thanking Dr. Wilder and seeing him off, he lay down on the asylum bed without hesitation. Ah, this mattress, this familiar feeling. Just as he was about to take off his coat, he suddenly remembered the gun holster was still strapped to his shirt underneath. It wouldn't be quite appropriate to expose that, so he simply lay down fully clothed, flat on his back, hands pillowed behind his head, staring at the ceiling of the ward with an empty mind. Eugen, beside him, paid him no attention either, continuing to gaze at the night sky outside the window. The sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon slowly rose, shining through the barred window of the psychiatric ward and projecting onto the floor, forming crimson-colored grid patterns. The room was very quiet. Neither Silas nor his roommate spoke. Only the occasional sound of Dr. Wilder's patrolling footsteps in the corridor outside, and the distant muffled shouts from some patient in another ward. Silas's eyelids gradually grew heavy as drowsiness washed over him. What should I do? Should I take off my clothes to sleep? But I have a gun holster on me. Then again, I guess it doesn't matter if a lunatic sees it. Just as he was thinking this, he heard footsteps in the corridor outside once more. Dr. Wilder is coming by again. He really is working hard, huh? That doesn't sound like him. Silas detected something off about the footsteps. Dr. Wilder was getting on in years, so his pace was rather slow. But these footsteps were very light and quick, moving swiftly. They clearly belonged to a young person. Is someone going to the bathroom? Or another doctor? Just as Silas was thinking this, the footsteps stopped right outside his ward door. Then, with a swoosh, the door was pushed open. Orange gaslight illuminated the ward as a young man walked in, holding a gas lamp in one hand and carrying a bag in the other. Hey, good evening. The corners of his mouth turned up. He didn't care at all about Silas's surprise and instead waved at him in greeting, as if Silas were an acquaintance. You. Silas couldn't help but sit up. He looked at this young man with some astonishment. For some reason, he felt like this young man seemed somewhat familiar. Who is he? Why is he entering a psychiatric ward in the middle of the night? Just as Silas was about to ask, Eugen, in the bed by the window, suddenly sighed. He pulled out a silver bell from under his pillow and raised it, giving it a gentle shake. Ding-a-ling. A clear sound echoed through the ward. The sound was very peculiar, seeming to penetrate the body and ring directly in one's mind. Silas jerked violently, his body losing control. He felt the world suddenly become fuzzy and blurred. Other sounds seemed to come from far away, with only the bell ringing in his mind, until... whoosh! An illusory sound of ocean waves rose up, drowning out the bell's sound and making his consciousness clear again. He heard the two men's conversation. Lenivis, instead of running your scams, what are you doing coming to my place in the middle of the night? Hudujin looked at the young men with dissatisfaction. I saw it in the newspaper. Your scheme was really comprehensive, even putting out advertisements for Iron Mine Company stock recruitment. Lenivis. Iron Mine Company stock. Right, it's that person from the newspaper. Silas finally remembered, understanding why this face seemed familiar. Broad forehead, ordinary features, round glasses, and that seemingly mocking smile. This was exactly the appearance of the Iron Mine director from the newspaper Roseanne had shown him last time. Wait, what did Hudujin's words mean? The Iron Mine is a scam. He seems so normal, could it be he's not crazy at all? And his item could actually hypnotize me, it seems to be something related to mysticism, possibly a sealed artifact. And his relationship with Lenivis. Countless pieces of information flooded Silas's brain in a short time. He rapidly analyzed them but didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued to pretend to be under control, listening to their conversation. Heh, that scam has already been wrapped up. Lenivis patted the bulging bag in his hand, smiling quite viciously. Thanks to those greedy and stupid fools. To be honest, I've had my fill of fun. I'm preparing to leave Tingen. So you came to say goodbye to me? Heh, I've got nothing to say to someone like you. Don't be so heartless. When you used me to harm your companion and seize his beyonder item, weren't you full of gratitude toward me? Lenivis smiled and pointed at the bell in Hudujin's hand, directly exposing the other's dark history. Hudujin's expression changed, then he let out a cold laugh. So these two guys are both bad news. Silas thought to himself. But at the same time, he couldn't help being curious. So what exactly was Lenivis's purpose in coming here in the middle of the night? Chapter 29, Divine Offspring. Silas pretended to be under control while secretly eavesdropping on Lenivis and Hudujin's conversation. As he listened, he gradually figured out their situation. It turned out that Hudujin was a beyonder from a mysterious organization called the Psychology Alchemists. He entered this asylum not because he had mental illness, but to meet the needs of digesting his own potion. He called this process acting. As for Lenivis, he was also a beyonder of unknown pathway and sequence. He fabricated the Iron Mine investment scam partly to plunder money, and partly to act out his own pathway. The two had known each other before and had a mutually exploitative relationship. Good grief, you all know to use acting to digest your potions, while I'm the only official beyonder kept in the dark. Silas listened with gritted teeth. He was beginning to feel uneasy. These two beyonders of unknown pathways together would definitely be stronger than him. If they discovered he was an official beyonder, his situation would definitely be extremely dangerous. Thinking this, he could only continue pretending to be controlled while secretly thinking about how to respond. In the current situation, the best outcome would be for Lenivis and Hudujin to leave after their chat, with Silas pretending he knew nothing. Then, after being discharged tomorrow, he'd immediately rush back to headquarters to get the captain, have done bring a large force, arrest Hudujin first, and then catch Lenivis. Unfortunately, reality never matches people's expectations. Alright, that's enough reminiscing. Lenivis placed the lamp on the bedside table but kept the bag firmly in his hand. I came to you because there's something I need your help with. I think you'll definitely be willing to help me. Tell me what it is first. Hudujin became wary. Have you heard of the Aurora Order? I got something good from them. Are you insane? Hudujin's body jerked as if pricked by a needle, and his voice involuntarily rose. You actually dare deal with those lunatics? Don't you know that the official beyonders in Tingen City are about to completely uproot the local Aurora Order? Hey, calm down, my friend. Lenivis didn't care at all. Instead, he switched to a more seductive tone and asked Hudujin back, don't you want to advance further in your sequence, or have the chance to reach a high sequence in this lifetime? Hudujin couldn't help but freeze at those words. Lenivis took the opportunity to stand up. The lamplight illuminated his body, casting a huge black shadow on the wall behind him. For a moment, it seemed as if that shadow was his true form. Hudujin, this is the worst of times and the best of times. As long as we can seize the opportunity, we too can become masters of the world, become truly immortal. As long as you provide help, I will not only tell you how to master the power of potions and avoid losing control, but I also promise that in the future, I'll let you obtain a bit of divinity, immortal divinity. You should be able to tell which existence stands behind me. My promise is his promise, and in a sense, the psychology alchemists also have a certain relationship with him. Don't doubt it. The psychology alchemists aren't currently strong enough to provide you with sufficient help, unless you're willing to stay at your current level forever. Lenivus smiled with slight madness, using his magnetic voice to speak tempting words. So, what's your answer? Will you help me or not? In the quiet ward, Hoodeugen's heavy breathing could be heard. Clearly, he was tempted. Idiot. Silas thought to himself. This Lenivus was obviously an extremely treacherous swindler. He must have used similar rhetoric to lure investors initially. If Hoodeugen believed his lies, he'd probably end up as a discarded pawn once he was used up. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Hoodeugen took the bait. Silas saw the corners of Lenivus's mouth turn up imperceptibly. He pulled out a manuscript and displayed it to the other party. This is a miraculous ritual from the Aurora Order that can make a mortal woman conceive the offspring of a god. What? Silas was greatly shocked and almost cried out. Fortunately, Hoodeugen was even more flustered, drawing away Lenivus's attention and preventing him from being exposed. You've truly gone mad. Hoodeugen almost shrieked. He was so panicked that he even wanted to refuse Lenivus, but the latter had to use his persuasive techniques again before he hesitantly agreed. What an absolute lunatic. Silas thought to himself. He retrieved information about this ritual from his mind. The essence of this ritual was to use a female as a seedbed, catalyzed by massive human resentment, to pray for the true creator's projection to descend and gestate offspring within the mother's body. After this, the woman would have normal pregnancy reactions until childbirth. But how could a mortal body bear the offspring of an evil god? So, at the moment the divine child was born, the mother who gave birth to him would become his first sacrifice. Afterward, the divine child would trigger a massive disaster, plunging the world into fear. Cruel, evil, insane. I've already prepared everything. All you need to do is hypnotize that woman and have her cooperate with our ritual. Lenivus said with a smile, showing no sense of guilt. Let's hurry. Her carriage has been waiting downstairs for quite a while. Hoodeugen could only stand up and follow Lenivus, who picked up the gas lamp again, as they headed out. Silas acted dazed and confused, his eyes unfocused, letting them brush past him. Hurry up and leave so I can report you. Oh, right, I heard that with a living sacrifice, the ritual's success rate is a bit higher. Let's try using him. Just then, Lenivus suddenly turned back and pointed at Silas, saying to Hoodeugen. What the hell? Damn you, are you sick? Silas cursed wildly in his heart, watching as Hoodeugen shook the bell once more and then said to him, Follow us. With no other choice, he could only pretend to be controlled, following behind them in a daze as they went downstairs. The inpatient building at night was dark and gloomy. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor. They descended the stairs, walked out the building door, and Silas saw that the asylum's main gate was open, with a carriage parked outside. Lenivus walked over alone and carried out a young woman from inside the carriage, then returned to them with light steps. This was a beautiful girl with long golden hair, currently with her eyes half open, seemingly unconscious. Who is this? Hoodeugen asked with a frown. Where did you get her? Her. Lenivus tilted his head and thought. I think she was arranged for me by those idiots, my fiancé. Fiancé? Are you serious? Hoodeugen said in astonishment. Of course I'm serious. Lenivus placed the girl on a stone table in the open space and reached out to pat her cheek. She loves me so much, of course, I have to give her the most beautiful experience in the world. What a monster. In the darkness, Silas clenched his fist slightly. Then I won't hold back. Chapter 30, Lenivus, pregnant. Late at night, at Tingen City Asylum, in the plaza in front of the inpatient building. Lenivus casually placed his fiancée on a table in the plaza, letting her beautiful face make direct contact with the cold tabletop. This will serve as the altar. He pointed at the table. And this. He pointed at Silas, will serve as the sacri. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Urgent running sounds came from the other side of the plaza. A man dressed like an asylum guard ran over, shouting as he approached. Lenivus's words caught in his throat. He glanced at the guard, then put on a sincere smile. Ah, I'm terribly sorry. My fiancée suddenly took ill. I was desperate to save her, so I rushed in. Then you should hurry and take her inside. There should still be a doctor on duty. Hearing this explanation and seeing the girl looking unconscious, the guard's vigilance relaxed considerably. I'll show you the way. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Lenivus swiftly rushed up to him and plunged a gleaming dagger into his heart. The guard had completely failed to anticipate the attack. His face twisted as he convulsed a few times, then died. Splurt. Lenivus pulled out the dagger. Blood sprayed from the wound, splashing all over his face and body. Why didn't you wait for me to act? Hoodeugen seemed furious and exasperated. You've caused such a mess. Isn't there enough trouble already? Ah, sorry. Who told him to interrupt my mood? Leneva said with a casual smile, pointing at the guard's corpse. Since it's such a coincidence, let's just use him as the sacrifice. Silas hadn't expected that the unexpected guard would end up taking the hit meant for him. The night wind blew, and his heart grew increasingly cold as he watched the two begin preparing the altar. Leneva enlarged the guard's wound, letting the blood from his body pool on the ground. Hudugin constructed a wall of spirituality, isolating the inside from the outside. Hold this and raise it high. Leneva handed the gas lamp to Silas. Silas acted bewildered and obediently took the lamp, raising it above his head. The orange lamplight illuminated a circle of space around the table. On the table lay the unconscious golden-haired girl, and beneath it lay the guard's bleeding corpse. I'm going to wake my fiancée now. Use your ability to hypnotize her, he said to Hudugin. Seeing the latter nod, he patted the girl's face. His hands were stained with fresh blood, so several terrifying bloodstains now marked the girl's pretty face. Where am I? The girl woke up groggily. When she opened her eyes, she heard a crisp bell sound and immediately became dazed again. Migos, my dear fiancé, it's me. Leneva used the sweet tone of lovers, whispering in the girl's ear while smearing the dead man's foul-smelling blood on her face. See, aren't we in bed at home right now? Leneva. The girl's name seemed to be Migos. Hearing her fiancé's voice, a blissful smile appeared on her dazed face. I love you so much. I love you too. Leneva dipped his fingers in the fresh blood and quickly drew evil and insane patterns on the tabletop. It was an array meant to summon an evil god. Hudugin stood to the side. Listening to Leneva's sweet nothings and watching his actions, disdain showed in his eyes. Silas glanced at the array from the corner of his eye. He was surprised to discover that Leneva drew it both quickly and accurately. The array had 3 centers, one was the caster Leneva, one was the recipient Migos, and the last was naturally the descender, the true creator, represented by his holy emblem. Are you done? Seeing this blood-drawn array gradually taking shape, Hudugin's voice carried tension. Done. Leneva finished the last stroke, jumped to his designated position, then bent down and said to Migos, Darling, I want to have a child with you. His tone was very emotional, but his eyes showed no ripple whatsoever. Leneva, I'm willing to do anything for you. Poor Migos had no idea what was happening. Under hypnosis, her eyes were unfocused as she smiled shyly. Silas saw the corners of Leneva's mouth curve into a mocking arc once more. He stood up and prayed loudly in Hermes. Lord who created everything. Master behind the curtain of shadows. The fallen nature of all living beings. The world became dark and quiet. The blood on the array became incredibly vivid red, especially the holy emblem representing the true creator. That simple sketch of a rose seemed almost alive, swaying in the gaslight. The dead guard's body slowly melted into the darkness and had disappeared before anyone knew it. Leneva took out an iron box from his chest. He removed the wall of spirituality sealed around the box, and a heavy, almost tangible resentment emanated from within. This is extreme emotion collected from the slums through rituals, he explained to Hudugin with a smile. However, the latter only pressed his lips together with a pale face, saying nothing, several drops of sweat appearing on his forehead. Don't be nervous. Leneva still seemed relaxed even at a time like this. The ritual will go smoothly. He placed the box on the true creator's holy emblem and opened the lid. Black resentment surged out, scattering in all directions. But before the black gas could dissipate, the array suddenly lit up with blood-red radiance, pulling the black gas back in. The black gas gathered together, gradually forming a shape. It seemed to be a human figure. This figure slightly turned its head, as if scanning each person with non-existent eyes. Perhaps it was Silas's imagination, but that gaze seemed to linger on him for an extra moment. Boom. Silas's mind once again felt an impact. Fortunately, the sound of waves had appeared in advance, blocking most of the shock. Without a doubt, this phantom came from the true creator. Seeing the black shadow, Hudugin was so startled he stepped back, but still held the bell without letting go. Well done. Leneva praised him, then looked at the black shadow whose details couldn't be seen clearly and continued chanting in Hermes. May the Lord's mercy always walk upon the earth. May the Lord bestow his grace and bring holy offspring to the pure maiden. Accompanying the prayer, the black figure made other movements. He raised his arm, extended his index finger, and a pure yet fallen speck of light flew from his fingertip, slowly drifting toward the prone Migos. Silas detected extreme danger from that speck of light. Without a doubt, that was a bit of the true creator's divinity. Migos remained immersed in a beautiful dream, calling out her lover's name, completely unaware that disaster was about to descend upon her. The god's blessing. Leneva stared at that speck of light with greedy and excited eyes, full of anticipation as he watched the light fly toward his fiancée. The ritual was about to succeed. Just then, Silas moved without warning. Swish, swish. His fingers pressed on the array, dipped in the array's fresh blood, and began drawing quickly and accurately. With just a few strokes, he altered the array's original patterns, swapping the positions of the caster and the recipient. Lenivus had his mouth wide open, waiting with wild joy for the divinity to descend into his fiancée's body. Suddenly, he saw that speck of light take a turn and fly into his own mouth. With a gulp, he involuntarily swallowed it down. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 31, Resurrection. From the moment the ritual began, Silas had been thinking about how to deal with Lenivus and Hudugin. A direct confrontation was definitely out of the question. 2 beyonders against him alone, plus a mystical item, even with his cheat ability, his chances of victory weren't great. That meant he could only resort to a sneak attack. So Silas began to wait, waiting for the 2 to lower their guard, waiting for the perfect opportunity to present itself. The instant the true creator descended with his divinity, he moved. Clang. The gas lamp was thrown to the ground by Silas. At the same moment, he lunged toward the altar, extending his finger to dip it in the blood that formed the ritual array, then quickly modified the array's pattern according to his premeditated design. Swish, swish. His finger moved with lightning speed. He had already examined the array on the altar carefully. His Secrets Suppliant abilities had allowed him to quickly parse the array's principles. He had practiced in his mind how to alter it over a dozen times. With just one stroke, he drastically modified the array's contents, swapping the positions of Lenivus and his fiancée, Migos. In other words, the person who would conceive and carry the divine heir changed from Migos to Lenivus. Silas's strike was too fast, the ambush too unexpected. By the time he finished modifying the array, Lenivus still hadn't reacted. He was laughing wildly with his mouth wide open, waiting for the divine seed to enter Migos' body, only to see that beam of light floating in midair suddenly veer without warning and fly straight into his mouth. Gulp. Lenivus swallowed reflexively. Certain corrupted, terrible things instantly invaded his body and gathered in his lower abdomen. Ah! Lenivus seemed to hear the wails of infants and evil whispers in his ears. His belly was in excruciating pain, as if something were devouring his flesh and blood, or as if some mad and twisted existence were forcibly squeezing into his body. Unable to maintain his standing posture, he collapsed while clutching his stomach, screaming in agony. What did you? Hudugin had just started to shout when Silas raised his hand and delivered a vicious punch, slamming it right into his nose. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Hudugin cried out and staggered back a step, covering his nose, the bell in his hand dropping to the ground. Just as he was about to endure the pain and pick it up, Silas, who had already drawn his revolver from its holster, rushed forward and smashed the gun butt into his face. Clang! The metal gun butt was heavy and forceful, striking Hudugin hard enough to make his jaw shake. Shut up! Just as Hudugin opened his mouth to scream, he felt the icy barrel of a gun against his forehead. Silas's voice was cold. Make a single sound, and you're dead. Sensing the seriousness in Silas's words, Hudugin immediately covered his mouth. No matter how much pain he was in, he didn't dare make a sound. Silas calmly glanced at him, then pulled the trigger. Seeing Silas's action, Hudugin's eyes widened in shock, as if questioning him, "Didn't I shut up just like you asked?" Bang. The silver demon-hunting bullet spun out from the barrel, split open his skull, and sent his dying confusion splattering along with his brains. I lied. The corpse hit the ground. Looking at Hudugin's unblinking dead eyes, Silas answered. Come on, the men had just wanted to use him as a living sacrifice. Did he really think he'd let him off? After dealing with Hudugin, Silas turned to look at Lenivus, who was still struggling on the ground. Ugh. Ah. Lenivus clutched his stomach, continuously letting out agonized wails. Tumors erupted one after another beneath his skin, transforming his originally ordinary face into something grotesque and terrifying. By the looks of it, he wasn't fortunate enough to enjoy the deity's blessing. In a little while, he would probably lose control completely. Serves him right. Faced with Lenivus's miserable state, Silas felt no sympathy whatsoever. He'd had such a wonderful girl who loved him. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he'd even used her love to turn her into a breeding ground for an evil god. This wasn't just the behavior of a typical madman, this was an inhuman beast. If not for the fear that a complete loss of control would make him difficult to deal with, Silas would definitely have let him suffer longer. Silas readied his revolver and cautiously approached Lenivus, aiming at his head. Because his marksmanship wasn't good, he could only use this method to improve his accuracy. Lenivus screamed miserably, rolling around. He didn't even have the chance to speak, but when he looked at Silas, his eyes were full of malice and madness, like a beast trapped in a cage. Silas calmly met his gaze, then pulled the trigger. Bang. The demon-hunting bullet pierced through Lenivus's forehead, leaving a bloody bullet hole. /N, always double tap. Lenivis stopped struggling and lay motionless on the ground. Phew, that was really dangerous. Silas held his revolver, his heart gripped by lingering fear. Although it had looked like he'd dealt with both men swiftly and decisively just now, in reality, one wrong move and he would have been the one who died. Especially Lenivis, his movements were extremely agile. When he'd assassinated the guards earlier, his actions had been swift and vicious, basically killing with a single strike. Silas would bet that if that knife had been aimed at him, with his current abilities, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge it. And that Eugen seemed to have extraordinary abilities to bewitch people's hearts. Even though Silas had his cheat ability that could resist hypnosis, a moment's daze would have been enough for Lenivis to kill him. That's why Silas had seized the opportunity to first distort the ritual, making Lenivis lose his combat ability, then struck Eugen so hard he had no time to react or think, killing him outright, then freed up his hands to shoot Lenivis. After taking a few breaths to calm himself down, Silas came down somewhat from the excitement of battle. He suddenly thought of something, the ritual didn't seem to be over yet. The divine air had descended, but the deity himself hadn't been sent back yet. Oh crap. Silas instinctively turned around, only to see the bizarre black humanoid figure right behind him, using a face without any features to stare at him at close range. Shit. He was so startled his scalp went numb, and his arm swung reflexively. Whoosh. The black figure was scattered into a large mass of vapor. The resentment filled with extreme emotions howled and flew toward Lenivis lying on the ground, enveloping him and rapidly merging into his body. Then Lenivis's originally lifeless body suddenly began to move again. The tumors receded, and the bullet hole healed. He actually showed signs of resurrection. Silas didn't hesitate. He retreated rapidly and fired again. Bang. Bang. The scattered bullets shattered the spiritual wall. The spiritual wind howled around them. The bullets that struck Lenivis barely fazed him, each one left a bloody mark that his rapidly healing wounds soon pushed outward. This was bad. Chapter 32, Escape. Despite being shot with demon-hunting bullets, Lenivis suddenly leaped up and came back to life. He looked at Silas, his eyes revealing a mad glee. Very good, you're quite impressive. I misjudged you earlier. He laughed maniacally, clutching his stomach as he spoke. But look, I've come back from the dead. The deity is on my side. Ha ha ha. Nighthawks. Lenivis, you're surrounded. Silas shouted loudly, quickly retreating to widen the distance between himself and Lenivis. Of course, he had no backup, this shout was entirely to bluff Lenivis. However, Lenivis was a conman himself. He didn't believe Silas's words at all. Hearing Silas shout like that, the smile on his face only grew brighter. He drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Silas. 1 step, 2 steps. His speed was incredibly fast. In almost the blink of an eye, the distance between them had closed to less than a meter. Just then, he suddenly saw Silas raise a bell. Ding-a-ling. Silas channeled his spirituality into the bell. A crisp sound rang out, seeming to echo inside one's mind, influencing Lenivis's thoughts. Soon, the mad and cunning smile on Lenivis's face disappeared. He stood dazed in place, his arm holding the dagger dropping naturally, his eyes unfocused and lost. Seizing this opportunity, Silas once again pulled away from Lenivis. He had originally wanted to take this chance to reload his revolver, but unexpectedly, Lenivis broke free from the control very quickly. His eyes became vicious again as he lunged at Silas. He was going to slaughter this bastard who had ruined his plans and made him suffer. Ding-a-ling. Seeing this, Silas didn't hesitate. He immediately raised the bell again, infusing it with spirituality and shaking it. And so, the two fell into a bizarre stalemate. Silas would ring the bell, and Lenivis would be controlled. Silas would take the chance to create distance, Lenivis would quickly break free and attack again, and Silas would ring the bell once more. Their actions were almost like children playing games, but Silas knew how dangerous the situation was. He was only a Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant. The spirituality in his body wasn't enough to sustain this mystical item for much longer. The spirituality in his body was rapidly draining. Unable to maintain the mystical item's operation, the time he could control Lenivis grew shorter and shorter. The latter clearly noticed this, his face beginning to show mockery. Are you just waiting to die? I'm waiting for you to give birth. Silas shot back. Lenivis's smile froze. He looked down at his abdomen, seeming to recall what had happened earlier. Killing intent quickly filled his eyes. He stopped talking and simply launched fierce attacks, forcing Silas to use the mystical item more frequently. The distance between them gradually closed. I still have 2 demon-hunting bullets, but they don't seem to have any effect on him. Silas gritted his teeth, secretly thinking about how to deal with Lenivis. Damn it, if worst comes to worst, I'll just fight him to the death. Just as Silas was preparing to raise his gun and fight desperately with Lenivis, he suddenly saw Lenivis's body jerk violently. Numerous tumors sprouted on his face, and his expression became twisted with pain. Could it be that he's starting to lose control again? Silas thought to himself, not relaxing his guard in the slightest. And at this moment, the commotion finally disturbed the people sleeping in the asylum. Many room lights came on. Patients pressed against windows, looking down. Several people dressed like doctors and nurses also appeared at the ward entrance. Lenivis pressed his face. The writhing tumors subsided somewhat. He swept his gaze over the gradually livelier scene and shot Silas a hateful glare. Then, without any hesitation, he turned and ran toward the altar. Seeing Lenivis flee, Silas immediately raised his gun and gave chase, but maintained some distance from him. Lenivis was just too cunning, he feared this was a deliberate trap to lure him in. Lenivis paid no attention to Silas at all. He stumbled as he ran, rushing to the altar and suddenly crouching down. When he stood up again, a bag had appeared in his right hand. Silas recalled that this was the item he'd been carrying when he first entered Eugen's room. He really is going to escape. Silas raised his gun and aimed, firing at Lenivis's head from about 10 meters away. Bang. With that shot, Lenivis stumbled and fell. When he stood up, his steps became unsteady, but he still fled without stopping. Bang. The second shot rang out. The bottom of Lenivis's bag was punctured, and with his running motion, bundles of banknotes came pouring out onto the ground with a whoosh. Holy crap, that was way too lucky. Silas marveled at his random marksmanship, but his attention was quickly drawn to the large pile of banknotes on the ground. With so many bills, how many pounds must that be? Lenivis's body suddenly froze. He looked back at the banknotes scattered on the ground, then lifted his head to look at Silas, his eyes full of venom. Don't look at me like that, I didn't expect to be that accurate either. Silas thought to himself, but his face showed Lenivis a confident smile, as if those 2 shots had been deliberately aimed. Just when Silas thought Lenivis would grab a handful of bills to take with him or fight him to the death, he simply threw away the tattered bag. Then, without looking back, he accelerated and rushed out of the asylum's main gate, running into the darkness beyond the streetlights and disappearing from sight. He was so cunning, so vicious, so mad, but most important of all was his own life. Silas didn't dare relax. With his demon-hunting bullets spent, he took out spare ordinary bullets from his holster and loaded them into his revolver, then jogged over to the pile of banknotes. My God, so much money. Looking at the stacks of exquisitely printed banknotes spread out before him in such a wild display, Silas felt momentarily dizzy. Lenivis, that bastard, just how many people had he swindled? With his 2 gunshots, the asylum was thoroughly awakened. Patients began shouting and making a racket. The anxious voices of doctors and nurses rang out. Several guards clustered around a doctor, approaching Silas warily. Mr. Launder, I've already sent someone to call the police. Please put down the gun and don't make any more mistakes. The doctor was none other than Dr. Wilder, Silas's previous attending physician. Looking at Silas, covered in blood, splattered from Eugen, he surprisingly maintained his composure and even offered words of persuasion. You must have done this terrible thing because you were frightened. He seemed to think Silas had had an episode and fired his gun, killing people in confusion. Well, judging purely from the scene, it really did look like that. You called the police. That's perfect, it saves me the trouble of reporting it myself. However, contrary to his expectations, when Silas heard him say this, his face actually showed a relaxed smile. Perfect, the police would also transfer the matter to the Nighthawks, so now he wouldn't have to bother. It was just a pity that Lenivis had escaped. Seeing him like this, Wilder was utterly bewildered, unable to tell for a moment whether he was being serious or not. Don't look at me like that, Dr. Wilder. I'm not sick. Silas smiled and patted the brain matter and bloodstains on his body. Stop standing there dumbfounded. I'm still waiting for you to give me a certificate of mental soundness. Chapter 33, The Servant's Bell. About 10 minutes later, the police finally arrived at the asylum at a leisurely pace. Then they saw the terrifying sacrificial scene and the massive amount of cash. These policemen were shocked beyond belief, their eyes practically glowing green. If not for the bizarre scene and Silas standing nearby with his revolver, covered in blood, these guys would definitely have crowded over for a thorough inspection. If that had really happened, how much cash would be left was anyone's guess. After all, even if money went missing, they could just claim externally that it was inadvertently lost during the investigation. The Ruin police had only a mediocre reputation. Silas believed they really would do something like that. /N, is Ruin or something else? Another 6 or 7 minutes passed before Dunn arrived in a hurry with Leonard and Fry in a carriage. Captain. Silas had been guarding a large sum of cash, bathed in countless greedy yet fearful gazes, his nerves taut the whole time. Only when he saw Dunn's steady face appear did he breathe a sigh of relief. 2 Beyonders tried to use a ritual to pray to an evil god to bring down a divine heir in a lady's body. I killed one, the other escaped. The one who got away is called Lenivis. He's a con man who's been in the papers. His portrait should be easy to find. He quickly approached Dunn and shared the important information concisely. Lenivis carries the aura of an evil god and is extremely dangerous. I suggest we pursue him immediately. After listening to his description and carefully examining the scene, Dunn got up to negotiate with the police inspector in the distance. After chatting for a few moments, the inspector nodded, called his officers to formation, and left. After dismissing the police, Dunn began handling the scene. Silas, go communicate with the asylum and have them stay away. Fry and Leonard, you two get the body bags down from the carriage. Yes. All three responded simultaneously. Before leaving, Leonard deliberately winked at Silas and said with a smile, "That's 3 now." Impressive, impressive. He was probably referring to the fact that Silas had now killed 3 people. Like I wanted to. Silas shot him a look and walked over to Dr. Wilder. "Mr. Launder, you really do have connections with the police. But what on earth is going on here?" "I'm very sorry, Dr. Wilder, but I can't answer that. Please be sure not to spread word of tonight's events. Someone will come to question you and take your statement in a while." Silas replied. "Also, we need you to clear the scene." "Oh, right, it would be great if you could provide a bag. We need it to carry the money." After persuading the asylum staff to leave, Leonard and the others didn't rush to put Eugen's body in the body bag. Instead, they stood guard by the corpse, quietly waiting for something. In the middle of the night, several people were silently watching a corpse. The scene was truly eerie. Like some kind of evil gathering. Silas grumbled internally. So he also imitated the others, folding his arms and staring at Eugen's corpse. Before long, tiny golden points of light appeared on the surface of Eugen's body. These small light spots detached from the corpse and floated up, then gathered together, forming a scene like a vortex at the center of a storm. Soon, all the golden light points separated from the body and assembled together. The light gradually intensified, accompanied by a low hum that shook one's heart. Suddenly, there was a flash of bright light. Then the glow dispersed, and something like an eyeball floated in midair for a moment before dropping to the ground with a plop. Wait, looking carefully, this really was an eyeball. The eyeball had a golden vertical pupil, like the legendary eye of a dragon, quite majestic and imposing. However, for some reason, the eye's color wasn't quite pure. Within the gold was also a familiar tinge of blood red. There's a corrupted feeling. Silas sensed it and frowned. It should have been eroded by the true creator. This was the 3rd time he had witnessed such a scene. He more or less understood now that when Beyonders died, they would precipitate their characteristics. Dunn also agreed. For the precipitation of characteristics alone to cause a commotion on this scale, this person was probably at least a Sequence 7 Beyonder. Sequence 7. Doesn't that make him the same as you, Captain? Silas couldn't help but be startled. Good thing he'd fired without hesitation, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, for Eugen, a Sequence 7 powerhouse, to have been played by Lenivis and himself, he really was too stupid. His death wasn't the least bit unjust. The captain isn't this weak. Leonard laughed and turned his head to ask Dunn, "Right, Captain?" Dunn ignored him. Instead, he took out an iron cigarette case from his chest, bent down, and carefully placed the eyeball inside, sealing it with a spiritual wall. "We can collect the body now. Fry, it's up to you," he said. Since they needed to conceal the secrets of the Beyonder corpse, they didn't have the police help this time and could only handle the scene themselves. The expressionless Fry looked more like a corpse than the actual corpse. He calmly lifted the terribly dead Eugen, placed him in the body bag, his movements skilled and professional. Seeing that he couldn't help, Silas picked up the bag Wilder had given him and turned to collect the cash. So much money. Lenivis really deserves to die. He sighed as he packed. In addition to stacks of 10-pound banknotes, this pile also included many bearer deposit certificates, drafts, and banknotes. A rough estimate put the total value at over 8 or 9,000 pounds. After handling the scene, Fry returned to Blackthornne Security Company with 1 corpse and the unconscious Migos. As for the others, under Dunn's leadership, they began pursuing Lenivis. It wasn't just them. Because of Lenivis's danger level, Dunn had already commissioned the police to notify Tingen's 2 other groups of official Beyonders, the Machinery Hive Mind and the Mandated Punishers. Add to that the mobilized police, and that night, the entire city of Tingen could be said to be extraordinarily lively. But even with so many people practically turning Tingen upside down and trying all sorts of mysticism methods, Lenivis still wasn't caught. Finally, after 48 hours of citywide manhunt with no results, the Tingen Police Department publicly issued a warrant, seeking Lenivis on charges of fraud and murder. This person, who just 3 days ago had been in the papers and called a representative young entrepreneur, quickly made the papers again as a wanted criminal, displaying a kind of boomerang-like humor. And Silas's greatest gain from this whole process should be the mystical item he'd secretly stashed away, namely, that bell that could hypnotize people. Based on his private research, he had thoroughly figured out this extraordinary item's function. As long as he infused it with spirituality and rang the bell at a target, the sound produced by the bell could hypnotize the target and make them obey commands. The hypnotic effect was very strong on ordinary people and could last a long time, but if the other party was a beyonder, the effect would only last a few minutes. The higher the opponent's sequence, the worse the effect. In the end, Silas named this bell the Servant's Bell. Chapter 34, Combat Instructor in the Banquet. Several days after the incident, Silas was once again summoned to Dunn's office. Lenivus swindled over £10,000. If it weren't for you, many citizens of Tingen would have gone bankrupt overnight, Dunn said, sliding 10 £10 notes across the desk. Although a small portion of the cash hasn't been recovered, the victims still wanted to express their gratitude. They pooled together a total of £100 and asked that it be given to you. Silas accepted the bills, counted out 5, and returned them to Dunn. Captain, I need a favor. Please give this money to the family of the guard who died. Thanks to old Neil's property and his regular salary, he wasn't short on cash lately, so he might as well be generous and show some respect for the unfortunate guard who'd lost his life. Dunn studied Silas for a long moment before taking back the notes. Understood. He suddenly let out a low, bitter laugh. Ha, it's truly ironic. I told you Tingen was safe, that we only got a few cases a month. Yet you've barely been on the job a few days and you've already encountered multiple beyonder incidents in a row. Silas felt equally speechless. Was he some kind of innate magnet for evil gods? He'd only just arrived in this world, yet he kept getting tangled up with followers of various evil deities. Clearly, for self-preservation, you should learn close combat. If you'd known hand-to-hand fighting back then, things wouldn't have been nearly so dangerous, Dunn said. Klein happens to be receiving training right now. You can just go with him. Yes, Captain. Silas also urgently wanted to get stronger, so he nodded immediately at the suggestion. Anything else? After they'd finished talking, he didn't get up, but continued to ask. Dunn rubbed his temples and thought for a moment. Our Tingen team has a tradition. New members must complete a mission independently to earn the squad's recognition. Given that you essentially completed this incident on your own, and your contribution was significant, I'll count it as your independent mission. I'm sure the others won't object. So there was supposed to be a solo mission, but now I don't have to do it, right? Silas nodded thoughtfully. But he still didn't move, remaining seated and watching Dunn, as if silently asking, anything else? Seeing this, Dunn couldn't help but smile wryly. There's really nothing else. Instructor Gawain used to be a knight. His personality is rather strict. Don't try to challenge him. Just do what he asks. That afternoon, on the way to the combat instructor's residence, Klein offered this advice. He'd started training a few weeks before Silas and had already gotten familiar with the instructor's temperament and personality. What if he gives me a hard time? He won't make it hard on you. Instructor Gawain is just very strict. Klein seemed to recall something, his face breaking into a smile. Oh, right. Tonight there's a welcome party for you. Remember to eat plenty. Due to the pursuit of Lenivus, the banquet originally scheduled for Friday has been moved to tonight. The dinner would be held at Old Will's restaurant, where they usually ordered meals, with expenses covered by the squad's communal funds. It's just a meal. Is that really something to be so happy about? Silas glanced at Klein with a sense of unease, then nodded. Soon they arrived at their destination, a 2-story building in the outskirts of the North District. The house's exterior wasn't particularly attractive. The garden and lawn hadn't been tended to in ages, weeds grew thick and wild. They pushed open the rusted iron gate, walked along the path wide enough for 2 people side by side to the front door, and entered. A tall man stood with his back to them, staring at an empty fireplace. Hearing the door open, Gawain turned around. He first glanced at Klein, then looked towards Silas. Who's he? He was quite old, with white hair at his temples and very pronounced lines around his mouth, though his eyes remained sharp and alert. Under his gaze, Silas felt the crisis of being stared down by an old lion. Instructor, this is Silas Launder, our new colleague, Klein explained. I hope you can, according to our contract, teach him combat skills just as you've taught me. Gawain looked Silas up and down for a while, then snorted coldly. He's even skinnier than you. What's wrong with being skinny? You can't exactly expect a mental patient to work out, can you? Silas thought to himself, but met the man's gaze openly and confidently. After sizing up Silas, Gawain suddenly asked him, if I were to suddenly attack you right now, intending to kill you, how would you respond? Shoot you. Silas answered immediately. Assume you don't have a gun. Gawain frowned. Run straight for the street while yelling for help. You can't leave the house. Assume it's just the two of us in this room, and you must engage me in combat. Gawain said, clearly irritated. Then I definitely can't beat you, Silas said frankly. I could only try to keep my distance, use a long weapon to keep you tied up, and target your weak points first, like your groin, your eyes, and so on. If I really can't win and you're actually going to kill me, I might open the gas valve, let the gas fill the room, then light a match and take us both out. I already checked, your gas valve's an old model. Easy to open. He laid out his plan matter-of-factly. Klein's expression shifted from casual curiosity to gradually growing astonishment. Gawain stared at him coldly. After a long moment, he let out a contemptuous laugh. Nothing but dirty tricks. Umph. Still, your willingness to fight the enemy to the death, that's barely acceptable. So I can stay, right? Silas asked. Then he saw Gawain point toward the other side of the living room. There are practice night uniforms over there. Change into one, then do the most basic strength training. Your colleague will show you what to do. Understand? Gawain suddenly raised his voice, barking with extreme authority. Yes, sir. The two of them instinctively straightened their backs and answered loudly in unison. And so, for the next 3 hours, under Klein's guidance, Silas became intimately acquainted with dumbbells and jump ropes. That night, at Old Will's restaurant. Except for the team member guarding the Cheney's gate, all members of the Blackthornne security company were present, including clerical staff and Nighthawks alike. Tempting delicacies were artfully arranged on plates, covering the entire table. Everyone's place was heaping full. Unfortunately, Silas had no appetite. For 3 solid hours that afternoon, he'd endured high-intensity training. Fatigue and exhaustion filled his body. Just looking at the food, just smelling its aroma, made him want to vomit. Only now did he realize what Klein's meaningful smile had really meant. Come, let us welcome our newest official member, Silas Launder. He's just joined the team, yet he's already made a great contribution to our Tinjin Nighthawk squad. Let's thank him together. Cheers. Clink. All the glasses came together, producing a pleasant sound. Chapter 35, Klein shares the acting method with you. Clink. The glass goblets struck together, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. The pale golden champagne bubbled delicately, looking quite beautiful under the light. In contrast, Silas's glass, filled only with water, seemed rather lacking. Because of that incident where he'd seen 2 corpses after drinking, he no longer dared to casually try alcohol. Hey, Silas, aren't you being a bit much? This banquet is specifically for you, and you won't even take a sip of wine. Leonard teased with a smile. Ah, sorry. Silas had no choice but to explain. After I drink, my mental state becomes unstable. I see strange things, so I don't drink. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the banquet suddenly cooled. Loss of control, one of the things every Beyonder least wanted to encounter. And Silas happened to be a Beyonder on that particularly dangerous pathway. With this explanation, naturally, no one would press him to drink anymore, but the mood had inevitably become somewhat awkward. Even Leonard, usually carefree, now wore an expression of embarrassment at having misspoken. It's fine, everyone. Don't worry about me. Seeing this, Silas smiled. I'm usually okay. It's just that drinking causes problems. Maybe it's because I still need to continue digesting the potion to reduce its effects. After some time passes, it should be fine, and then we can drink together. After that, he raised his glass frequently, making symbolic rounds with each colleague and exchanging a few jokes, gradually improving the atmosphere. When Silas clinked glasses with Klein, the latter's expression seemed somewhat hesitant, as if he wanted to say something. But he quickly covered it up, and Silas didn't press him. Captain Dunn was the last to clink glasses with him. Old Neil sent me a letter. Dunn smiled gently. He said he's working peacefully at the goddess's church. He's let go of his past regrets and has been sleeping soundly lately. That's wonderful to hear. Silas replied. If old Neil were still here, he'd be raving about this steak, Roseanne said, cutting a piece of juicy beef and savoring it with feeling. Yet despite her words, she set down her knife and fork, neither eating nor drinking, only staring at the meat on the table. Too bad he's not here, said Secatron, who had the air of a writer. So, for his sake, eat a little more. But I'm trying to lose weight. Roseanne wavered a bit. It's fine. You're eating this for old Neil. MS. Sika, you're absolutely right. Roseanne affirmed Sika's statement, then began digging in with determination. Throughout the meal, everyone laughed and talked about recent amusing incidents and daily life. The scene was lively. Silas returned to his seat and began focusing on the food in front of him. The exhaustion from training killed his appetite, but reason told him he had to eat something. He could only cut the meat into small pieces, putting a little in his mouth at a time, chewing carelessly a few times, then washing it down with soup and water. After eating this way for a while, his appetite gradually improved, and he finally managed to clear the food in front of him. Waiters brought dessert. Colleagues who'd eaten their fill began chatting idly. Sika was telling Roseanne about her struggles writing novels, Klein and Leonard were discussing poetry, and even the aloof Royale was exchanging occasional words with the stone-faced Fry. The wine was good, the feast was good, but everything must end. Seeing that everyone had eaten their fill, Dunn, as captain, raised his glass once more. All right, everyone. For the last toast of the evening, let's raise our glasses to Silas once more. Hearing this, everyone raised their glasses simultaneously and looked toward Silas, each face bearing a smile. Silas raised his glass and stood, looking at his colleagues' smiling faces, and let out a soft breath. Thank you, everyone. He said sincerely. Besides loss of appetite, another consequence of physical training was muscle soreness. It wasn't much that same day, but when Silas woke up the next morning, it was absolute torture. Even climbing out of bed became extremely difficult. Fortunately, his sister Cecilia had learned massage when caring for him before. She gave him a full-body massage to relax his muscles, which made him feel somewhat better. Because of the Lenivas incident, they hadn't been able to see the theater performance last weekend, so they'd rescheduled for this weekend. Over the following days, Silas's routine became fairly regular. In the mornings, he'd first report to the company, then study mysticism knowledge until lunch break. In the afternoons, he'd practice shooting at the range first, then go with Klein to receive training from combat instructor Gawain. Your foundation in mysticism is about there now. One morning, Klein smiled at Silas. It's time to combine it with practice. Oh. What do you mean? Hearing him say this, Silas became interested. Don't get too excited. It's just an underground trading market related to mysticism, Klein said with a smile. I'll take you there for a look around, buy some materials, then come back. I'll teach you how to make a slumber charm. Excellent idea. Silas said happily. He knew about slumber charms. Royale had used one to control Hannis back then. Although he had the more convenient servant's bell to use, its origins were hard to explain, so it was best not to use it in front of his colleagues. The two boarded a public carriage, chatting idly in the swaying cabin until the carriage reached Tingen's dock district, where they got off. How's your control of the potion been lately? As they chatted, Klein casually brought up matters related to potions. Not bad. As long as I rest normally, I don't hear any strange sounds. Silas also answered casually, but inwardly he began to wonder what his colleague was getting at. Klein walked a few more steps, then turned to look at him. You know I've been working as a seer at the Divination Club lately. I've heard others mention it. Silas nodded. Klein, as an actual seer with genuine mystical powers, going to that kind of place was basically playing with cheat codes enabled. And he went so diligently, he must have made quite a bit on the side. When I divine for others at the club and give them guidance, I always feel like the potion's influence inside me becomes smaller. Klein continued. Silas sensed something off and couldn't help but stop and look at Klein. Is he hinting at the acting method to me? What are you trying to say? I'm saying, when I do things according to my potion's name, the potion seems to become more compatible with my body, Klein said with a smile, continuing to drop heavy hints to Silas. So I thought maybe you could try it too, acting according to your potion's name. Perhaps that way, the potion's influence on you would be much less. He really does know the acting method, and he's proactively telling me. Ah, right. During the last banquet, he probably already had similar thoughts. Silas thought to himself, understanding the meaning behind that peculiar expression from before. Chapter 36, Beauty and the Aura of Corruption. You're right, that does make some sense. Silas put on the appearance of someone hearing this theory for the first time. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, I'll look into it and give it a try when I get back. Sounds good. If it works, let me know. Klein nodded and continued walking forward. In his mind, Klein was also calculating. This could serve as groundwork for later. When the time comes to share the acting method with everyone, it won't seem so abrupt. I feel like my potion is almost fully digested. I should be able to submit a special application soon. Silas naturally had no idea what his colleague was thinking. He simply followed behind, heading toward the Evil Dragon bar across the street. It was afternoon, yet the bar was already growing noisy. Even through the heavy door, one could hear the fervent shouting from inside. A hulking man stood guard at the entrance, arms crossed, his bare and muscular arms tattooed with a blue anchor. Good afternoon, sir. Klein greeted him politely. The man gave him a nod, and the two pushed open the door and entered the bar. The moment the door swung open, a wave of heat mixed with body odor and alcohol hit them in the face. Silas nearly choked. Scanning the bar, he quickly understood why the shouting was so loud. In the center stood a boxing ring where two shirtless men were locked in fierce combat. Below, patrons crowded around, cheering for whoever they'd bet on or hurling crude insults at the opposition. Klein led Silas around the ring to a billiard room in the back. The people inside were playing pool, and when they entered, all eyes turned toward them. Mr. Swain. Klein removed his hat and greeted a burly older man. You're here. The old man had the bearing of a soldier, with brown hair, blue eyes, and a worn naval officer's coat. After greeting Klein, he looked Silas up and down, then waved the others out of the billiard room. Once everyone had left, Swain turned to Klein. I heard that old Neil nearly lost control and was taken away. That's right. In fact, if it weren't for this new colleague of mine, old Neil would have already turned into an unsalvageable monster. Klein answered truthfully. Him. Swain was surprised and looked at Silas again. My name is Silas Launder, Mr. Swain. Silas introduced himself. I'm Swain, the owner of this bar. I used to be the captain of the mandated Punishers team in Tingen City. Swain said, from the looks of you, your support staff as well. How did you save old Neil? Are you also a seer like him? Close. I'm a secret suppliant. The moment Silas spoke, he saw Swain's body instinctively lean back. Aurora Order. He frowned. That's quite a reaction. I have nothing to do with the Aurora Order. Becoming a secret suppliant was an accident. Silas quickly explained. Perhaps his explanation worked, because Swain seemed less guarded. After chatting a bit more, he stepped aside, revealing a hidden door. Go on in. Don't cause trouble. Also, if you see something you want but don't have enough money, you can borrow from me. I'll charge reasonable interest. Beyond the door was a series of connected rooms. After passing through several, the space suddenly opened up into a small plaza with tiers. Each level had people setting up stalls, displaying herbs, jars and bottles, old books and manuscripts, or strange antique-like objects. More people moved between them, browsing for goods or haggling with vendors. Let's just browse for now. Is there anything you want to buy? Klein asked. I need a ritual dagger, a carving knife, and some candles. Silas answered. As a secret suppliant, he didn't need many ritual materials. Flesh and blood were enough. Right, you should get a dagger and a carving knife. They're useful for engraving patterns on charms or creating spiritual walls. Klein nodded. Let's check over there. He led Silas toward the central staircase. This level mainly had stalls selling metal materials and amulets. The amulets were mostly made of gold, silver, or copper, adorned with artistic designs and mystical engravings. They looked nice enough, but through his secret suppliant vision, Silas could see they were all ordinary items with barely any spirituality. Oh, right, once I learn how to make amulets in a while, I should make one for Cecilia first. Silas thought to himself. Do you have silver daggers and carving knives? After browsing a stall selling gold and silver materials and tools, Klein asked. Yes. The vendor was a balding middle-aged man. He pulled out a cloth bundle from behind him and unwrapped it to reveal rows of silver daggers of various lengths and styles. How much for this one? After looking for a moment, Silas picked out a moderately sized, unadorned, simple dagger. 13 solely. The vendor answered. All right. Silas picked up the dagger and made a few practice swings. Seeing no issues overall, he nodded and pulled out bills from his wallet to hand over. The vendor stared at the money for a moment, seemingly unprepared for Silas to pay so readily. You're just paying like that? Klein said in surprise from the side. Yeah. Silas never bothered haggling. As long as he thought the price was reasonable, he'd pay. If the seller was the type to overcharge, he wouldn't haggle either, he'd just walk away. Oh, right, I forgot you're not short on money now. Klein smiled, then began purchasing some silver pieces from the vendor and quite openly bargaining. Silas had no opinion about his haggling. Everyone had their own way of living. He put away the silver dagger, stood up, intending to browse other stalls, but accidentally bumped into someone behind him. Ah. The person let out a soft cry, the voice delicate and stirring. Sorry, are you all right? Silas apologized. He looked closely and saw it was a sweet-looking woman with a round face. Her features weren't particularly striking, but the more you looked, the more appealing she became. Actually, she could truly be called a beauty. Since Silas had transmigrated here, she was probably the second most beautiful woman he'd seen. Who was first? Naturally, his sister Cecilia. This wasn't some doting brother filter. His sister really was exceptionally beautiful. I'm fine. The lady said quietly, her slender eyes sweeping across Silas's face. Silas suddenly felt something was off. This woman seemed to carry a faint aura of corruption. It wasn't like the twisted, mad feeling of the true creator, but it wasn't a good sign either. Rather, it gave a suffocating sensation of slowly sinking into a mire of despair. Seeing his expression change, the woman seemed frightened and immediately lowered her head. That faint aura also vanished. She hurried past Silas and walked away. That aura disappeared again. Silas blinked, staring at the woman's graceful retreating figure, but still didn't see anything strange. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd seen wrong. Ah, Mr. Asex. Just as Silas was doubting his own eyes, he suddenly heard Klein greeting someone nearby. He turned his head toward the sound. A pale color, as if symbolizing death itself, obscure and terrifying, suddenly and without warning flooded Silas's vision. Boom. He felt his head explode with a loud crash, and then he lost consciousness. Chapter 37, Asex Abnormality. Silas had a strange dream. In the dream, he saw a gigantic serpent as massive as a mountain. The serpent's entire body was covered in enormous dark green scales tinged with black. From the gaps between the scales protruded white feathers stained with pale yellow grease. It even had a pair of wings on its back that could spread open. As the wings flapped, the serpent soared through the space between the pitch-black sky and the blue sea. Ancient, decaying bronze gates slowly opened above the serpent, and countless bizarre creatures peered out from within. Some were made of white bones, others were covered in rot, all emanating the aura of death. The entire scene was terrifying and strange, yet somehow also carried a hint of something sacred. Silas watched the serpent, and for some reason, in the dream, he didn't find it frightening at all. The serpent circled around and finally showed its face to him. Surprisingly, it had a human face, and in the eye sockets of that face burned pale flames. Silas locked eyes with the serpent. Then he saw terror suddenly flood the serpent's eyes, burning with pale flames. As if Silas, meeting its gaze, was something even more dangerous than itself. Is it afraid of me? Silas was somewhat surprised. Just as he was about to speak, he realized he couldn't move at all. He was actually nailed to a frame, and upside down at that. What he saw as the pitch-black sky was actually the ground, and the blue sea was actually the sky. After that, he suddenly woke up. Sitting up slowly, Silas found himself in a room inside the Evil Dragon bar. Looking down, he saw he was lying on a long bench with his coat draped over him. "You're awake." A calm voice spoke nearby. Silas looked toward the speaker, and a very distinctive man came into view. The man had bronze-colored skin, black hair, and brown eyes with soft features. Judging by his face, he appeared to be only in his 30s or 40s, but his eyes revealed an indescribable weariness, as if he had seen all life had to offer and remained undisturbed by anything. He looked at Silas with a somewhat unusual expression, as if recalling some past event, appearing sad and lonely. Silas felt he looked somewhat familiar. Ah, right. His face closely resembled the human face on that giant serpent. I passed out because I saw something pale-colored. I can't look at him. Silas quickly closed his eyes, turned his head, grabbed the back of the bench, flipped over it, and jumped behind the long bench. As he landed, his right hand reached for the holster inside his coat. This person is definitely extraordinary. Silas had been impacted before by glimpsing the true creator or the hidden sage, but those were through rituals or illusions, just briefly seeing phantoms symbolizing evil gods. This time, however, with the person right in front of him, even the cheat code inside his body couldn't react in time before his brain protectively shut down. This also meant the man he saw was definitely a powerful being. Northwest, need to close your eyes. I've already withdrawn all my aura. The man's gentle voice came over. I'm a Nighthawk. If you attack me, you'll be making an enemy of the goddess's church. Silas warned him as if he hadn't heard, still keeping his eyes tightly shut while fumbling to draw his revolver. I mean no harm. I just didn't expect you to be so sensitive that you could see the mystery within me. The man's tone seemed somewhat helpless. Besides, if I really wanted to hurt you, why wouldn't I have acted while you were unconscious? He kind of has a point. Silas thought for a moment and had to admit that much. He cautiously stood up, observing the other person from the corner of his eye. He found no suspicious aura on him at all, he seemed like an ordinary person. If he hadn't just been knocked unconscious by the impact, he might have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. No need to be so guarded. My name is Asex. I'm a history instructor at Koei University, and I know Klein. I'm not anyone suspicious. The bronze-skinned man introduced himself. Not suspicious. Yeah, right. Silas grumbled internally. He recalled that Klein was a graduate of Koei University's history department. If this man's identity was real, then Klein knowing him and greeting him would be perfectly reasonable. Where's Klein? He asked. He went to get you some water. Asex said. Sure enough, before long, Klein entered the room carrying a glass of water. You're awake. That's great. He seemed very happy to see Silas standing up. But Silas couldn't feel happy. First old Neil, now Asex. Klein, what kind of monsters are all your teachers? Silas forced a smile at him and took the glass, drinking a sip. He noticed that Asex kept looking at him, but his gaze was unfocused, as if seeing through his body. You have an aura on you that feels very familiar to me, but I can't recall it. He said somewhat wistfully. But I don't know you. Silas thought to himself. Have you been encountering a lot of coincidences lately? Asex continued. Coincidences? Silas instinctively recalled and then remembered the series of encounters he'd had since transmigrating. Like Sirius's letter being burned, Hannis coming to the Blackthornne security company in the middle of the night, becoming roommates with Hudugin on the day he was hospitalized, and getting caught up in Lenivis's ritual. It could practically be said that coincidences were everywhere. Could there be some deeper reason behind this? Especially since the speaker was a high-sequence powerhouse, his words carried even more credibility. Mr. Asex, do you mean Silas has been affected, too? Klein said in surprise. Yes. Asex nodded. He didn't explain further but stood up and put on his hat. Since you're all right now, allow me to take my leave. He sensed Silas's wariness and seemed unwilling to put too much pressure on him, so he chose to temporarily withdraw. Only when he reached the door did he turn back. The aura around you is very peculiar and may be important to me. When it's convenient, I hope you can meet with me privately and help me with something. Asex said. Of course, you can refuse at any time. However, if you do come, I'll definitely provide compensation that satisfies you. Silas hesitated at these words. A promise from a powerful being was indeed very tempting. Moreover, with any luck, using this opportunity, he might be able to figure out the secrets about himself. Then how should I contact you? He asked. Through Klein. Asex left after saying that. Afterward, Silas asked Klein about Mr. Asex. It turned out he had only discovered Asex's peculiarities after becoming a Beyonder. According to his guess, the other party was likely a high-sequence powerhouse. Didn't you think about reporting him? Mr. Asex doesn't seem like a bad person, and I divined about it. If I don't report him, he'll save my life in some future matter. Klein explained. So Klein shared another matter with him. It turned out he had also encountered many coincidences. Through dream divination, he discovered the culprit was connected to a house with a red chimney. Klein had already hired a detective to help him search for this house. Silas nodded. I think we can cooperate on this matter. I'm willing to help. Let me know if there's any news. Keep it from the captain for now. Yes, better not to let too many people know for the time being. Chatting like this, the two returned to the Blackthornne security company. Next, Silas would try making a slumber charm. Chapter 38, the one not favored by the goddess. Blackthornne Security Company, Underground Armory. I've taught you everything I can. Give it a try. Klein said to Silas. All the materials were now ready and laid out on the table. Silas nodded, then picked up the ritual silver dagger. He infused it with spirituality and used the spirituality spurting from the dagger's tip to cut through the surrounding air, creating an invisible spiritual wall. He took out 2 candles, one long and one short. The long one represented the deity, the short one represented himself. Releasing spirituality from his fingertips, he rubbed the wick, and with a whoosh, the flame ignited. As the candlelight flickered, Silas dripped a drop of deep sleep flower extract oil into the candle flame. The flame immediately made a hissing sound, and a faint fragrance spread out. He continued adding powders of moonflower and night vanilla into the flame. The scent in the air became more pronounced, like walking into a midnight meadow and smelling the fresh scent of wildflowers and grass, making one feel peaceful and calm. A silver piece 2 fingers wide was placed under the long candle. Silas held the carving knife and softly chanted in Hermes. Evernight goddess, more lofty than the stars, more eternal than eternity. You are the Crimson Lord, you are the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Calamity and Fear, the Lady of Repose and Silence. As he recited the Evernight goddess's honorific name, Silas suddenly felt somewhat awkward. Because even though he was an official member of the Nighthawks team under the goddess's church, he had never actually entered a goddess's church. This was surprisingly his first time reciting the goddess's honorific name. Outside the spiritual wall, Klein watched Silas's ritual progress and suddenly let out a soft, "huh." But Silas, inside the wall, didn't know this. He continued reciting the prayer according to procedure. I pray to you. Pray that you bestow power upon me. Bestow upon me the power to complete the slumber charm. Great goddess, please transmit your power to my charm. As the incantation was about to end, Silas reached out to pick up the carving knife. According to Klein's demonstration, the goddess should now respond to his prayer, projecting divine power onto him, and then he would use the carving knife to carve this power into patterns on the silver piece, solidifying it into a charm. Wait, where's the goddess's power? Silas froze, holding the carving knife. He had finished reciting the entire incantation, but nothing had happened. Turning to look outside, Klein also had a dumbfounded expression. The goddess actually didn't respond to a believer's prayer. Has there been a precedent for this? At least I've never heard of it. Then why is the goddess ignoring my prayer? I don't know either. In the underground armory, Silas and Klein stared at each other wide-eyed. After that, they tried several more times and found that whenever it was Klein, the ritual could be completed smoothly, but if it was Silas, he could never get the goddess's response. What kind of situation is this? Does the goddess dislike me? Silas was completely speechless. He sat on the ground and spaced out. He was thinking about why the goddess wouldn't acknowledge him. To be honest, in his past life, Silas had no faith whatsoever. But coming to this world, the existence of extraordinary powers made him understand that gods truly existed here. Plus, the Launder family had originally been casual believers of the goddess, so he went with the flow and pretended to be a goddess believer, joining the Nighthawks. But from his true feelings, he still didn't believe in gods. Could it be because of this? Silas couldn't help but stand up. If that's the case, then following the practical pragmatism typical of Chinese people, wouldn't it be fine to just go to the temple and pay respects? So he turned and quickly walked out of the armory. Hey, Silas, what are you doing? Klein called out in alarm. Going to pray to the goddess. Silas shouted back. He didn't return to the surface but used the underground passage to quickly head to St. Selena's Cathedral. His steps were hurried, and when he burst out from the hidden door, he startled the priest guarding nearby. Is something the matter? The priest asked. Nothing, I'm here to pray to the goddess. Silas answered. The priest was at a loss for words. He couldn't prevent a believer from praying to the deity, so he had to step aside while reminding him, please be quiet and don't disturb others. Silas left the corridor, and after a few steps, the view opened up before him. Under the high dome, the altar, confessional, pulpit, and rows of pews were arranged in order. The entire church was deep and quiet. Only at the holy emblem at the top were holes carved at the positions representing stars, with sunlight streaming in like brilliant stars in the night sky. It was afternoon, so there were few believers in the prayer hall, and the priests had their own tasks, paying him no mind. Silas chose a secluded pew to sit down, clasped his hands together in an empty grip, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and silently began to pray. Evernight goddess, more lofty than the stars, more eternal than eternity. He first recited the goddess's honorific name again in Hermes, then began praying quietly in Ruin. Great goddess, I am by nature suspicious and have not been respectful enough toward the divine. I hope you can forgive me. First, admit fault. The attitude must be good. From now on, I will believe in you more devoutly. He didn't even believe this himself, but at least formally, he needed to show sufficient respect to the goddess. Please be as magnanimous as the endless night and bestow your grace upon me, granting me the opportunity to use your authority. Finally, express his wish. Perfect. The moment Silas finished speaking, he immediately felt something was different. The originally lofty dome and deep, dark prayer hall seemed to become gentler, making him within it seem less out of place but rather part of it. In the darkness, someone seemed to be laughing softly like an invisible thread descending and connecting to Silas. Silas's eyes suddenly widened. He found it hard to describe what this feeling was, but he was certain that in this instant, he had established a connection with some hidden and lofty existence. The potion inside his body digested rapidly. In just a brief moment, it actually digested a huge portion. His ears suddenly became quiet and clear, like when you've had clogged ears from motion sickness for a long time, then suddenly swallow and your eardrums return to normal. Good grief, it actually worked. And my potion actually digested this much. But why? Silas's heart was filled with shock and confusion. He raised his hand and, not very devoutly, drew the symbol of the crimson moon on his chest, saying softly, "Praise the goddess." He got up and returned, still using the hidden door. When he returned to the armory and skillfully performed the ritual, reciting the Evernight goddess's honorific name, a certain peaceful, deep power filled his body. It works. Silas gripped the carving knife and began outlining and carving Hermes text and mystical patterns on the silver piece, fixing the power of slumber onto the charm. Until the final stroke was completed, all the power of slumber was locked into the charm. He picked up the charm, feeling the slightly cool touch of the silver piece, and revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 39, Employment Commission. After successfully borrowing the goddess's power to create the sleep charm, Silas fell into deep thought. It wasn't melancholy over becoming a devotee of the goddess, he was analyzing why his potion had digested so quickly. Secrets Suppliant, one who prays to hidden existences. Was it because praying to the goddess who represented concealment matched the name of the potion that caused it to digest rapidly? No, it wasn't just that. Silas carefully recalled the moment when the potion had digested rapidly. It wasn't when he prayed, but rather the instant he received the goddess's response and gained her attention. Right, prayer was just an action. The true purpose of prayer was to receive a response from the hidden existence. The key point was establishing a connection with a hidden existence. He soon thought of the Sequence 8 potion's name, Listener. First, pray to a hidden existence, establish a connection, then listen to the voice of the great being, and become a believer. That's how this pathway operated. It all made sense now. So, could he switch the target of his listening to the goddess? If so, would there be hope of advancing to Sequence 8 without becoming a fanatic of the true creator? For a moment, Silas's thoughts raced, and a bright path seemed to appear before his eyes, making him unable to resist feeling pleased. Although it might not work, having hope was always a good thing. Thus, this cheerful mood of his continued until the next day, and he was even smiling broadly during meals. Silas, did something good happen? Roseanne couldn't help but ask. Sort of. Silas smiled and tore off a piece of bread to soak in his vegetable soup. This meal counted as a working lunch. Since it was inconvenient to go home for lunch, they ordered from Old Will's restaurant down the street, with a waiter delivering it at the appointed time. Because there were official matters to discuss, Dunn had gone to meet with the captains of the machinery hive mind and the mandated punishers. Klein had gone to the divination club for lunch. Adding those on leave, those guarding underground, and those with unfinished work, in the end, only he, Leonard, Roseanne, and Fry were left to eat their working lunch in the hall. Fry was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, rarely speaking, so only the three of them chatted intermittently. The midday sunshine was beautiful. Sitting in the spacious hall, eating while chatting casually, such days were quite pleasant and leisurely. So what exactly are you so happy about? Did you come into a large sum of money again? Leonard asked jokingly. No, I'm just happy thinking about going to the theater with my sister this weekend. Silas smiled and deflected. He always felt that Leonard was somewhat different. Whether through verbal probing or daily behavior, he seemed convinced that Silas was out of the ordinary. Not only that, he always had this confident air about him, as if he were the protagonist of a story, relaxed and at ease when facing anyone. Going to the Grand Theater for a performance, how nice. Upon hearing this, Roseanne said enviously and wistfully, I haven't been in a long time. Damn it, work sucks away all my energy. Even on rest days, I just want to sleep in. Why hasn't a new clerical staff member joined yet? I need someone to save me from my dark circles. That's when you should think of those who rarely need sleep. Leonard tapped his chest lightly and smiled. Sleep is a gift from the goddess. I should be grateful. Roseanne glanced at Leonard resentfully, then looked at Silas. So when your sister goes to the performance, she'll definitely wear a pretty dress, right? A dress. I haven't really paid attention. She probably only has her 2 everyday dresses. Silas answered casually. Those 2 dresses were bought when they first moved. Cecilia said buying expensive ones would make her stand out too much at school, so she only bought 2 rather plain dresses. He saw Roseanne's expression freeze. Only everyday dresses? She asked, emphasizing each word. Yeah. Silas felt something ominous. Roseanne's chest heaved. She took a deep breath. Mr. Silas Launder, do you think it's appropriate to let a beautiful young lady in the prime of her youth wear only an ordinary dress on an occasion like going to the theater? I guess, not really. After thinking it over, Silas honestly replied. He'd almost forgotten that in this world with scarce entertainment, going to the theater was already quite a ceremonial occasion. Many middle-class families, even at considerable expense, would maintain face by wearing proper attire to participate in such refined activities. Although Silas felt that clothes were just clothes and a performance was just a performance, based on common sense, not preparing a beautiful dress set for his sister was indeed a dereliction of duty as her brother. Especially now that he wasn't short on money. Having one custom made is too late now. He mused aloud. I'll just take her to buy something ready-made. Buying ready-made might be very expensive. Is anyone here? An angry voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Roseanne's words. Several people looked up to see a lady in a luxurious dress striding in. She was getting on in years, slightly plump, with undisguised fury on her face. Madam, is there anything we can help you with? Leonard took the lead, standing up and bowing to the lady. The lady, originally full of anger, first swept her gaze over Leonard's face, then lingered on Silas's face for a while. Her angry expression softened considerably. Do you have any capable people here? I need some help. Capable people. Silas thought for a moment before reacting. Oh, right, this place was publicly known as a security company. Security companies in lone roughly shouldered jobs like bodyguarding, escorting, and investigation, and incidentally would take on some rather dangerous work. So asking for capable people was a euphemism, representing that the job might involve the gray area of illegality. But we're actually legitimate Nighthawks. Just as Silas was about to refuse, he heard Leonard cheerfully speak up. That's right, madam. We're certainly very capable. But may I ask what you need us to do? Hearing him ask this, the lady's just softened face turned vicious again. Catch a cheater. Mrs. Pond from the dock logistics company recently felt that her husband was having an affair. He frequently came home late, and his attitude toward her was getting worse. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. After a huge fight with her husband, she marched out in a fury to find a private detective. By chance, she found the Blackthornne security company. But isn't it possible your husband is just busy with work? Roseanne asked curiously from the side, eating her metaphorical popcorn. Impossible. Mrs. Pond categorically denied. I have solid evidence. What evidence? Roseanne pressed. He's been eating his fill elsewhere. Not only is it less frequent, but the portions aren't enough. Mrs. Pond said indignantly. Silas savored this statement for several seconds before finally realizing what this formidable lady was talking about. Puffed. Fry, who had maintained a cold expression throughout, couldn't hold back and sprayed out a mouthful of black tea. Chapter 40, God's Favored. Is it really appropriate for us to take on side jobs like this? Silas asked. Of course it's appropriate. Leonard replied without looking up, his fingers clattering away at the typewriter as he drafted the contract terms. Our team's rule is that as long as there's no official work, we can take private jobs. Half the money goes to the team's slush fund, and the other half is split evenly among those who worked. Like that welcome dinner you had the other day, that was paid for from the team's fund. He finished typing and looked up at Silas with a smile. See. Now you've got money to buy your sister a dress, right? I see, so we can make extra money this way. Silas nodded thoughtfully. And it made sense, too. A security company that didn't take jobs would actually be more conspicuous. The contract was quickly drafted in duplicate. Leonard removed the documents from the typewriter and leisurely returned to the front hall. Madam, here is our contract. We will investigate and track your husband, find the person he's having an affair with, and you'll need to pay us a fee of £10 for this service. Dig up all the information on that tramp. I want to bring people and catch them in bed together. Mrs. Pond waved her arms with great momentum. I've written all your requirements into the contract. Leonard smiled and handed over the contract. Of course, regardless of success or failure, you'll need to pay a deposit of £3 first. I know that. Mrs. Pond paid the money, signed her name with a pen, and after Roseanne stamped it with the Blackthornne Security Company seal, the contract was complete. Then I'll await your good news. After seeing Mrs. Pond off, Leonard turned back to look at Silas. Fry has to patrol the public cemetery this afternoon, so it'll just be the two of us working. Sure, I can do that. Silas replied. But I haven't learned how to tail someone. Don't blame me if I get exposed. At the same time, he calculated in his mind, £10 in fees, minus the £5 to be handed over, split between two people would be £2.50 each, which should be enough to buy a decent dress. How could we actually tail someone? It's exhausting, and it would interfere with our regular work. Leonard smiled. I was thinking, do you have a way to find out where her husband is having his affair? Using your ritual magic. So that's why he came to me. Silas thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but I might need something that belongs to her husband, something he keeps close to him. Then let's make a trip to her husband's company, Leonard said. Tonight would be good. There'll be fewer people, and I can use my abilities. We might discover something at his company. The two agreed on a meeting time and place. With this little interlude concluded, they cleaned up their meal trays and began their afternoon work. Meanwhile, in a certain space that did not exist in the real world, boundless gray fog flowed like water, filling everything in sight. Massive stone pillars rose high, supporting a magnificent dome. The grand and imposing structure stood silent in the gray fog, as if eternally erected at the end of time. Directly beneath the dome, where the gray fog was densest, sat a long bronze table. High-backed chairs were arranged on both sides and at each end of the long table. On the backs of the chairs, brilliant and shimmering, deep crimson and subdued, various strange and mysterious patterns were outlined. At this moment, figures occupied the seat at the head of the bronze table and the two chairs on either side. Grayish-white mist likewise shrouded their bodies, allowing only vague glimpses of each other's builds and clothing colors. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey Hall called out in a cheerful tone, bowing her head in greeting to that lofty and mysterious existence at the head of the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. She then addressed the blue-haired man across from her. Good afternoon, Miss Justice. The other two returned her greeting in kind. Once the greetings concluded, the fool, which is to say, Klein, maintained his inscrutable demeanor and lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the long table. The other two turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. I want to know information about the Aurora Order, Klein said flatly. As payment, it can offset 2 pages of Roselle's diary. Because of his colleague Silas, he had developed more interest in the sequence and the corresponding secret organization. Mr. Fool, may I ask what aspect of the Aurora Order you wish to inquire about? The hanged man, Alger, asked cautiously. In his mind, he had already begun speculating about Mr. Fool's purpose for asking. Was Mr. Fool, this suspected ancient deity from the past, gradually awakening and beginning to understand the current situation through him, Alger? But why start with the Aurora Order? Could it be that Mr. Fool wanted to deduce the true creator's current status through the Aurora Order? Klein had no idea about the convoluted thoughts piling up in Alger's mind in that instant. He also wasn't clear about what he wanted to know, so he simply answered calmly, whatever you know, just say it. Yes, Mr. Fool. Alger suppressed the complicated thoughts in his mind and said respectfully, the Aurora Order is a secret organization that appeared in the last 100 or 200 years. They worship the true, the fallen creator, believing that everyone possesses divinity and can elevate themselves through trials to become angels. Klein nodded slightly. This was consistent with what he'd learned from the Nighthawks' internal materials. Seeing this, Alger continued his introduction. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 divine envoys. These divine envoys use letters as code names, calling themselves Mr. A, Mr. X. They are at minimum sequence 7 Beyonders, with the strongest at sequence 5. All are quite skilled at concealing themselves. Whenever a divine envoy dies, a new divine envoy replaces them. Klein hadn't heard about any of this before. But aside from that, most Aurora Order members are lower sequence Beyonders, basically concentrated at the Secrets Suppliant and Listener stages. Miss Justice, Audrey, listening with fascination on the side, couldn't help but interject. Mr. Hangman, what kind of extraordinary abilities do they have? Secret Suppliants are basically harmless. They only understand some sacrificial knowledge and a small amount of ritual magic. A small amount of ritual magic. Klein recalled Silas's situation. He had once told Klein that he'd learned a large number of rituals from the potion. Could it be that Silas's case was rather special? Klein thought this to himself. Due to his surprise, his body unconsciously moved, the motion somewhat pronounced. Sensing Mr. Fool's unusual reaction, the two who were conversing immediately stopped and looked at Klein together, as if waiting for him to say something. Don't mind me, you can continue. Klein felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say to deflect. In a moment of inspiration, he simply chuckled softly. I once encountered a secret suppliant who, just after drinking the potion, immediately mastered a large amount of ritual magic. He had intended to casually brush it off with that remark, but unexpectedly, Alger's body trembled, as if he'd thought of something. Mr. Fool, please forgive my imprecise description. He bowed his head in apology, recalling a record from an ancient text in the Church of Storms. He had originally thought it was just fabrication by the ancient book's author, but hadn't expected it to be true. As you said, there are indeed a very small number of secret suppliants who, after consuming the potion, immediately master a large amount of fallen and evil ritual magic. In ancient records, they were called God's favored. Power stones, please. Chapter 41, Night Visit to the Docks. After finishing their work meal and resting briefly at the company, Silas and Klein, who had just returned from the Divination Club, headed together to their combat instructor Gawain's house to continue their fighting practice. They kept at it until the afternoon drew to a close, then changed out of their practice night uniforms, showered, said their goodbyes to Gawain, and left the house to take a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Throughout the entire process, Klein kept casting glances at Silas, as if observing him. He must want to ask me how my potion digestion is going. Silas guessed with considerable confidence. So Silas met Klein's gaze and smiled faintly. Klein, the method you mentioned really does work. I feel the potion's influence is much less now. Ah. Ahem. It works. Well, that's good then. Klein coughed once, then said seriously, then I think this method can be promoted further. Once you and I have fully mastered our potions, we'll share them with the other members. The two chatted casually for a bit before parting ways at their respective front doors. Cecilia, how long has the lamb been cooking? The moment Silas pushed open his door, he called out loudly inside, grinning as he spoke to his sister. Could he really be a blessed of the true creator? Klein stood at his own doorway, watching Silas's retreating figure, his expression strange as he thought to himself. He hates the Aurora Order so much that he personally killed 3 cultists with his own hands and stopped several evil god rituals. Such a blasphemous blessed one couldn't possibly exist, right? Shaking his head with mixed emotions, Klein closed his door. Crystal clear chunks of lamb and radish were submerged in milky white soup. As the soup bubbled away, the tender, fatty lamb quivered and shook. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma mixed with a faint gamey smell, refreshing to the senses. Good lamb doesn't need many seasonings. You only need to add a bit of spice to remove the gaminess, and that brings out the meat's natural sweetness. Seeing that the meat was about done, Silas turned off the heat and stirred in refined salt to mix it evenly. You can't add salt too early when cooking lamb, or the meat becomes tough. After waiting a few minutes, he ladled out the lamb and radish chunks along with the soup, served them in bowls, and sprinkled bright green basil leaves on top as garnish. After adding pepper powder and taking a bite of the lamb, it was tender yet chewy. The savory flavor and meat's aroma filled both nose and mouth, and then taking a sip of the piping hot broth, good heavens, the Launder siblings ate with their heads down, unable to even look up. Cecilia, I just realized something serious. What is it, brother? Well, Silas took a sip of soup and said with a slightly guilty tone, I just remembered that I should prepare a proper dress for you to wear to the theater. Cecilia looked at him in surprise. Silas, you actually noticed something like that? Wait, which thoughtful lady reminded you? Sis, do you have so little faith in your brother? All right, this time someone else did tell me. Silas's voice rose a bit at first, then quickly lowered again. Anyway, the theater performance is at night, so we'll go out during the day and buy a ready-made one from the shops. Buying ready-made clothes will cost quite a bit more, won't it? Even though you have a high weekly salary, you can't just spend money recklessly. Cecilia said. Brother, I really don't care about those things. As long as you can be with me, we don't have to go to the theater. Anywhere is fine. Girl, why don't you sound like my sister but more like my mom? Silas blinked, then laughed. That won't do. If everyone else has one, how can my sister not? Don't worry, the money will come soon enough. Knock, knock, knock. As they were speaking, someone knocked at the door. Leonard had come to pick him up. Who is it? Cecilia asked. Someone is bringing money for your dress. Silas said with a smile as he stood up. After instructing his sister to be careful at home, Silas got into the carriage with Leonard, who was waiting at the door. The moment he sat down, he suddenly felt a bit worried about his sister's safety. Such a beautiful young girl, what if someone had bad intentions? It looks like he'd need to teach her some close combat techniques afterward, at least enough for self-defense. He thought this way throughout the ride, exchanging little conversation with Leonard, quietly letting the carriage carry them to the dock district in the city outskirts. Tingen had an excellent geographical position, with two major rivers, the Koe River and the Tussock River. The Koe River merged with the Tussock River outside the city, then flowed all the way to the capital, Blackthornne. Large numbers of passenger ships and cargo vessels shuttled back and forth along the rivers, docking at the port district. Thanks to the throughput of these vessels, the dock district developed rapidly. Trading posts, warehouses, and slums stretched out in continuous swaths. Dock workers, beggars, street girls, all sorts of people gathered here, mixing together in a complex way, making this the most chaotic area of Tingen in terms of public security. Night had fallen, yet the dock district was still noisy. Dock workers returning from their shifts drank cheap liquor in taverns, while those who'd earned more ran off to have heart-to-heart talks with the ladies. Beggars huddled in corners to avoid the wind. Shirtless children sucked on their fingers, eyes wide as they watched the lively scene in the lamplight. Behind them in the river bay, ships floated silently in the darkness, like man-eating beasts drifting back and forth on the water's surface. Silas and Leonard stepped across a muddy stretch of ground and arrived at the shipping company where Mr. Pound worked. Welling Shipping Company mainly handled cargo transport on the Tussock River. The entire company had 5 cargo ships in total and was said to be doing quite well financially. A name etched in the sunset's glow. One that your night has awakened. The guards at the entrance were no match for Leonard at all. He simply recited a few lines of poetry from a distance, and these poor fellows immediately closed their eyes and collapsed in a heap. Reciting poetry at night, at this moment I'm a true midnight poet, right, Mr. Secrets Suppliant? He said to Silas with a smile. Is this hinting at the acting method? One after another, they all know these secrets. Silas just nodded and pretended he didn't understand at all. You're right. Leonard's face fell a bit at that, but he quickly rallied his spirits and swaggered into the company building with Silas. Orange gas lamps illuminated the corridor. They followed the signs floor by floor, and soon found the manager's office. The door was locked tight. Just as Silas was thinking about how to pick the lock, he saw Leonard pull 2 pieces of wire from his pocket, insert them into the keyhole, fiddle with them a few times, and with a click, he had already deftly opened the door. Learned it specifically from a petty thief at the police station. Leonard put away the 2 wires, looking rather proud of himself. No need to be proud of that, though. Silas followed behind him. The moment the door was pushed open and the lamp illuminated the space ahead, there seemed to be a thin white thread stretched across Leonard's path. He didn't notice it and stepped forward, so the thread was broken. Probably a spider silk. Silas thought to himself. Seeing that Leonard had already gone in, he couldn't be bothered to warn him and followed him into the office. Chapter 42, Spirit Summoning. Silas raised the lamp above his head, using the light to examine the office. Since the security personnel were already asleep, it didn't matter if the lamplight reflected on the window glass, as long as they weren't too obvious about it. Perhaps because Mr. Pound was a manager, the office decor was rather upscale, and the space was larger than other offices. In the center rear of the room sat a white oak desk with a matching chair. The wood's color was warm and lustrous, appearing glossy and translucent under the lamplight. Leonard couldn't help but sound surprised. They give their manager such nice furniture. This company is richer than I thought. Should we have asked for more than £10? Silas said with a smile as he looked around. Against the wall stood a locked iron filing cabinet. Beyond the cabinet were a sofa and a coffee table. The sofa's leather looked high-end, and the coffee table was made of black walnut, even more expensive than white oak, with a coffee pot and cups placed on top. Besides these, the bookshelf and the coat rack behind the door also appeared to be of rather high quality. Leonard leaned closer to the desk and sniffed slightly, furrowing his brow. The paint smell is still strong. This was bought recently. So what? Silas felt Leonard was acting a bit strange. Weren't they here to investigate an affair? Why was he looking at this desk? Leonard looked up at him. Business at the docks hasn't been good for the past 3 months. The dock workers have work one day and none the next. How is the shipping company making money, and why would they be willing to replace the manager's furniture with such high-end stuff? After this questioning, Silas was also stunned for a moment. But they did buy it. Who knows why? This behavior was at most somewhat suspicious. Maybe this company had some under-the-table dealings, but they had no way to verify that now. Leonard thought for a moment. Buying a desk probably couldn't prove anything, so he smiled casually. Forget it, let's get to work first. He spread his right hand towards Silas, gesturing, "Be my guest." Silas nodded and took out the candles, herbs, essential oils, and other items he'd prepared in advance from his pockets, then lit a candle on the floor. "Go get that hat from the coat rack," he said to Leonard, who quickly complied. Silas took the hat and drew out his silver dagger to create a spiritual wall, sealing off the entire office space. He sat down opposite the candle. At this moment, the candle symbolized himself. Silas dripped a drop of dark decay essential oil into the flame. This represented the domain of death. The essential oil sizzled as it was burned and vaporized, and the air immediately filled with an indescribable smell. "Feels like we've entered a hospital morgue," Leonard commented with a furrowed brow. Silas ignored him and continued to sprinkle moonflower powder into the flame. This flower only bloomed at night, and it was said that when you approached the flower at night, you could hear phantom whispers. The unpleasant smell faded, replaced by another kind of serene and mysterious aura. The air around the candle became peculiar, as if some invisible thing was stirring, creating ripples. Leonard was affected by the atmosphere and stopped talking. Silas took a deep breath and shouted loudly in ancient Hermes, "I." The air near the candle trembled accordingly, as if responding to him. Silas switched to Hermes and continued chanting. "I summon in my name. Spirits wandering in illusion, higher beings whose essence is reflected in this place, friendly ones willing to answer questions." Whoosh! The instant Silas finished reciting, the candle's flame took on a deep blue color, then swelled to the size of a human head. From within the flame emerged a phantom face. And then, nothing else. Just a face. The face floated in midair, looking at Silas, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Silas had already witnessed many grand scenes and wasn't the least bit surprised by such a strange entity. The ritual he was using this time was called a spirit summoning ritual. Through his own spirituality, he summoned a spirit world creature to achieve his own purpose. The higher realm, in the incantation, referred to the spirit world in mysticism, a peculiar space that didn't exist in reality. The advantage of this ritual was that it bypassed the restrictions of deities and could gain enhanced abilities by borrowing the mystical nature of the spirit world. The disadvantage was great uncertainty. Spirit world creatures were numerous and strange, and their danger level and reliability were unknown. So Silas deliberately added constraints to the incantation. Located in this place required that the summoned creature know about the situation here, and, friendly beings willing to answer questions, was to hope the other party would have a better attitude. At this moment, the spirit world creature had been summoned. It was time to ask questions. "Do you know the owner of this hat, Mr. Pound?" Silas held up the hat and asked. The floating face seemed to convey the thought of confirmation to Silas. "Do you know who Mr. Pound's affair partner is? Can you understand what I'm asking?" Silas asked somewhat awkwardly. Unexpectedly, the other party continued to express affirmation. It knew. Then can you draw her, or tell me her name? Silas asked further. This time, the phantom face didn't answer. It floated up and down, as if very confused. Could it be that Mr. Pound has more than one affair partner? Leonard interjected in a low voice from the side. Ah. Silas was stunned at this. Then how should he ask the question? After thinking for a moment, Silas got up from the floor, took a company map from a promotional brochure on the bookshelf, and spread it out on the floor. Is the location of Mr. Pound's affair inside the company? The other party gave an affirmative answer. Then can you show me the locations where he had his affairs? Silas asked. If they could determine the locations, the investigation would be much easier. After getting the other party's affirmation, Silas used his dagger to cut his finger and let the blood drip onto the map. The drop fell exactly on the manager's office where they were located. Blood was a material rich in spirituality and could serve as a medium for rituals. The phantom spirit world creature stared at the map, and some kind of strange power began to push the blood across the map. Leonard and Silas both held their breath, watching the blood's trajectory, which represented Mr. Pound's usual activity routes. The blood left the office, entered the corridor, circled through various offices once or twice, but didn't linger, continuing downward until it exited the office building. Outdoor action. Leonard's low voice suppressed laughter. The blood crossed the courtyard, entered the back of the company in the opposite direction, advanced along the Tussock River, and finally stopped at a river bay marked, abandoned dock, circling continuously. The blood Silas had dripped gradually gathered at this spot. Under the lamplight, this place turned a blood red that looked almost purple. Chapter 43, Ambushed. An abandoned shipyard. That is indeed a good spot. Leonard smiled. Why do you say that? Silas asked. The ritual had ended, and they were now cleaning up the scene, making sure everything was restored to its original state. Otherwise, when Mr. Pond came to work the next day and discovered something amiss, he'd be on guard. Think about it. That place is definitely deserted most of the time, so they can do their business without worry. Plus, the setting's just right. A boat rocking back and forth on the water, doesn't that just set the mood perfectly? Leonard explained, swinging the gas lamp in his hand back and forth as if mimicking a boat on water. The lamplight circled around him, making his shadow sway along with it. The sleepless pathway granted excellent night vision. The lamp was mainly to light the way for Silas. Your imagination is quite something. Silas was speechless. He collected the blood-stained map and stood up. As he put away the blood-marked map, he instinctively rubbed his fingers together, but no pain came from his fingertips. The wound on his finger had already healed. The same thing had happened when they held the ritual for old Neil last time. For some reason, his wounds always healed incredibly fast. According to internal Nighthawks resources, the high sequences of the Secrets Suppliant pathway possessed authority over flesh and blood. Was that the reason? Whatever. Better than not healing at all. Silas set the thought aside for now, then asked Leonard, so what do we do next? Pull out, or go take a look over there. Of course, we'll go take a look. Unlike us, they don't know how to clean up a crime scene, Leonard said. We might even find direct physical evidence there. Ugh, in that case, maybe it's better not to see it. Silas said with mild disgust, pulling open the door ahead of him. Whoosh. A flash of brilliant light suddenly shot out from the shadows beyond the door. A cold sensation filled his chest. Puffed. The soft sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Silas belatedly looked down and saw a dagger run straight through his chest. Due to the remaining momentum, the arm gripping the dagger was still pushing forward. That force traveled along the blade and into his body, sending him falling backward. Thud. As his body hit the floor, he heard Leonard's furious roar. Silas. Leonard's eyes were bloodshot with rage. 1 second ago, the two of them had been joking around, and the next moment, Silas had been struck down. He saw the attacker's appearance. The figure was lean, their entire body shrouded in a hood and cloak. Taking advantage of the instant they opened the door, the attacker had thrust the dagger forward with full force. The assassination was so swift and fierce that Leonard didn't even have time to react. At the same moment Silas fell after being stabbed, Leonard charged forward, raising his leg in a fierce kick. In the darkness, his strength was greatly enhanced. This kick actually created a howling wind. But the hooded assassin nimbly retreated, dodging Leonard's attack as lightly as a feather in the wind. The assassin glanced at the fallen Silas, then at the furious Leonard, and without hesitation turned and ran. Stars burn with my fury, the night wind is my dirge. Leonard's voice came from behind the assassin. His magnetic voice seemed to carry endless tranquility and sorrow, echoing through the dark corridor, disorienting the listener's mind. The running assassin's steps came to a halt. His body began to sway, his head drooped, as if he were about to fall into a beautiful dream. Just then, he suddenly raised his dagger and stabbed his own arm. Ugh! He let out a muffled cry of pain, but it also snapped him awake. He ran toward the end of the corridor even faster than before. Damn it. Leonard immediately drew his revolver and fired at the fleeing figure. Bang. 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 The gunshots rang out loudly, the muzzle flashing with light at each discharge. The assassin's figure ran without slowing, reached the end of the corridor, crashed through a window, and leaped out. Leonard chased after him and saw the attacker easily jump down from the third floor without any trouble, quickly disappearing into the lightless darkness. He gritted his teeth but didn't pursue. Instead, he turned and ran back to the manager's office. Silas's injuries were still unclear. He needed to save him, fast. Silas lay flat on the floor of the manager's office, breathing deeply. He could feel the burning pain from the wound in his chest. With each breath, the pain ebbed and flowed. But besides the pain, another sensation was also feeding back to his brain. He could feel his flesh squirming, as if every muscle, every tissue had gained a mind of its own and was working to repair and mend itself. So amid the fine, dense sounds of flesh writhing, the blood stopped flowing out, his internal organs spontaneously sealed themselves, muscles stretched and reconnected, tissues drew together and healed. Silas. Silas. He heard Leonard's anxious shouts. The sound of footsteps transmitted vibrations through the floor. The midnight poet rushed back to his side, then came to an abrupt halt. His shouting stopped just as suddenly. Needless to say, he must have witnessed the shocking sight of Silas's flesh healing itself. Silas endured the pain and forced himself to sit up partway, looking over. Sure enough, Leonard was staring at him with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is. Stop making a fuss and help me up. Silas extended his hand for Leonard to pull him to his feet. You should be thanking me. If I hadn't opened the door first, you'd be the one with a dagger in your chest right now. Looking at the hand extended toward him, Leonard hesitated for a moment, but still reached out, grasped it, and pulled Silas up forcefully. Damn, that hurts. The movement was too abrupt. Silas grimaced in pain, and the muscles around his wound trembled and quivered. The scene was grotesque, making Leonard's heart skip a beat. Silas, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Silas looked down at his wound. His internal organs had already healed, only the muscles, blood vessels, and such were still slowly mending. Unfortunately, his shirt was ruined and stained with blood. Did you catch that bastard? No. Leonard looked a bit embarrassed. I figured I needed to come back and save you, so I just fired some shots to drive him off. If he'd gone after the attacker, setting aside whether he could catch the enemy, his teammate would definitely have been beyond saving. So the choice was perfectly sound. Silas nodded, then said, that guy's no ordinary fighter, right? To spar with a Sequence 8 Midnight Poet and successfully escape basically confirmed the opponent was a Beyonder. Very strong. Definitely a Beyonder, Leonard realized as well. He was specifically gunning for us, because we went into the manager's office. That raised a very odd question. Just to protect an affair, was it necessary to station a Beyonder as a guard? Of course not. There had to be something more going on. Quick, we need to get to that abandoned shipyard right now. There's definitely some kind of secret there they can't let anyone know about. Both of them broke into a run. When they reached the corridor, Silas saw a pool of blood on the ground. It must have been left when Leonard's gunfire grazed the hooded figure. An idea struck him. He crouched down and used a small vial to collect the blood. You son of a bitch, you dared stab me with a dagger. I'm definitely going to get you for this. Chapter 44, Curse. By the time the two of them rushed down from the building, the wound on Silas's chest had completely healed. Hey! You two stop right there. The guards had been awakened by the gunshots and sounds of fighting. Seeing them, they shouted and surrounded them. But before they could get close, Leonard chanted his poetry again, and the entire group of guards collapsed onto the cold ground, peacefully drifting into slumber. Silas pulled out the blood-stained map from his jacket. According to the markings on it, they needed to follow the direction of the Tussock River, going deep into the rear section of the company. The abandoned shipyard was located in a river bend in the depths. That way. He pointed out the direction, and the two of them broke into a run. Huff. Huff. After running for a short while, Silas began gasping from exhaustion. He was extremely grateful at this moment that he'd participated in combat training and improved his stamina. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep going at all. Leonard ran ahead of Silas. He could actually run much faster, but to accommodate Silas, he kept his speed at a relatively low level. The two of them ran one after the other deep into the William Transport Company. Before long, the outline of the abandoned shipyard appeared before them. Only half a crimson moon cast down its faint radiance, barely illuminating everything before their eyes. The cement ground of the shipyard already had cracks, with all kinds of weeds growing wild in the gaps. The steel frame bridges had rusted, and many of the wooden planks extending from the bay shore were rotten. It looked like this place had indeed been abandoned for a long time. Yet in the deep water of that river bend, hidden among the buildings, a cargo ship of unknown origin was moored. From the outside, this ship was perfectly blocked by the haphazardly constructed buildings. Combined with how remote this location was, unless someone came here specifically, no one would ever discover that a cargo ship like this was hidden here. What the hell? Leonard was also astonished. Unlike the dilapidated shipyard, this ship's exterior was intact, without any signs of damage or decay. It was clearly a vessel that could operate normally. A vague figure appeared at the bow, seemingly the very hooded person who had ambushed them. They watched as he lightly jumped down from the bow. With a splash of water, he dove into the tussock river, submerging into the riverbed and disappearing from sight. "Don't chase him. Let's board the ship and take a look," Leonard said in a low voice. The ship had extended a plank toward the shore. The two of them carefully stepped across the board and came aboard. As soon as they entered the cabin, the fresh smell of blood hit them in the face, rushing into their nostrils rich and unconcealed. The two exchanged glances and followed the bloody scent, searching everywhere. They discovered corpses on the deck, in the crew quarters, and even in the captain's cabin. Some bodies lay in beds, perhaps originally sleeping. Those on the deck might have been keeping watch. There was also a group gathered in the dining hall, sailors who looked like they'd been holding a feast. And now they were all dead. Pretty ruthless work. Silas thought to himself as he walked into the captain's cabin. He found a person dressed as the captain collapsed over the navigation table. The ship's log had been thrown into a brazier and burned until only the cover remained. Just who had come to silence them, and for what purpose? Perhaps checking what cargo they were transporting would help them understand. They headed down to the lower cabin. Pulling open the hatch below, a wave of hot air mixed with a foul smell surged up. The two readied their revolvers, raised the gas lamp, and stepped onto the stairs of the lower cargo hold, descending step by cautious step with extreme vigilance. The orange-yellow glow of the gas lamp extended forward at its edges, illuminating face after face in the depths of the cabin, some terrified, some numb, some exhausted. The cargo they were transporting was people. "This situation is beyond our capabilities. We need to report to the captain." After emerging from the cabin, Leonard said to Silas with a grim expression. No one could have expected that what had started as an ordinary adultery investigation would ultimately involve human trafficking connected to Beyonders. The people in the lower cabin clearly had the skin tones and features of those from the southern continent. When questioned, they would only respond in Dutanese from the southern continent. There was no way to communicate at all. Bastard. Leonard looked somewhat furious and suddenly cursed the Mr. Pond he'd never met face to face. I thought he was just having a little affair, but who knew he was actually running a human trafficking operation? Many of the girls inside looked like they'd been violated. Silas also nodded with understanding. No wonder when they'd questioned that spirit world creature earlier, it had seemed so confused. It was because Mr. Pond wasn't having an affair at all. He was using the convenience of slave trafficking to brutally assault the young women among them. Leonard stayed angry in the cabin for a while, gradually controlling his emotions, then looked up and said, "Let's go. We'll head back and report to the captain." Silas squeezed the small vial in his jacket pocket, which contained the hooded person's blood. "Why don't you go alone? I'll stay here and keep watch," he said to Leonard. Leonard was startled. "But that's not safe. That guy already ran off. Is he really going to come back and let us catch him?" Silas said. "If I stay, I can protect the scene. Plus, if you go alone, you'll be faster without me slowing you down." What he said did make sense. Leonard was quickly convinced. After reminding him to be careful, he left on his own first. After watching Leonard's figure disappear into the distance, Silas clutched the small vial of fresh blood, his expression dark as he walked back into the cabin. Sending Leonard away wasn't for any other reason. It was purely to get revenge on that bastard who dared stab him. He was going to use a ritual to curse the other party until he took their life. Silas walked into the dining hall. Many corpses lay scattered about inside, the very sailors who'd been having a feast and banquet earlier. The grilled fish and mushroom soup on the table were still steaming, but the people meant to enjoy them were dead. The sailors' faces were frozen in terror. Each one had been killed with a single strike, dispatched cleanly and efficiently straight to the vital point. Perfect. With all these people killed, I don't even need to find ritual sacrifices. Silas sniffed the heavy scent of blood in the dining hall and said with a cold laugh. He lit 2 candles on the dining table, then drew the ritual dagger from his jacket, cut his finger, and evenly smeared blood on the blade. He didn't create a spiritual wall. Instead, he raised the dagger in the dining hall full of corpses. Master who created everything. He used Hermes, calling out the true creator's honorific name. the surroundings quieted down. In the summer season of August or September, even the insect chirping from outside couldn't be heard. Ruler behind the curtain of shadow. The cabin began to sway, and the hanging gas lamp swung, casting shadows. Silas still only recited 2 lines of the honorific name, not the full title. But a certain blasphemous, evil power had already faintly descended. The hidden existence he called upon was eager to bestow its grace upon him. Like a generous sales manager constantly extending a customer's trial period. But what a sales manager wanted was merely your money. What an evil god wanted was more than just your soul. Praise the Master. Offer sustenance to the great Master. Silas spoke pious words in a thoroughly impious tone. May the Master's breath always accompany me, eliminate obstacles for us. Phantom wind sounds arose in the dining hall, the wind carrying the shrill wails of the dying. After the wind passed, the originally heavy scent of blood suddenly became very thin, as if swept away by the wind to somewhere unknown. The faces of the dead became abnormally pale, transforming from the pallor of corpses to a ghastly white like that of inorganic matter. Silas raised the ritual dagger and gently flicked it through the air. A certain evil and pure aura of corruption clung to the blade. He twirled the dagger round and round, letting the aura adhere evenly to the blade's surface, then crouched down while gripping the dagger. The cabin floor was made of wood. He easily carved a crude little figure on it with the dagger. The figure's image was rough, about the size of a palm. After Silas drew the outline of the figure, he took out the vial of fresh blood from his pocket and poured it over the stick figure. The modest amount of blood dripped down, and driven by some unknown force, it spread flat, evenly covering the figure's outline without spilling out at all. Silas raised the dagger, blade pointing down. You dared to stab me, he said with a cold laugh and viciously stabbed down. Puffed. The dagger pierced straight through the wooden plank. Though it clearly struck wood, Silas felt the elastic feedback of piercing flesh. The blood on the surface of the stick figure rippled in response, as if it were screaming in extreme agony. Feel good. Silas sneered coldly, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed down at the figure again. The feedback from this strike was less, and it came with faint resistance. Someone was blocking his curse. You really think you can stop me? Silas laughed viciously, directly took the dagger and slashed open his palm, letting fresh blood pour freely into the figure's outline, then raised the dagger with both hands high. Praise the Master. He shouted with a savage expression and stabbed down at the figure with all his strength. Puffed. The blood on the figure's surface seemed about to boil. Blood droplets splattered and leaped, but before long, they lost all vitality, becoming like dead matter, slowly seeping down through the gap the dagger had carved. Silas watched all this coldly. When the strange phenomenon ended, he pulled out the knife, quickly cleaned up the scene, then stood up and strode toward the exit of the cabin. Leonard would be back soon. He needed to hurry back up to the deck and act like nothing had happened. At the same time, somewhere in Tingen City, a lavish ball was in full swing. To the sound of melodious music, more than a dozen pairs of well-dressed gentlemen and ladies danced gracefully in the ballroom. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the magnificent hall and made the gems on every lady's snow-white neck reflect brilliant radiance. Suggestive whispers arose beneath the cover of music. Happy laughter mingled with the scent of ladies' perfume, spreading through the air. The gentlemen's gazes wandered through the crowd, searching for that most enchanting silhouette, but found nothing. Thus, those gazes inevitably became disappointed and regretful. They sighed, wondering which lucky fellow tonight would have the privilege of her favor. In a certain secret room on the second floor, the voluptuous and alluring Madame Sharon, with that stunningly beautiful face that had captivated countless people, now wore an icy expression as she asked, Nighthawks. Beside her stood a beautiful young woman with a round face, wearing a dress. It was precisely the girl Silas had encountered before. Yes, at least one sequence 8 midnight poet. Facing them was the hooded assassin. He had already removed his hood, revealing himself to be a young man. Clutching his injured arm, he answered, but I've already silenced everyone on the ship. Just then, before he could finish his words, he suddenly showed an expression of extreme terror. Chapter 45, Sharon. What's wrong with you? Say something. Madame Sharon looked at the person across from her, who stood there tongue-tied, and said impatiently. But. The hooded men looked around frantically, appearing anxious and terrified. There's something. Really, something's really wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? Madame Sharon grew even more impatient. Just as she was about to question him further, her vision was suddenly painted red with fresh blood. Ah! The hooded man let out a miserable wail. His chest and abdomen seemed to be pierced by an invisible blade, instantly tearing open massive wounds. Madame Sharon and the young woman beside her were splattered with blood. For a moment, they couldn't react and stood there in a daze. It wasn't until his screams rang out that they snapped awake. Triss, get back. Covered in blood, Madame Sharon actually looked somewhat eerily bewitching. She shouted for the girl beside her to retreat, and with a wave of her right hand, a charred wooden staff about 20 centimeters long appeared in her palm. This was a special item created by her witch abilities, a wand. He's been cursed, Madame Sharon said furiously. He didn't even notice it himself. What an idiot. She raised the charred wand in her hand. With a low chant, a jet-black beam of light shot from the tip of the staff, forming a black hemispherical shield above the hooded man's body. The moment her protection was complete, she saw the surface of the black hemisphere cave inward, as if struck by an invisible blade. This invisible stabbing attack failed to pierce the shield and withdrew after a few seconds. Heh. A smile had just begun to form on Madame Sharon's face when she saw a splash of blood-red light suddenly appear above. Boom. A vicious curse carrying the resentment of death crashed down thunderously. The shield couldn't withstand it and shattered with a crack. The hooded men below didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Splurt. Fresh blood mixed with human tissue splattered in all directions, as if coating the entire room with a layer of red paint. SSSSS. The splattered flesh and blood carried corrosive properties, scorching the entire room until smoke rose. Ah! My face. My face. Madame Sharon's wand exploded into 2 pieces. She herself covered her face and began screaming. Her exposed, rounded arms, the pale, slender legs beneath her evening gown. All the places affected by the curse just now began to mutate. Beneath that alluring, delicate skin, hideous tumors bulged out like flower buds yet to bloom. Her hair began to grow thick and moved on its own without wind, as if each strand had gained independent life. The girl named Triss, having hidden behind Madame Sharon, was lucky enough to escape the disaster. Watching Madame Sharon rolling on the ground, her eyes revealed 2 complex, contradictory emotions simultaneously, schadenfreude and concern. She stood quietly to the side, letting the other woman wail. After a few seconds, Madame Sharon's screams subsided. The tumor slowly receded, and her hair returned to normal. Only then did Triss speak up. Are you all right? It's the aura of the true creator. The Aurora Order. Those lunatics. I told them long ago not to deal with these lunatics. Madame Sharon climbed to her feet. Half her head had been corroded and rotted away, including the waterfall of smooth, enchanting hair and half of her pitifully alluring face, revealing raw, red flesh that formed a horrifying contrast with the other half. She cursed the Aurora Order hysterically. Seeing this appearance, Triss's eyes couldn't help but show shock. She lowered her head. The next day, at the Blackthornne Security Company. The manager of William Shipping Company is Mr. Pond, right? He, along with the company's owner and several executives, have all been arrested. Dunn, who had returned after working all night, said this to the waiting Silas. Silas was somewhat surprised. He looked at Leonard, who had gone out with Dunn, and asked puzzledly, "This is a case discovered by us. Shouldn't we be the ones making the arrests and conducting the investigation?" Last night, after receiving the news, Dunn had led the team members and relevant police officers to rush to William Shipping Company in the Port District. Seeing a whole cabin full of Southern Continent people, they too were stumped, not knowing how to proceed. But Silas couldn't be bothered with all that. Using the excuse that the ritual had drained him too much, he'd returned to Blackthornne Security Company on his own first, leaving Leonard to help. After returning to the company, he'd taken the opportunity to change out of his blood-stained shirt to avoid scaring Cecilia when he got home. William Shipping Company's business involves colonies in the Southern Continent and has connections to the military. They forcibly took over the case. Leonard explained, his expression extremely displeased. We just arrived downstairs at Pond's place when they showed up. There was no time at all for the captain to enter his dreams and investigate. The military side said this matter involves military secrets and forbids us from investigating. I get the feeling they're covering something up. That Beyonder that night also seemed like they were there to silence people. Silas frowned, recalling that sharp stab from last night. His chest seemed to ache faintly. There's definitely something fishy going on. He'd also checked some information after returning last night. That Beyonder had a light body, moved swiftly, jumped down from heights without any trouble, and attacked with fierce precision, specifically targeting weak points. These characteristics were very similar to a sequence called Assassin, which seemed to be connected to the Witch Cult and the Gnosis Society. Both organizations were secret organizations hostile to the official authorities. Could the military actually have ties to them? I've already reported the situation to the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral will negotiate with the military, Dunn said, his deep eyes maintaining their calm. Until then, we shouldn't act rashly. Both of them nodded to show they understood. Acting forcefully to investigate at a time like this might instead give others leverage against them. Let the bigwigs upstairs argue it out. After giving them a few more instructions, Dunn hurriedly left. He still had many matters to handle, leaving Leonard and Silas alone in the room. You're okay now? Leonard looked at Silas's chest and asked quietly. Yeah. Silas patted the location of the wound, producing a dull, uniform echo that made Leonard's eyelids twitch wildly. He hesitated, and after looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he leaned in and asked quietly, "What exactly is going on with you?" "I'm not really sure either." Silas played dumb. "Ever since I was sacrificed to that evil god, then forced to consume the potion, after going through all that chaos, my body became very easy to heal." Leonard looked like he was having a hard time accepting this explanation. He struggled with it for a long time. "Do you feel anything abnormal?" he asked unwillingly. "Not at all," Silas replied. "Keep it secret for me, okay? If my sister finds out, she'll worry." He patted Leonard's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Leonard nodded helplessly, then turned and left the break room, heading down to the armory underground. "Did you discover anything?" At the deserted spiral staircase, he spoke to the empty air as if talking to himself. After a moment, he tilted his head as if listening, but soon showed a dissatisfied expression and pursed his lips. "Old man, you're really useless." In the break room, Silas stretched lazily. The secret suppliant potion inside his body had digested almost completely. Only a small portion remained inactive. Perhaps there was something about the law of acting he still hadn't fully grasped. Last night was really dangerous. If not for his astonishing flesh and blood recovery ability, he definitely would have died that night. Maybe I should agree to help Asex. He's a high-sequence powerhouse who could help me improve myself. Silas thought this way and made up his mind. After going back, he'd ask Klein for the Asex family's address, then pay them a visit. Chapter 46, Visiting Asex. Mr. Asex's house was located in the city proper, a standalone building with a front lawn and a back garden. The overall plot was even larger than old Neil's place. A house this nice, right in downtown Tingen, would be far beyond the means of a university instructor's salary. Old Neil's house was worth £900, so this one probably runs around £3,000 to £5,000, Silas thought to himself as he looked over the property. He walked up and pulled the rope at the side of the front door. Ding! Ding! The doorbell rang out in response. Footsteps sounded shortly after, and soon the door opened. Mr. Asex, wearing casual home attire, appeared behind it. "Welcome." He smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you. Please, come in." Before coming to Mr. Asex's house, Silas had already contacted him through Klein, getting the address and arranging a meeting time. This was to prevent the awkward scenario of arriving only to find Asex not home. "Good afternoon." Silas nodded to him. "Mr. Asex, sorry to disturb you." Asex proactively stepped aside and welcomed him into the house, closing the door behind them and leading him to the living room on the first floor. "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or black tea?" Asex asked. Sitting on the soft, high-quality sofa, Silas thought for a moment. Black tea would be fine. After he spoke, he suddenly became a bit curious. Asex's house was so nice, yet there were no servants to be seen. This was quite different from the lifestyle of Lone's middle and upper classes. But if that was the case, who would brew the tea? Could it be that he preferred to do it himself? Snap. Bronze-skinned Mr. Asex, with his soft features, simply snapped his fingers. Behind the living room, in the unoccupied kitchen, the sound of cups and dishes clattering suddenly rang out. After a moment, a tray came floating through the air. On the tray sat a teacup and teapot, perfectly steady. Silas's eyes narrowed. An ordinary person would only see the floating tray, but beneath his gaze, he could see the translucent shadow carrying it. It looked like one of the low-level undead creatures recorded in the files, a wraith. But he'd never seen an ordinary wraith with such capabilities, not only able to interact with physical objects but smart enough to brew tea. Clink. The tray was set down on the coffee table, porcelain and tray meeting with a crisp collision. The invisible wraith bowed respectfully to Asex, then floated back into the kitchen and disappeared. "Give it a try. She's quite skilled at brewing tea," Asex said with a smile to the dumbfounded Silas. "All right." Silas picked up the teacup. The tea was a clear, lustrous red. The thin porcelain cup had a semi-translucent milky white color with intricate, elaborate patterns. It seemed to be expensive bone china. With a careful attitude, he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip to taste the tea. "How is it?" "To be honest, I don't really understand this sort of thing." Between pretending to be refined and telling the truth, Silas frankly chose the latter. "I just think it smells quite nice." Hearing this, Mr. Asex couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, you're very honest. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't really understand tea either." He didn't drink any tea himself. Instead, he picked up a cigar from the coffee table and offered it to Silas. Would you like one? Thank you, but I don't smoke. Silas shook his head in refusal. In his previous life, he hadn't liked tobacco or alcohol. In this world, because of the danger of losing control, he was even more reluctant to touch such things. More importantly, his sister Cecilia had never liked the smell of cigarettes since childhood. It made her cough. Seeing Silas decline, Asex turned and lit one for himself. The strong smell of cigar smoke began to spread through the living room. I'll need to air out my clothes a bit longer when I go back, so the smell doesn't stick, Silas thought to himself. He took a few more sips of tea, then finally couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Asex, you said you wanted me to come help you with something. May I ask what specifically you need me to do? Asex took a deep drag on his cigar. Through the blue-gray smoke he exhaled, he said calmly, I want you to help me recover memories from my past. Memories from your past? Silas asked, puzzled. So Asex began explaining his circumstances to Silas. It turned out that Mr. Asex's memories were incomplete. He only remembered his time after entering university. His life before that was a complete blank. He didn't know where he came from or who his parents were. During this time, he gradually discovered that he possessed peculiar abilities and occasionally recalled fragments from his past. Pursuing his past had become an obsession, driving him forward. Mr. Asex, you're saying that the aura on me almost helped you recall something, so you're hoping I can let you sense that aura again. Silas understood Asex's intention. But I don't even know what this aura you're talking about is, much less how to release it. Though he said this, Silas had some guesses in his heart. The aura that gave Asex a sense of déjà vu was most likely the influence of the true creator on himself. But what kind of person could he have been in his past to be connected to such a dangerous, evil god yet remain unaffected and not fall into corruption? No need to worry. I have my methods. I just need your cooperation. Asex said. I'll summon a special undead creature to use it to draw out the hidden aura on you. Its appearance might be a bit frightening, but I hope you won't mind. Of course, as I said before, regardless of the outcome, I'll give you the compensation you deserve. Silas had come here for the compensation in the first place, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse. He nodded. That's fine. Please start as soon as possible. If they finished early, he could still go to the shooting range to practice with his revolver. Seeing this, Asex said nothing more. He took out a gleaming white bone whistle from his pocket, used his thumbnail to cut open his index finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the whistle. The bright red blood quickly seeped into the bone whistle. Woo-woo. Though no one was blowing it, the bone whistle produced sound on its own. Accompanied by this hollow, low tone, the surrounding environment became hazy. Large blocks of vivid colors stacked and layered together, as if created by the most frenzied painter using bold oil paints to smear together a chaotic world. Silas saw a bronze gate appear behind Asex, just like the one he'd once seen in a dream. The gate's surface was corroded and damaged. Looking closely, he realized those weren't rust stains but twisted faces, one after another. Creak. The gate slowly opened. Black vines emerged from within, embracing Asex, nodding and gathering in front of him to form a sphere. A crack split open at the center of the sphere. From the crack, a transparent monster emerged, like a combination of an octopus and a jellyfish. It extended slimy tentacles towards Silas's face. Silas watched the creature with some wariness. Before coming, he'd taken some precautions, mailing out a letter he'd written. The recipient was himself at the Blackthornne security company. If he were able to leave today, he would naturally retrieve the letter. If he couldn't return, the letter would be received by others at the company, and they would immediately take notice of Asex. But it seemed he'd worried too much. The tentacle merely rested slimily against his forehead without causing him any harm. Before long, blurry visions began to appear before his eyes. In the visions, there were feathered serpents soaring endlessly, along with many other peculiar entities. Chapter 47, Asex's Suggestion. As Asex drew out the aura of the true creator within Silas, strange hallucinations gradually engulfed him. Feathered serpents soaring, bronze gates opening wide, these were things he'd seen before. But as the hallucinations deepened, more unfamiliar scenes began to appear. Countless bizarre creatures, rotting corpses, wraiths, skeletons. Tombs built downward like hollowed-out inverted pyramids, ancient southern continent people with phosphorescent flames burning on their bodies, praying to the crypts in extreme agony. Just then, the hallucinatory scene suddenly expanded. He saw what looked like a mythological-era battlefield. Under a leaden-gray sky, flying dragons soared, giant beasts roared, and ordinary humans, small as ants, slaughtered each other on earth, burning with hellish flames. Among them were occasionally powerful individuals who, though small, could easily kill mountain-sized giants with a mere gesture. At the far end of that battlefield stood a towering black throne. A black emperor, as magnificent as a mountain, sat upon it, overlooking everything below. He seemed to sense Silas's gaze. His eyes shifted, and with heavy, oppressive authority, he looked toward Silas. Splash. The sound of ocean waves rang out at just the right moment. The hallucination before his eyes vanished in an instant, like mist scattered by a fierce wind. Bang. The semi-transparent tentacle resting on Silas's forehead exploded. The undead creature, part octopus and part jellyfish, let out a mournful cry and dragged its broken body back through the gate. The bronze gate creaked shut and disappeared. Silas opened his eyes to find everything around him had returned to normal. Only Asex remained seated on the sofa with his eyes closed, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming at his temples, as if trapped in a deep and ancient nightmare. Should I wake him? While Silas was still debating, Asex slowly opened his eyes. His normally calm and weathered eyes now held a hint of hollowness. No, it's not enough. He murmured to himself, constantly rubbing his forehead as if trying to forcibly squeeze out deeply buried memories. After about half a minute, Asex gradually recovered. He gave a bitter smile and looked up at Silas. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's all right. Are you okay, Mr. Asex? I'm not sure if I was able to help you recover your memories. Silas said. Asex shook his head. I recalled many scenes from the past, but I still can't make sense of it all. He noticed Silas's hesitant expression and smiled. However, achieving this level of effect has already exceeded my expectations. I'll pay the compensation as agreed. So, what do you need? Or is there any problem I can help you with? He's directly asking what I need. Impressive. As expected of a high-sequence powerhouse, even his words are so generous. Silas drew in a sharp breath of admiration. But speaking of which, what did he actually need right now? Silas lowered his head to think it through. Rather than saying what he lacked, it was more about what problems he needed to solve. Since transmigrating until now, he'd had no shortage of troubles. Aside from those already resolved, the pressing issues could be divided into near-term and long-term ones. There were two near-term troubles. One was the unresolved human trafficking case. The hidden enemy might pose a threat to him. The other was what Asex had once told him. Both he and Klein had a strange sense of fate misalignment, seemingly connected to a house with a red chimney. There were also two long-term troubles. The first was his inability to advance in his pathway. The damned true creator's influence on low sequences was too great. Becoming a listener would turn him into a fanatic madman devoted to that god. The second was Lenervus. That guy had been thoroughly screwed over by him and must hate him deeply. Until he was eliminated, he would remain a constant threat. Of these, both Lenervus and the human trafficking case could be set aside for now. Both were already on the Nighthawks investigation list. The Evernight Goddess's church would naturally send people to handle them, no need for an ordinary Nighthawk like Silas to worry. As for the remaining two, they concerned his own survival. Klein was already investigating the red chimney matter, and since he had a better relationship with Asex, it was more convenient and appropriate for him to ask. With this analysis, the answer was simple: ask Asex how to advance to Sequence 8 while avoiding the true creator's influence. After clarifying his problem, Silas looked toward Asex, who was calmly waiting. Mr. Asex, do you know much about my sequence? Secrets Suppliant. I suppose I know a bit. The lower end of my pathway is easily influenced by the top of the sequence. After advancing to Sequence 8, Silas explained his situation. After giving Asex time to digest it, he continued, May I ask, Mr. Asex, do you have any method to prevent me from being mentally controlled by the true creator? Asex held his cigar and thought in silence for a moment before slowly nodding. There is one method, but it carries great risk. There really is one. Silas's heart leapt with joy. He quickly asked, what is it? Skip Sequence 8 entirely and forcibly advance to Sequence 7. This would require you to consume both the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 potions simultaneously. Huh. Silas was stunned. The method Mr. Asex suggested was unexpectedly aggressive. Is that even possible? Though dangerous, if a high-sequence beyonder is there to assist, it's not impossible. However, my current condition isn't ideal. You'll need to wait for me to improve. Besides, you don't have the corresponding potion formula or materials right now, do you? That's correct. Silas nodded. He only had this idea for now, but the potion formula for listener was still unknown. Obtaining the formula, verifying its authenticity, and spending money to buy the materials would all be extremely difficult. Looking at it this way, even if he ignored the true creator's influence and advanced directly, it still wouldn't be easy. Oh, Mr. Asex, I have another idea. Could you tell me if it's feasible? He explained his theory to Asex, the so-called method of switching the listening target from the true creator to the Evernight Goddess. To his delight, after listening, Asex slowly nodded. In theory, it's possible, but. Always a but. How many good things in this world have been ruined by that word? Asex continued, only the true creator actively spreads whispers for his followers to hear. If you want to switch your listening target to the goddess, you'd first need the goddess to actively broadcast her gospel to your ears. Such special treatment from a deity is far too extravagant. Perhaps only high-ranking church officials or the goddess's favored ones would have such an opportunity. A favored one? Well, I'm definitely not that. I don't even count as a believer. After hearing this, Silas laughed awkwardly. Right, why would a dignified true god cooperate for no reason with an insignificant sequence 8 nobody to digest his potion? But this meant his advancement problem had no immediate solution. So what should he ask Asex for? Chapter 48, Business Trip. The thank you gift Silas ultimately received was an extraordinary item, the white bone whistle that Asex wore. Infuse it with spirituality and blow it, and you'll be able to summon a random undead creature to command, Asex explained. It contains my blood, so you can use it freely for the first 3 times. But after the 3rd use, the spirituality in the blood will be depleted. After that, any undead summoned will likely not obey your commands unless your strength surpasses theirs. How strong would I need to be to use it freely? Silas asked curiously. You'd need to reach mid-sequence at least. Asex said, handing him the bone whistle. Silas thanked him and reached out to take it. The bone whistle felt extremely cold to the touch. Its entire surface was a lustrous, gleaming white, though a hint of crimson flowed within it, likely Asex's blood. After chatting idly with Asex for a few more moments, Silas stood to take his leave. He'd come out under the pretext of practicing at the shooting range, and if he delayed too long and was discovered slacking off during work hours, that wouldn't be good. Silas took a public carriage back to Zotland Street. He got off early at the street corner and walked the extra distance to air out the cigar smell from his clothes. When he stepped into the Blackthornne security company, he found everyone present, and each person's face was beaming with joy. What's going on? Did something good happen? He asked Roseanne at the front desk curiously. It's payday today. Roseanne said to Silas incredulously. I can't believe it. Silas, you actually forgot about this day. Hurry and go collect your share from the accountant, Mrs. Oriana. Oh, weekly pay. Silas had a sudden realization. Today was Friday, the day when Nighthawks collectively received their weekly pay. He hadn't collected wages for the past 2 weeks because he'd needed money for settling in when joining the team and had received a 2-week advance on his salary. This meant this was his first time officially collecting his pay. I'll head over then, he said with a smile and quickly walked behind the partition. The team accountant, Mrs. Oriana, was in the first office on the right. She was a fashionable woman around 30 years old, wearing an intellectual and elegant green ruffled dress that perfectly matched her gentle temperament. When she looked toward Silas, her emerald green eyes showed a friendly smile. Good afternoon, ma'am. Silas had already met her when he received his advance. I'm here to collect this week's pay. All right, you and Dunn are the only 2 left now. She took out a pay confirmation form. Sure enough, everyone else's positions had already been stamped, leaving only his and Captain Dunn's. The captain isn't here. Silas took his stamp from his wallet, dipped it in the ink pad, and stamped it while asking casually. He seems to have gone to the church. The Archbishop wanted to discuss something with him, Mrs. Oriana said. She took out a copper key, opened the safe in the room, and retrieved 2 banknotes. Silas, I've heard from others that you've accomplished many significant things lately. At this rate, your salary might increase soon. May the goddess bless us. I hope your blessing comes true, Silas said with a smile. The Nighthawks had an internal salary increase mechanism that recorded merit based on a Nighthawk's contributions. Once accumulated to a certain amount, there would be a raise, along with priority for advancement opportunities. Additionally, the higher a Nighthawk sequence, the higher their base salary. Although Silas currently received the most basic £6, his excellent recent performances meant a raise was likely already on the agenda. Especially since he wasn't allowed to advance, as compensation, his raise would be even larger. Silas took the pay from Mrs. Oriana, 2 notes in total, one for £5 and one for £1. The £5 note bore a portrait of Henry I, while the £1 note showed William VI. Both had similar features with serious expressions and heavy beards. Well, I've seen them several times now. No excitement left. Silas put both banknotes in his wallet while thinking to himself. The wages for Tingen's Nighthawks were split equally between the Evernight Goddess Church and the Ahova County Police Department. At the same time, the police department also provided them with corresponding police identities. Silas now had a probationary inspector's uniform that he could wear out when investigating cases, making it easier to question civilians. Moreover, there was an even more wonderful aspect of being a Nighthawk: their wages were tax-free. What they received was exactly what they got. Silas put away his pay and glanced at his wallet. The salary he'd received in advance had been almost entirely spent on renting, buying formal clothing for himself and his sister, paying tuition fees, and such. Fortunately, he'd later received the house old Neil had gifted him, which not only covered his weekly rent but also left a surplus of 6 soldi. Later, with the Lenervis case, he'd directly received £50, greatly improving his financial situation. Of that sum, Silas had saved half. The rest he kept on hand, and he'd given his sister about £3 for pocket money. That little girl didn't know how to spend money and seemed conflicted just looking at the banknotes. However, from chatting with colleagues, it seemed Sequence 8 potions might cost upward of £400. I'd have to sell the house to afford it. Oh, right, I now have 2 mystical items. That bell isn't very useful. If I really need to buy a potion, I could consider selling it. While calculating his assets, Silas walked out from behind the partition. Just as he emerged, he heard a cheerful female voice. Well done. You've helped me vent the anger in my heart. Following the voice, he saw the plump Mrs. Pond sitting in the hall, praising the Blackthornne security company's outstanding abilities with animated expressions. Sitting across from her, Leonard smiled awkwardly while casually humoring her. All right, I won't disturb your work any longer. Here, this is the remainder of your commission, plus my extra tip. Mrs. Pond generously slapped down £7 in final payment from her purse, along with a full £5 note. Madam, your generosity is impressive. Leonard praised, his tone becoming much more sincere. Hearing him say this, Mrs. Pond couldn't help but show an even brighter smile on her face. Ha 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 ha. That's because I suddenly received a large sum of money. That idiot husband of mine felt so ashamed that he committed suicide in prison. Not only did I get the entire inheritance, but I also received a large pension from the company. This little tip for you all is nothing. She laughed a few more times, then suddenly felt something was off, because both Leonard's and Silas's expressions were far too serious. Are you saying that Mr. Pond is dead? Leonard asked with difficulty, forcing a smile. That's right. The police told me that the idiot made a rope from his bed sheets and hanged himself in prison. Mrs. Pond had absolutely no sympathy for her husband. Serves him right. I'm going to spend all his money lavishly, use his money to keep a young lover. After seeing Mrs. Pond out of the security company, Leonard and Silas exchanged glances. Do you believe Mr. Pond committed suicide? Not a chance. No matter how he thought about it, the men had been silenced. Just then, the company door opened again, and Dunn Smith hurried inside. Captain. The two went to meet him. Leonard said, Mr. Pond has been silenced. I already know. Dunn nodded. Not just him. Other executives in the company who knew about it also committed suicide on the same night. Just as the two were shocked by how brazenly the other party was acting, Silas saw Dunn shift his gaze to him. Silas, are you interested in a business trip? He asked. Chapter 49, the High-Level Deacon's Assignment. The assignment came from Port and Matt. While the human trafficking case was being uncovered in Tingen City, a similar situation had emerged in Port and Matt, East Chester County. The local Nighthawks had intercepted an unmarked cargo ship, and its hold was likewise packed with slaves from the southern continent. However, the slaves in Port and Matt weren't as fortunate as those in Tingen. Just after being rescued, before the Nighthawks could even question them, these poor souls suddenly exploded. Literally exploded. The slaves' flesh and blood swelled like inflating balloons, then burst into fragments with a bang. The sailors aboard the ship were silenced in the same manner, and even several Nighthawks were caught in the blasts, resulting in heavy casualties. When word reached the Holy Cathedral, the higher-ups determined that this incident should be connected to the Tingen City case and requested that Tingen's Nighthawks send personnel to assist. In the captain's office, Dunn Smith shared this information from the church with the team. Sounds really dangerous. Excuse me, can I not go? Silas asked Dunn earnestly. Sorry, no, Dunn replied just as earnestly. Captain, I'm just a Sequence 9 support staff member. You're not seriously sending me to my death, are you? Silas gave a bitter smile. A business trip, to another county, and involving such a dangerous situation, getting stabbed once had been memorable enough. And this time, the enemy could literally create bombs, far more dangerous than last time. While he wasn't one to back down from trouble, he wasn't eager to volunteer for it either. This wasn't my arrangement, Dunn said, rubbing his temples with a rare expression of helplessness. It was High-Level Deacon Casimir. He specifically requested you. Crestet Casimir? Silas quickly recalled that stern face, along with the horrifying sight of evil spirits writhing between his teeth. Why would that high-level deacon single me out? Silas was puzzled. He hadn't done anything to provoke the men. Or does he see special potential in me? In the Port and Matt incident, the deceased all turned into flesh bombs. This is a very distinctive characteristic of the Secrets Suppliant pathway abilities, blood magic used by Beyonders in the Secrets Suppliant sequence, Dunn explained. That's why Deacon Casimir specifically telegraphed me, requesting that I send you to assist with the Port and Matt investigation. Damn. So that's it. The Aurora Order, always the Aurora Order. Why are they mixed up in every bad thing that happens? Guess it's because of my pathway. Who told you to be the only secret suppliant in the goddess's church? All right. I understand. After mentally cursing the Aurora Order 10,000 times, Silas could only nod in agreement. When do I leave? Don't worry, you're not the only one going. Dunn smiled. Port and Matt belongs to another Nighthawk team, after all. Going to unfamiliar territory, you need your own people. So, to protect your safety, I'm having Leonard and Klein go with you. Leonard's combat skills are solid, and Klein can provide divination support. Thank you, Captain. You may be losing your hair, but you're still a good guy. Silas was touched. He glanced left and right at his two colleagues standing beside him, finally understanding why Dunn had called them into the office as well. Leonard maintained his usual casual, unbothered attitude, and Klein didn't seem to mind the trip either. Both agreed. They arranged to take the steam train to Port and Matt tomorrow morning. After that, Dunn gave them some reminders about things to watch out for during the trip. Seeing they all understood, he dismissed them. I feel like the Aurora Order has it out for me, Silas said, shaking his head and venting to the other two as they left the captain's office. Who told you to be the only secret suppliant in the entire goddess's church? Leonard laughed. To be blunt, from now on, any Aurora Order cases across Ruin might end up calling for you. Goddess protect me, please don't let that happen. The thought of traveling nationwide for dangerous cases like this gave Silas a headache. He even started praying to the goddess. It was already after work hours. When the three emerged, they found that aside from those on duty or standing guard, everyone else had already left. Well then, see you at the station tomorrow morning. Leonard didn't live in the same direction as the other two. After leaving the security company's main gate, he waved goodbye and strolled off leisurely. That left Silas and Klein to walk together to the street corner to wait for the public carriage back to Daffodil Street. It was dusk. The setting sun bathed everything on Zotland Street in gold, making the people and objects moving through it look gilded. I really don't want to go on a business trip, Silas said, gazing at the scene before him with genuine feeling. Just think of it as a vacation, Klein said with a comforting smile. He suddenly remembered something and spoke up to remind him, oh, right, Silas. Didn't you make plans with Cecilia to see a show this weekend? I guess you can't go now, can you? Ah, right, that was a thing. Silas froze, then felt even more annoyed. He'd already broken his promise once before because of the Lenivas case. Now, violating their agreement a second time made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After returning home, he awkwardly told his sister he couldn't make it to the show again. I see. Then I'll help you pack, Cecilia said. Unexpectedly, she wasn't angry. Instead, her first thought was about Silas's plans for tomorrow. We don't have a suitcase at home. Should we buy one before the shops close? Sis, aren't you even a little upset? He couldn't help asking. Upset about what? Cecilia looked at him oddly. It's not like you can control this. Rather than waste time on something meaningless, we might as well do something productive. Besides, it's only a few days' delay. We can go see it together after you're back. At this point, she stood up and looked directly at Silas with her clear blue eyes. Silas, I waited years for you to recover. A few days' delay is nothing compared to that. Sis, you really are kind. Silas sighed inwardly with admiration and said, you're absolutely right. All right then, I'll go buy a suitcase now. Leaving number 6 Daffodil Street, he didn't rush to catch a carriage. Instead, he first walked to number 2 in the same row, Klein's house. After ringing the doorbell, a timid young maid answered. May I ask who you are? She asked cautiously, leaning against the door. Klein had mentioned earlier that they'd recently hired a maid who was also learning cooking skills from him in her spare time. The young maid had only been with the Moretti family a few days and didn't recognize Silas. Maybe we should hire a maid too. Silas thought, then said to the young maid, please tell Mr. Moretti that a colleague is here to visit. What is it? A male voice came from behind the door. Looking past the maid, Silas saw a man with thinning hair whose features bore some resemblance to Klein. This was Klein's older brother, Benson Moretti. Chapter 50, Dream Visitor. Oh, Silas, it's you. Seeing Silas outside the door, Benson greeted him warmly. Good evening, Benson. Silas smiled back at him. Benson Moretti, the eldest of the 3 Moretti siblings, had bravely shouldered the responsibility of raising his younger brother and sister after their parents passed away. He not only ensured they had food and shelter but also made sure they could all attend school. As an older brother himself, Silas greatly admired him for this. Moreover, Benson was socially experienced and well-spoken. He provided Silas with a lot of help when he was looking for a place to rent, and Silas was grateful for that. I heard from Klein that you two are going on a business trip together tomorrow. Are you here to discuss something about the trip? Come on in and have a seat. He'll be out once he finishes making dinner. Benson sent the young maid back inside, then said to Silas with a smile, welcoming him to come in and sit for a while. Unlike Silas's situation, Klein's family didn't know he was a Nighthawk. They thought the Blackthornne security company was genuinely a normal company involved in antique protection, so Silas couldn't casually reveal anything in front of them. No need, I still have things to do, Silas declined. Besides, I'm not here to see Klein. I actually have something I'd like to ask of you. Me? Benson asked, puzzled. Yes, it's like this. If I'm away on business, Cecilia will be home alone, and I'm a bit worried about her. Silas spoke frankly about his concerns. So I was hoping you could keep an eye on my sister. You don't need to look after her daily needs, just, if something happens, I hope you could help out. I understand. That's the kind of thing I should do even without you asking, Benson said with a smile. Actually, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of asking you the same thing. Klein just graduated from university not long ago. He's not too familiar with how things work in society yet. With this business trip, I was hoping to ask you to look after him a bit, too. Two older brothers, thinking the same thing. They exchanged knowing smiles. Since he still needed to hurry and buy a suitcase, Silas didn't linger. After saying a quick goodbye to Benson, he left number 2 Daffodil Street. He went to a luggage shop on the commercial street and bought not only a suitcase for himself but also a smaller, more portable one for his sister Cecilia, along with a good quality calfskin handbag. Returning home, he quickly packed his things and had dinner. Silas left Cecilia enough money, reminded her to be careful, and then returned to his bedroom to go to bed. Silas drifted hazily through a dream. He dreamed he was in his rental apartment from his previous life, drinking soda, scrolling through videos, with a TV and game console nearby. These things he hadn't touched in so long filled him with nostalgia. Just as he was about to turn on the game console for a few rounds, the world suddenly shook. The dream, which had been like water vapor, rapidly became clear. The surroundings were familiar. It was the living room on the first floor of number 6 Daffodil Street, where he was renting. I'm dreaming. Strange, I know what I'm doing. Silas consciously realized he was dreaming. This feeling seemed familiar, like it had happened before. When was it? Oh, right, it was when Captain Dunn forcibly pulled me into a dream. As Silas thought about this instinctively, he looked up and couldn't help but jump in fright. Dunn was pressed against the window glass, staring intently at him. What does the captain want? What should I do? While Silas's mind raced with confused thoughts, Dunn had already circled around to the door. He pushed it open and entered without ceremony, barging right in. He hung his hat and black trench coat on the coat rack behind the door, nodded at Silas, then walked straight over and sat down on the sofa across from him. No choice. I'll just have to play along. Silas put on the manner of someone in a dream and asked, Captain, what's going on? Am I not welcome? Dunn raised an eyebrow and smiled. When in someone else's dream, he seemed less serious than usual. Ah, of course you're welcome. Silas's head was spinning. He had no choice but to serve Dunn with the tea on the table. After that, Dunn didn't leave immediately. Instead, he kept examining Silas, as if he himself couldn't quite decide what to do. Could he be trying to act out nightmare? Whatever you're doing, hurry up and finish your acting, and stop disturbing my sleep. I have a business trip tomorrow. On this trip, be careful and watch out for your safety, Dunn suddenly spoke, perhaps because Silas's silent complaints had some effect. Ah. Oh, I understand. Be careful of that Lenevis. He has a grudge against you, and he still hasn't been caught. Understood. Watch out. He's right there behind you. At that moment, Dunn suddenly pointed behind Silas. Silas instinctively looked back, and sure enough, Lenevis appeared. Wearing his signature mocking smile, he was making threatening gestures behind Silas. Ah. Looking at this Lenevis, whose image matched the newspapers perfectly, Silas felt somewhat at a loss. Because this illusion was created by Dunn, who didn't understand the real Lenevis hated him so much that if he saw Silas, he'd probably tear him apart alive. He wouldn't just harmlessly try to scare him like this. Facing Lenevis, Silas couldn't help glancing at Dunn from the corner of his eye. He noticed the captain was expecting something. The captain wants to scare me. Should I cooperate with the captain and pretend to be frightened? No, if I fake it, it won't provide real feedback at all. It won't help the captain digest his potion and might even affect his understanding of acting. In a flash, Silas had made his decision. Give my most genuine reaction. Lenivis, you bastard, he roared in anger, grabbed the teapot from the table, and with a crash, smashed it over Lenivis's head. Fragments scattered across the floor. Both Dunn and Lenivis froze in shock. They might be stunned, but Silas wasn't. Taking advantage of the moment, he'd already rushed to the coat rack and grabbed the walking stick hanging there. This walking stick was something Cecilia had bought for him earlier. She felt that as a gentleman, he needed a walking stick. Silas had carried it around for a few days but felt it wasn't quite right, so he tossed it by the coat rack. Now it was coming in handy. Whack. He charged forward and brought the stick down on Lenivis's head. Lenivis collapsed to the ground. Whack. Whack. You've got some nerve, daring to come back for me. Silas shouted furiously, continuing his assault on the fallen Lenivis. The walking stick flew freely, swinging in wide arcs as he struck hard against his head and back. Lenivis held his head, wailing. Seeing his opponent lose all fighting capacity, Silas swiftly drew his revolver from the holster at his waist and aimed it at his head. Whoosh! A gust of wind wrapped in black mist came howling, sweeping away everything in that world. When Silas opened his eyes again, the dream had returned to chaos. Both Dunn and Lenivis had vanished without a trace. Finally gone. Silas gave a bitter smile. Captain, go bother Klein instead. He's right next door to my next door. After some time had passed, he finally found his drowsiness again. He let the dream envelop him and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 51, Grudges. After seeing Dunn off, Silas finally enjoyed a restful night's sleep. When he woke, daylight was already streaming through the windows. After breakfast, Silas packed his luggage and said goodbye to his sister. He donned his black trench coat and put on his top hat. The reflection in the mirror was so handsome that it was almost ridiculous. After checking himself out, Silas smiled nonchalantly, picked up his suitcase, and walked to the entrance hall. Turning back to Cecilia, he said, I'm off, Cecilia. Should be back in 4 or 5 days. Take good care of yourself while I'm gone. Oh, and I'll bring you back a gift. What would you like? Anything's fine. Cecilia, wearing a plain-colored dress, walked him to the door and adjusted his collar. What I really want is for you to come back safe and sound. Unlike the Moretti siblings, Cecilia knew that her brother's work was extremely dangerous, so her worry ran deeper. Don't worry. I've got 2 colleagues coming with me, and our work isn't usually that unsafe. Brother, why did you change your shirt? As she was adjusting his collar, Cecilia suddenly noticed something odd. Ah, right, the one from that night. Silas immediately realized he was wearing the shirt he'd borrowed from Leonard at the security company. The blood-stained, torn shirt from the night he was stabbed had already been thrown away. He panicked inwardly but kept his face perfectly composed, smiling as he said, Oh, that. I accidentally tore it during combat training with my instructor, so I borrowed one of his shirts. Fortunately, his quick thinking produced a plausible explanation. Cecilia didn't suspect anything, though she sighed. Brother, you shouldn't just throw things away like that. You could have brought it home to make into rags or patches. Sister dear, we're long past living that kind of hard life. Silas grumbled to himself. The two of them walked to number 2 Narcissus Street, where Klein was just emerging with his luggage. Good morning, Silas, and Cecilia. Klein greeted them, his gaze lingering involuntarily on the siblings' faces for a moment. If they weren't Nighthawks, they'd be perfect for the theater, he thought. No matter how well they acted, the audience would definitely pack the house. Klein looked at their equally refined features and mused silently. The morning air was a bit chilly. Seeing that Cecilia was dressed lightly, Silas told her not to come any further. He and Klein then walked to the street corner together, hired a carriage, and headed for Tingin's train station. Papers. Get your papers. The Tingin respectable citizen, today's breaking news, famous star shot dead. Fresh-baked bread, 3 pence each. Ruth, I'll miss you. The train station buzzed with noise and activity. The last time Silas had been to the station was late at night to meet a senior deacon. Coming during the day, the station was far livelier. The platform was packed with travelers heading to various parts of the Lone Kingdom. Every time a train pulled in, the platform was shrouded in billowing steam. Everything and everyone became hazy shadows, like something out of a surreal dream. Watch your wallet. Leonard quietly warned. With crowds and obscured sight lines, it was prime time for pickpockets to operate. Silas wisely kept a hand on his pocket and followed his 2 colleagues with the flow of people toward the train. Just before entering the carriage, he couldn't help but stop and look at the steel beast. The steam-driven locomotive fiercely belched white vapor, appearing even more massive than the trains from his previous life, yet it was far slower and carried far fewer passengers. Come on, Roselle, you could have worked harder. Why didn't you invent the internal combustion engine or electric motor? Silas teased his fellow transmigrated predecessor in his mind, then chuckled to himself as he stepped into the carriage. Since their reimbursement allowance wasn't sufficient, the three of them bought second-class tickets. The carriage environment was better than third class, with 4 seats per row and an aisle down the middle. In third class, there would be 6 seats per row, cramming passengers together with terribly stuffy air. Since Tingen was the starting station, there weren't many passengers on board. They'd bought consecutive seats with no one around them. Such a shame we couldn't convince the captain to spring for first class, Leonard said somewhat regretfully from across the aisle. I was hoping the 3 of us could play poker on the train. Oh sure. I'll buy a couple of bottles of wine, Klein can grab some snacks, and we'll just eat, drink, and play cards the whole way, right? Silas set his suitcase by his legs and sat down. We're on a work trip. If someone saw us, it'd look bad. His suitcase contained several changes of clothes, some ritual materials, charms, a silver dagger, and more. Beyond that, he'd also hidden 2 mystical items sealed by walls of spirituality, the Bell of Servants and the Bone Flute. This trip to Enmatport could be dangerous, so he'd brought everything. Whoa. The loud whistle echoed through the station. The wheels began turning on the tracks, and the carriage started to shake. Through the glass, Silas watched the people and scenery outside slowly recede, then faster and faster, until everything flew past in a blur. Whoosh! The view suddenly opened up. The train passed through the urban area, swept past the low-built slums, and headed straight for the open countryside. Vast stretches of green rushed toward them, with windmills turning in the distance and farmers at work. Silas gazed out the window, occasionally chatting with Leonard and the others. Enmatport belonged to East Chester County. The lone coastline curved inward here, forming a perfect sheltered bay that had made it a port city since ancient times. With the arrival of the steam age and maritime era that Roselle had promoted, Enmatport had grown increasingly prosperous, becoming an important transportation hub for loan. Enmatport lay southeast of Tingen. This train would first head east to reach Stone, the capital of East Chester County, stop there for 10 minutes, then continue south to its final destination of Enmatport. The entire journey was expected to take 5 or 6 hours. At first, the group was quite lively, chatting and laughing. But the journey was simply too long. By the end, all 3 were tired, only exchanging words sporadically. Silas was especially drowsy. However, just then, one sentence from Leonard suddenly jolted him wide awake. Oh, by the way, did I forget to tell you guys that the Nighthawk captain in Enmatport doesn't really get along with our captain? Silas sat bolt upright. What did you say? I said the Nighthawk captain in Enmatport, Edward Crawford, doesn't like our captain Dunn Smith. Why not? Is there some grudge between them? Klein asked curiously as well. Not exactly a grudge. How should I put it? It's more like Edward Crawford unilaterally dislikes our captain. Leonard revealed a gossipy smile. As for the reason, it's quite simple. Edward Crawford has feelings for Ms. Daly. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 52, Port Enmat. Daly Simone, a beyonder of the corpse collector pathway, was a Nighthawk attached to the Blackthornne security company in Tingen City. Due to her unique talents, she had been promoted to Sequence 7 Spirit Medium in just 2 years. Because of this, she caught the attention of the Holy Cathedral and was transferred to Port Enmat in East Chester County, with prospects of becoming the youngest deacon in the Church of the Evernight Goddess. During the incident with Old Neil, Silas had met her once. Her gorgeous, exotic eye makeup and mysterious style left a deep impression on him, as if she were a true spirit medium. Now, looking back on it, Silas immediately understood the reason for Ms. Daly's rapid advancement. Clearly, she had been deliberately acting as a spirit medium. She must have already mastered the acting method. But if the Nighthawk captain at Port Enmat likes Miss Daly, why doesn't he just pursue her? Why would he dislike Captain Dunn? Silas couldn't figure out the logic. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly struck him. 2 men and 1 woman, could it be? Because Miss Daly seems to have more favorable feelings toward our captain, Leonard's answer matched his guess exactly. Of course, this is all my speculation. Since you just arrived, you might not know. Ms. Daly is already working in Port Enmat, yet she still frequently returns under the pretext of official business to assist the captain. Not only that, they often correspond by letter, and their usual interactions are very natural. Silas nodded, recalling that night with Old Neil. Ms. Daly's conversation with Dunn, and the way she looked at him, none of it seemed simple. Gossip truly is humanity's favorite topic. Klein was also listening intently to Leonard's words. He couldn't help but interject, the captain always uses Ms. Daly's achievements to encourage us. He really admires Ms. Daly. The 3 men exchanged glances, all catching the implication. If they both have feelings for each other, why don't they take things further? Klein asked. Maybe the captain has reservations about himself. Leonard shook his head. The other two immediately understood. Indeed, the captain was somewhat older, and Daly had already been recognized as a genius. Plus, there was the captain's hair, ahem. Don't say that. Doesn't the captain have his own charm, too? Silas shook his head, thinking of Dunn's usual gentleness and wisdom. Ms. Daly has excellent taste. A man like that is worth spending a lifetime with. The captain, too, it's rare to have such a refined lady pursuing him, yet he's still hesitating. Do you think we should give them a little push? Leonard said with a smile. Silas thought for a moment, then shook his head. Better not. I feel like Ms. Daly will win the captain over sooner or later. Besides, maybe this period of unspoken mutual understanding is also important for them. If we bring it out into the open directly, it would lose its charm. Smart. Leonard nodded. The others in the team probably think the same way. The others all know. Even if they haven't reached a conclusion, at least they've guessed something. Except for Roseanne. She's genuinely clueless and hasn't thought about it at all. Leonard spoke without mercy about the receptionist at the Blackthornne security company. Woo. Just then, the train whistle let out a loud blast. After the carriage shook briefly, it began to slow down. They had arrived at the transfer station, Ston. The carriage became lively. Some passengers got off at the station while others boarded with their luggage. But those getting off were in the minority, more were boarding, and the carriage gradually became crowded and noisy. Several ladies walked into the carriage laughing and chatting about something, but suddenly restrained themselves and became quiet after seeing Silas's face. They sat down whispering among themselves, their eyes occasionally glancing toward him. Silas pretended not to notice. Wait a minute, wasn't our original topic about the captain at Port Enmat, Edward Crawford? Silas suddenly realized they had long since gone off on a tangent. Earlier, we were saying that he doesn't like Captain Dunn, right? Does that have anything to do with us? Of course it does. Leonard said, unfortunately, Edward Crawford is not a gentleman with a generous heart. He dislikes the captain, and by extension, he'll dislike us too, especially you, Silas. As he said this, he shifted his gaze to Silas. You represent the Nighthawks of Tingen City, coming to clean up their mess at Port Enmat. Given his personality, he'll definitely feel humiliated and hate you for it. He's bound to make things difficult for you. Ah. Silas was stunned for a moment, then sneered coldly. You're petty. Well, I'm not exactly a magnanimous person either. Then we'd better win some respect for the captain. Silas said with a smile. If the other party stayed professional, no problem. But if he decided to stir up trouble, Silas wasn't going to let it slide. After stopping at Ston for 10 minutes, the train departed again, heading south. The three Nighthawks ate a memorable lunch on the train. It wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon that they arrived at Port Enmat. Silas grabbed his suitcase and stepped out of the carriage door. A wave of hot air carrying the ocean's distinctive salty, fishy, damp smell hit him head-on. Looking around and past the crowded masses toward the distance, the ocean and harbor were faintly visible. Stop looking. They definitely won't have arranged anyone to pick us up. Thinking Silas was looking for someone to meet, Leonard shook his head nearby. That captain definitely won't be so considerate. Ms. Daly. Silas looked in the direction of the voice. Near the exit stood a mysterious and charming lady. She wore blue eye makeup, had a pretty face, and was dressed entirely in a black robe that fully displayed her unique temperament. She stood out conspicuously among the diverse crowd. Many gentlemen passing by couldn't help but cast appreciative glances her way. Ms. Daly also spotted the three of them and flashed them a charming smile. Ms. Daly, did your captain arrange for you to pick us up? Has he actually changed his ways this time? Leonard led the three of them over. Daly shook her head. It has nothing to do with Captain Edward. I came on my own initiative after confirming your itinerary with Dunn. Captain Edward is busy with a case at headquarters and didn't arrange for anyone to pick you up. Leonard smiled and looked back at the others, his expression saying, see. What did I tell you? The station wasn't a good place to catch up. After a brief chat, the group followed Daly out of the station and boarded the carriage she had prepared. What's with you all? You're looking at me kind of strangely. Not long after the carriage set off, Ms. Daly asked with a smile. Having just learned about Ms. Daly and Dunn's situation, Silas and Klein's attitudes were inevitably somewhat deliberate. Nothing, we're just a bit touched that Ms. Daly came specially to pick us up. Silas said with a smile. Touched? I see. Daly's expression was ambiguous, making it unclear whether she believed his words or not. She simply repeated them. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. You three should all know about the acting method by now, right? Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 53, Daly's Request. When Silas and his group arrived at Port Enmat and had just boarded the carriage, Ms. Daly, who had come to meet them, hadn't even exchanged a few pleasantries before suddenly dropping a bombshell of a topic. You three should all know about the acting method by now, right? Ms. Daly's gaze traveled back and forth across the three men's faces as she asked with a smile. How does she know? Silas's eyebrow twitched, but he said nothing. He wasn't the only one who remained silent. The other two in the carriage also kept quiet. Leonard and Klein both glanced at Silas. Each of them had separately hinted to Silas about the acting method, and at this moment, they all understood that Silas had already mastered the way to digest potions. For a moment, only the sound of hoofbeats and carriage wheels rolling over the road could be heard. The atmosphere became awkward. Isn't this the kind of thing that should remain unspoken? Why bring it out into the open? Silas thought to himself, not understanding why Daly was making the topic explicit. Hee, look at you all. You're just like innocent men unwilling to reveal their romantic experiences. Thinking you've said nothing, when in fact you've completely given yourselves away. Daly couldn't help but laugh. Ma'am, that comment borders on harassment. Silas's mouth twitched. He spoke up, Ms. Daly, how did you know? In his memory, he hadn't really met with Daly much. Why would she see right through him the moment she opened her mouth? I discovered it from the letters Dunn wrote to me. Daly gently pinched her rounded, pale fingers. Dunn told me that Klein joined a divination club, and that you, Silas, try various rituals every day. You two have mastered your potions at a speed beyond his imagination. As for Leonard, I started suspecting you when I was still in Tingen. It's just that you were always so carefree and careless about digesting your potion that I only dared to be certain recently. After hearing this, Leonard let out an awkward laugh without explaining. So it was the captain who leaked the information. Corresponding with a lady but only talking about work and showing no romantic sense, the captain should really reflect on that. Silas said somewhat helplessly. Ms. Daly, so what are you asking about this for? Daly then began to explain. It turned out the incident originated with Klein. He hadn't just hinted about the acting method to Silas, he had also obscurely shared it with Dunn. Dunn might have sensed his intent, but because Klein didn't explain it thoroughly, Dunn didn't fully understand. Since it wasn't convenient to ask directly, he mentioned it in a letter to Daly. No wonder the captain came into my dream last night. Silas thought to himself. I want you to help me by explaining the acting method to Dunn in detail. It needs to be soon, before the church makes you take an oath of secrecy. Daly said to them. The church strictly forbids sharing this method internally. I've already sworn before the goddess's holy relic that I cannot share this with anyone who doesn't know about the acting method. I only dared to discuss this with you after confirming that you all have mastered it. As for why the church was blocking the information, Daly wasn't clear either. The Holy Cathedral only said it involved classified matters and that she would have to reach the level of an archbishop or a senior deacon to know the reason. I understand, Ms. Daly. Klein said seriously. When I return from this assignment and before making any special applications, I'll explain it thoroughly to the captain. Ms. Daly really cares about the captain. To help him, she specifically sought an opportunity to ask this of us. Silas thought to himself. That's wonderful. Daly looked as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. While the group conversed inside the carriage, it was also traveling through the streets of Port Enmat. Not long after they finished talking, the carriage arrived at the Port Enmat Nighthawks headquarters. Port Enmat Fishing Club, that's what the sign on the building read, decorated with stylized silhouettes of fishing rods, hooks, and sea fish. Silas stared at the sign in a daze. He suddenly felt that, by comparison, a name like Blackthornne Security Company was entirely too normal. This is a coastal area after all. Many cases occur near the water, so using this kind of name as a cover is more appropriate. Daly explained, leading the group inside the club. Unlike the Blackthornne Security Company's lobby with its partition separating the front and back, the fishing club had a completely open space. Several sets of sofas surrounded tables, arranged in multiple groupings throughout the hall. The Nighthawks were scattered in twos and threes among the sofas, either chatting or resting with their eyes closed. Twice as many people as in Tingen City. Silas thought to himself. He keenly observed that although these people sat casually, their brows and eyes all carried irritability and unease, as if they were enduring something. A certain faint smell permeated the surroundings, making Silas feel both familiar and genuinely disgusted. Without a doubt, it was the aura of the true creator. Welcome back, Ms. Daly. The receptionist here was a decent-looking male attendant wearing a shirt and vest with a black bow tie around his neck. He bowed slightly to Silas and the others. I presume these three are the reinforcements from Tingen. The Nighthawks, closer to the reception desk, involuntarily turned their heads when they heard the word Tingen, casting appraising looks at the three of them. Please leave your names here so I can register them. The attendant brought over the registry. Where is Captain Edward? While Silas and the other two were completing their registration, Daly inquired. The captain went out on business. Before leaving, he told me he won't return until tomorrow. He instructed me to arrange accommodations for everyone first, and that anything else can wait until tomorrow. The attendant said respectfully. Not meeting with us. The three from Tingen exchanged glances. What's the meaning of this? Deliberately giving us the cold shoulder, starting with a show of dominance. Ms. Daly's shoulders rose slightly then fell, as if she had taken a deep breath. Did the captain say what he went out to do? She asked calmly. I'm very sorry, I'm not clear on that. The attendant shook his head. Daly was momentarily speechless, as if completely exasperated with the port and mat captain. Silas thought for a moment, then lowered his head and quickly wrote his name in the registry before handing it back to the attendant. Since we've come here to provide support, we'll naturally defer to our hosts. It's getting a bit late today anyway, so please show us to our accommodations. After all, this wasn't Tingen's case. If they weren't in a hurry, he certainly didn't need to be. He was happy to take it easy. Best case scenario, the matter would be resolved without him having to lift a finger. That would be like taking a free vacation to Port Enmat with travel expenses covered. And so, under the watchful eyes of the other Port Enmat Nighthawks, Silas and his companions were led out of the hall and settled into the adjacent inn. This place also seemed to be the property of the local Nighthawk team, specifically for hosting out-of-town guests. Because Port Enmat was a transportation hub with many Nighthawks and related personnel passing through, they had simply purchased the adjacent building and converted it into an inn. They seem hostile toward us. After settling into the standard guest room at the hotel, Leonard suddenly spoke up. Mainly toward me. Silas smiled, speaking indifferently. This seemed understandable. After all, they had been tormented by an enemy of the same pathway for a long time. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 54, Rejection. On the second day after arriving at Port Enmat, the Nighthawks from Tingen City finally met the local captain, Edward Crawford. Welcome to Port Enmat. He had thick brown hair and decent features, though his somewhat high cheekbones and narrow eyes made him look rather mean-spirited. I'm the local Nighthawk captain, Sequence 6, Sole Assurer, Edward Crawford. One sequence higher than the captain. Silas thought to himself. Port Enmat was more prosperous, with a large and complex urban area. It indeed required more Nighthawks and higher sequence beyonders stationed here. That said, this was the first time he'd learned the name of Sequence 6 of the Sleepless Pathway. Sole Assurer, it sounded like it was related to wraiths. After he finished speaking, the group from Tingen began their self-introductions. Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8, Midnight Poet. Klein Moretti, Sequence 9, Seer. Silas Launder, Sequence 9, Secrets Suppliant. As soon as Silas finished speaking, the atmosphere changed. The Nighthawks standing behind Edward's expressions shifted slightly. They turned their bodies, exchanging glances with each other, looking both surprised and uneasy. The corners of Edward's mouth twitched up almost imperceptibly. I heard before that Dunn made a very risky decision, allowing a beyonder from a dangerous pathway to join his team. I never thought it would actually be true. His bravery is admirable. His implication was that Dunn was reckless and foolish for letting someone like Silas infiltrate the Nighthawk ranks. I'm very grateful for the help Captain Dunn has provided me. His generosity and kindness are truly admirable. Silas heard the undertone in the other's words and returned the favor without courtesy. Wouldn't you say so, Miss Daly? Hearing him say this, Daly, who was standing behind them, seemed to want to laugh. Her eyes curved slightly before she held it back. Edward's face turned cold at being countered this way. He was a Sequence 6 powerhouse, yet he was being challenged like this by a low-level beyonder. His expression showed considerable displeasure. Furthermore, this deployment was arranged by His Excellency Casimir from the Holy Cathedral. If you have any objections, you can send a telegram to inquire. But Silas didn't give him another chance to speak, continuing, if you really don't need our help, I'd be happy to return early. This is an order from a senior deacon. You think I wanted to come clean up your mess? You don't want me here, fine. I don't like you either. So what if you're a Sequence 6? You're still nothing compared to the senior deacon. The murmuring among the other Nighthawks grew louder, seemingly surprised by Silas's attitude. Edward narrowed his eyes, fixing Silas with a cold stare. Then, after a pause, he smiled. Of course, I support Lord Casimir's decision. Let's begin. With that, he turned and led everyone toward the underground secret space. Similar to the Blackthornne Security Company, the Port Enmat Fishing Club's confidential matters were also hidden underground. Considering that the local church of the Evernight Goddess was just across the street, the underground structure was probably basically the same. Walking down the spiral staircase, the gas lamps on the walls dispelled the darkness. The sound of footsteps echoed chaotically between the stairs. Silas's brow gradually furrowed. The deeper they went, the thicker that depraved aura belonging to the true creator became. Even with the footsteps covering it, he could still hear faint murmuring. The surrounding Nighthawks, upon hearing this sound, began to look uncomfortable. The murmuring gradually grew louder, like invisible tentacles coated with filthy slime surging into their ear canals, licking back and forth on their eardrums, polluting everyone's minds. Leonard and Klein also showed obvious discomfort. Reaching the bottom and walking along the central corridor to Cheney's gate, Silas saw the thing imprisoned before the door. What should this thing be called? Perhaps it had once been human, with a normal body and limbs. But now, its body had swollen to more than twice its size. Its bright red flesh was bloated and twisted, with protruding fingers at the ends wriggling endlessly like some kind of flesh-colored earthworms. Looking closely, remnants of cloth still clung to the monster's body. What had been its face was now a blurred mass, leaving only a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting twisted and incomprehensible sounds. Silas heard the heavy breathing of his two companions beside him. Clearly, this twisted monster and the sounds it made were making his two colleagues uncomfortable. The monster was imprisoned in a cage resembling a birdcage with bars. The cage's surface carried an inexplicable majesty, suppressing the monster so it couldn't move, only emit terrifying sounds. The two Nighthawks guarding either side of the cage were pale-faced, looking like they could barely hold on, persisting only through willpower. This is the only surviving crew member from that slave ship. Because he was controlled in time, he avoided being silenced. Edward introduced it this way. But because he's turned into this horrible state, we haven't been able to get any useful information from him. Besides him, we haven't obtained any other leads, because everything was handled very cleanly. In other words, this monster was the only lead. Silas understood the situation and nodded. Have you tried spirit channeling or divination? Klein spoke up to ask. Two of our brave support staff made attempts. Both suffered varying degrees of pollution and are still receiving treatment. Spirit medium Daly said from the side, her expression grave. Pollution. Klein couldn't help but draw a breath and didn't ask any more questions. Well then, Mr. Secrets Suppliant, do you have any solutions? After Edward finished introducing the situation, he turned to look at Silas, asking in a seemingly friendly manner. Can I get closer? Silas asked. Of course. After receiving an affirmative answer, he approached the cage and circled the monster twice. He was so close to it that anyone else would probably have already succumbed to the murmuring's attack and fallen unconscious. But the illusory tidal waves in his mind blocked the influence for him. The Nighthawks in the distance saw his calm demeanor and showed some surprise in their eyes. After finishing his circuit around the cage and staring at the monster for a while, Silas looked up. No problem. I can extract clues from him. Hearing him say this, the crowd couldn't help but stir, but they quieted down again under Edward's glaring look. How will you do it? Edward asked Silas. Flesh and blood have been implanted inside his body, turning him into a bomb. I can use a ritual to extract this flesh and blood, then use its spirituality to track down its owner. Silas said slowly. His mind's rich repository of rituals provided him with many options. He just picked the most useful one. Then he saw Edward shake his head across from him, seemingly with regret. So you're saying you want to perform an evil god's depraved ritual in front of the goddess's sacred Cheney's gate? I'm very sorry, but if that's the case, allow me to refuse this ritual. Chapter 55, Waiting for the show. A person's prejudice is like an immovable mountain. Silas had worked at the Blackthornne security company in Tingen long enough to grow accustomed to a steady, rational captain like Dunn. He'd almost forgotten that the most common difficulties at work don't come from external threats, but from incompetent colleagues, idiotic superiors, and moronic bosses. Edward rejected Silas's proposal on the grounds that a fallen ritual invoking evil gods should not be performed before the sacred Cheney's gate. Then Leonard suggested they could transfer the target above ground before conducting the ritual, but Edward refused that, too. His reason, the commotion would be too great and might leak intelligence. While Leonard continued arguing his case, Silas had already seen through to the heart of the matter. The issue wasn't about the ritual at all. Edward simply didn't want them solving the case. So Silas stopped Leonard and turned to face the other men with a smile. Captain Edward, I won't deny that my ritual requires borrowing evil forces. However, since you don't agree with my proposal, you must already have another solution in mind. The men looked confident, as if he'd secured other support and believed he could resolve things even without Silas's help. He's a Sequence 7 on the Mystery Prior pathway and has handled similar extraordinary incidents many times before. As expected, Edward had already found someone else. Facing Silas's inquiry, he no longer concealed it. I've already arranged things with the machinery hive mind. Tonight, that Beyonder will come here and extract intelligence from the target using more conventional methods. Captain Edward. Daly frowned. When you went out yesterday afternoon and didn't come back, was it to negotiate this with the machinery hive mind? Edward smiled at Daly without denying it. Then he turned to Silas and said in a tone that was polite but distant, on behalf of the Nighthawks of Enmatport, I thank Captain Dunn of Tingen and the 3 team members for their assistance. Your proposal is quite interesting, but considering the relevant factors, I've decided to adopt a more reliable approach. I'm sure the Holy Cathedral will understand. I just don't know if you three have any objections. His words seemed to pose a question, but were actually a statement, plainly telling them not to interfere. Of course, they had objections. Damn it. Silas didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he glanced at the monster in the cage. Theoretically, a mystery prior, also skilled in various rituals, could dispel the blood curse. Moreover, the one they'd recruited was a powerful Sequence 7. But based on his observations, the blood energy around this monster was somewhat unusual, as if it concealed an even more frenzied power within. Like a bomb inside another bomb. If you only defused the outer layer and thought everything was fine, the outcome would be predictable. If Silas handled it himself, he naturally had ways to deal with it properly. But since they didn't want his help, so be it. Silas smiled. He would wait and watch the show. We're here to assist and cooperate with Matport. Of course, we'll respect your decision. He replied in a tone that was beyond reproach. I really didn't expect him to bring in people from the machinery hive mind. After bringing the three from Tingen back to the inn, Daly still looked furious. Just because he doesn't like us, does he need to go this far? Klein asked, somewhat puzzled. What was originally an internal Nighthawk matter had now been dragged outside. While official Beyonders did cooperate with each other regularly, specifically inviting a Sequence 7 Beyonder to do something this dangerous would inevitably incur some debt of favors or exchange of interests. After a moment of silence, Daly sighed and explained, it's probably because Captain Edward wants to advance further. It turned out that recently, Archbishop Nsangwil of the Church of the Evernight Goddess had defected, taking with him a Grade 0 sealed artifact from the church. Setting aside the matter of how to hunt down and deal with Nsangwil, his defection had created a vacancy in the Archbishop position. Everyone below him with ambitions was now stirring, Edward among them. Nighthawks were people, too, and people have their own selfish interests and ambitions. If this slave ship case were solved by Nighthawks from another city, it might damage Edward's reputation and hinder his advancement. Add to that the fact that it was the Tingen Nighthawks he already disliked, and his attitude became even worse. It's fine, Miss Daly. Silas smiled. As long as the matter gets resolved, that's what counts. This way, I'm actually more relaxed. I can take the opportunity to look around the city. By the way, does Matport have any underground markets? I'd like to replenish some Beyonder materials. A trading market for Beyonder materials. Of course there is. It's on White Tower Street, 3 streets away. Walk east along the road and you'll see a bar called The Unfettered. The beach behind the bar is the trading market. Daly gave him detailed directions. After chatting with everyone for a bit longer, she also had matters to attend to and left in a hurry. Only the 3 from Tingen remained in the room. Speaking of which, what's the deal with that archbishop? Silas recalled what Daly had just mentioned. Nsangwil, an archbishop of the goddess's church. He defected after failing to advance to Sequence 4 and being forbidden from trying again, Klein explained, having read the internal report earlier. When he defected, he stole a Grade 0 sealed artifact, 0-08. The only description of this artifact is that it's a quill that can write without dipping in ink. Can write without ink. What does its actual effect have to do with that? Silas understood the danger level of Grade 0 sealed artifacts and muttered to himself, could this thing carry a curse where whoever you write about dies? A/N, haha. Forget it, no point worrying about it. There are dedicated pursuit teams for this. It has nothing to do with me anyway. He looked up and asked the other 2 in a relaxed tone, I'm planning to check out that market. Do you want to come? I want to rest this afternoon, so I'll pass. Klein said. Today was Monday. He needed to prepare for the Tarot Club meeting. Silas then looked at Leonard and found Leonard was also looking at him, with a somewhat strange expression. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you planning to curse Edward to death? Leonard asked quietly. Huh. Silas was stunned for a moment, then said irritably, what kind of joke is that? Then you're just accepting this so calmly? I thought you'd refute that captain on the spot. Leonard had been teammates with Silas for a while and understood his personality somewhat. But you actually held back. I was thinking you might be planning to retaliate against him later. Silas couldn't help but laugh. Leonard wasn't entirely wrong. He'd held back not for any other reason but to watch the joke unfold later. But he couldn't admit that out loud. He just shook his head. You think too badly of me. I'm disappointed. Since you don't want to go out either, I'll just go by myself. With that, Silas ignored Leonard's gaze from behind and walked straight out of the room. Chapter 56, Shepherd. Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, above the eternal grey fog. The Tarot Club welcomed a new member today, Derek Berg, codenamed the Sun, referred to by the others as Mr. Sunday judging by his age, calling him Mr. seemed a bit premature, but his tall stature made up for that issue nicely. Through conversation during the trading period, Justice Audrey and the hangman Alger quickly discovered this newcomer's origins were extremely mysterious. His worldview and understanding seemed abnormal, as if he came from a completely different world. Where exactly had Mr. Fool pulled him up to the grey fog from? They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe toward Mr. Fool. But shock aside, the gathering had to continue. After Mr. Fool finished reading Roselle's diary, the group proceeded with the usual exchange session. Audrey first shared several matters of national importance, including how she'd secretly promoted the successful implementation of public examinations for selecting civil servants, and how Loan's upper echelons had no plans to retaliate against the Faceac Empire in East Balam in the near future. After that, Alger made a new request of Audrey, to search for clues about a notorious pirate called Hurricane Lieutenant General Kalangos, who had secretly infiltrated Loan's capital, Backlund. His purpose remained unclear. When Alger described in detail the magical item Kalangos possessed, creeping hunger, its abilities and negative effects caused the son Derek, who had been listening silently on the side, to blurt out in astonishment. Shepherd. Shepherd. Everyone's attention turned to him simultaneously. Klein quickly recalled relevant information he'd learned before. This seemed to be Sequence 5 of the Secrets Suppliant pathway, with very powerful abilities. From the son's subsequent description, he learned more details. A shepherd could devour the souls of other beyonders into their body and wield the abilities they possessed in life, as if shepherding lambs for a deity. If that guy Silas found a way to advance to Sequence 5, he'd become this powerful, too, huh? Listening to the son Derek's introduction, Klein couldn't help but think this. Wait, come to think of it, this Port Enmat case itself involves the Aurora Order. We might actually encounter a shepherd. At that moment, Silas by the seaside had no idea his colleague was muttering about him above the grey fog. His attention was entirely focused on the bar before him. The unfettered bar, which opened for business in the afternoon, welcomed him in. After tipping the bartender a few pence and passing through the door behind him into the back courtyard, an extremely lively scene came into view. Fresh mummy powder, 10 pounds for 5 grams. Powder from wraith remnants, 150 pounds. Live lava octopus, just hauled up from the sea, price negotiable. The beach was filled with stalls, looking exactly like the fish markets Silas had seen in his previous life. Vendors at each stall were shouting loudly to attract customers. Some even sailed up directly in boats and hawked their wares from the vessels, with small sampans spread out displaying strange and terrifying-looking fish. This blatant. Silas had heard from Daly that Enmat Harbor had such a large transient population and insufficient official beyonders that managing these places was extremely difficult. They simply turned a blind eye, allowing semi-public operations as long as nothing overtly involving beyonders occurred. Silas guarded his wallet as his gaze wandered between the various stalls. Secret suppliant rituals only required flesh and blood, but other rituals still consumed various materials. Silas bought some herbs and essential oils at several stalls, spending about 2 soli. Continuing forward, he reached the middle section of the market, where a very conspicuous stall caught his attention. This stall displayed no materials or items, only 2 signs. One read, crafting/appraising mystical items, starting price 100 pounds. So expensive. No, wait, mystical items aren't something just anyone can make. I remember you need to be a beyonder called an artisan. Silas looked at the second sign and raised his eyebrows slightly. The second sign read, seeking someone skilled in ritual magic, compensation negotiable. The stall owner was a young girl sitting calmly behind the stall, reading several manuscripts and occasionally fiddling with a mechanical pocket watch in her hand. Her stall occupied a prime location with a large area, empty without anything on display, yet the surrounding vendors had no objections whatsoever. She's probably official. After observing briefly, Silas made his judgment. The central market position allowed complete control of the situation. She was probably responsible for supervising the place. Add to that her ability to craft mystical items, and she was practically openly declaring herself as someone from the Steam Church. Someone from the Steam Church. Why is she looking for someone skilled in ritual magic? Silas suddenly became interested. He stepped forward and pointed at the second sign with a smile. I'm curious, what do you need someone skilled in ritual magic for? The bored girl put down her manuscript and looked up at Silas. Can you do it? If not, don't ask. Silas's popular face didn't seem to have any effect. The girl appeared more willing to look at machinery than at people. I see. Silas said noncommittally, about to continue when he suddenly noticed the manuscript paper in her hand. It didn't contain mechanical diagrams or mathematical formulas, but was covered in densely packed square characters. Roselle's diary. The girl seemed to be studying Roselle's manuscripts. This great emperor had been called the Son of Steam, and was respected within the invention-focused Steam Church, so it made sense for her to possess such things. However, she was holding the diary upside down, allowing Silas to see the text perfectly. I may need to start considering switching pathways. If the savant path doesn't work out, I can still have other options. Sequence pathways can actually be switched. His eyes narrowed slightly. Does that mean I might have a chance to switch to other pathways, other, less dangerous pathways? Just as Silas prepared to continue reading, the page was abruptly pulled back. Following the page upward, he met the girl's guarded gaze. What are you trying to do? She gripped the metal pocket watch and frowned. If you have no business, leave quickly. Don't block my stall. Ah, sorry. I saw it was Emperor Roselle's notes and got a bit carried away. Silas collected himself and said with a smile, actually, it's like this. I happen to be quite skilled in ritual magic and might be able to help you. I'm just wondering what compensation you can offer. You really know how. The girl looked him up and down, seeming somewhat doubtful. I made this using a ritual. Silas simply pulled out a slumber charm from his pocket. You should be able to sense this is genuine, right? He'd made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get his hands on that diary page and carefully read about how to switch pathways. This might be his chance to escape the true creator's influence. Author's note, well, we've finally reached chapter 56, and the shepherd has finally appeared. Finally got to the point. Chapter 57, Ritual Solidification. An Evernight Goddess Charm. You're a Nighthawk from the goddess's church. The girl was indeed knowledgeable. After seeing Silas's charm, she immediately guessed his identity. But I don't think I've seen you locally. Are you from another city? That's right. I'm here on business, passing through. Silas nodded. Are you sent by the Steam Church to supervise the market? The girl casually scratched her messy hair. Her clothes were stained with machine oil. She was quite cute, but clearly put no thought into her appearance. I'm with the machinery hive mind. Just call me Grilla. All right, Grilla. So what do you need someone skilled in rituals for? Silas didn't give his own name, instead changing the subject to inquire about her needs. Oh, you're asking about that. At this, the girl suddenly became animated. It's like this, I suddenly had an idea. I want to try solidifying ritual magic into an item. You see, normally, using ritual magic requires preparing altars, reciting incantations, it's troublesome and time-consuming. If we could directly solidify a ritual into an item, wouldn't that make it much more convenient to use? That way, it could even work in combat. Solidify rituals. A very bold idea. Indeed, many rituals had extremely powerful effects, but the preliminary preparations were cumbersome and inconvenient, making them difficult to employ in actual combat. A series of ritual names flashed rapidly through Silas's mind. That's a very interesting idea, but how do you plan to achieve it? Silas asked. Ritual magic required borrowing power from gods or higher beings. If you simplified the ritual, would they agree to it? Hearing him say this, the smile on Grilla's face immediately froze. She sat back down a bit sheepishly and said, well, I'm still researching that. So I wanted to first observe the ritual magic process, then design the item. But Mr. Nice from our team has been very busy, and today he even had to go help with something else, so I thought I'd try my luck at the market. I see. Silas nodded. I'm skilled in many ritual magics. I can completely meet your needs. Who cares if it can actually be achieved? As long as he demonstrated for her and got that diary, that was enough. Oh, you're also a mystery prior? Sort of. I'm a secret suppliant. Grilla's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Silas thought his words had frightened her. But unexpectedly, after being stunned for a moment, she became excited. Her eyes lit up as she rushed in front of Silas. Really? Does that mean I can see some rare rituals? Come to think of it, this is my first time meeting a secret suppliant. How did the Church of the Evernight Goddess accept you? It took Silas some time to extricate himself from Grilla's pestering. Because she still had to guard the market today and couldn't leave on her own, they agreed to meet the next day at the inn where they were staying, then discuss the transaction. As for compensation, Silas naturally mentioned those pages of Roselle's diary. Grilla added £100 to the payment but refused Silas's request to take a quick look at the diary first. She'd seen through the fact that Silas seemed very interested in those manuscripts. The little girl seemed carefree, but was actually quite sharp. Not easy to fool. Silas had no choice but to leave for now. Tonight, he still had to go watch the performance Edward had invited someone to give, Courting Death. He couldn't miss that. By the time Silas returned to the inn and met up with Leonard and Klein, it was nearly evening. They sampled a meal of grilled fish with distinctive local flavor at a nearby restaurant, then arrived on time at the Cheney's gate beneath the fishing club. The monster transformed from the sailor remained as before, imprisoned in the oversized birdcage, ceaselessly muttering curses. The Nighthawks standing guard beside it had been switched out for two different ones. Edward, along with the Port and Matt Nighthawks, including Miss Daly, was already waiting below. Besides them, a middle-aged man wearing a classical black robe stood at his side. So this is that Sequence 7 mystery prior. Seeing the classical robe, Silas instinctively shut his eyes tight. Then he opened them slightly, cautiously sizing up the other party. Good, at least this mystery prior didn't have any strange eyes floating above his head. He'd already learned his lesson once with old Neil. This is Mr. Nice Brown from the Steam Church, Sequence 7 of the Mystery Prior Pathway, a warlock. Tonight, he'll be providing us with assistance. Seeing Silas and the others come down, Edward nodded slightly as a greeting, then introduced the helper he'd invited. Warlock. Silas carefully looked the men over. This middle-aged man had ordinary features. Besides the classical robe, he lacked any distinctive aura belonging to a warlock. He only had a rectangular leather pouch hanging at his waist, about the length of an adult's forearm and 2 fists wide. Inside the pouch was probably the core item of the warlock pathway. This warlock named Nice smiled politely at them. Facing the twisted monster, he still appeared very calm and confident. It's about time. Mr. Nice, you may begin. Edward said to him courteously. All right. Nice nodded. His right hand pressed on the pouch as he slowly walked toward the oversized birdcage, his expression gradually becoming serious. Click. The clasp on the pouch opened, revealing its contents, neatly arranged compartments, each containing powder of different colors. Nice's right hand reached into the bag and, without even looking, precisely selected a compartment. Using 3 fingers, he pinched out a bit of grayish-black powder and tossed it toward the monster. Sizzle. Runic symbols representing spells appeared on the back of his hand. The powder rapidly burned the instant the runes lit up, transforming into a large expanse of golden light that illuminated the underground space, making everyone feel warmth. This light was gentle and not blinding, flowing like water into the oversized birdcage and covering the body of that mass of flesh. Ah! The monster, which had ignored everyone else until now, shrieked piercingly as the golden light enveloped it. The twisted flesh on its surface began showing signs of melting. You can open the cage now. Nice said. Open the cage. Edward immediately waved his hand to give the order. The Nighthawks beside the cage each pulled from both sides, and the birdcage's bars opened from the middle, splitting in half and falling to the ground. Poof, poof. The moment the monster left its confinement, the flesh showed signs of revival and swelling. But Nice immediately tossed out a second pinch of powder. Boom. The iron-black powder transformed mid-air into a giant palm that pressed it firmly to the ground. Seeing the creature unable to resist, Nice continued sprinkling various colored powders. Under the different effects of these peculiar powders, the monster's originally swollen and proliferating flesh gradually dissolved, and the cursed sounds nearly disappeared. He was about to succeed. Edward watched all this, a hint of joy floating in his eyes. We should probably back up a bit. Silas suddenly spoke up, saying quietly to the other two. Chapter 58, 58, is this appropriate? The warlock named Nice was making smooth progress. It looked like he was about to strip away the layers of monstrous flesh and completely suppress it. But Silas suddenly spoke up, telling Klein and the others to step back a bit. His eyes, belonging to a secret suppliant, could see very clearly. The warlock was making quite a spectacle, and it was indeed taking effect. However, as the surface curse was removed, something deeper inside was being exposed. A certain corrupted, sinister black aura coiled within that body, and even the glow from the warlock's powder couldn't hide it. As the flesh was burned away, a vague humanoid shape emerged, and that dark presence was about to break free. But the others couldn't see it at all. They only saw that Nice's abilities were genuinely working. The Nighthawks at Port and Matt grew excited, placing their hopes on this sole lead to help them crack the case. Leonard and Klein heard Silas's quiet warning. They glanced at him in surprise, then followed his lead by stepping back, positioning themselves to shield the others. Phew. As the last bit of powder was sprinkled over it, the monster completely stopped moving, becoming a humanoid form sprawled on the ground. Nice let out a long breath and said solemnly, I've removed the aberration of the flesh, but it won't survive much longer. You'd better investigate quickly, whether through spirit channeling or divination. Thank you so much, Mr. Nice. I'll get right on it. Edward's smiling words hadn't even finished when the monster, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly began to move. Roar. It raised its head, and a sharp, piercing howl erupted from its mangled, hole-riddled mouth, like a knife being driven straight into everyone's soul. Buzz. Even though Silas had prepared himself, he still felt his head throb. Fortunately, the phantom tides had already surged up, blocking most of the damage. But the others weren't so lucky. They all clutched their ears, expressions twisted in agony, and several lower sequence beyonders collapsed unconscious on the spot. This is impossible. Nice himself was closest, and blood was already seeping from his ears. His hand had just reached into his bag when he saw the monster move again. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out a stream of pure black aura. The moment that aura met the air, it began to burn, transforming into a mass of black flames. Boom. The flames seemed alive, lunging at everyone present, especially Nice and Edward in front. The powder Nice had thrown hadn't even been activated by his spell when the flames reached his hand, burning fiercely and scorching his flesh without mercy. Ah. This is the witch's curse. Nice screamed in agony. He had assumed the victim was only corrupted by flesh magic. Who would have thought there was another vicious curse hidden inside? He hadn't prepared any countermeasures for this, and now his crucial hands were injured, making it impossible to cast spells. The monster continued shrieking, its flesh gradually returning to a blood-red hue. The curse-laden screams seemed filled with mockery. The scene descended into chaos. The Nighthawks dodged the black flames, and people kept getting hit, crying out in pain, making the situation increasingly impossible to control. In the crowd, Ms. Daly was surrounded by invisible spirits that shielded the nearby Nighthawks. Several black flames flew towards Silas and his group. He blocked Leonard, drew his silver ritual dagger, made a cut on his hand while chanting, then flicked several drops of blood onto the ground in front of them. The black flames changed direction, drawn to the blood on the ground. You knew this was going to happen, didn't you? Amid the noisy chaos, Leonard leaned close to Silas's ear and whispered with a smile. Don't go making things up. Silas glanced at him and shook his head. Enough. A furious roar cut through the other sounds. The black coat Edward wore began to writhe, as if something was hidden inside, and invisible ripples began to spread. The monster, which had been shrieking and spewing black flames, was swept by these ripples and actually stopped moving. It lowered its grotesque, twisted head and fell into slumber. Edward pulled a dark iron revolver from his coat and pressed it against the monster's head. His expression was furious, but in the end, he didn't pull the trigger. Instead, he sealed the cage. He's a Sequence 6 Nighthawk after all, actually able to put this kind of monster to sleep. Silas thought to himself. Seeing the situation gradually coming under control, Silas picked up his ritual silver knife and continued his earlier method, leaving drops of blood beside each person burned by the black flames. The cursed black fires, which had been impossible to extinguish, were attracted to his blood, leaving the victims' bodies and falling into his blood instead. By the time he made a full round, everyone had been saved. Nice, who had been burned the worst, had exposed white bone on his right arm and had fallen into a deep coma. Edward's neatly combed hair was now disheveled. He slowly swept his gaze around the scene, his face turning livid. He seemed to have screwed things up royally. Captain Edward, are you all right? With appropriate courtesy, Silas walked up to him and asked. His clear, captivating blue eyes were full of sincerity and concern as he looked directly into Edward's eyes. What a disaster. Truly unfortunate. At least no one died from it. Then he watched with satisfaction as the other man's eyebrows twitched violently, his chest heaving up and down. Save the injured first. Edward forced down his anger, turning away to avoid looking at him, and called out to the Nighthawks on scene to organize rescue efforts. About half an hour later, the chaos in front of Cheney's gate finally ended. In total, 1 person was seriously injured, 3 Nighthawks were lightly injured, and the 3 Nighthawks from Tingen were unharmed. The seriously injured person was the external help Edward had requested, the Sequence 7 Heart of Machinery member, Nice Brown. Edward stood in front of Cheney's gate, his expression terrifyingly grim. Behind him, the monster in the birdcage was still sleeping. Not only had the incident not been resolved, but it had created even bigger trouble. His mood was easy to imagine. Everyone was busy, and no one dared talk to him. But everyone was thinking the same thing: if they hadn't invited this mystery prior, would the outcome have been different? After all, that Secrets Suppliant from Tingen had just easily removed the witch curse's black flames. He seemed to have better solutions for these kinds of problems. Ms. Daly sensed the atmosphere among the group. After thinking for a moment, she walked up beside Edward and said quietly. Captain Edward, what's done is done. You should make a decision quickly. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for solving the case, and your reputation at the Holy Cathedral will suffer even more. She meant that Edward should ask Silas for help and resolve the matter as soon as possible. Hearing this, Edward's face couldn't help but twitch slightly. He knew Daly was right, but doing so would mean that everything he'd done before was just asking for trouble. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Silas and the others, and forced a smile. It seems my judgment was wrong. This time, we still need help from everyone in Tingen. Please. Silas looked embarrassed and gave a sheepish smile. But, the only ritual I know is a corrupted one. Doing that in front of the sacred Chinese gate, doesn't that feel a bit wrong? Puffed. Leonard, beside him, forcibly held back his laughter. The air burst out, making his lips produce a strange sound like squealing brakes. Chapter 59, Why not pray to the Lord? But I only know this corrupted ritual. Isn't it inappropriate to perform it in front of the sacred Chinese gate? Silas used Edward's earlier excuse to throw the question back at him, his tone appearing sincere but dripping with mockery. His words nearly made his teammates laugh out loud, while Edward's face turned an even deeper shade of iron. However, this was a mission assigned by the Holy Cathedral after all, and Lady Daly was there to mediate. After thoroughly mocking Edward and extracting both an apology and a travel allowance of £30 for each member of the Tingen squad, Silas finally agreed to help. He's probably going to hold a grudge against you now, Klein whispered to Silas. Let him. Silas replied. Edward already had a bias against them anyway, and given Silas's personality, backing down was never an option. A grudge didn't matter. They were all official Beyonders, forbidden from fighting each other privately. Who had anything to fear? All right, Silas, everyone's watching you now, Leonard said with a smile. Show them what you've got. Silas nodded. Under everyone's gaze, he gripped his silver dagger and slowly walked forward. The seal on the cage had been opened, and the flesh-twisted monstrosity lay sleeping in the dream Edward had created, relaxed and prone, its mouth gaping wide as it unconsciously released terrifying murmurs. He approached the creature's side, cut his finger with the dagger, and let the blood drip drop by drop. By now, the monster's body surface had become horrifyingly grotesque, as if freshly skinned to expose raw flesh. Silas's blood fell onto its body and was quickly absorbed, seeping into the muscle. The Lord's glory shall descend upon the earth once more, bringing corrupted salvation to all things. Silas circled around it, beginning to chant the evil prayer in a low voice, harmonizing with the monster's twisted murmurs. The two sounds overlapped, echoing through the enclosed underground space, shaking the hearts and minds of every listener. As the sound grew louder, Edward was shocked to discover that the monster had awakened. Yet instead of spreading curses as before, it roared aloud, as if bewitched by Silas's praise, completely immersed in worship of the true Creator. In the dark underground space, a man and a monster sang together in praise of an evil god. The scene was bizarre beyond measure. The onlookers maintained a tense silence, and quite a few began to have uncomfortable thoughts. Could he actually be a believer of the evil god? Of course not. Though Silas's mouth praised the true Creator, his azure eyes remained coldly calm throughout. He circled back to face the monster, raised his left hand, and pressed the silver dagger against his wrist. Wait, what's he doing? Leonard's astonished words had barely left his lips when Silas had already slashed down viciously. Good God. Everyone was shocked by his insane action, but under some peculiar atmosphere, no one spoke up to stop him. They watched as the monster opened its mouth and drank greedily from the red blood gushing from Silas's wrist. Due to blood loss, Silas's complexion began to turn pale, yet his wrist remained steadily raised. After drinking his blood, the monster's condition gradually improved, especially its head, which began to grow skin. Beneath the skin, tumors bulged out, carrying a terrifyingly vital sensation. Seeing that it was nearly done, Silas lowered his arm, circled behind the monster, and whispered in its ear. The Lord is so great. Why not praise the Lord? Ah. His words made the monster's blood-covered mouth split into a terrifying grin. The creature smiled and said, Praise. Thud. Behind it, Silas gripped the dagger with both hands and slashed down viciously at its neck. The silver dagger, neither particularly hard nor sharp, somehow easily severed the monster's hideous head for some unknown reason. Thump, thump. The monster's head fell to the ground. Not a drop of blood flowed from the cut surface, and it seemed completely unaware it had been decapitated, still wearing a fanatical smile as its mouth opened and closed, praising its lord. Silas sheathed the dagger, wrapped his wrist with practiced ease, and walked over. He bent down, lifted the severed head, and carried it to Edward. Everyone except Edward instinctively took a step back. Hang it up with a rope, Silas said calmly. The head will turn on its own and keep praying toward one direction. Follow where it points, that's where you'll find the one who implanted the flesh magic. Even if it's not the Aurora Order's headquarters, it'll be a place closely tied to them. He gave Edward a sharp look. And if you still can't solve the case after this, I'll have to start questioning your competence. Silas said. The person who had planted the flesh magic inside the sailor was naturally key to the case. If they could find him, the investigation would make tremendous progress. I understand. Edward accepted the hideous head with a complicated expression. Well then, I suppose I'm done here. If you'll excuse us, we'll take our leave. After completing his task, Silas's tone became more relaxed. His handsome face now appeared pale and weak. He turned to walk outside, and people stepped aside, their gazes toward him now containing not only wariness but also a measure of fear. In a silence thick with oppression, Leonard and Klein stepped forward to support him, helping him toward the surface. Oh, right. After a few steps, Silas turned back to ask Daly, Lady Daly, do you know any good restaurants nearby? Restaurants nearby? Daly paused, confused. Yes, I'm suddenly a bit hungry, Silas answered. A tremendous hunger had suddenly surged within him. This wasn't discomfort from the stomach, but an emptiness from his body and soul, urgently needing to be filled with flesh. He wanted steak, lots of it. And it had to be fresh enough. Rare, no, medium rare. The attendant walked along the nighttime street with his head lowered, his pace steady. In the cool sea breeze, he traversed streets and alleys, finally stopping before a building, opening the door, and walking inside. Mistress. He knelt humbly, pressing his forehead against the cold floor. The heavy stench of blood permeating the air had no effect on him whatsoever. Before him, a crimson light illuminated a graceful figure draped in white robes. Someone has discovered me, she spoke softly, her voice gentle and soothing, like a loving mother lulling her child to sleep. Mistress, the roads are still under covert blockade. All transport channels will be inspected by them. We cannot move this batch of goods out for now, the attendant said respectfully. Then don't send them away. Let them become sacrifices. They are fortunate, having the opportunity to become part of the Lord. The woman's gentle tone carried a hint of barely perceptible madness as she casually decided the fate of many lives. Behind her, a faint crimson glow emanated from the hidden doorway. Hearing her command, the attendant bowed his head again without hesitation. As you command, Ma'am. Power Stones. Chapter 60, Ma'am sends her regards. After obtaining the special tool Silas had provided, Edward finally demonstrated the qualities expected of a night watcher captain. He immediately organized a squad, taking the severed head to search for their target, while he himself remained at headquarters to receive updates from the field, formulate plans, and determine the final arrest strategy. According to the message Lady Daly sent to Silas and the others, the investigation team had ultimately traced their target to the warehouse district of Port Enmat. The area connected the slums to the port, with chaotic public order and a complex mix of people. The numerous warehouses also provided excellent hiding places. However, with the tool Silas had provided, they were rapidly narrowing down the search area. It probably wouldn't be long before they pinpointed the exact location and launched their operation. A sequence 6 leading the team, plus a series of powerful sealed artifacts. If they still can't catch their target, I'll have nothing more to say, remarked Silas, his face flushed and spirits high after devouring several large steaks the night before. Also, Lady Daly will be taking the coach back at noon today. So soon? Won't you wait until we've made the arrest? Daly asked with some surprise. We won't wait. Our presence here isn't exactly welcome. Besides, don't we want to get back to Tingen quickly to share that matter with the captain? Leonard said with a smile, winking at Lady Daly to remind her that the three of them needed to tell Dunn about acting as soon as possible. Ah, I see. Then thank you for your trouble, Daly said, no longer trying to persuade them to stay. I need to get back to the team to discuss the operation plan. You're welcome to visit Port Enmat again anytime. Let's not come back next time, Klein muttered. His voice was soft, and Lady Daly, who had already hurried downstairs, didn't hear him. After packing their luggage and securing their suitcases, the three sat in their hotel room chatting. Leonard suggested a few rounds of poker, but Silas declined, telling him he had arranged to meet someone. Who is it? A lady. Leonard's interest was piqued. Yes. Silas nodded. Is she pretty? I suppose she's pretty, Silas recalled Grila's face. Though not as pretty as Cecilia. Don't bring up your sister at a time like this. Silas, you sly dog, you actually managed to arrange a meeting with a pretty girl without saying a word. Do we need to make ourselves scarce? Leonard teased him with a laugh. It's not what you're thinking. Silas sighed helplessly and began to explain. When he heard about the young woman's unique idea of trying to solidify ritual magic, Klein showed great interest. Can I join? Of course. You are my esteemed mysticism teacher, after all, Silas said with a smile. Leonard also stayed at the hotel, wanting to catch a glimpse of this young lady. They prepared the materials for the ritual. After a short wait, they saw through the hotel window facing the street a carriage pull up, and Grilla stepped down carrying a suitcase. Silas first greeted her through the window before going downstairs to bring her up. Sorry, I'm a bit late, Grilla said, her hair even more disheveled than the last time he'd seen her. There was an incident in the team. One of our members was injured, and we've been busy dealing with it. I only just managed to get away. That's probably related to me, Silas thought to himself. No problem, we still have time before our coach leaves. He told Grilla, let's not waste any time then. Shall we begin? I haven't asked yet, what aspect of ritual magic do you want to study? At this mention, the young girl's spirits lifted. She set down her case, eyes sparkling. I want to see the ritual magic from your secret suppliant pathway, preferably the kind with particularly striking effects. Young lady, that's far too bold of you. Silas couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, those rituals have very evil effects, and the ritual processes themselves are quite dark. I wouldn't recommend observing or studying them. How about I show you ritual magic related to the Evernight goddess instead? No way. Grilla shook her head decisively. I'll have plenty of opportunities to observe those rituals later. The chance to personally witness a secret suppliant perform magic is rare. Her reasoning was sound, and Silas couldn't immediately come up with a counterargument. All right then, I'll demonstrate a few less dangerous rituals for you, he said with a sigh, accepting her terms. He created a spiritual wall, lit 2 candles, and used his blood to establish a connection with the true creator. Silas executed the entire procedure swiftly and professionally. This was the capability of a secret suppliant whose potion was nearly fully digested. Just as he was about to follow the procedure and recite the true creator's honorific name, he suddenly sensed something unusual. It was a spiritual resonance from the same sequence, as if something related to the secret suppliant had appeared nearby. Had the lunatics from the Aurora Order tracked them down? No way, right, he said in surprise, terminating the ritual. Under the astonished or puzzled gazes of the others, he stood up and strode quickly toward the window. A night watcher carriage was racing through the streets, bearing the police department's emblem, causing other carriages on the road to swerve aside. The carriage charged forward relentlessly before stopping in front of the fishing club. Several night watchers hastily jumped down and rushed into the club. Captain! Captain Edward! The leader called out loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. They looked toward the source of the voice and immediately recognized the men Edward had sent out to monitor and investigate the target. Mark, why have you brought people back? Edward had been discussing the operation plan with his team members. Seeing them, his brow furrowed. Did something go wrong with the investigation? Captain Edward. Mark, the leader, was panting, his face full of anxiety. We've discovered something we must tell you. Not just him, the other night watchers were equally agitated, drawing everyone to gather around. What is it? Edward asked, seeing their state. It's. Mark glanced around, seeing that nearly everyone had gathered. He turned to look at Edward, revealing a crazed and twisted smile as his belly swelled. I wanted to let you know. Ma'am, M sends her regards. Behind him, the carriage had already charged into the hall. Boom. A muffled, massive sound suddenly erupted from within the fishing club building. Intense tremors, scorching shock waves, billowing smoke, as if a meteorite had struck nearby, the hotel room where Silas stood shook violently. The windows shattered from the blast, fragments clattering against various parts of the room. Cough, cough. Silas opened his eyes, feeling dizzy and disoriented, his ears as if filled with mercury, unable to hear anything. He lay on the ground amid the chaos, covered in dust and debris, his arms and thighs cut open. What happened? Silas wondered in confusion. He felt someone pat his arm. Looking up, he saw Leonard, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, shouting anxiously about something. Behind him, Klein was struggling to shield Grilla, a wooden splinter embedded in his shoulder, blood flowing down his arm. Ah, so that's it. Silas finally understood. They were under attack. Chapter 61, Counterattack. The world was collapsing. Ruined houses, wounded people, grey dust, acrid smoke, scorching air mingled with shrill screams and the hissing spray of ruptured underground pipes, all combined to form a brutal scene of disaster. Silas's sensory abilities were gradually recovering. He could finally make out the wreckage inside the room, and the ringing in his ears was fading. What happened? Silas saw Leonard open his mouth wide, shouting, looking completely disoriented. His voice filtered faintly into Silas's ears. It's an attack. The Nighthawks headquarters has been bombed. Silas shouted back, scrambling up from the floor. Get out of here, now. He grabbed Leonard and yelled a few times until the other man finally snapped out of his confusion. Leonard turned and pulled Klein and Grilla up from the ground. The 4 of them supported each other, stumbling and staggering out of the already damaged and tilted hotel. They barely made it down the crumbling staircase, crossed the rubble-strewn hotel lobby, and walked out the front door. The scene before them was a road in total chaos. Carriages overturned, the street surface collapsed, broken water pipes gushing water, the building across the way with all its windows shattered. Pedestrians lay on the ground, clutching their injuries and wailing. Silas looked toward the building next to the hotel, where the Enmatport Nighthawks headquarters used to be. The 2-story building that housed the fishing's club had vanished. It was as if a giant mouth had aimed straight at its center and taken a massive, greedy bite. Rubble and debris spread out in a radial pattern, floorboards torn away, with only the remnants of broken walls on either side proving that a building had once stood there. "Dear God." Leonard beside him murmured in shock. Among the ruins lay mangled remains. Several people rushed through the wreckage, moving concrete blocks aside to rescue survivors beneath. Silas immediately recognized the lead figure as their squad captain, Edward Crawford. His coat was in tatters, and his left arm was gone from the wrist down. He struggled to lift cement slabs with his one remaining hand, trying to free team members trapped below. His fingers were torn and bleeding, blood congealing on the concrete, leaving vivid red handprints behind. "Let's go help with the rescue." Seeing Edward's pitiful state, Silas sighed inwardly. Whatever grudges existed could be set aside for now. As fellow Nighthawks, they had to help each other in this moment. The other two naturally didn't refuse. They rushed into the ruins to help the Enmatport Nighthawks with the rescue effort. When Edward saw them coming, complex emotions flickered in his eyes, but the urgent situation left no room for idle conversation. Everyone worked at maximum speed to save lives. After all, every moment's delay meant a lower chance of survival for the wounded. The injured and the dead were separated into different areas. Ms. Daly, with a wound on her forehead, hurried up from underground holding a green wreath. She stood in the middle of the injured area, raising the wreath high. Pale green light radiated from it, bathing the moaning wounded in its glow. Their expressions gradually became peaceful. Seeing this, Daly's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly, but when she looked at the dead nearby, her expression turned sorrowful again. "Captain, 5 critically injured, 7 dead. The others couldn't be found." After the scene was mostly cleared, a lightly wounded Nighthawk came over to report, his eyes filled with grief. Edward closed his eyes briefly upon hearing this. "Couldn't be found" really meant they'd been too close to the explosion's epicenter and their bodies had been obliterated. "Captain Edward, Ms. Daly, what exactly happened?" The 3 newcomers stepped forward, asking seriously. "Our team members were controlled." Daly shook her head and recounted what had happened. At the time, not only had those team members self-destructed, but their carriages had also been loaded with explosives. If Edward hadn't used a sealed artifact, sacrificing his left hand to block part of the blast, the death toll would have been much higher. "This may all be connected to the culprit we've been tracking." When the attack began, those controlled team members said, "Ms. M sends her regards." "Ms. M." Silas had been fairly calm until that moment, but hearing this, his mind jolted. He remembered now. That letter Sirius wrote had been addressed to Ms. M. It was Ms. M who had Sirius and the others control the original Silas, leading to his death and Silas's transmigration. Could it be that this Ms. M was actually in Enmatport, and she was the very enemy they were about to face? From that title, she must be an envoy of the Aurora Order. Those damned lunatics. Ms. Daly's eyes were brimming with tears, clearly showing her deep hatred for them. Silas's mind was in chaos, barely able to process Daly's words. He struggled to steady himself and spoke up. "So what do we do next?" "Keep pursuing." Before he could finish, he suddenly whipped his head toward a particular direction without warning. It was as if some invisible rope was yanking him that way. The movement was so abrupt that everyone nearby jumped. "Silas, what's wrong?" Ms. Daly asked. Silas's expression was extremely grim. His pupils constricted as he stared toward the distant port district. The sky there had somehow become swirled with blood-red clouds. The Secrets Suppliant characteristics inside him were responding frantically, as if some terrible danger was brewing that could very likely bring catastrophic disaster. "Over there." He pointed, realizing his hand was trembling slightly. "I can feel a dangerous presence gathering power. That aura's tied to the true creator, something's wrong. If we don't stop it, it could spiral out of control." "The port district, that's where they went to investigate, isn't it?" Daly said. "Is Ms. M behind this?" "Doesn't matter who it is." Silas practically shouted. The alarm bells in his head were ringing frantically. "If we don't go now, it'll really be too late." He tried to make the others understand the severity of the situation, but looking around, all he could see were casualties everywhere. Those barely still standing were just a few of them. With just these people, could they stop it? "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" At that moment, Edward suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and low. His coat was covered in dust and torn to shreds, but his eyes still shone bright. Silas took a deep breath, controlling his emotions. "I can." "Good. Wait for me to go down and get something, then we'll head over together." His words were calm, but like a volcano before eruption, they accumulated power beneath the surface. He straightened his ragged coat and stood upright. "Since the Aurora Order has sent us their regards, we Enmatport Nighthawks can't be rude. Naturally, we must return the favor 100-fold. Chapter 62, The Rose Bishop and Level 1 Sealed Artifact. The Chinese gate at Matport was also located underground and hadn't suffered direct damage from the explosion. Though it had sustained some damage from the shockwave, it was still within manageable limits. Daly had already retrieved one sealed artifact from inside earlier to help with the rescue. Now Edward descended underground again, using his captain's authority to retrieve a staff from behind the Chinese gate. The staff was pitch black throughout, yet upon closer inspection appeared translucent, like obsidian crystal. Its handle was particularly unique, shaped like an open palm that could perfectly clasp with whoever held it. You two from Tingen, and Ms. Grilla, I need you to evacuate with our wounded and notify the Church of Steam and the Church of Storms. Have them send people to the dock district immediately. Edward addressed Leonard, Klein, and Grilla. What about Silas? Unfortunately, I need him to guide us. I can only do my best to ensure his safety. Edward said in a heavy voice. Klein and Leonard exchanged glances and volunteered, then we're coming too. I must refuse. Edward shook his head. Captain Edward, after everything that's happened, you're still trying to create divisions. Leonard shouted somewhat angrily. That's not it at all. Edward replied, his face bearing a solemn expression. What happened before was indeed my narrow-mindedness, plus I had some other thoughts. But asking this of you now is entirely for the sake of justice. This is Matport. As the Nighthawks protecting this place, I must take responsibility. But my teammates are critically injured and need care. I can only entrust you, as fellow Nighthawks, to ensure their safety. At this point, this narrow-minded Nighthawk captain, a Sequence 6 soul assurer, bowed his head to them. Leonard fell silent for a moment, then said, then once we get them to safety, we'll come back to help you. Acceptable. Edward nodded. Without further words, he led Silas and the others outside, stepping over the dead and wounded without looking back, striding onto the street with large steps. Rumble. The carriage raced at breakneck speed, rolling over Matport's road surface. The streets here had long been uneven from transporting all kinds of cargo, and with the carriage's alarming speed, the ride was so bumpy it felt like they might take flight. But no one in the carriage complained. Instead, they huddled together, discussing their next move. According to Aurora Order conventions, a city of Matport's level would be assigned a Sequence 6 envoy. The enemy we're about to face is very likely a mid-sequence beyonder of the Secrets Suppliant pathway, a Rose Bishop. Edward briefed them. Rose Bishops excel at various forms of flesh magic, have tenacious vitality, and are extremely troublesome. Flesh magic. Could that turn people into bombs? Silas recalled the earlier scene and thought with some understanding. So this time I've directly brought out Matport's strongest sealed artifact, aiming to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. For the upcoming battle to proceed smoothly, we need to introduce our abilities to each other. Edward said, these words mainly directed at Silas. First, me. I'm a Sequence 6 soul assurer. Beyond the abilities mastered by Nightmare, I have even stronger control over spirit bodies. I can act directly on a target's soul, keeping them calm while greatly enhancing the dream effect. It works on those of equal sequence and below. For higher sequences, the duration becomes uncertain. After he finished, it was Daly's turn. Daly was a Sequence 7 spirit medium who could manipulate undead spirits to achieve various mystical effects. Her abilities were fairly comprehensive, though she had fewer direct attack methods. Besides these two, the team included a Sequence 8 Midnight Poet, the Nighthawk who had reported casualties to Edward earlier. His injuries were light, so he'd come along. Leon Bithoth. Just call me Leon. This Nighthawk smiled at Silas. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Silas looked at the other man's smiling face, which seemed somehow familiar, and asked with puzzlement. My brother was the receptionist at the club who greeted guests. Leon said, his expression darkening somewhat. Silas recalled that among the wounded and dead, he hadn't seen the receptionist. This meant Leon's brother probably hadn't even left a body behind. After a moment of sympathy, they still had to discuss business. I'm a Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant with fairly high spiritual intuition. I can sense hidden powers and presences. I'm also skilled in various ritual magic, especially numerous madness-inducing rituals related to the true creator. He didn't reveal his trump cards, like how his wounds could heal rapidly, or the two mystical items he carried, much less the mysterious tide in his mind that could resist mental pollution. Those could be used at critical moments, but it was best not to expose them. After everyone's introductions, Edward shared the function of the staff he was holding. Sealed Artifact 1-114, the Staff of Chaos. Its primary functions were chaos and distortion. By gripping it and striking the ground, one could activate its powers. Chaos could disrupt the order in the area around a target, causing their attacks and defenses to miss their intended positions and creating errors. Distortion could alter an opponent's will, making them change attack targets, harm themselves, and so on. Additionally, using the Staff of Chaos to directly attack enemies could cause tremendous destructive effects, with force comparable to a direct hit from a small artillery shell. Imagine this: an opponent launches an unstoppable powerful attack, but due to the distortion effect, that mighty strike turns back on themselves. What a ridiculous yet terrifying scene that would be. However, such powerful effects came with severe side effects. Anyone who used the Staff of Chaos would become reckless and unrestrained. The staff would tempt them to continuously use its power. Each use increased the craving to keep using it, like a thirsty person drinking massive amounts of salt water. This process was uncontrollable. Unless someone intervened, the user would exhaust their spirituality until they lost control and became a monster, enslaved to the staff. With my abilities, I can probably use it 3 times. If I use it a 4th time, I might become unable to distinguish friend from foe, attacking indiscriminately, and ultimately becoming the staff's slave. Edward explained seriously. If you see me reluctant to let go after using it 3 times, stop me immediately. If there's really no other way, you can shoot me directly. Shoot him directly, sure. Silas unconsciously touched the hidden pocket at his chest, where the white bone flute and servant's bell were stored. With the carriage racing at full speed, they reached the port district extremely quickly. Head that way. Silas pointed toward the center of the red cloud mass. Warehouses began appearing more frequently around them, and the roads became winding. People on the street frantically dodged the racing carriage, cursing loudly with vulgar language. Silas paid no attention, only sensing the ever-closer aura of evil and corruption. Once they were close enough, Edward and Daly also detected the abnormality, becoming restless and uneasy, their expressions turning grim. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a building with a warehouse. The building's sign displayed some trading company's name, but the doors and windows were tightly shut. It clearly wasn't operating. Looking at the building before them and feeling the overwhelming evil energy, they knew they'd come to the right place. Don't rush in yet. Edward said, let me try to pull her into a dream. With that, he lowered his head slightly, and an invisible current dispersed from his body. In an instant, Silas felt as if he were in the middle of night. A sense of tranquility replaced the evil aura and rapidly spread toward the inside of the trading company. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound like shattering glass, this tranquility was broken. Edward stepped back, his eyes snapping open. It had failed. He shook his head at the others. Creak! The trading company's main door slowly opened, as if welcoming them. Looking inside, they could only see pitch darkness. A thick, suffocating stench of blood slowly wafted out from within. Chapter 63, Ma'am. The pitch-black doorway gaped wide open, like a ravenous maw greedily anticipating its meal, welcoming the arrival of Silas and his group. Dream entry failed. Get ready, we're going in, Edward instructed everyone upon seeing this. Against a sequence 6 rose bishop, be careful of their flesh and blood, any of it could turn into a bomb. Pay special attention to the mental pollution from the true creator. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear. His gaze lingered especially on Silas, because, theoretically speaking, Silas was the one most susceptible to influence. Don't worry, I actually have a cheat code. Of course, Silas didn't say this out loud. He simply nodded to show he understood. Following behind Edward and the others, he cautiously entered the building thick with the stench of blood. Once inside, the smell of blood wasn't as heavy. Instead, it was replaced by a peculiar fragrance. The lighting wasn't as dim as it had appeared from outside, either. Everything was bathed in a dark shade of red, and under this glow, one could just barely make out the furnishings inside. They stood in a great hall. Staircases led upward on both sides, while the rear half of the building was blocked by a door. This door stood half open, emitting a red glow from within, the only source of light in the room. In front of the door sat a woman. She wore a white robe, her figure curvaceous. Because she was backlit, the glow from behind the door framed her in a red border. And her face was extraordinarily beautiful. Yes, even though they were currently in an adversarial situation, Silas had to admit that her appearance ranked among the most beautiful women he'd ever seen, comparable even to his sister Cecilia. Her blood-red hair cascaded loosely down, her features delicate and soft, her lips rather thin, seemingly carrying a perpetual gentle smile. Yet her golden eyes radiated a cold light, as if they were a pair of beautiful, emotionless orbs cast from inorganic metal. Contradictory. That was Silas's first impression of her, like sweet honey mixed with violent poison, or like an innocent young girl carrying the oppressive aura of someone in power. Welcome. She looked at everyone, speaking with a gentle and mild tone as she smiled. Lounging lazily in a chair, she didn't attack proactively, as if she truly were the master of this place, welcoming the arrival of guests. Just then, Silas suddenly felt the people beside him shudder violently, followed by an eruption of rage, as if they'd seen something utterly unacceptable. Following their line of sight, Silas's gaze fell upon the chair the woman was sitting in. What's wrong with the chair? It's just a lighter color, looks like it's made of leather. Holy shit. Following the chair's backrest downward, Silas suddenly spotted something unbelievable on the armrest. The special pattern there, which he'd originally thought was some kind of relief carving, turned out upon closer inspection to be a human face. Moreover, he'd seen this face before. It seemed to belong to one of the members of the investigation squad Edward had sent out. This face wasn't embedded in the chair but naturally fused into it. Which meant this chair was. Silas suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of revulsion. Because he saw that the face was actually moving, opening its eyes and seeing Edward and the others across from it. "Captain." The face spoke, calling out to Edward. "Mark and the others have been controlled. You need to be careful, she is." Tap, tap. A segment of pristine, porcelain white fingers wearing a crimson rose ring lightly tapped twice on the forehead of that face, interrupting his words. "Exposing a lady's secrets isn't the behavior of a gentleman," said the owner of those hands, the red-haired woman, as she gently stroked his forehead, speaking in an enchanting voice that seemed to carry magical power. "Besides, you should tell your captain something more important, shouldn't you?" The urgency in that face's eyes vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme agony. "Captain." His eyes were full of pain, yet his mouth curved into a smile. "Please allow me to introduce you to the Great Lord, the true." Bang. A sudden gunshot shattered the unbearable atmosphere in the room. A bullet hole appeared in the center of the armrest face, ending his suffering. Edward tucked his cane under his armless stump while his other hand steadily held the revolver, smoke rising from the muzzle, the gun's grip creaking in his grasp. "Captain Edward, please calm down." "She did that on purpose." Silas spoke up, only now realizing how heavy his own breathing had become. "I know," Edward said calmly, his tone cold as ice. He looked at the stunning woman across from him and slowly asked, "You're Ma'am of the Aurora Order?" "That's right. It's me." "Where are your other subordinates?" "They've already gone before me, returning to the great embrace of our Lord." "You mean you just sacrificed them?" "How noble you make it sound." Edward sneered. "You don't understand," Ma'am sighed faintly. "We are all humble servants of the great Lord." Thud. In that instant, without warning, Edward lowered his revolver. His remaining right hand gripped the black staff of chaos and struck the ground forcefully. The staff's tip made a sound against the floor, and at the same moment, the air around Ma'am suddenly twisted. Her aura visibly weakened before their eyes. "It's the distortion effect of the staff of chaos." Edward used Ma'am's own words, amplifying and distorting the meaning of humble servants, and applying it to her, actually reducing her strength for a short time. The latter half of Ma'am's sentence was cut off. She lowered her head, sensing the changes in herself, but showed no signs of anger or panic. She merely smiled and said, "Very clever." Bang. 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 The Nighthawks weren't about to waste this precious opportunity chatting with Ma'am. The instant her aura weakened, the other Nighthawks fired simultaneously. More than a dozen demon-hunting bullets poured into her body, riddling the curvaceous figure with countless bullet holes. Hiss. The demon-hunting bullets tore through Ma'am's flesh, covering her white robe with holes and bloodstains. The demon-hunting power suppressed her flesh, and her regenerative ability was restrained by her own words. The granulation tissue writhed slowly, unable to heal in time. Ma'am seemed unable to react, swaying continuously under the gunfire, yet she didn't fall. The effect isn't very obvious. Silas stopped shooting, thinking to himself. Just then, he saw Leon step forward, face full of hatred, raising an absurdly large-caliber revolver. Settling his stance and aiming at the enemy before him, he pulled the trigger. Boom. With an explosive sound almost like a cannonball, Ma'am's arm snapped off like a branch broken by wind, connected only by a few strips of flesh. "Leon, keep firing. The rest of you, reload quickly," Edward commanded. After enduring the assault for so long, Ma'am finally began to move during a gap in the attacks. She reached up, tore off her own pale arm, and hurled it toward them. That severed arm began to swell in midair, threatening to explode at any moment. Chapter 64, Rose Bishop. Shepherd. Watch out. Seeing that arm being thrown at them like a flesh bomb, Silas couldn't help but shout. Then he watched as Edward once again gripped the staff of chaos and struck the ground forcefully. Thud. The staff sound was deep and resonant. A large area with Ms. M at its center seemed to become blurred, causing the thrown arm to arc inexplicably in midair and fall back in front of Ms. M. Then the flesh bulged and exploded with a thunderous blast. Chaos had altered the spatial order and rules in the region where Ms. M stood. Boom. The violent explosion engulfed Ms. M, bricks and flesh scattered instantly, surging air waves billowing outward, yet under the influence of some strange rule, they only reverberated within a small area until subsiding. As the explosion's aftermath dissipated, Silas was shocked to discover that Ms. M had vanished from the center. Where did she go? Is she trying to escape, or coming to attack us, or entering the back of that door to activate the ritual? Silas's mind raced as he considered countermeasures. Just then, Ms. Daly, beside him, began to act. She extended both hands, crossing them flat against her chest, lowering her head to call out softly, communicating with spirits existing in another world. The surrounding air grew colder, invisible forces surging. A muffled groan came from midair, and Ms. M's figure emerged from the shadows, as if forcibly squeezed out, tumbling to the ground. Daly looked at her coldly, continuing her low chant. A pair of semi-transparent hands appeared around Ms. M's neck, gripping her throat, causing that stunning face to show an expression of distress, unable to move. Thud, thud. At this critical moment, Edward strode forward, raising high the black, semi-transparent staff. The muscles in his arm and back began to bulge, gathering strength, then he swung with full force at Ms. M's head. Boom. Like a cannonball hitting at close range, Ms. M's head was completely shattered. Her body fell limply to the ground, as if killed outright just like that. What a powerful sealed artifact. Silas couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Worthy of being a Grade 1 sealed artifact, it had completely dominated the opponent, controlling her all the way to death. He thought he might have a chance to act, but it turned out there was no need for him at all before it was over. Edward looked down at Ms. M's headless corpse. He stepped back and gestured for Leon to come over with that giant revolver, signaling him to continue shooting the body to eliminate any possibility of it coming back to life. This level of professionalism was truly praiseworthy. Leon nodded, quickly approaching with the revolver aimed at Ms. M's corpse. Cough, cough. Just then, he suddenly coughed loudly several times, unable to hold the gun steady. Does Leon have a cold? The thought had barely formed in Silas's mind when he saw Ms. Daly beside them also show signs of pain, her cheeks flushing red as if running a high fever. What's happening? Cough, cough. Silas was about to speak when he couldn't help coughing as well. His vision became hazy and dizzy, his forehead burning hot. He was sick too. Edward's eyes narrowed. He was about to raise his staff to strike Ms. M's corpse again when he suddenly discovered that her headless body was becoming flat and small, finally transforming into a damaged paper figure. Ms. M herself was nowhere to be seen. She's not dead. Where did she go? In his panic, a warm, gentle fragrance wafted into his nose. Silas suddenly felt delicate, soft hands caressing his chin. Turning his head, he met Ms. M's gentle yet cold smiling face. She seemed to be examining him. Bang. Bang. Silas's scalp tingled. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. The bullets whistled out but hit only empty air. Ms. M had vanished into shadow again, then reappeared in front of the human skin chair. She slowly sat down. Very interesting sealed artifact, excellent coordinated combat. The Nighthawks of Matport are quite good. MS. M actually smiled and praised them, watching as the group before her gradually succumbed to serious illness. Her appearance was just as when they'd first seen her, stunningly beautiful, eerie, gentle, seemingly unharmed by the recent battle. So what was that feeble resistance earlier? Was she just performing, toying with us? Edward pulled Leon back, retreating to Daly and Silas's side, raising his staff and striking the ground once more. Thud. With the staff's sound, the rules of the space near them were forcibly distorted. The group, who had been struggling to breathe, immediately felt much better. But their hearts also grew uneasy, because Edward had already used the staff 3 times. Disease. Magic. You're not a Rose Bishop at all. You're a shepherd. Edward practically roared. I never said I was a Rose Bishop. Ms. M smiled, her expression quite pleased. Hearing this, the muscles alongside Edward's face tightened, and his grip on 1 to 114 clenched tighter and tighter. The divine envoy of Matport had defied conventional wisdom. She wasn't a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop, but a higher Sequence Shepherd. Sequence 5, Shepherd. Hearing this designation, Silas felt momentarily confused. Crestet, the senior church deacon he'd met before, was a Sequence 5 powerhouse. In today's team, the highest was only the Sequence 6 Soul Assurer. He recalled what Dunn had once told him. The Secrets Suppliant pathway was famous for its endless variety of abilities and bizarre flesh and blood powers at high sequences. They could apparently use abilities from other sequences, making them enigmatic and unpredictable. In other words, what they had to deal with this time was actually a shepherd. Silas's heart sank. Edward's expression wasn't good either. He fell silent, then, after a moment, spoke slowly to the group. I didn't expect the opponent to have reached Sequence 5. Our chances of winning are extremely low. Captain Edward, what do we do? Daly asked softly. We can only try to hold her off and wait for reinforcements, Edward said in a heavy voice. Let's hope that before reinforcements arrive, we won't all be dead. Dead? Looking at Edward's face and Ms. M's calm demeanor across from them, Silas suddenly felt an extremely surreal sensation. Could it be that this was where it ended for him? No, I still have a sister to support. If I die, what will happen to her? Silas took a deep breath. I have to fight. Not just him. The eyes of the others in the team had changed as well. Watching them, the smile on Ms. M's face grew even more radiant. Very good. I love these twisted expressions you show after falling into despair. It wasn't in vain that I deliberately showed weakness at the start and played along with your performance. An unhealthy flush rose on her delicate face, marring her original beauty and giving her features a somewhat sickly quality. However, I've played with you enough now, she said with a smile. The entertainment ends here. I still have business to attend to. My apologies. Don't be ridiculous. Edward roared. Whoosh. Gripping his staff, he lowered his head toward Ms. M, and night fell. A tranquil atmosphere spread forth, making people feel peace and serenity from the depths of their hearts, unable to generate any other thoughts. The signature skill of the Soul Assurer, Soul Assurance. This was an ability that acted directly on the target's soul, capable of making the opponent calm and lose their will to resist. Silas saw that Ms. M seemed to be controlled by this power, no longer speaking but watching them peacefully. Seize the opportunity. He immediately reached for the bone flute in his chest. Ms. Daly began summoning spirits, while Leon, beside them, raised his gun to aim. Just then, Ms. M suddenly smiled slightly. Her golden eyes lit up, growing lizard-like vertical pupils. Leon's eyes turned pale gold in response. Dazed, he turned his gun around, aimed at Ms. Daly's back, and pulled the trigger. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 65, Abyss of Flesh. Leon's eyes held a faint golden glow. Dazed, he raised the large-caliber revolver and, under the shocked gazes of the others, pulled the trigger, aimed at Ms. Daly's back. He's been hypnotized. Silas's body jolted. He lunged forward, reaching out to push. Bang. The bullet grazed Daly's arm and shot out, blasting into the floor and creating a huge gap. The bullet carved a bloody furrow in Daly's pale arm, making her body tremble with pain. But she didn't stop summoning spirits, her eyes remaining fixed on Ms. M. Finally, Ms. Daly's spirit summoning succeeded. Countless pitch-black vines emerged from the void, tightly binding Ms. M's body. Yellow-black liquid dripped from the vines, carrying strong corrosive properties. Ms. M's body was twisted into a ball by the vines, transforming into a paper figure that shattered into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. She's disappeared again. Flames ignited at the center of the group, and the white-robed Ms. M emerged from the fire. She raised her hand like a blade, accumulating tremendous power, thrusting straight toward Ms. Daly's back. Watch out. Silas shouted. He was about to raise his gun to intercept when a pair of arms from behind locked around his throat. Looking back, it was the controlled Leon. His consciousness was still unclear, yet the strength in his hands was extraordinarily great. One hand gripped his throat while the other seized his gun arm. Get lost. Seeing Ms. Daly about to be pierced through the heart, Edward charged forward. The pitch-black staff, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it cut through the air, smashed toward Ms. M. Crack. Ms. M's arm broke in the middle, but she took advantage of Edward's full commitment to the swing, turning and rushing into his embrace, gently pressing her other hand against his chest. She's going to create a flesh bomb in Edward's chest. Edward glared at Ms. M. With his momentum not yet spent, illusory ripples like water spread around his body as he attempted to pull Ms. M into a dream. But Ms. M merely smiled slightly, as if mocking him. A crisp sound of shattering glass came from the void, and the dreamscape was shattered before it could even take form. And her hand remained firmly pressed against Edward's chest. Boom. A violent explosion followed. A massive bloody hole was blasted in Edward's chest, penetrating through his body. Anger still lingered on his face, but his body could no longer support itself and fell backward. The black staff of chaos slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Edward. Ms. Daly cried out in grief and fury. But at that moment, Ms. M had already flashed before her like a ghost, lightly punching her throat. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Daly clutched her throat and slowly collapsed, her life or death unknown. And even by this point, Silas still hadn't managed to break free from Leon's control behind him. In his shock, he felt the pressure on his neck slowly releasing. Looking back, he saw Leon's face full of terror as he retreated, yet his hands uncontrollably raised that giant revolver and pressed it under his own chin. Captain. Ms. Daly. Brother. Silas, save me. His finger was already on the trigger as he called out helplessly. Silas was about to reach out to stop him when a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, tenderly embracing him. Those arms were pale and smooth, the slender fingers wearing a blood-red rose ring, the rose upon it blooming vividly. He was like a mouse entangled by a venomous snake, his body suddenly rigid, watching helplessly as Leon pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot echoed through the room, immediately followed by the sound of a body hitting the floor. Around Silas and Ms. M, all three had fallen. The Nighthawks of Enmatport, far from holding out until reinforcements arrived, hadn't even lasted a few minutes before being completely defeated. Despair. Overwhelming despair washed over Silas. Is this the true strength of a shepherd? Ms. M's soft body pressed against his back, a warm fragrance filling his nostrils, yet he only felt unable to breathe. Soul assurance, spirit summoning, these are all excellent abilities. Silas, which one do you think I should shepherd? Gentle words, carrying warm breath, sounded in Silas's ear. Hearing Ms. M's voice, Silas first shuddered, then opened his eyes wide in disbelief. She knows me. Very surprised. Ms. M released Silas, walking before him and asking with a smile. You probably don't know, but it was actually I who arranged for Sirius and Hannis Vincent to find you and take care of you. Actually, I know. Silas recalled the matter of that letter, thinking silently. Unfortunately, the lambs in Tingen were later completely destroyed by the false god's minions, and you also disappeared. I originally thought you would vanish forever, but who knew that by the Lord's grace, you would return at this most critical moment. Indeed, this is all the Lord's will. She stared at Silas, smiling and shaking her head. But I didn't expect you'd already become a Nighthawk of the Evernight. This makes me very regretful. Silas's heart was churning like stormy seas. Sure enough, Ms. M had set her sights on this body of his long ago. It was just that when he escaped from Sirius's hands back then, the connection was broken. Who would have thought he'd deliver himself to her doorstep today? Why are you so fixated on me? He couldn't help but ask. Perhaps Ms. M could answer the long-standing mysteries about himself. Because you carry the Lord's aura. Ms. M's golden eyes stared intently at Silas. This aura is so pure, so intoxicating, it's almost like the Lord's reflection in the mortal world. Her gaze was terrifying. Silas instinctively stepped back. Ms. M noticed his movement and sighed lightly. What a pity that your shell is so close to the Lord, yet your soul is so filthy and corrupt. But fortunately, this won't be a problem much longer. Snap. She crisply snapped her fingers, and Silas's body lost autonomous control. Involuntarily following her movements, he walked toward the door glowing with red light. The closer they got to the door, the more intense the red glow became. The light was almost tangible, saturating the surrounding air. Sticky wriggling sounds, faint whispers, indescribable screams, came continuously from behind the door. Finally, Ms. M reached the door and pushed it open. Blood red instantly covered his vision. Everywhere he looked, there was only flesh. Behind the door was a warehouse-sized space, but what it contained was not cargo, but a bloated, enormous mass of flesh. The surface of the flesh mass was bright red, like the mucous membrane inside a mouth, wriggling and oozing slime. The warehouse floor was carved with fallen, twisted ritual arrays, and the flesh had spread, already merging with the walls and ceiling. And the most horrifying thing was what constituted the flesh mass. It was countless human bodies that had adhered and fused together, of all ages and genders, without discrimination or reason. As the flesh ball contracted and expanded, every human face upon it showed expressions of agony, singing in unison to praise some evil existence. Silas's scalp tingled. Involuntarily, he searched through the memories from the potion for this extremely depraved and insane ritual. Abyss of Flesh. He squeezed out its name through clenched teeth. Chapter 66, To Hell with You and Your Master. The warehouse, filled with flesh and blood, gave off a red glow that illuminated everything before the door, including Silas's pale face. The abyss of blood and flesh was considered one of the most insane and depraved rituals among the Secrets Suppliant's evil ceremonies. It required sacrificing a large number of lives as materials, collecting their emotions of extreme suffering to pray for the descent of the evil god, the true creator. The way this ritual succeeded was also simple: the more you sacrificed, the greater the probability. Afterward, the descended evil god would gradually grow stronger and continue devouring the lives of the entire city until it truly descended. Only now did Silas finally understand why the Aurora Order had gotten involved in the human trafficking trade on the southern continent. Quite spectacular, isn't it? Lady M said with some regret from beside him, but it's still a bit of a shame. My original plan was to keep only the purest boys and girls from each shipment until we had enough for the ritual. Who knew you would discover it early and block the transport route? I had no choice but to use all the slaves to make up the numbers. In other words, the Aurora Order was just a middleman for these slaves, and someone else truly needed them in large quantities. So where were these slaves originally supposed to be transported to? Silas asked. They were to be transported to. Lady M had only gotten halfway through when she realized what she was doing and stopped, smiling at Silas. You don't need to know anymore. Swish. She raised both hands high toward the mass of flesh, devoutly chanting in ancient Hermes. Master of all creation. Ruler behind the curtain of shadows. The fallen nature of all living beings. Accompanying her invocation of the honorific name, all the mouths on the flesh mass began chanting in unison. Master. Great Master. May your will cover the earth. May all corruption be born for you. The flesh mass accelerated its wriggling and split open in the middle, leaving a space for someone to sit. No, rather, a chair of flesh and blood appeared in the center of the flesh ball, waiting for some lucky person to sit on it. And that lucky person's expression at this moment wasn't looking very good. Silas could feel the illusory sound of ocean tides ringing in his mind. His body, originally controlled by Lady M's golden eyes, had already regained autonomy. And that lady was still praying to the flesh ball, continuing the ritual, not noticing that Silas had already broken free from her control. What should he do next? Turn the tables and kill her. When this thought emerged, despite the urgency of the situation, Silas almost laughed at himself. Me, take on a shepherd one-on-one. Really? So then, should he run away after all? In the pocket on his chest, he still had Mr. Asex's bone whistle hidden. The undead creature's summon should be able to hold her off for a bit, and Lady M was at a critical moment in the ritual. The moment the thought of retreat sprouted, Silas's eyes couldn't help but sweep across the 3 Nighthawk corpses on the ground. Lady Daly no longer had her familiar smile, the just-met lion's head was shattered, and Edward's mean, annoying face still had an expression of anger frozen on it. I'm just a guy with a nasty personality, and I don't have much of a Nighthawk's sense of duty. Besides, that Edward and I had beef. He looked again at the flesh mass, where so many innocent people were showing expressions of pain. How selfish I am. What do other people's lives have to do with me? As the flesh mass wriggled, a face that had been in a blind spot appeared in Silas's view. It was a very young girl with a cute face, her eyes and brows seeming somewhat like Cecilia's. Right next to her was a slightly older boy, the two looked quite similar. Even though they had already become part of the ritual, the boy's limbs still tightly protected the girl, just as they must have when they were alive. If Silas hadn't transmigrated, the Launder siblings would probably have met the same fate, wouldn't they? Silas stared blankly at those two tender faces, feeling his head roar with a bang as an indescribable anger surged into his heart. Damn it, damn it. Kill her, kill her. To hell with her and her master. Who cares about reasons? Whether it's the frustration of being toyed with all along, whether it's fighting back when there's no escape, whether it's revenge, I just can't stand this crazy bitch. Kill her, kill her. Nameless fury burned in his heart, but the cold touch of the bone whistle on his chest reminded him to stay calm. Think fast. What method could possibly kill her? Could he use the ritual to frame her like he did with Lenivus before? Right, I have the bone whistle. She doesn't know I've already broken free from her control through my cheat. As long as the summoned undead creature can restrain her for just a moment, it might work. But what if Lady M uses a substitute again? Not just a substitute, she very likely has even more abilities I don't know about. Screw it. So what? Resisting means death at most. Obediently letting her toy with me and become a sacrifice is also death. At least I should give her some trouble, splash some blood on her. Having made up his mind, Silas hesitated no longer and looked coldly at Lady M. Her chanting was nearing its end. Great Master. Please accept your humble servant's sacrifice, temporarily use this unworthy shell to descend into the world and guide our path forward. The flesh mass trembled. A lofty and mad will suddenly descended, as if an invisible giant eye had appeared above the dark and ignorant void, examining everything below. Master. Master is about to descend. Lady M's voice carried extreme joy and excitement as she trembled. Silas, what are you still waiting for? She was signaling for Silas to sit down. Right, what was Silas still waiting for? He nodded and stepped forward, as if he truly was going to enter the flesh and blood. However, just as Silas passed Lady M, blocking her line of sight for that brief instant, his left hand shot into his chest pocket and pulled out the bone whistle that had been hidden inside all along, concealed by a wall of spirituality. Bringing it to his lips, he blew hard. No sound emerged, only the spirituality within his body pouring out like water in a torrent. Creak. With a teeth-grinding sound of opening, a bronze door suddenly appeared behind Lady M. The door opened, and a white skeletal giant hand fiercely reached out from within. Lady M was completely focused at this moment. She was so excited by the true creator's will descending that she never expected the controlled Silas to pull something like this. Before she could react, she was firmly grasped by the bone hand. The massive skeleton stood behind the bronze door, its eye sockets flashing with ghostly blue light, its aura powerful and terrifying. You. Lady M cried out in disbelief. Silas had no time to watch the bone whistle's effect. In one breath, he pressed his lips to the bone whistle and continued blowing. From the depths of the door emerged a pale, rotting eyeball, with every eyelash burning with pale flames. It floated out and fixed its gaze on Lady M. Her body suddenly stiffened, unable to move, unable even to speak. Throw her into the flesh. Feeling that the spirituality within his body was insufficient to support another blow, Silas shouted at the two seemingly high-ranking undead creatures. The massive skeleton acted without hesitation, throwing Lady M's beautiful body into the flesh's seat. Ah! Master. The moment she made contact, the flesh eagerly burrowed into Lady M's body, as if wanting to become one with her. A mysterious and terrifying will enveloped her. She was almost immediately buried, with only her face still outside, unable to break free. An expression of both joy and anger surged across Lady M's face. My humble body is not worthy to be your vessel. Please let me down. I'll replace it with a better one for you. Part of the flesh obeyed her words and retreated, but another part still clung to her, difficult to remove for the moment. Kill her. Seeing how effective the two undead were, Silas couldn't help but shout. But when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. The bronze door had already closed. The two undead had literally only given him a hand, then left. Damn it. He cursed angrily and didn't dare delay. He turned and rushed into the warehouse, using the ritual dagger to cut his finger and pressed it on the array on the floor, trying to modify and destroy the ritual. Although he could run away now, screw that. Blood seeped through his fingertip and made contact with the patterns on the ground. With a slight distortion, they became a different design. Silas felt the feedback from the array. The good news was that the array could indeed be modified. The bad news was that the modification might take a minute or two. By then, Lady M would have broken free. It's useless. Lady M also saw his efforts and said with a smile. Seeing Silas modifying with all his strength, paying her no mind, she struggled to pull an arm free from the flesh and pointed it at Silas like a gun. Bang. An air bullet shot through Silas's chest, but he didn't even glance at Lady M, just kept his head down, drawing and writing. Through the hole in his torn clothes, you could see that his mangled wound had already begun to heal. Blasphemous wretch. Anger flashed in Lady M's eyes. Her thin, beautiful lips parted slightly, and invisible disease spread through the air. Before long, Silas began coughing and running a fever, as if suffering from severe pneumonia. His vision was blurring, his fingers growing weak, but Silas kept persisting because this was his only remaining means. However, even with all his effort, he couldn't finish the modifications before Lady M broke free. She had already freed half her body from the flesh, with only one foot still stuck inside, her expression gradually stabilizing. But he still had a small portion of the array left to paint. Silas gritted his teeth, persisting for reasons he didn't even understand. You've already tried very hard. You deserve praise. Lady M said in a gentle yet cruel tone, reaching her hand towards Silas. Thud. Just at that moment, a dull sound drew Lady M's attention. Outside the warehouse door on the ground, the damaged Captain Edward half knelt, his right hand gripping a black, translucent, gem-like staff, striking the ground once with difficulty and all his strength. Grade 1 Sealed Artifact, 1-114. Chapter 67, Giant Fireworks. Edward Crawford, with a gaping hole in his chest, leaned on Sealed Artifact 1-114, half kneeling with difficulty on the floor. His collar had come loose, revealing his previously hidden neck, where a green wreath hung conspicuously. Emerald green light surrounded his body. The cavity in his chest was enveloped by the glow, and the organs within stopped bleeding, instead slowly wriggling and continuing to function. It was that sealed artifact with healing abilities. Silas recalled that Lady Daly had once used this wreath to heal the injured, though he didn't know when Edward had hidden it on his person. That guy. In the carriage, they had clearly agreed to introduce their respective abilities to each other, but who knew he'd still held something back? Of course, Silas himself had also kept his own secrets, so he didn't really have the standing to criticize. More importantly, compared to worrying about all that, the current situation was more urgent. So after only a momentary daze, Silas immediately threw himself back onto the array on the ground, striving to complete the modifications as quickly as possible. His body became lighter, no longer plagued by disease. On the contrary, an abnormal flush suddenly appeared on Lady M's face, and she began coughing. Clearly, Edward had just used the Staff of Chaos to change the rules, scrambling the disease's effects onto her. Don't interfere with me. Lady M lost the composure she'd had when dealing with Edward earlier, her face furious as she shouted. Squeezed and surrounded by the flesh mass, she raised one hand. Several crimson fireballs rapidly formed in her palm and shot toward Edward. Thud. Edward looked at her with contempt and, without hesitation, raised the staff once more, striking it against the ground. Crack. With that motion, his body split with fissures like shattered glass. The fireballs that had been flying toward him suddenly veered and rebounded back onto Lady M. Flames blazed, scorching Lady M's flesh and blood. Her screams weren't particularly agonized but rather filled with fury, because Edward's interference prevented her from stopping Silas. She could only watch as he modified the array. Almost done, almost done. Silas modified the final section, his teeth clenched tight. Edward had originally said the Staff of Chaos could be used at most 3 times. This was already the 5th time. He was rapidly consuming his own life. Finally, while the fire on Lady M's body had yet to be extinguished, he completed the final rewrite, changing the Abyss of Blood and Flesh array into an array with a different effect. Master of all creation. Ruler behind the curtain of shadows. The fallen nature of all living beings. The moment he finished, Silas dropped the silver dagger, stood on the array, and shouted in Hermes. He was going all in. This time, he didn't just recite the first 2 lines of the true creator's honorific name but directly invoked the full title. In an instant, a mad and indescribable existence looked down upon him. His mind filled with blasphemous and corrupting whispers. If not for the illusory tides barrier, just this impact alone would have been enough to make him lose control and become a monster. Time was pressing. Silas endured the pain and continued shouting the prayer. May the Master's gaze linger here. May the Master's mercy bestow grace. Let the fallen flesh receive the Master's baptism. You're insane. Lady M, hearing his prayer, showed an expression of both anger and terror. You actually want to use the Master's precious holy body to make a flesh bomb? That's right. Silas had modified the array. He had changed the original Abyss of Blood and Flesh ritual array into a ritual array that prayed for the power of flesh magic. He was going to use the true creator's power to create a flesh bomb, and the bomb's material was precisely this giant flesh mass before him. Come on, true creator. Blow your ritual and your servant sky high together. The array had taken shape. Silas's blood glowed from the infusion of spirituality. However, the true creator's power was slow to descend. After her initial panic, Lady M quickly calmed down, as if she'd figured something out. Silas, you're truly foolish. Do you think the Master would destroy his own descent ritual to instead bestow power upon you? She asked with a smile. Silas was momentarily stunned by her words. In the previous rituals, he had so easily borrowed power from the true creator that he'd almost forgotten. Right, the true creator was only mad, not stupid. He would only grant power when he was willing to. Obviously, how could he destroy his own divine descent? A sense of absurdity and bewilderment filled his heart, leaving him speechless. The slim chance of survival he'd fought so hard for had, due to a cognitive disconnect, become a dark joke. The burns on Lady M's body slowly healed. She was no longer in a hurry, caressing the flesh mass as she gradually freed herself. The great will suspended in midair descended into the flesh mass. Countless rays of light emerged from the void, pouring into the flesh and blood from all directions, gradually constructing overlapping layers of light on its surface. The terrifying aura within became increasingly solid. Some powerful gravitational force was pulling at Silas, craving his body. The ritual had not been interrupted. Was this the end? Silas gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket to pull out the white bone whistle. Thud. However, at that moment, a familiar knocking sound once again entered his ears. Edward's ribs and waist swelled up, black flesh bursting through his clothes. But he still firmly gripped 1 to 114 and, facing the flesh mass, used the Staff of Chaos for the 6th time. His body was almost breaking into pieces. As the staff fell, the space around Lady M and the flesh mass began to distort. The rules were scrambled. The array on the ground lit up accordingly. The flesh mass began to deform irregularly. Some parts turned into tentacles, touched the array, and exploded with a bang. Other parts wrapped around Lady M again, dragging her deeper into the flesh mass. You blasphemers! She was screaming. It was working, but it wasn't quite enough yet. It needed to be even more chaotic to take full effect. Without hesitation, Silas turned and ran toward Edward. Give it to me. Edward looked at him deeply. Loss of control, spiritual exhaustion, and the side effects of the sealed artifact tormented him, but he still loosened his grip on the staff with tremendous willpower, letting Silas take it and charge back toward Lady M. Go to hell. Silas roared, thrusting the staff representing chaos and disorder at Lady M. You dare. Lady M shrieked, turning her hand into a blade and stabbing it toward Silas. Thwack. The sound of piercing rang out simultaneously. Lady M's hand and Silas's Staff of Chaos both penetrated each other's bodies at the same time. You have blasphemed the great master. Lady M's face was right in front of Silas as she shouted at him. Your master can go to hell. His abdomen pierced through, Silas roared and gripped the staff with all his strength, pushing it inward, pinning Lady M and the flesh mass completely together. Crack. The illusory light layers on the surface of the flesh mass began decomposing the staff. This black staff rapidly disintegrated, leaving only the most original, purest characteristic, absolute chaos. Boom. The light layers twisted. Countless strange phenomena appeared simultaneously. Madness, disorder, corruption, distortion, eruption. Rules no longer existed at this moment. Only chaos was the master of everything. Silas covered his abdomen and slowly backed away. The flesh at his wound was wriggling with all its might, rapidly repairing itself. He saw Lady M being pulled into the flesh mass. The flesh mass began deforming, twisting, mixing with the array on the ground and the true creator's will from above. His spiritual intuition told him that no matter what this thing before him was, it was going to explode. Damn it. Silas turned around, covering his abdomen as he stumbled away in escape. He rushed to Edward's side, reaching out to pull him up. Don't bother with me. Edward said angrily. His body was gradually collapsing. Loss of control and overuse of the sealed artifact had already brought him to the brink of death. He removed the wreath from his neck and placed it in the hand of the unconscious Lady Daly beside him. She seemed to have also received treatment, the wound at her throat was gone. Looking at Daly, a trace of tenderness flashed in Edward's eyes, but it quickly returned to his usual acerbic look as he said to Silas, "Take her and go. And tell Dunn not to be a coward, or I'll look down on him." Got it. Silas grabbed the wreath. Emerald green light immediately enveloped his wound, making it heal rapidly. He immediately felt energized. Hoisting the unconscious Lady Daly onto his back, he used every ounce of strength to desperately run outside. Until this moment, he hadn't known he could muster such great strength, running so fast even while carrying someone. The wind howled in his ears as he burst out of the trading company's doors and fled down the road into the distance. Up ahead, several galloping carriages were approaching in the shadows. Reinforcements. Quick, stop. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. The surging, powerful blast wave viciously slammed into his back, sending him flying. The airflow impacted his lungs. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 68, Complete Digestion. Several days later, in Port en Mat. Inside a repaired inn beside the ruins of the fishing club. So in the end, Lady M's body was never found? Leonard asked. Right. She was at the center of the explosion, so she should have been blown to smithereens long ago. Forget about her, even Captain Edward and Lyon had nothing left of them. Silas cut off a piece of medium-rare steak, speared it with his fork, and stuffed the bloody morsel into his mouth. Ever since his body's recovery ability had improved, for some reason, he developed a tremendous interest in fresh meat. After eating it, he always felt much better physically. That Grade 1 sealed artifact was caught in the ritual's effects and completely destroyed. Klein also asked curiously. Yes. As for what happened to those Beyonder characteristics in the end, whether they can be found, I have no idea. So you. All right. For the goddess's sake, I'm begging you not to ask any more. Silas set down his knife and fork helplessly. I've already been asked similar questions countless times by the people from the Holy Cathedral. I'm asking you to spare me and let me finish the steak first, okay? Of course. Leonard and Klein exchanged glances and shrugged. That said, they still couldn't help casting probing looks at Silas. After all, what he killed was a Sequence 5. Sequence 5s in the Evernight Goddess Church could already become high-ranking members. For such a powerful figure to be killed by a Sequence 9 Beyonder like him felt utterly incredible, no matter how you thought about it. Silas couldn't read minds. Otherwise, if he knew what the two were thinking, he would definitely cry out his grievance. After all, defeating Lady M had relied on a series of specific conditions coming together. First, Lady M hadn't taken Silas seriously from the start. And because she needed him as material, she hadn't killed him directly, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to the end. Second, Silas had used a powerful ritual to trap Lady M in the flesh mass, where she was affected by both the flesh and the true creator, greatly reducing her strength. Finally, there was help from mystical items and his cheat ability. The illusory tide lifted the mind control, Mr. Asex's bone whistle, the Grade 1 sealed artifact, Staff of Chaos, especially the latter, which was even destroyed in the process, ultimately preventing a divine descent. Regardless, I at least survived. After finishing the steak, Silas set down his knife and fork. Feeling the satisfaction in his stomach, he let out a long sigh. As for the Beyonders of Port en Mat, they weren't so fortunate. Their captain sacrificed, numerous team members were dead or injured, the team headquarters were blown up, and a crucial Grade 1 sealed artifact was destroyed. Their situation could be described as utterly miserable. On the day of the explosion, reinforcements had just arrived from all directions and happened to witness a grand and spectacular fireworks display. They rescued the unconscious Silas and Lady Daly, dealt with the mess, sealed off the scene, evacuated nearby residents, and contacted the Church of Evernight's Holy Cathedral. They were overwhelmed with work. By the time Silas woke up, specialists sent by the Holy Cathedral to investigate him were watching him like hawks. Silas was confined and continuously interrogated, subjected to examinations by various mystical items and rituals. Only after the specialists finally confirmed that everything he said was true was he released and allowed to see his two teammates. Rising from the dining table, Silas casually sat down in a nearby armchair and picked up a newspaper. The paper was called the Port and Mat Post, and its front page headline was about the aftermath of that explosion. To prevent gas leaks from causing another tragedy, officials establish a special action group to thoroughly inspect citywide pipeline issues. That's right. The two explosions at the fishing club and the warehouse district were officially claimed to be gas leaks. So aside from some panic caused by the explosion that day, Port and Mat hadn't had much reaction. The citizens didn't know they'd luckily escaped a catastrophic divine descent. Leonard and Klein held back for quite a while, but still couldn't resist coming over to ask Silas about the details. Silas had no choice but to tell them the story once more. How ironic. The ritual Lady M created for the true creator's descent ultimately became the key to killing her. After hearing Silas's story, Klein shook his head. Right. And I always feel that the true creator doesn't care about these servants of his. He just treats them as tools for his descent into the world. Even if he grants them many blessings, it's all based on that purpose. Silas said. Leonard nodded upon hearing this. I once heard the saying, believe in the might of the deities, but don't believe in their mercy. Silas felt sincere agreement at those words. Yes, the gods are not merciful. The moment those words left his mouth, his mind suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. His body, heart, and spirituality harmoniously and mysteriously merged together. He took a deep breath, leaning back slightly, as if hearing the illusory sound of something shattering by his ear. The stubborn remnants of the potion within his body dissolved, completely digested and integrated as one. His spirit felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The whispers and lines in the corners were gone without a trace. Without anyone telling him, Silas understood on his own. At this moment, he had become a true secret suppliant. Lifting his head, he found his two teammates observing him. After making eye contact, both showed knowing smiles. Right, they knew the acting method. They should also know what complete digestion felt like. That thing's finished. Yeah. Pretty fast. Pure luck. The three exchanged a few cryptic remarks like they were speaking in riddles. Between jokes, Silas had already summarized the acting principles of the secret suppliant based on his own experiences. Pray to hidden existences and establish connections. That was just the foundation. More importantly, what came after establishing the connection? You could pray to great existences for power, but don't forget, don't blindly trust them, don't pray excessively, don't expect them to help you for no reason. Because they are not merciful. Having digested the potion and savoring the feeling, Silas had just exchanged a few words with his teammates when an injured, beautiful lady walked up. Lady Daly. Several people greeted her. Hello, everyone. Lady Daly looked somewhat downcast, her arm in a cast from a fall during the explosion. The collective funeral for Port and Mat's Nighthawks is about to begin. Will you be attending? Hearing this, the smiles on the three people's faces couldn't help but fade. Port and Mat Public Cemetery. More than a dozen freshly dug holes were arranged in a row. On the tombstones surrounded by flowers were black and white photographs. Brand new coffins were carried by police officers and placed into the graves. This step should have been carried out by the Nighthawks themselves, but there weren't many Nighthawks left in Port and Mat. The police officers' steps were uneven, some heavy, some light, because some of the coffins contained only a set of clothes. They are great guardians. May the goddess lovingly bestow eternal rest and watch over them until eternity. The priest stood before the crowd of relatives and friends, praying deeply and serenely amid the suppressed crying behind him. More than a dozen coffins were quietly arranged together, just as they had relied on each other and fought side by side when alive, gradually being covered by earth. The crying in the cemetery grew somewhat louder. Silas watched this scene from afar, his emotions complex. He didn't dare imagine what Cecilia would be like if it were him being buried at today's funeral. Hey, Silas. Just then, he heard someone calling him. Turning to look, it was that young woman from the steam church, Grilla. Today, she had her hair neatly combed and wore a black dress. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm about to return to Tingen. The ritual will have to wait until. It's fine. I'll just give it to you directly. Grilla interrupted him, saying glumly, you Nighthawks are, really something. With that, she handed several yellowed pages to Silas. Chapter 69, rewarded with a sealed artifact. Silas obtained Roselle's diary from Grilla, far more easily than he'd anticipated. What disappointed him, though, was that the other few diary pages contained mostly trivial matters. Things like Roselle's rendezvous with various noble ladies, or inventions he'd plagiarized, that sort of thing. The only useful entry was the one he'd seen initially. According to that diary page, beyonders of adjacent sequences could indeed switch pathways. But this conversion could only be achieved upon reaching the higher sequences. For example, a sequence 5 gatekeeper of the death pathway could, instead of directly advancing to sequence 4 of their own pathway, also advance to sequence 4 of the darkness or twilight giant pathways. But he was only sequence 9. The conditions for pathway conversion were still far, far out of reach. Moreover, he had no idea what constituted adjacent sequences, or which sequences were adjacent to Secrets Suppliant. For now, he could only shelve the matter. Better to contact Mr. Asex when I get back and see if he has any other solutions. That was his thinking. The business in Matport had concluded. After attending the funeral, the Tingen team of 3 bid farewell to Ms. Daly and boarded the return train, arriving back in Tingen after what felt like ages. Finally back. Stepping onto the Tingen station platform, Silas let out a heartfelt sigh. After his time in crisis-ridden Matport, returning here gave him something resembling a sense of homecoming. Though, come to think of it, there are lunatics here who summon evil gods, too. Can't really call it that safe. Shaking his head to banish these cynical thoughts, Silas joined the other 2 in a carriage. They headed first to the Blackthornne Security Company on Zotland Street to report in, essentially debriefing from their mission. Edward faithfully fulfilled his duty as a Nighthawk, protecting Matport. May the goddess bless him. Having received word of their arrival, Dunn was waiting for them in his office. After hearing the full account of events, he fell silent for a long while before finally speaking these words slowly. May the goddess bless him. The other 3 traced crimson moons over their chests and bowed their heads in prayer. All right, thank you all for your hard work on this trip. I've applied for leave on your behalf. You don't need to come in today or tomorrow, so rest well and spend time with your families. Dunn stood, addressing them. Oh, Silas, stay behind for a moment. Why me? Silas, who'd been planning to pick up his sister from school, wondered about this curiously. After the other 2 left, he remained where he was. Dunn looked at him, and after a moment, smiled slightly. Silas, you prevented a divine descent this time and protected Matport. You've distinguished yourself again. Your accumulated merits have reached a certain threshold, and I've already submitted an application to the Holy Cathedral to raise your weekly salary from £6 to £8. A raise. That's great. Silas perked up immediately. A direct increase of 1/3, and on top of an already substantial salary, no less. Truly cause for celebration. But looking at Dunn, he seemed to have more to say. Captain, is there something else? He asked. Yes. Dunn nodded, paused for a moment, then continued, with the merits you've accumulated, you've actually earned enough to apply for a Sequence 8 potion. However, due to your sequence issue, there's no way for you to advance normally. So after consideration, I've decided to provide compensation. Compensation. What a beautiful word. Captain, what kind of compensation? A sealed artifact. A sealed artifact. Silas looked up at Dunn, making sure he wasn't joking. Captain, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Dunn's calm eyes held no hint of jest. You often encounter various incidents alone, and your beyonder abilities lean toward support. You truly need external items for backup. However, don't expect anything too powerful. At most, I can assign you a grade 3 sealed artifact with non-dangerous side effects. And it's not yours to keep, just temporarily under your custody. Hearing Dunn add all these qualifications, Silas finally believed him somewhat. True enough. Those precious grade 1 and 2 sealed artifacts, with their powerful effects and dangerous side effects, couldn't be casually handed over for his use. Grade 3 sealed artifacts, though, honestly, a bit underwhelming. Probably not as useful as Mr. Asex's bone whistle, but still better than nothing. Silas tried to make himself feel enthusiastic. All right then, I'll look through the grade 3 sealed artifact files later and pick something suitable. But Captain, does this comply with regulations? He recalled the team had rules that even grade 3 sealed artifacts required approval for actions involving 3 or more people. I've reported it to the Holy Cathedral using my authority as team captain. If they approve, you can collect it. Given your contributions, it should go through. That's good then. Silas nodded and bid Dunn farewell before heading out. Wait, one more thing. Dunn called from behind. Silas had no choice but to turn back around. After days away on assignment, he'd forgotten about Dunn's memory issues. What is it, Captain? Regarding the human trafficking case, the military has completed its investigation. Their final statement is that some temporary employees were seduced by the Aurora Order, colluded with external enterprises and local forces in Blackthornne, and committed trafficking and sacrificial crimes. Temporary employees. Classic. I don't believe it. Ms. M said they were just intermediaries. Silas shook his head. The church doesn't believe it either, but since the military has given their explanation and all other leads are severed, the church can only suspend the investigation for now and wait for new clues to emerge. Dunn said. After this, the church would probably pay more attention to similar incidents. And the military, or rather whoever was behind it all, would likely be more cautious. This matter probably wouldn't be resolved in the short term. Understood. Silas couldn't influence the church's decisions, so he simply nodded. Oh, Captain. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Turning back, looking into Dunn's eyes, Silas said seriously. Captain Edward asked me to tell you, don't be a coward, or he'll look down on you. And then he saw the perpetually calm Dunn's eyes widen in an instant. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, only silently took a deep breath and sat in the darkness without a word. Walking out the doors of Blackthornne Security Company, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Looking up at the clear sky and bright sunshine, Silas's mood gradually lifted. Leave those grand conspiracies for the big shots up top to worry about. More important than all that was caring for his own family. Right, since he had this rare opportunity with time off today, why not go pick up his sister from school? Outside the gates of Tingen City's St. Annalena Girls' Middle School. This girls' school was considered one of the better middle schools in Tingen. The students mostly came from upper-middle-class families, including quite a few daughters of minor nobles and wealthy merchants. Every day when school let out, these youthful, exquisitely dressed young ladies would walk out in groups of 3 or 5, creating a beautiful sight that drew eyes throughout Tingen City. Today, however, after these young ladies emerged from the gates, they lost their usual liveliness and walked with the utmost ladylike propriety. The bold few would steal glances toward that figure across from the school gates, pretending to chat with their close friends. There, a bored-looking young man with black hair leaned casually against a carriage. He wasn't wearing formal attire, his arms were crossed, and his shirt collar was slightly open. And so on this early autumn evening, the young ladies on the street all felt the gentle breeze of early spring. Where's my sister? Silas's eyes swept back and forth among the girls until he spotted Cecilia, then broke into a smile that left the girls mesmerized. Cecilia saw Silas and looked surprised as well. Amid the envious gazes of countless peers, she quickly walked to her brother's side. Chapter 70, Clockwork Clown. Starting tomorrow, there'll probably be new rumors about me at school. Inside the carriage, Cecilia set down her bag and shook her head. Rumors? Yeah. When I first enrolled, didn't you ask Captain Dunn to help out? He talked to the Tingen police commissioner and helped smooth things over with the school. So on my first day, I showed up escorted by a bunch of police officers. Cecilia gave a helpless sigh. Somehow that turned into a rumor that I'm the police commissioner's illegitimate daughter. Silas couldn't help but smile. Isn't that kind of nice? At least nobody's brave enough to bully you. Silas knew that in all girls' schools, certain things were inevitable. His sister was so pretty, jealousy was bound to follow. While the illegitimate daughter story was somewhat absurd, at least it kept her safe. True, nobody does give me trouble. Cecilia looked at Silas's face, recalling the commotion he'd caused at the school gates, and couldn't help but sigh. But when I go back to school tomorrow, there'll definitely be rumors that I'm keeping a pretty boy. Keeping a pretty boy. Me. Silas laughed dryly. If you counted that period in the past, it actually wasn't far from the truth. All right, Silas, enough about that. When did you get back? Just this afternoon. I came straight to pick up my adorable sister the moment I returned, only to be scorned by her. It truly breaks my heart. Silas teased Cecilia with a smile. Cecilia's expression was speechless. She simply ignored his theatrics and continued asking, did the business trip go smoothly? Did you run into any danger? Everything went smoothly. I didn't encounter any danger at all. Silas lied without batting an eye. Really? Cecilia stared at Silas's face as she asked. The bond between siblings told her things might not be that simple. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I only provided technical assistance. The dangerous work was all done by the local personnel. Seeing that Cecilia seemed unconvinced and wanted to press further, Silas had a flash of inspiration and steered the conversation in another direction. Oh, right, sis. Guess what we're doing today? What? Aren't we going home? Of course not. We're going to a dress shop to have dresses custom made for you. The carriage Silas had hired passed through Daffodil Street without stopping, continuing on until it reached the commercial district of House Street. The carriage stopped in front of the district's largest clothing shop. Beneath the Barber Clothiers sign, the left display window showcased the most fashionable current styles, with elaborate patterns adorning ruffled hems, while the tasteful color schemes made the overall aesthetic beautiful and elegant. The right window displayed various premium fabrics, with a sign reading Professional Measurements, Custom Tailoring. Inside the shop, the atmosphere was quiet and refined. Rather than a dazzling array of ready-made clothing, the space was divided by screens into separate areas. Soft music played, covering the conversations between customers and attendants within. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter in a vest and shirt approached respectfully. His eyes lit up upon seeing the Launder siblings' faces. "I'd like to have a formal dress and an everyday dress custom-made for my sister," Silas said. "Could you fetch the tailor?" "Please wait a moment." The waiter turned and left. Before long, he returned with a female tailor and her assistant, who escorted Cecilia into a fitting room to take measurements and discuss styles and coordination. Silas, like most gentlemen, sat outside with patient composure, sampling the tea and pastries the waiter provided. Meow. A soft meow came from near his feet. Some customer's pet cat was lying beside Silas's foot, looking up at him with dewy eyes. "Want some food?" Silas broke off a piece of less sweet pastry and held it in his palm. The kitten extended its barbed tongue and licked the crumbs clean. After a while, Cecilia emerged and told Silas she'd selected 2 dresses. One was an ivory everyday dress with a simple, slender cut, only the cuffs and hem adorned with lace, perfectly highlighting a young woman's youthful vitality. The other was a light purple off-shoulder formal gown with a heart-shaped neckline that layered for a luxurious effect, the skirt decorated with pleats and gold thread trim. The 2 dresses, including customization and material costs, came to a total of £10. Expensive enough to make one wince. "Sir, you and your sister have such excellent appearance and bearing. If you'd be willing to model for our shop, we'd not only make your clothing for free but also pay a generous fee." After emerging from the fitting room, the female tailor made her pitch with great enthusiasm. "That won't be necessary." Silas paid a £3 deposit and declined with a smile. Turning his head, he saw his sister playing with the kitten, a smile on her face. Even after another customer came out and left with the cat, her eyes still lingered reluctantly on the feline. Silas had a thought. Right, Cecilia likes cats. Sifting through old memories, his sister seemed to have loved cats since childhood. Even after Silas had awakened, he'd seen her playing with the landlord's cat and strays on the street. Unfortunately, their family circumstances really didn't allow for keeping a cat, so her affection had been buried under daily trivialities. "In a while, I'll figure out a way to get her a cat. With me getting home so late every day, wouldn't it be nice if there was an animal to keep her company?" With this thought in mind, Silas and Cecilia left the clothing shop. Cherishing the remainder of his time off, Silas once again faced a workday. As soon as he entered Blackthornne Security Company, Dunn called him into the office. The Holy Cathedral replied. "They've approved both matters concerning you. Starting today, your salary increases from £6 per week to £8 per week. Additionally, you may select one item from the relatively safe Grade 3 sealed artifact list to carry daily as combat support." Dunn told Silas. "So, which Grade 3 sealed artifact do you want to choose? Do you have any ideas?" "Yes, Captain. I already have a target in mind," Silas answered. Before leaving the company on his time off, he'd already obtained the Grade 3 sealed artifact list and detailed descriptions. After careful study, he'd selected the one most suitable for himself. "Oh. Which one are you planning to choose?" "I choose sealed artifact 3 to 169, Clockwork Clown." As he spoke, a detailed description of this sealed artifact flashed through his mind. Number 0169. Name, Clockwork Clown. Danger level 3, moderately dangerous, use with caution. Sealing method, avoid prolonged contact with living people. Description, a clown doll with a clockwork key on its back. Gripping the clown's key with your hand and expending spirituality allows you to wind the clockwork, though the key won't turn at this point. Only when the user taps the clown's head will the key rotate and the clown emit laughter. When the clown laughs, the user's movements become agile and their strength increases, as if they were the most professional circus performer. One user once leaped back and forth on iron bars only 5 centimeters wide using single-footed jumps without falling. Side effects, the holder of the clockwork clown will occasionally burst into uncontrollable laughter. This laughter tends to occur at the most inappropriate times, creating embarrassing situations for the user. One holder burst into irrepressible laughter when their superior stumbled awkwardly and was subsequently transferred. Another holder laughed uncontrollably while confessing to their crush, who thought they were being mocked, resulting in romantic rejection. Chapter 71, 72, Behind the Door. Skip Chapter 71. Just an announcement. The Clockwork Clown. Yes, that's quite suitable for you. After hearing Blaine's choice, Dunn thought for a moment and nodded. Blaine's biggest problem right now was that his extraordinary abilities leaned toward support, lacking close combat and fighting skills. With this sealed artifact, he could compensate for that deficiency to some extent. Moreover, the side effects of this particular artifact were relatively manageable. There was no life-threatening danger. At worst, it would put the user in an embarrassing situation. Social death was better than actual death. Probably. Swish. Dunn pulled out a document that had already been prepared from his drawer, quickly wrote down some text, then signed and stamped it before handing it to Blaine. Take this document and retrieve the sealed artifact from behind the Chinese gate. Also, Blaine, even though the Holy Cathedral has approved this, you shouldn't go around broadcasting it. It's better if not too many people know about it. Dunn instructed him. I understand, Captain. Blaine took the document. It was an application for removing a sealed artifact and assigning it to personal custody, accompanied by the original telegram from the Holy Cathedral. On the line for the sealed artifact, Dunn had clearly written the number 3 to 169. Leaving the captain's office, Blaine descended the stairs all the way into the basement. Under the illumination of gas lamps, he arrived at the Chinese gate. What do you need? Inside the guardroom of the Chinese gate, Royale was reading a ladies' magazine. When she saw him enter, she asked, I'm here to retrieve a sealed artifact. Blaine handed her the document. After Royale finished reading the contents, she looked somewhat surprised but didn't ask any questions. Following protocol, she made the registration, signed her name, and returned it to Blaine, allowing him to pass through. Blaine walked toward the Chinese gate behind her. It was a double-door gate made of black iron, its top so high that one had to look up to see it. 7 sacred emblems were drawn on the door, appearing profound and distant under the glow of the gas lamps. Come to think of it, I've never stood guard at the Chinese gate before. Blaine thought to himself. According to internal regulations, team members took turns guarding the Chinese gate at night. But since he'd joined the team, he'd always been held up by other matters, and as a result, he'd never once stood guard. Blaine stepped forward and knocked on the large door. For a long while, there was no response from behind it. After about 10 seconds, just as Blaine was hesitating whether to knock again, the door opened with a labored, heavy creak. Creak. The door opened just wide enough for one person to pass through, and a black-robed old man holding a lantern emerged. He looked ancient and cold, even the warm light of the gas lamps shining on him couldn't bring him a trace of warmth. Document. The withered old man said tersely. Blaine handed him the document. The old man read it expressionlessly, then carefully examined the Holy Cathedral's approval, finally turning his gaze to Blaine. His eyes were cold and merciless, making one's heart uneasy. Wait here. Finally, the old man said hoarsely, then turned and walked inside, closing the door behind him. The instant he turned around, Blaine's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw something pitch-black flash across the old man's back. It wasn't just on the old man himself, the entire space behind the door was filled with black threads. They floated quietly, sometimes clustering together, sometimes dispersing, appearing both peaceful and terrifying. Blaine's eyes stung sharply. Fortunately, he'd only caught a glimpse before the door closed, avoiding further harm from direct observation. This must be the sealing power inside the door. Pretty frightening. No wonder it can suppress other sealed artifacts. He waited outside the door for a while until he finally received 3 to 169 from the old man. It was a crude clown puppet. Judging only by its appearance, it looked like a cheaply made toy. The clown was made entirely of wood, with messy yarn for hair and facial features painted on with oil paint. On its back was a brass clockwork key. Blaine reached out to touch the key, trying to turn it by hand, but it wouldn't budge. So he infused it with spirituality, and the spring of the clockwork immediately became elastic, tightening gradually as he wound it. If I pour all my spirituality into it, I wonder how many turns I could get. Blaine pondered this as he wound the key and headed back upstairs. The nice thing about this item was that you could wind it up in advance without using it, then activate it when needed. Where should I test it? Upon reaching the ground floor, Blaine noticed that an office happened to be empty. He walked in and closed the door. Looking at the crude puppet, he hesitated briefly, then reached out and tapped its forehead lightly with his finger. Click. Like all wound-up toys, the clown puppet began to move. Ah-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha. Its arms swung up and down, its head moved left and right, while it emitted a comical yet shrill laugh. The laughter echoed throughout the office and resonated through Blaine's body. He suddenly felt incredibly light. Lifting his leg to take a step, he immediately crossed the entire length of the room, rushing straight to the window. Seeing he was about to crash into the windowsill, Blaine wasn't the least bit flustered. At that moment, his right hand held the puppet, so he extended his left hand to brace against the windowsill, kicked off with both feet, leapt up lightly, flipped once in midair, and landed steadily on the backrest of an office chair, which was only 2 fingers wide. Incredible. Only then did Blaine realize what he'd just done, thinking with amazement. The mirror across from him reflected his image, dressed in a formal suit yet crouching in an undignified position on top of the chair. Just like a monkey. For some reason, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Creak. Just as he opened his mouth to grin, the office door opened. Miss Sika, who had entered, had only casually glanced around the room when she suddenly noticed Blaine's peculiar state. Her eyes widened, and she lost her usual composure. Blaine, what are you doing? I'm exercising. Blaine explained awkwardly and quickly jumped down from the sofa. The clockwork clown had exhausted its spirituality and stopped laughing. For a moment, he couldn't adapt to his suddenly clumsy body and nearly fell when he jumped down. Let's just say that's what you're doing. Sika looked too lazy to pursue his real intentions. Klein has already submitted his special application for advancement, and everyone wants to hear about his success. They're all in the lounge right now. You should hurry over and listen too. It'll be good for you. With that, she turned and left, still shaking her head as she walked away. Was that just now the side effect? I don't think I was laughing maniacally. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Blaine awkwardly touched his face, stuffed the clown into his inner jacket pocket, and hurried outside to hear Klein's presentation. In truth, this was a solution the three of them had worked out together, using the special application as an excuse to share the acting method with all the Beyonders in Tingen. These teammates were good people. He hoped they wouldn't have to leave due to losing control. Chapter 72-73, An Embarrassing Death. Klein's understanding of the acting method was remarkably deep, even more insightful than Silas had anticipated. After listening to his explanation, the members of the Nighthawks squad all fell into stunned silence, as if they'd suddenly grasped something profound but were still some distance from their ultimate goal. This peculiar atmosphere persisted for several days. Even the slow-witted Roseanne sensed something was off. Silas, what's going on with everyone lately? The moment Silas arrived at work that day, she nervously hurried over to ask. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Silas played dumb. They've all been acting so strange. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Roseanne said urgently. I can see that you and Leonard, and a few others, are the only ones who still seem normal. What exactly happened? I can't disclose that. All I can tell you is that it's a good thing, Silas said with a smile. Unless you'd like an in-depth refresher on the Nighthawks' confidentiality protocols. I could ask the captain about that. No need. For some reason, Roseanne was rather afraid of Dunn. Hearing Silas say this, she immediately shook her head in refusal. She was about to find some excuse to end the conversation and return to the reception desk when she suddenly noticed what looked like brightly colored paper in Silas's hand. Curious, she asked, Silas, what's that you're holding? Oh, this. Theater tickets for the Tingen Playhouse. Silas held up two beautifully printed cardstock tickets, waving them in front of Roseanne. The Trier Merchant, adapted from Emperor Roselle's classic comedy. Middle section, best seats. This weekend's prime evening showing. He'd made a special trip to the theater to reserve them. Having stood his sister up twice already, he absolutely couldn't break his promise a third time. So he'd been especially diligent, heading to the theater before work specifically to buy the best tickets available. You're going to the theater with your sister? That's so nice. Roseanne couldn't help showing an envious expression. But I read in the newspaper that there's a play called The Count's Return that's been getting rave reviews in Backlund. It's coming to Tingen in a few weeks. Why not save your money for that one? It's fine. I'm not short on cash. Having just received a raise, Silas smiled confidently. If the reviews are good, spending another sum won't matter. That's so nice. And so infuriating. Under Roseanne's envious and jealous gaze, Silas left the reception hall and headed underground to study mysticism-related materials. After spending some paid time reviewing documents and feeling a bit tired, Silas returned to the ground floor, thinking he'd mooch a cup of black tea from Roseanne. The moment he passed the partition, he saw Dunn and the corpse collector, Fry, sitting in the lounge area, conversing with a tall, portly police officer. Silas. Your timing is perfect. Dunn beckoned to him. I have something I need you for. What's the matter, Captain? Silas walked over and asked. He noticed that Fry wasn't wearing his usual formal attire but had instead put on a probationary inspector's uniform. The outfit was made of crisp fabric, black with white checks, complete with leather boots and a soft cap. A silver star on the shoulder marked his status as a probationary inspector. This uniform gave Fry's distinctive bearing a spirited look, reducing some of his corpse-like coldness and adding a touch of severity. Silas had received a similar uniform after becoming a Nighthawk, though he rarely wore it. This is Inspector Toller from the Tingen City Police Department. He needs our assistance. Dunn introduced the officer to him. Pleased to meet you. The tall inspector stood up and amiably extended his hand to Silas. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Right, it was when I first joined the team. He was the officer who handled 3 murder scenes in a single night. With a touch of sympathy, Silas exchanged pleasantries with him and took a seat on one of the sofas. Here's the situation. After sitting down, Inspector Toller began explaining. It turned out that a viscount in Tingen City had died unexpectedly the previous night. Because the case involved nobility, the police were under tremendous pressure and hoped the Nighthawks could provide some assistance to identify the killer as soon as possible, or at least determine the cause of death. Silas looked toward Dunn. From what we know so far, this case doesn't appear to involve anything mystical. Your main job there will be to provide leads. Klein has the day off. I was planning to send Fry to examine the body, but since you're here, you can go along too and make use of your ritual and your eyes. That's what Dunn said. Understood, Captain. Silas hadn't had much to do recently and was actually rather idle, so hearing Dunn's arrangement, he naturally had no objections. He also went to the break room to change into his probationary inspector uniform, gathered his credentials, and followed Inspector Toller out of the security company's main entrance, boarding a carriage marked with the police emblem. So, how exactly did this Viscount Dorset die, and why do you think there's something suspicious about his death? In the swaying carriage, Silas asked. Hearing Silas's question, Inspector Toller's face took on an extremely awkward expression. Well, because the scene isn't exactly, dignified. Out of respect for the deceased, I'd rather not go into detail. Please, see for yourselves when we arrive. You're really leaving me hanging here. That's what Silas thought, but seeing that Inspector Toller genuinely didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest. As he crossed his arms, he unconsciously checked his chest. In the inner left pocket lay the bone flute and bell, while the right pocket contained the clockwork clown. Fortunately, all 3 objects were relatively small and didn't bulge noticeably through his clothes. Through this period of testing, he discovered that the clown's spring had an upper limit. When spiritual energy was infused to a certain point, the spring would lock again and couldn't be wound further. In this state, the spring lasted about 3 minutes. However, for close-quarters combat, 3 minutes was more than sufficient. The carriage traveled all the way to Tingen City's most upscale Golden Sycamore district, stopping in front of a high-end detached villa. This villa, belonging to the Dorset family, was even grander than Professor Asex, occupying extensive grounds surrounded by flower gardens, an artificial fountain, and lawns. Straight, wide paths connected various structures scattered throughout: stables, gardeners' quarters, servants' quarters, wine cellars, and more. At present, a large number of police officers are stationed outside. Led by Inspector Toller, Silas and Fry entered the main building. In the parlor, they saw several richly dressed men and women being questioned by police officers. The officers' attitudes were quite respectful, while the expressions on these nobles' faces showed not only arrogance but also a hint of embarrassment and indignation. Just what state did this Viscount die in to make them all look like that? Silas grew increasingly curious. They ascended to the 2nd floor where the scene was located. Toller signaled for the officers guarding the bedroom to step aside, then handed each of them a pair of white gloves. Thank you both for this. I hope you can help us find some leads. The 2 donned the gloves and pushed open the door, only to be confronted with an unbelievable sight. The body of Viscount Dorset lay covered with a white sheet. A certain protrusion of his body was holding the sheet up high. Even though he was dead, he still maintained this posture. Both men stood dumbfounded. This is really too stiff. After a moment, Fry said hesitantly, even his cold face showing signs of discomfort. Yeah, and in a bit we're going to have to pull back that sheet for the examination. I really don't want to see that. Silas was equally at a loss for words. Fry scanned the room left and right, easily spotting some powder on the bedside table. Mummy powder. Used as an aphrodisiac. He didn't seem surprised in the least. Poor Lord Viscount. Silas shook his head. For some reason, a sentence suddenly popped out of his mouth: I think he might need a deeper coffin. Why? Because if it's too shallow, the lid might get pushed up. As soon as Silas finished saying this, the corresponding image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he let out a snort, unable to hold back his amusement. Ah. His laughter grew stronger and stronger. He simply couldn't contain it and burst into loud guffaws. His laughter was so intense that it carried through the door. Silas, keep it down. Fry reminded him. Ha. I can't control it. But Silas absolutely couldn't stop. He covered his mouth with his hand, yet laughter still squeezed out from the corners of his lips, echoing loudly in the bedroom. He saw the door being pushed open, saw Inspector Toller staring at them in bewilderment, and also saw several nobles charging up from downstairs, looking furious. Oh no. This isn't just social death anymore. Chapter 73, 74, The Aura of Depravity. Ha 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 ha. When Silas saw Viscount Dorset's embarrassingly positioned corpse, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. He knew this was a side effect of 3 to 169. His heart grew anxious, but he couldn't stop laughing. Instead, his laughter only grew louder. Fry and Inspector Toller stared at him like he was a madman, while the Viscount's family, who had been waiting downstairs, heard his voice and angrily stormed up to find him. What's so funny? Who's laughing? A lavishly dressed lady strode in, her fury plain to see, with several maids trailing behind struggling to keep pace. The question didn't need answering because Silas was still bent over in the bedroom, howling with laughter. 3 to 169, you're really trying to get me killed. Silas cursed inwardly, covering his mouth. Only then did he finally manage to suppress the neurotic laughter, gasping for breath. What incompetent police officers. How disrespectful. How does your police department manage its people? Lady Dorset shrieked. The family already felt ashamed of the Viscount's manner of death, but had been struggling to maintain their aristocratic composure. Now, shattered by Silas's loud laughter, even their surface dignity was hard to preserve. My sincerest apologies, Lady Dorset, Inspector Toller said helplessly. This probationary inspector from Launder, he. Clearly, Toller was trying to explain, but couldn't find any reasonable excuse. Respected madam, this was an accident, Fry said with a cold expression. No need for explanations. What's your name, you there? I'll have you thrown out of the police force immediately. The lady continued shouting. Lift your head. Is this how you show respect to nobility? Her voice suddenly dropped off, because Silas had straightened up, revealing his flawless, handsome face completely to her view. Suddenly, the Viscountess felt that perhaps young people making occasional mistakes could be forgiven after all. My deepest apologies, madam. Silas raised his right hand and bowed to the Viscountess with elegant grace. I was discourteous just now. Please forgive me. In his uniform, combined with that face, it was hard for any woman not to feel favorably disposed toward him. Not just the Viscountess, even the maids behind her began gazing at him with dreamy eyes. You, just be more careful next time. The Viscountess's attitude became remarkably gentle. The dramatic shift in her demeanor left Inspector Toller with an expression of disbelief. The lady asked Silas a few more questions, and upon learning he'd come from elsewhere to provide assistance, she even offered him some words of encouragement. Finally, because Silas needed to continue the investigation, she reluctantly left the bedroom. You really should go to one of those aristocratic balls. All the ladies and young misses would go crazy for you, Toller said enviously. He'd originally thought Silas had caused a disaster, but the men had calmed the Viscountess's fury with just his face. I'm not short on money, and I'm not interested in attracting them, Silas said, shaking his head indifferently. After that chaotic interlude, the investigation continued. Silas reluctantly pulled back the white cloth to see Viscount Dorset's corpse beneath. The Viscount's body was indeed unclothed. A rope was wrapped around his neck, with both ends gripped tightly in his own hands, pulling outward. His face bore an expression of excited agony, his complexion turned a bizarrely purplish red. Death by asphyxiation, Fry said, stepping forward to pry open the deceased's eyes for examination. What kind of thing is this, strangling himself to death? Only nobility could come up with such colorful entertainment. Silas couldn't help but shake his head. His eyes scanned up and down the corpse, but he detected no unusual aura. I don't see any mystical factors either. Then why would he die in this state? Fry frowned. Probably seeking thrills, Silas said. He'd seen similar cases in his previous life. Some people liked to achieve pleasure through asphyxiation, and occasionally when they went too hard, they'd accidentally kill themselves, leaving behind some sensational legends because of their bizarre manner of death. After hearing Silas's explanation, Fry's expression became very conflicted. He probably hadn't imagined that people could come up with so many variations. I honestly don't know how to explain this to Inspector Toller. Just tell him the truth. He's the one who needs to worry about it. Silas said, his gaze sweeping around the bedroom. Suddenly, he noticed a faint aura of depravity on a chair. Judging by its condition, it had been left there recently. Silas felt the aura seemed somewhat familiar. I think I've seen a similar aura on those streetwalkers. Silas thought to himself. Could it be that someone else was present when the Viscount died? Wait a moment. It seems someone else was here. Let me try a ritual to see if I can find them. He used his newly purchased silver dagger to create a spiritual wall, lit candles, sprinkled herbal powder and essential oils, chanted incantations, and prayed to the goddess to draw the likeness of whoever had been present at the time. A tranquil and profound power soon enveloped Silas. He involuntarily picked up a pen and began drawing automatically on white paper. Before long, he had sketched a detailed portrait. The drawing showed a girl with a round face. Her individual features weren't particularly striking, but together they became quite attractive. She seemed to be looking at something shocking, her small mouth open, her face showing surprise. Wait, this lady. Dismissing the ritual, Silas picked up the portrait and examined it carefully for a few moments, feeling increasingly familiar. He had indeed seen this lady before, at the underground market in Tingen, the very day he met Mr. Asex. Was that woman a streetwalker? Do streetwalkers also browse beyonder materials markets? Full of questions, Silas pushed the door open and called Inspector Toller over. The Viscount most likely deliberately strangled himself in pursuit of pleasure. So that's really what happened. Inspector Toller seemed to have already guessed as much. Silas nodded. Additionally, I discovered that this lady was present the day the Viscount died. You can ask the servants if this is true. Inspector Toller took the drawing and left, returning shortly after. The servants have seen her. She was a streetwalker, the Viscount found himself. Poor girl, she'd barely been in the Viscount's bedroom when she fled in fright. The servants all saw that the Viscount was still alive at that time. He was quite displeased, but still had the servants send her away. She fled. Seemed she couldn't handle that kind of play. But the Viscount was surprisingly magnanimous, easily letting the streetwalker go, then ending up with the tragic fate of seeking his own pleasure and accidentally going too hard and dying. Silas nodded and asked, so the servants actually knew about the Viscount's interests? Yes, but when they were questioned before, they didn't tell the police in order to preserve the aristocrat's dignity, Inspector Toller said. Moreover, the servants all say the Viscount had been pushing things further and further lately, seeking increasingly extreme thrills. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he killed himself. So the Viscount meeting that woman was purely coincidental? Silas shook his head. He felt this was all too much of a coincidence. He planned to return and inform the captain, letting him decide whether to continue investigating. As for the other troublesome matters involving nobility, he'd leave those for Inspector Toller to handle. Chapter 74-75, Asex's departure. After Silas returned and reported to Dunn, the latter also became suspicious of that woman. On one hand, we have a Viscount who took mummy powder and was highly aroused. On the other hand, an astonishingly beautiful but low-status streetwalker. Yet the former so easily let the latter go. This is far too suspicious. Dunn said. However, according to the servant statements, Viscount Dorset was frantically pursuing thrills, willing to try all sorts of, peculiar methods. His death was only a matter of time. Silas said. Still, regardless of the circumstances, this woman is highly suspect. I'll arrange for police personnel to search for her. After discussing work matters, Dunn didn't let Silas leave. Instead, he took out his pipe from inside his coat, lit it, and took a few puffs. Grayish-blue smoke curled upward, obscuring his deep gaze. The captain isn't letting me go. Does he have something to say? Though somewhat puzzled, Silas waited quietly. Daly has successfully advanced to Sequence 6 Spirit Guide and has replaced Edward as the Nighthawks captain at Port and Mat. Dunn said slowly. Lady Daly has advanced. That's wonderful news, Captain. Silas said admiringly. It is good news. Dunn nodded. She truly is a genius. In just a few years, she figured out that method for mastering potions, while I still needed reminders from you all. He was referring to the acting method. No matter how you learned it, isn't it good as long as you can use it? Silas said unconcernedly. You're right. Dunn took another puff from his pipe. It's not just you. Edward was right, too. Captain, you mean? Silas heard the implication in Dunn's words. He was going to take his feelings for Daly seriously. Since I've mastered the method for digesting potions, I should be more proactive. I've decided to start from the beginning, redigest from Sequence 9, leave no hidden dangers, and then seek advancement. Dunn laid out his plan, pausing briefly before continuing as if talking to himself, at least I need to become someone worthy of her. Congratulations, Captain. Silas said sincerely. Please do your best. Coming out of Dunn's office, Silas ran into Klein head-on. Perfect timing. I need to talk to you. Silas called out to him and, under his curious gaze, asked, Does Mr. Asex have time lately? Can you help me contact him? I need to see him about something. Klein needed to make a special application. Dunn was preparing to digest from the beginning, and he himself should also consider seeking advancement. So he planned to visit Asex to see if he could provide reliable assistance. Hearing Silas's question, Klein froze for a moment, then shook his head. Mr. Asex has already left Tingen. Asex has left Tingen. Silas was somewhat surprised, and at the same time felt a surge of unease. With that powerful individual present, any danger could be backed up by him. Now that he'd left, if something else happened, it would be troublesome. Why did he leave Tingen? Silas asked. So Klein told him what had happened over the past few days. It turned out that while exorcising evil spirits from an old castle, Klein had discovered traces of Mr. Asex's past. After going there to investigate with Asex, Asex discovered he had truly lived there 100 years ago, and found the remains of his offspring in the castle's underground. His offspring from 100 years ago had not only been murdered and sealed, but had recently been exhumed, with the skull removed. Asex used his abilities to track the skull. One half's whereabouts were unknown, while the other half had been buried inside a woman's body. This woman's name was Migos. Migos. Silas was extremely surprised. So that incident with Lenivus was also related to that mastermind? Yes. Mr. Asex's investigation alerted the other party, who has temporarily gone to ground. So he also left Tingen and headed to Blackthornne. On one hand, he's taking the opportunity to search for traces he left before losing his memory. On the other hand, he's letting the target lower their guard. Klein said. He left me contact information. If you need it, I can write to him. That works. Silas nodded. This weekend, he still had to take his sister to the theater, so he'd wait until after that to write to Asex. By the way, weren't you searching for rooftops with red chimneys? How's that going? Did you find it? He remembered another matter, since this was another clue to that mastermind. I've already checked half of Tingen's houses with red chimneys and still found nothing. Bringing up this matter, Klein was quite helpless. Well then, keep at it. Silas encouraged him. I certainly need to keep at it, Klein sighed, shaking his head as he walked away. Not only do I have to investigate rooftops, but I also have to face the upcoming special audit. Once I'm done with all this, I definitely want to be like you and take my family to see a play at the Grand Theatre. That, Return of the Count, that's coming to Tingen soon sounds pretty good. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. The police hadn't found the woman related to the Viscount's death on the streets. Silas continued his daily routine, picking up the dress he'd ordered for Cecilia from the tailor, just waiting for tomorrow night's performance. Meanwhile, the special auditor from the sanctuary had already arrived at the Blackthornne Security Company. He was none other than one of the church's 9 senior deacons, Senior Deacon Christet Sesamir, whose title was Sword of the Goddess. Silas had already met this man once. Thanks to him, he'd been forced to travel to Port Enmat and nearly died. Everyone from Tingen headquarters was waiting in the break room. The first to go down for the audit was Klein, who had made the application. When he came back up, a huge change had occurred. Silas could clearly see with his own eyes that spirituality was overflowing from Klein's body, and his movements were noticeably more agile. You advanced? Silas asked quietly. Yes, Klein seemed about to respond with a smile, but for some reason, after thinking for a moment, he suddenly broke into an exaggerated grin. But of course. Way too fake. Doesn't suit him at all. Silas muttered internally as he went down second. Senior Deacon Christet was waiting for him in the alchemy room where old Neil used to teach mysticism. Christet still had extremely short golden hair and, as always, had his collar raised high, hiding the lower half of his face in shadow. He still carried that briefcase containing a white-bone short sword, the so-called holy relic of the goddess. Following his instructions, Silas placed his hand on the goddess's holy relic and swore an oath not to casually spread the acting method. Everything went smoothly. What startled him, though, was that Christet suddenly praised him, saying he'd done well at Port Enmat last time. I haven't. Next time something like that happens, don't come looking for me again. He shouted silently in his heart, but on his face, he could only smile at the men without saying anything. Chapter 76, Welcome Back. Night, Tingen City Grand Theatre. With the advancing tide of Loan's industrialization, the city's entertainment industry had also developed rapidly, giving birth to performing arts suited to every social class. The lower classes preferred folk songs, variety shows, and slapstick comedy. When watching, they didn't maintain any sense of decorum. Instead, they laughed and cursed freely, applauding and cheering when pleased, or immediately booing and driving performers off when displeased, using it all to unwind from a day's hard labor. The middle and upper classes, however, preferred attending grand theaters to watch plays. The difference was that the former saw it as a status symbol, while the latter treated theater-going primarily as a means of socializing. Thus, in a grand theater capable of holding thousands of spectators, you'd often find the scene, the whole audience striving earnestly to appear cultured, while the nobles in the boxes acted far more casually, chatting with their peers in other boxes between scenes to cultivate relationships. As for how many people's attention was actually on the play itself, well, only heaven knew. Sir, your ticket. The attendant in a red uniform respectfully returned the ticket to Silas, his gaze involuntarily falling to the person beside him, his eyes revealing an expression of amazement. Not just him, either. Everyone passing by the entrance subconsciously turned their eyes toward the young woman at his side. Cecilia wore an elegant pale purple gown with a sweetheart neckline that layered at the chest, revealing her fair, rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones. The dress was perfectly tailored, accentuating the graceful curves of the young woman's spring meadow-like figure just right. Her face was so beautiful that it could make people forget to breathe. Most captivating of all, that exquisite face carried a trace of shyness, which only added to the protective tenderness stirring in everyone's hearts. "Silas, am I dressed inappropriately? Why is everyone staring at me?" Cecilia hid behind Silas, asking in a small voice. Though she usually seemed quite mature, facing this kind of occasion inevitably made her nervous, revealing the unique mannerisms of a young girl. "Don't worry, it's because my sister is too beautiful." They're mesmerized. Silas smiled, looking around left and right. He noticed that the ladies all wore necklaces or earrings to varying degrees, and couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. He'd forgotten about this and hadn't prepared any jewelry for his sister. What kind of jewelry would suit Cecilia? He'd take her to a jewelry shop in a few days to look around. While thinking this, Silas extended his hand toward his sister. "All right, Cecilia, straighten your back. We're going in." Entering the fan-shaped theater seating area, the scene was lively and chaotic. The curtain separated the stage from the audience seats. Only the messy sounds of stage preparation could be heard from inside, while the audience below chatted amongst themselves, the middle class maintaining their dignity with great solemnity. After some time, the theater gradually quieted. The performance seemed about to begin. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose near the boxes, then spread to the ordinary seating area. "Lady Sharon is here too." Someone in the audience shouted excitedly. The crowd immediately stirred. Many people craned their necks, looking toward the boxes. Lady Sharon. Silas seemed to have heard this name before. She was apparently Tingen's most famous and beautiful widow, pursued by nobles and wealthy merchants, her scandalous reputation widely circulated in upper-class social circles. In that case, she must be very beautiful. Silas also looked over curiously. He saw a lady in luxurious attire wearing a veiled hat that covered her face, entering a box accompanied by servants. She not only concealed that renowned face but also covered her arms and neck with black gauze. Though her skin was hidden, her graceful figure still attracted countless men's infatuated gazes. Silas felt Cecilia beside him staring at him, so he shook his head and said, "She doesn't even dare show her face. She must know she's not as pretty as my sister, so she deliberately covered up." "Stop talking nonsense, brother." Cecilia, who had been somewhat unhappy, was immediately amused by him. After this small interlude, the stage curtain opened. The performance was finally beginning. This classic comedy by Emperor Roselle was originally titled The Blackthornne Merchant, meant to satirize the greed and foolishness of loan merchants. But after reaching Loan, local playwrights renamed it the Trier Merchant, with the villain changed to a merchant from Intis's capital, Trier. But Silas knew that Roselle's play was plagiarized from one of Shakespeare's 4 great comedies, The Merchant of Venice. This play had one of the most classic scenes. In court, the villain uses the contract's wording as justification, demanding that the indebted male lead cut off a pound of flesh as compensation. But the female lead, disguised as a judge, uses the rules against him, requiring that the flesh cut must be exactly 1 pound, not more, not less, with no blood and no margin of error, or else he would forfeit his life. In the end, the female lead defeats the villain with her wisdom. Everyone lives happily ever after. Having enjoyed many forms of entertainment in his previous life, Silas wasn't particularly interested in the play itself. But Cecilia was different. This was the young girl's first time watching a theater. The gorgeous stage sets, the actors' devoted performances, and the classic plot deeply captivated her. She appreciated the love between the romantic leads, worried about the difficulties the villain brought, and was overjoyed at the final happy ending, clapping continuously. Silas felt that watching his sister's reactions was more interesting than watching the play itself. Seeing her so happy, this evening was well worth it. Lady Portia was truly amazing. Not only was her legal knowledge so extensive, but she was also so clever, completely toying with that detestable Intis merchant. In the carriage ride home, Cecilia kept talking about her impressions of the play, clearly deeply affected by the evening. Silas smiled at his beautiful sister, then suddenly spoke up. "What's so special about that, Cecilia? As long as you graduate from middle school with good grades, you can also take the exams for your ideal university and become someone like her. I've looked into it. There are several excellent liberal arts universities in Blackthornne. Go ahead without worry. Your brother here is quite wealthy, more than enough for you to live comfortably in the capital." To Silas's surprise, when Cecilia heard him arrange things this way, she didn't become happy. Instead, she froze. "But that way, I'd have to leave Tingen, leave you," she murmured. Silas's heart softened. He reached out and took his sister's soft hand, smiling as he said, "Cecilia, you should have your own life, not always stay by my side. During these 10+ years of my illness, you've already wasted so much of your youth taking care of me. I can't be so selfish as to keep you in Tingen forever. Otherwise, years from now, the resentment between us might outweigh our affection." The carriage arrived at 6 Daffodil Street. Silas got out. He felt he'd spoken a bit too sentimentally just now, so, reconsidering, he laughed. Besides, you're so smart with such a bright future ahead. Who knows, your brother here might have to depend on you someday. With that, he walked ahead first, taking out his key to open the door. Behind him, where he couldn't see, Cecilia, following behind, showed a complex and pained expression. She hesitated, then said, Silas, brother. What is it? Silas asked casually, pushing open the door. A warm, familiar fragrance greeted him. On the living room sofa, someone was waiting for him. The lights came on, and that person stood with a breathtaking smile. Welcome back. Lady M said gently. Chapter 76, 77, Sequence 8 Listener. Lady M. She wasn't dead. She actually wasn't dead. Inside 6 Daffodil Street, the woman welcoming the Launder siblings wore white robes, her hair crimson as blood. Her golden eyes rested coldly on Silas, yet her delicate, beautiful face bore a gentle, loving smile. Gentle, cruel, beautiful, evil. Lady M seemed to be a woman who embodied all these contradictory words mixed together. The moment he saw her face clearly, immense confusion and terror struck Silas simultaneously. He couldn't help freezing for an instant. Silas, who's speaking? Behind him came Cecilia's puzzled voice, which instantly brought him back to his senses. Run. The thought of protecting his sister overcame his terror. Silas gritted his teeth and reached into his coat for the bone flute and clown doll. At least let Cecilia escape. Be quiet. Don't move. Just then, he met Lady M's dazzling pupils, bright as molten gold. All movement immediately stopped. Silas obediently lowered his arms and, along with Cecilia behind him, who was similarly controlled, entered the house and closed the door. Stay calm, stay calm. I still have my cheat ability, I can resist hypnosis. Silas told himself internally, waiting for the phantom sound of tides to appear in his mind. Then he watched in despair as Cecilia, eyes vacant, walked past him forward until Lady M drew her into an embrace. A very beautiful dress, Silas. You treat your sister very well. She examined Cecilia's pale purple gown with appreciation. She's pretty, too. The Launder family bloodline is truly excellent. The phantom sound of tides belatedly rang out. Silas regained his freedom. But he took a deep breath and didn't act. With Cecilia under the woman's control, he didn't dare make any rash moves. Wait, who are you? Why are you in my house? Cecilia, held in Lady M's arms, slowly regained the light in her eyes. Finding herself embraced by a strange, beautiful woman, she said in surprise. I'm your brother's friend. I've come to help you both. Lady M smiled as she spoke to her. Anyone unaware of her true nature would probably be deceived by her charming appearance and smile, mistaking her for some kind of good person. Help us. That's right. I want to help you both know the greatness of the Lord. Cecilia, don't listen to her. Seeing Lady M actually trying to proselytize to his sister, Silas couldn't help shouting to stop her. Lady M paused, smiled as she glanced at Silas, then raised her right hand toward him, making the shape of a gun, her index finger wearing a red rose ring aimed at him. Bang. She said. With a poof, a bloody hole immediately appeared at Silas's heart. He clutched his chest with a pained expression and slowly collapsed. Silas. Cecilia cried out, shoving Lady M away. She instinctively wanted to run toward Silas, but suddenly stopped, glanced at Lady M, then turned and rushed into the kitchen. His heart beat with difficulty as muscles stretched and repaired. Silas was powerless all over, fallen on the ground, temporarily unable to get up. Don't move. Lady M walked before Silas and used psychological suggestion to control him again. Guess what your sister is going to do? She looked toward the kitchen, asking cheerfully. Silas glared at her furiously, unable to speak due to the psychological suggestion. Just a few seconds later, Cecilia burst out from the kitchen, now holding a gleaming kitchen knife. Get away from my brother. She raised the knife and shouted at Lady M, her small body letting out a resounding roar, like a mother tiger protecting her cub. For ease of movement, she had already torn open that expensive gown. Run. Silas wanted Cecilia to escape, but couldn't make a sound at all. And if I refuse? Lady M asked with a smile. Hearing her say this, Cecilia immediately raised the knife and stabbed Lady M without hesitation, just as she had once stabbed Sirius to save Silas. How touching. Lady M praised. She didn't dodge. Instead, she spread her arms, like a mother welcoming a running child, and embraced Cecilia. Poof. The kitchen knife was immediately stabbed into Lady M's abdomen, blood flowing profusely. But she showed no sign of pain. Instead, she used her arms to lock Cecilia in place with tremendous strength, her hand reaching into the torn wound, forcibly digging out a lump of her own flesh and blood. Then, amid Cecilia's fierce struggles, Lady M firmly yet gently controlled her and forcibly fed her own flesh into Cecilia's mouth. Get away. Silas broke through the control again, leaping up and wringing the clown doll in his coat. Seeing Cecilia being fed dangerous flesh, he simply couldn't bear it. Ah! In the harsh, unpleasant laughter from the clown on his chest, his speed suddenly accelerated. He rushed to Lady M's side, raising his pistol in her blind spot behind her back. Silas's situation was truly desperate, with mere Sequence 9 confronting a Sequence 5 shepherd, and with a hostage no less. He felt like he was charging toward death itself. Fire the gun, at least people outside will hear it. However, before Silas could pull the trigger, flames suddenly rose before his eyes. Lady M appeared abruptly in front of him. His mouth suddenly filled with a fishy sweetness as something was stuffed inside. The thing seemed alive, wriggling rapidly downward, drilling into his stomach before he could swallow. Then, that thing began to rampage inside Silas's body. Ah! His heart felt like it was being gnawed on, his intestines yanked hard, his kidneys squeezed tight. Not one of his internal organs escaped torment. Does it hurt? How pitiful. Lady M held him and spoke softly, her pale, slender fingers gently stroking his face, as if she weren't the one bringing Silas this pain. After who knows how long, the pain finally gradually receded. That lump retreated back into Silas's stomach and lay quiet and still. Silas opened his eyes to see Cecilia looking equally weak. It seemed they had both been forcibly fed Lady M's flesh. What exactly do you want? Silas said through gritted teeth. I'm the one who ruined your plan. It has nothing to do with my sister. The Aurora Order's people were all incomprehensible lunatics, but in this situation, he could only stall by speaking first. But Silas's heart was ice cold. He had destroyed Lady M's wish and nearly killed her. How could their enmity possibly be easily resolved? Lady M looked at him with a smile. What I want to do, I already said just now. She said it just now. Silas recalled briefly. What Lady M had said earlier was, help me. He spoke these words aloud, finding them utterly absurd himself. Lady M had such deep enmity with him. Could she really help him? That's right. Yet Lady M actually smiled and nodded. I've come to help you advance further in mysticism. I can sense that you've completely digested the Secrets Suppliant potion. So, how about it? Do you want to advance to Sequence 8, listener? She asked this way, her gentle voice seemingly filled with a certain malice. Chapter 77, 78, An Unwilling Promotion. Without a doubt, Silas wanted to advance. However, the advancement he hoped for had to be completed with safety guaranteed. That's why he searched for various methods, all to avoid the dangerous sequence of the listener. Would Ms. M consider these things for him? At this thought, facing Ms. M, who was inviting him to advance, Silas cautiously spoke. But I heard that after advancing to listener, one will hear the ravings of the true Creator. That is the Lord's blessing upon us. Ms. M answered without hesitation. Listeners will be influenced by these ravings and become fanatical believers of the true Creator. That's because they receive the Lord's calling. Within 3 to 5 years of advancing to listener, if one cannot continue advancing, they will die miserably. Receiving the Lord's guidance yet failing to awaken to a higher level, being punished with merely death is already the Lord's mercy. Ms. M smiled. So, are you willing to advance to listener? Can I refuse? Silas asked coldly. Ms. M raised an eyebrow and lightly snapped her fingers. Ugh. Cecilia immediately let out a muffled groan, clutching her chest with a pained expression, her body swaying unsteadily. Stop. Stop it now. Silas couldn't help but shout. Don't agree to her. Cecilia said with a pale face. Ordinarily, Silas wouldn't tell her the details of his daily work, but just from listening to the earlier description, she could tell that advancing was extremely dangerous. Ms. M smiled and raised her hand toward Cecilia. I'm willing, all right. Silas gave up and shouted. It's good that you're willing. Ms. M immediately stopped and showed Silas a satisfied smile. Cecilia let out a weak gasp and nearly collapsed. Silas rushed over to support his sister, seeing that her forehead was already covered in sweat, showing just how much pain she'd been in. Silas looked up and gave Ms. M a deep look. His expression gradually became calm. I absolutely have to kill her. I quite like your expression right now. Looking at Silas's face, Ms. M's smile grew even richer. Her palm turned within her white robe, and from somewhere she produced a black, ear-shaped, peculiar item. This is the beyonder characteristic of a listener, equivalent to the main ingredient in the potion. She said to Silas. Looking at that peculiar item, Silas felt a faint attraction from within his body, as if craving to absorb it. It really is the potion for the next sequence. Silas thought to himself. To make it into a potion, you'll need some auxiliary materials, which you need to prepare yourself. Ms. M tossed Silas a list. Pure water 70 milliliters, wolf blood grass powder 8 grams, black-tailed viper venom 2 drops, 1 portion of a deceased person's extreme emotion. Silas read the list. The other things were all materials that could be bought at the Beyonder market, only the last item was somewhat unclear. That kind of thing, you can get it by taking a trip to the slums. Ms. M handed him a small black bottle. Find the corpse of someone who died not long ago, preferably someone who died accidentally, open the bottle facing them, and you can collect it. Silas silently accepted the small bottle. I hope you'll complete the material preparation as soon as possible, preferably by tomorrow. Ms. M said, clapping her hands with a "pa" sound. All right, it's getting late, we should rest. After all, you still have work and school tomorrow. You're staying at my house. Am I not welcome? I saw the guest room was empty, so I took the liberty of moving in. Ms. M said with a smile. Of course you're welcome. Silas also smiled. Ms. M is staying at his house and allowing them to continue going out tomorrow. This effortlessly confident attitude made him both angry and helpless. Isn't she afraid I'll tell the captain? After Ms. M finished speaking, she didn't delay further. She said good night to the Launder siblings, went upstairs first, entered the guest room, then closed the door, as if she really was going to rest. In the living room, the siblings looked at each other wordlessly. Before entering the house, they had just spent a pleasant evening and had a beautiful future ahead. After entering the house, their situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and they were now held in the hands of a powerful, cruel madwoman. Fate, in an extremely dark and humorous way, had added a different annotation to this pair of siblings' lives. Silas, should we escape? Cecilia said to Silas, but he shook his head to interrupt her, because Ms. M might be listening, and the more they said, the easier it would be for her to manipulate them. It's fine, Cecilia, don't worry. He forced out a dry smile, putting on a confident appearance. I can solve this problem. You just wait peacefully. Let's rest for tonight. Also, don't provoke her. Cecilia looked at Silas and, after a moment, nodded. I understand, brother. At this moment, the two had much to say to each other, but could only exchange a glance before returning to their respective rooms. Silas lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Although he'd told his sister to rest, how could he possibly sleep peacefully? Various chaotic thoughts filled his mind, the enormous pressure of survival hung over him, and he was desperately thinking and analyzing the current situation. How did Ms. M survive? What exactly does she want to do? What should I do? Do I really have to advance? First, Ms. M had mastered flesh magic, so her strong vitality was understandable. But having experienced that degree of injury, it was impossible for her to have no damage at all. So what was she looking for him for? Silas definitely didn't believe what she said. With such hatred between them, could Ms. M still forgive him and help him advance? If that's the case, could advancement be the goal? She wants to transform me into a fanatic who believes in the Aurora Order, willingly offering up my body to become a vessel. It's possible. Need to continue observing. So what should he do? At this thought, Silas's expression became fierce, even vicious. What else? Kill her. Feeding him and Cecilia flesh and blood, coercing him to advance in a dangerous sequence, and the past grudges, besides killing her, there was no second choice. Even if their sequences differed by more than a little, it wouldn't change his thinking. Think carefully about how to fight back. The captain, Mr. Asex, my mystical items, and my built-in advantage. Silas stayed awake all night. Only when daylight broke did he crawl out of bed. Not long after, his sister also got up. Her eyes were full of bloodshot lines, clearly, she hadn't slept well either. Good morning. Ms. M's gentle voice came from the living room. She had already changed out of her white robe, her blood-red hair pinned up, and was wearing a lone-style dress. The dress itself was quite conservative, but beneath the white robe, she had a curvy figure that somehow made even the plain-colored dress incredibly alluring. She leaned on the living room sofa, supporting her head with her ring-adorned hand, reading a novel. That lazy, relaxed appearance made it seem as if she'd long been living with the Launder siblings, already treating this place as her own home. Silas looked at her indifferently, then turned to go to the kitchen with his sister to prepare breakfast. I don't like the taste of chili peppers. Aside from that, I have no restrictions. Ms. M said quite naturally, as if she'd already decided that Silas would make a portion for her too. I'm going to spit in your food. Silas cursed in his heart. Chapter 78, 79, Accidental Death. Well, we'll be going now. After a tasteless breakfast, Silas and Cecilia gathered their things and walked to the entrance hall. Wait a moment. Ms. M spoke softly, approaching the two of them and placing her hands on their faces. Feeling Ms. M's pale fingers gliding across his face, Silas felt a wave of goosebumps rise along his back. Don't move. Ms. M's fingers brushed past Silas's eyes and ears. He felt the lump of foreign flesh inside his body begin moving upward. A bulge squirmed up to his face and dissolved. His eyes and ears immediately erupted in pain, bleeding. There we go. Ms. M lowered her hand. One of her eyes had already changed, shifting from gold to deep blue, the same blue as the Launder siblings' eyes. You've shared our sight and hearing? Silas asked through gritted teeth, one eye streaming bloody tears. His heart gradually turned cold. Ms. M truly had methods to monitor them. He looked at Cecilia. Through his Secrets Suppliant eyes, he could see that one of his sister's eyes and ears was emanating a blood-red aura, red and corrupt, swirling around her head. The other end of the bloody aura connected to phantom eyes and ears. If he looked in a mirror right now, Silas would see the same thing in himself. That's right, so don't try saying anything to anyone. Ms. M smiled. I know you're not afraid of death, but you care deeply about your sister. As soon as I detect any tricks from you. She made an explosive gesture. Your sister will become a flesh bomb. Understood. Silas replied coolly. Good that you understand. Be careful out there. Oh, and remember to bring back the auxiliary materials when you return. We'll help you advance tonight. Ms. M said, standing in the entrance hall, gently seeing them off. Stepping out the front door into bright sunshine, Silas's heart felt heavy. He had to be extremely careful from now on, or Cecilia would truly be in danger. Good morning, Silas. At the Blackthornne security company, Roseanne greeted him cheerfully. Morning. Silas forced himself to perk up. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Are you all right? Roseanne noticed the fatigue on Silas's face. Just didn't sleep well last night, that's all. Silas smiled. Oh, right, you went to see that play last night, Roseanne said enviously. Going to bed that late, you must have had a great time. Yeah, just a fantastic time. Silas had no words. He changed the subject. Where's the captain? There've been several haunting incidents in Morristown. He, Klein, and Leonard took sealed artifact 3-0782 and left last night. They should be back around noon today. Roseanne replied. So no one's here. Silas thought for a moment. Then I'll go out and patrol as well, see if there's any danger. That's what he said, but his real intention was to go to the underground market to purchase auxiliary materials. Even though he was extremely unwilling, for Cecilia's safety, he could only endure it. Taking a public carriage, Silas arrived at a street in the Dock District, where the Evil Dragon Bar came into view. On a weekday morning, even a Dock District bar was quite deserted. The boxing ring stood empty, with only 2 or 3 idlers already drowning themselves in alcohol at the crack of dawn. But once he passed through the door behind the bartender and entered the underground market, the scene immediately became lively. With a cold expression, Silas weaved between various vendors, buying materials one by one according to his list. Wolfsbane powder, viper venom. Silas had just finished purchasing when he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation to his left. What's that? Silas looked over and spotted a pale-faced young man leaning against the market wall, dressed in rough work clothes. He looked desperate and terrified, trembling as he muttered to himself. He has spirituality leaking from him. Silas frowned, recalling what Klein had told him about an orphan in the underground market who had one foot in the Beyonder pathway. Adamasol. He walked over, calling out the name. What are you afraid of? Dead people, they're all dead, no one's alive in Tingen anymore. I'll die too, everyone will die, everyone will be eaten by her. He paid no attention to Silas, continuing to mutter to himself. Everyone will die. Be eaten. By her. Silas frowned, hearing something dangerous in Adamasol's words. He reached out and pushed him. Speak properly to me. With the push, Adamasol involuntarily raised his head and met Silas's gaze. Ah! He stared blankly at Silas, then let out a terrified scream. His eyes, ears, and nose simultaneously gushed blood, like some kind of uniquely shaped sprinkler. He covered his face, turned, and stumbled away in a panic, not daring to stay near Silas for another moment. They'd made too much noise. People from nearby stalls looked over, but Silas's cold glare sent them back to their business. What's wrong with this guy? He's even more sensitive than I am as a secret suppliant. Silas frowned and stood up to chase after Adamasol. He hadn't gotten the answers he wanted yet. However, the moment he chased out the back door of the bar, he heard a commotion outside, as if someone was causing trouble. Leaving the bar, Silas saw a crowd gathered across the street, all looking up and shouting chaotically. William, don't do anything foolish. Lord of Storms above. Silas followed their gaze upward. On the rooftop of the 2-story building, the crowd surrounded, a man and woman were struggling. The man held a dagger pressed against the terrified woman's throat, tears streaming down his face as he roared. "Shut up, all of you get lost. She deceived me." The woman screams, the man sobs, and the jeering, mocking, and pleading voices from below mix together in quite a spectacle. Silas noticed that among the crowd was Swain, the owner of the Evil Dragon Bar. "What's going on?" He walked over to ask. "Humph, just an idiot who got played by a woman." Swain's face showed disdain. It turned out that the man called William had been seduced by a prostitute, spent his entire fortune, and she'd immediately abandoned him. Swain shouted up at them. "You bastard, get down here right now. Don't disrupt my business." So the man on the roof cried out a few more times, roughly saying he wanted to take the woman down with him. "How annoying." Swain scratched his head and said to Silas, "Do me a favor. Keep an eye on him here while I bring some people up to the roof to restrain him. No need for such trouble. Leave it to me." Silas shook his head. He slipped out of the crowd, circled to the back of the building, and activated his jester puppet. His body suddenly became light and agile. He grabbed onto windowsills and other protrusions, rapidly climbing to the rooftop and charging toward the men. The men heard the jester's strange laughter. The moment he turned his head, Silas was already in front of him, throwing a punch that struck his knife hand. He clutched his arm and screamed in pain. The woman took the chance to escape. Seeing Silas's face, she said with infatuation, "Thank you. Get lost." Silas said impatiently. "You want me to beat you up?" Startled by his threat, the woman immediately screamed and ran down the stairs. The man called William watched her leave without looking back. Despair showed in his eyes. He turned and rushed toward the edge of the building, and amid the crowd's horrified cries, he leaped down without hesitation. Chapter 79, Taking the Listener Potion. The man who'd lost all hope in life leaped from the second floor. His head struck the hard ground, and he died on the spot. Aside from providing Silas with fresh potion materials, the greatest effect of his death was giving the bar's drunk something to talk about over their drinks. As for the woman he'd been so obsessed with, she quickly put him out of her mind and moved on to other men's arms. After buying his materials and using the black vial Ms. M had given him to collect the resentment, Silas returned to the Blackthornne security company. Pushing open the door, he saw Leonard and Klein sitting on the sofa in the main hall. A large stack of files lay spread across the table, and they were examining several pages. "Just got back from that small town, and you're already back to work. Real dedication," Silas remarked. Hearing this, Klein unconsciously touched his pocket, where he'd hidden that sun talisman he'd just managed to make in the town. Silas didn't notice his subtle expression. Instead, he walked to the table and picked up one of the files to look at. It was a death report from the police station. A man from the lower streets had died suddenly from an illness while working. According to his family, he'd had similar health issues before. "Isn't this just a normal death?" he asked, puzzled. "It is indeed a normal death, but the problem is that there are too many of them," Leonard replied, pointing to the large pile of files nearby. "Recent death cases have suddenly increased, far higher than the same period in previous years. The police department contacted us to investigate." Silas flipped through the files. Sure enough, they contained all kinds of death reports, including the case of Viscount Dorset prominently among them. "Speaking of which, I encountered one today too," Silas said thoughtfully, describing what he'd witnessed at the bar earlier. "Then I'll add this case to the record as well," Leonard said. For the rest of the time, they reviewed and analyzed these numerous death cases, but didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. "Let's visit the scenes tomorrow." Near the end of the workday, Leonard said while rubbing his eyes. "We might find other clues at the actual locations." "Good luck with that," Silas said. He needed to get home on time to prepare for his advancement. "Silas, don't forget that tomorrow night you're on duty watching the Cheney's gate," Leonard called out behind him. Opening the door to 6 Daffodil Street, Ms. M was waiting for him on the sofa. Cecilia was working on her homework at the table, looking distracted. Seeing Silas enter, she stood up. "You've been very cooperative. The auxiliary materials have all been prepared," Ms. M said with a smile. Through the eye she'd left on Silas, she'd seen everything he'd done today. Silas didn't answer her. He held his sister's shoulders and pressed her back into her seat, then took out the auxiliary materials and placed them on the table. "No need to be so wary of me," Ms. M said. "As long as you cooperate with me, I'm very willing to help you. Like those numerous death cases today, your investigation is heading in the wrong direction." "Did you do it?" Silas looked up sharply to ask. Had she deliberately killed so many people just to provide potion materials? "Of course not." Ms. M smiled. "As soon as I arrived in Tingen, I came to your house. Besides, if I'd done it, I wouldn't have been so clumsy about it." Hearing this, Silas stopped questioning her. On matters like this, Ms. M had no reason to lie to him. All right, since everything's ready, let's begin. Ms. M rose from the sofa and said to Silas, clean the iron pot in your house thoroughly and bring it here. So it's finally come to this. Silas took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He turned and entered the kitchen. Following Ms. M's instructions, he scrubbed the iron pot until it was spotless, then carried it along with the materials, following Ms. M up to the second-floor bedroom. Cecilia remained in the first-floor living room, watching him with worry. He smiled at his sister before closing the door. Taking the potion was now inevitable, but Silas still held onto a sliver of hope because he had a special advantage inside his body. That phantom ocean tide had blocked mental corruption from various evil gods for Silas multiple times. Without it, Silas would have long since collapsed and lost control. Initially, Silas had also considered forcibly consuming the potion and relying on his advantage to resist the true creator's ravings. However, this wasn't something he could test in advance. If his advantage gave out halfway through, he'd be finished. So he decided to prioritize safer methods. But the current situation left him no choice. Silas could only hope that the ocean tide would be effective enough to block all of the true creator's ravings. Let's begin. After entering the room, Ms. M turned to Silas and said, be careful. After all, you're the one who has to drink the potion. Silas set down the iron pot, arranged the materials, steadied his emotions, and began preparing the potion. Following Ms. M's instructions, he poured 70 milliliters of distilled water into the pot, then sprinkled in 8 grams of wolfsbane powder and added 2 drops of viper venom. When the herbal powder was poured into the water, it just formed a clump without dissolving. But after the venom was added, the colorless liquid quickly dissolved the powder, turning the liquid in the pot a deep green. Silas carefully picked up the main ingredient of the potion. The moment he touched it, rustling sounds rang in his ears, making him irritable and unable to concentrate. Plop. The black ear was tossed into the water and immediately began dissolving, turning into black liquid. Bubble, bubble. The water's surface began to boil ceaselessly. Rising bubbles constantly burst, like countless mouths opening to shout, appearing eerie and terrifying. Really wicked stuff. Silas cursed under his breath and picked up the last material on the table, the deceased's resentment contained in the black vial, pouring it into the potion. Opening the bottle, a wisp of semi-transparent gas drifted out, filled with extreme emotions of resentment and unwillingness. The gas initially floated upward, but suddenly, as if attracted by the potion, it turned downward and was forced to drill into the potion. Those open mouths absorbed the resentment with satisfaction, then sank back down. The potion began to calm and eventually turned a lifeless iron-gray color. Congratulations, it looks like you've succeeded. Ms. M smiled. Silas glanced at her and used a ladle to scoop up the liquid, pouring it into a cup. The liquid flowed together seamlessly, leaving nothing behind in the pot. He picked up the cup and looked at its contents. He couldn't help feeling some hesitation and fear. Silas, what are you still waiting for? Ms. M asked with a smile, her slender, beautiful fingers seemingly moving unconsciously. If she wished, with a snap of her fingers, Cecilia downstairs would explode and die. To hell with this. Silas gritted his teeth and tilted his head back, drinking down the potion. The cold, stinging liquid surged down his throat into his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body. Soon, he felt cold all over. This chill made his consciousness increasingly clear, able to precisely perceive all of his body's sensations, sight, smell, hearing. Yes, his ears suddenly became incredibly sensitive, even more sensitive than all his other senses. Chapter 81, The Gift of Profane Words. After consuming the potion, Silas's senses became acutely sharp. His hearing in particular improved dramatically, with all the surrounding sounds flooding clearly into his ears. The sound of airflow passing through his nasal cavity and windpipe as he breathed, the sound of clothes rubbing against skin, muscles squirming and bones colliding, the buzzing of flying insects in the room, Cecilia's anxious pacing downstairs, more sounds inside and outside the house, and across from him, the sounds belonging to Ms. M. Strange, there's something off about her sounds. Ms. M's flesh and blood constantly emitted sticky sounds of separation and fusion. Her heart beat sluggishly, like an elderly person in their twilight years. With each breath, her flesh made tearing sounds. It was as if Ms. M was merely a broken doll temporarily pieced together. Could she be seriously injured? Silas thought. Does that mean I might have a chance to ambush her later? But very soon, he had no mind to consider such things. Because he heard even more sounds. In the darkness, high above, at the top of the sequences beyond the mortal world, a great existence sensed the change in his sequence and cast an indifferent gaze toward him. A voice followed, ringing in his ears. It was a filthy sound that should not belong to the mortal world, like frenzied ravings emerging from the most deranged dreams. The voice was filled with evil and agony, like the desperate cries of the dying, or like the foolish sleep talk of the insane. The voice was saturated with extreme emotions and terrible corruption. The moment Silas heard even a little of it, his head felt as if countless red-hot molten iron had been poured into it, while someone forcibly grabbed his head and shook it back and forth. Especially since his ears had become extremely sensitive at this moment, the impact hit him with tremendous force. Ah! Silas felt pain as if his very soul was being torn apart. Beyond the curses, the voice also carried forbidden and corrupt knowledge, forcibly infusing it into his mind. The blessing from the true Creator. Upon becoming a listener, one would receive unique, powerful, and twisted abilities bestowed by the true Creator. Whoosh! Finally, just as his spirit was on the verge of collapse, the phantom sound of ocean tides finally rang out, protecting his fragile mind. The sound of the tides and the ravings cancelled each other out. What ultimately flowed into Silas's mind was only the pure bestowal, without the true Creator's mental influence. Perhaps because he had completely digested the previous potion, Silas withstood the initial impact of the ravings and held on until his advantage arrived. That phantom ocean tide sound continued until the ravings ended, then slowly receded. I survived. Silas felt his consciousness slowly return to his body. Opening his eyes, he found his forehead covered in sweat. Ms. M's face suddenly appeared before him. She had moved extremely close to Silas, staring at him intently. Silas could even see his own face reflected in her golden pupils. Her eyes showed fanaticism and greed. What are you doing? Silas took a step back, frowning. You rejected the Lord's holy words, yet still received the Lord's blessing. Very interesting. Ms. M made no attempt to hide her attitude, still staring fixedly at Silas. That gaze was like she wanted to devour him alive, making his scalp tingle. Fortunately, after a while, she finally changed the subject. I'm very curious what kind of ability the Lord bestowed upon you. Want me to demonstrate? Hearing her say this, Silas raised his head and asked somewhat provocatively. Go ahead. Ms. M nodded. All right then, go die. Silas spoke in Hermes. The smile hadn't yet faded from Ms. M's face when her own hand moved like lightning, reaching for her own throat. With a crack, she snapped her own cervical vertebrae. At the same time, dark bluish-black veins rose across the skin of her face, like protruding, terrifying tree roots. Only now did a hint of surprise show in Ms. M's beautiful eyes. In that instant, her hand had seemed to possess its own will, actively carrying out Silas's command. Profane words, is it? Very nice. Ms. M said with her head tilted. Her hand forcefully twisted at her neck. After a crisp sound, her head returned to its proper position. As expected, not so easy to kill. Silas cursed inwardly, feeling the massive drain of spirituality within his body. The ability he'd received from the true Creator was called profane words. It could bring powerful cursing effects to targets, polluting their minds and destroying their lives. As a price, this ability consumed large amounts of spirituality. Moreover, against a powerful being like Ms. M, the effect seemed less than obvious. Probably because he'd consumed so much spirituality right after advancing, Silas felt his vision darkening. He quickly sat down to meditate for a moment and recover. Ms. M waited quietly for him. Starting tomorrow, try to act as a listener and strive to fully digest it as soon as possible. During this time, continue working normally. Don't let your colleagues notice anything unusual about you. She told the awakened Silas. Silas frowned, increasingly feeling that something was off about Ms. M. Compared to the Ms. M from Enmatport, who had been a fanatic believer of the true Creator, she now seemed to have more personal will. What exactly do you want? Don't give me those false lines about wanting to help me. You know I don't believe that. Fine, I'll tell you. Ms. M looked at Silas. You destroyed all my arrangements in Enmatport. My forces, my ambitions. I want to start over in Tingen, and as punishment, you're going to help me rebuild my organization. My current requirement for you is to digest the potion as quickly as possible and become my reliable tool as soon as you can. Don't worry, I'll guide you. If you do things well, I might consider sparing your sibling and continue providing you with higher-level potions. Ms. M said, both placating Silas and dangling a carrot before him. Although this reason was more reasonable than before, Silas didn't believe it. Ms. M's physical condition, the greedy look in her eyes toward him. Moreover, even when she mentioned her past operations, she carried an indifferent attitude that completely contradicted her explanation. I understand. I hope you'll keep your promise. Silas could only maintain his vigilance while pretending to temporarily accept this reason. Rather than trusting Ms. M, it would be more reliable to eliminate her as soon as possible. After tidying up the bedroom, Silas carried his things and walked out the door. Brother. Cecilia, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately rushed over with a worried expression. It's all right now. Silas smiled reassuringly at her and returned the pot to the kitchen. Regardless of everything else, he had safely advanced to Sequence 8 and gained new abilities, even if they were still nothing worth mentioning to Ms. M. He'd also discovered that Ms. M's body seemed to have problems, which warranted continued observation. That night, he slept much more soundly. Early the next morning, the siblings went out as usual. "I'm on duty at the company today. I won't be coming home tonight." Silas told Ms. M, "I know. Your colleague mentioned it." Ms. M, sharing his vision, said indifferently, "May the goddess bless me and let me kill her soon." Silas prayed to the goddess in his heart, for once with a degree of genuine devotion. Chapter 81, 82, First, listen. Filled with loathing for Ms. M, Silas left the house, preparing to take a public carriage to the Blackthornne Security Company on Zutland Street. The moment he stepped outside, he frowned, his face showing obvious discomfort as he covered his ears with his hands. Countless chaotic sounds were flooding into his ears. People's voices, the sound of carriages rolling over the pavement, things colliding, and hidden in dark corners, rustling, and eerie whispers. After drinking the listener potion, Silas's hearing had become much stronger. If he actively used the listen ability, he could not only hear more clearly but would also hear sounds that ordinary people couldn't. However, he hadn't dared try this ability yet, because he had a feeling it would be very dangerous. Having senses too sharp is also troublesome. He thought to himself, relaxing his mind and standing by the street to meditate for a moment, concentrating his attention on his immediate surroundings. After adjusting for a dozen seconds like this, his ears became much quieter. But whenever he wanted, he could open up his hearing and listen to sounds within a range of dozens of meters. After adjusting his hearing, Silas boarded a public carriage, got off at Zutland Street, and walked into the company. In the main hall, Leonard and Fry were sitting on the sofa, studying the large pile of death reports. "There are several new death cases. The captain wants you to come with us to the scene and see if your eyes can discover anything from fresh corpses." Leonard told Silas, his right hand casually in his pocket, his posture relaxed. "Got it," Silas replied. He recalled what Ms. M had said last night. From the implications in her words, there really was someone behind these numerous normal deaths. If we can't find any clues soon, I'll try to probe her about it, Silas thought to himself. Before departing, he and Fry changed into their probationary inspector uniforms, while Leonard, who was one sequence higher than they wore an inspector's uniform with 3 stars on his shoulder insignia. Actually, Silas was also a sequence 8B under now. Theoretically speaking, not only could he get a raise, but he could also be promoted in rank. However, it would be better not to tell the captain about his advancement, otherwise, what he'd receive probably wouldn't be improved treatment, but rather an arrest warrant from the Holy Cathedral's tribunal. Too bad I can't show off my advancement to them, Silas thought regretfully as he boarded the company's carriage heading to the incident location in Tingen's industrial district. I found something strange in some of the cases. Inside the moving carriage, Leonard took out some of the files. What's strange about them? Silas glanced at him. I can't explain it clearly in a few sentences. Wait until we've seen the scene, then I'll tell you. You'll understand then, Leonard said. The carriage traveled along the Koe River, approaching the industrial district downstream. The scenery outside the window changed from bustling streets to large factories, with towering chimneys rising darkly into view. The smell in the air gradually became more pungent, and the Koe River appeared murky and blackened. Silas rubbed his ears. The roar of countless machine tools came from the distance. He tried hard to suppress his hearing to avoid the machine sounds damaging his eardrums. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a cotton spinning mill. At the factory gate, a police sergeant responsible for this area's security and a foreman from inside the factory were already waiting. Sir, please come in. The sergeant saw that all 3 men's ranks were higher than his own, and his tone involuntarily became respectful. When he turned to face the foreman, his attitude became much worse. Lead the way for us. We need to see the body. What the hell is there to see about a dead person? The foreman, showing a mouthful of yellowed, rotten teeth stained by tobacco, cursed with a heavy country accent. Worthless trash. I already paid money to his family, and they still dared report this to the police. Cut the crap. The sergeant glared. Keep babbling and I'll haul you into the police station. Only then did the foreman reluctantly move his body and walk into the factory. The roar of the machine tools gave Silas's ears no peace, but he still managed to pick out some information from their conversation. It seemed a worker had died in an accident at the factory. The foreman had already paid compensation and didn't want things to blow up. The 3 entered a workshop covering several hundred square meters, and rows of ceaselessly operating looms came into view. At the deepest part of the workshop, a massive steam engine rotated, transmitting the power it generated to shafts suspended in midair. The rotating shafts drove belts wrapped around them, ultimately delivering power to each loom. The looms worked back and forth, drawing out cotton yarn to weave into cloth. Small figures shuttled back and forth between the looms, occasionally replenishing cotton yarn or repairing machines that had stopped. Silas's body froze. Short bodies, thin and withered limbs, filthy faces, and eyes that had lost all childish innocence, leaving only numbness. These workers were actually children, around 7 or 8 years old. This is our largest workshop here. On average, it can produce 10 bolts of cotton cloth a day. The foreman introduced with a proud tone. If it weren't for that unlucky little brat dying and causing the production line to stop for a while, we could have tried for 12 bolts today. Silas silently watched the scene before him, somewhat shocked in his heart. Beside him, Leonard and Fry's breathing also became heavier. Let us see the body. Leonard forced himself to look away and spoke to the foreman. So they entered a room on the side of the workshop and saw a small corpse wrapped in rags. This little brat dozed off and fell headfirst into the machine, got mangled to death by it. The foreman said casually. Damn it, ruined a whole piece of cloth, and the machine needs cleaning too. Really unlucky. Fry swept a cold glance at the foreman, walked over, and pulled back the rags. He bent down to examine for a while, then looked up and said, from the wounds, it is indeed the marks of being mangled by machinery. Where's his family? Silas asked. Already told them. His father and mother both have work to do. They'll come over after they get off. Their own child is dead, and they still have to work. Leonard said angrily. If they don't work for a day, they might starve to death. The kid's already dead anyway, so coming here once won't mean anything. Silas said coolly. This was the situation he deduced based on his previous memories. Poor people don't even have the right to stop working and feel their grief. Leonard was immediately at a loss for words. Silas walked over, his eyes scanning across the body. Still the same as before, he didn't notice anything strange. Logically speaking, now that I've advanced, there should be something different. Should I try the newly acquired ability, listen? He thought for a moment, then crouched in front of the body, pretending to examine it carefully while actually tilting his ear slightly and activating the listening ability. Various factory noises rushed into his ears, but beneath them were countless people's painful and numb groans. They were hungry, desperate, hateful, hostile, and wantonly spreading all their extreme emotions. How truly sad. Silas endured the pain and concentrated his attention on the child. Thank you, sister. Finally, he heard a childish and joyful voice emerging from the small corpse's tiny chest. Chapter 82, 83, Breeding Ground for Evil Gods. Thank you, sister. Blaine used the listener ability for the first time, placing his ear against the corpse's chest to hear the voice of the deceased. Sister. Was it his sister, or some woman he'd recently met? Blaine wondered, tilting his head to listen more carefully. He heard a childish voice suddenly turn terrified. What is this, sister? Immediately after came a long, agonizing wail, the sound of breaking bones, and the relentless pop and crackle of blood being squeezed from lungs. Before long, the childish voice turned cold and venomous. Sister, why did you hurt me? It's so dark here, so cold. The voice was icy and twisted. Blaine's head swam with a stabbing pain, forcing him to quickly shut off listener and stand up. As he rose, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he nearly lost his balance. What happened? Did you find something? Leonard noticed his pale face, steadied him with one hand, and asked. Yeah. I vaguely saw a woman's face. Blaine lied, not telling Leonard that he'd actually heard it. I'll try a ritual and see if I can draw her accurately. So Blaine arranged candles on the ground, used ritual magic to pray to the goddess for power, and produced a portrait of the woman who had contact with the child before his death. After casually glancing at the portrait, he suddenly froze. Because he'd seen the woman in the drawing before. That distinctive round face, those beautiful features, it was the same woman who had appeared in Viscount Dorset's bedroom. I've seen this woman before. She also appeared at that Viscount's death scene. The captain later had the police investigate, but they couldn't find any trace of her. Blaine showed the portrait to Leonard and Fry. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When they were investigating that case, he didn't yet have that crazy woman, Miss M, living in his house. Leonard stared at the drawing, lost in thought. Suddenly, Blaine noticed him tilt his head slightly, as if listening to something. Then his eyes took on a strange quality. Leonard's listening motion was very subtle. If Blaine hadn't been using listener himself and become sensitive to similar movements, he might not have noticed. No way, is he also a listener? Isn't he a midnight poet? Leonard noticed Blaine watching him. His expression quickly returned to normal, and he smiled. My neck hurts a bit. I think I strained it in the car. What the hell, I thought you might be with the Aurora Order too. Blaine laughed despite himself. That's what you get for sitting with your legs crossed even in the car. Lazy posture is bad for your body. Thanks for the reminder. Leonard said indifferently, then opened the door and called in the police sergeant and foreman. He showed the paper to the foreman. Have you seen this woman? What a pretty dame, I'd love to get on top of her, never seen her. The foreman stared at the portrait in fascination until the sergeant jabbed him, then he answered honestly. Leonard frowned thoughtfully, then pointed at the corpse and asked, do they get rest time? Yeah, they work 2 shifts, do a full week, then get 1 day off and their wages. What about the people on his shift? Bring them to me. That'll delay the work. The foreman said reluctantly. Only after the sergeant's threats did he go outside and bring in 3 or 4 children. These raggedly dressed kids stood nervously, their eyes full of fear as they looked at Blaine and the others. To them, these people in their crisp police uniforms were all frightening. Have any of you seen this person? Leonard crouched down halfway, showed them the drawing, and asked in a gentle tone. His handsome face and friendly manner put the children somewhat at ease. After looking at the drawing, quite a few of them nodded. As Leonard questioned them further, he gathered more information. The dead child was named Oliver. He was very young and couldn't adapt to the factory environment after arriving. He often dozed off and had already had accidents several times before. As for the woman in the drawing, she had mysteriously appeared at the factory one night. Because she was beautiful, the children all liked her. She played with them for a while and seemed especially fond of Oliver, giving him a piece of candy. Candy? Is the wrapper from that candy still around? Leonard discovered a lead and asked excitedly. So the children took him to Oliver's bed, which was actually just a filthy bedroll under a loom. There, they found a colorful candy wrapper that he had treasured and hidden beneath his bedding. There are traces of a curse. Blaine only needed one glance before reaching his conclusion without hesitation. That's it. The culprit behind this series of deaths was this woman. These kids really have it rough. Work for a week, rest for 1 day, and their pay is only half or a third of an adult's. After leaving the cotton mill, Leonard remarked, clearly still affected by what they'd witnessed. A place like this actually has pretty decent conditions. Fry shook his head coldly. In some coal mines in South Wales County, because the mine shafts are so low that adults can't get in, they have children drag small carts, crawling in and out to haul coal. Blaine also shook his head. After the corn laws were repealed, masses of farmers went bankrupt and flooded into the cities. Factories everywhere are taking advantage, driving wages lower and lower. These people work with everything they've got, but what they earn barely keeps them fed. They can only struggle through each day, growing weaker bit by bit. He'd walked through the slums of both Tingen City and Enmat Harbor several times, and had seen with his own eyes the extreme emotions concentrated there. From his perspective as a secret suppliant, all of this was perfect material for evil rituals. You could say the land of the slums and the workshops of industrial districts were ideal breeding grounds for nurturing evil gods. How ironic. Factory owners exploited their bodies while evil gods fed on their souls. Both sides ate their fill while these people disappeared without a sound. By the way, you said earlier you had an idea. What specifically did you mean? Blaine suddenly remembered what Leonard had said in the car. Leonard organized his thoughts before asking, do you think, even without that woman's curse, how much longer would this child, or that Viscount, have lived? Blaine thought about it. The child's body couldn't withstand the intensity of the work, and he kept falling asleep. And Viscount Dorset pursued thrills, enjoyed all kinds of extreme activities, and kept pushing further. Sooner or later, he would have gotten himself killed. Probably not much longer. But that woman's appearance accelerated their deaths. You're saying she stole part of their lifespans? Blaine knew many evil rituals and immediately understood Leonard's meaning. But what was she collecting so much life force for? Chapter 84, Abnormality Behind the Chinese Gate. Whoever was behind this had collected a massive amount of life force. Though their purpose remained unclear, it certainly wasn't for anything good. Thanks to you, we've finally caught a break in this case. Leonard waved the candy wrapper. I'm planning to give this paper to our seer and hope he can uncover more clues for us. The 3 of them boarded the carriage and returned to Blackthornne Security Company, leaving that life-devouring factory district behind. Klein didn't disappoint them. Through divination, he discovered the suspect's hiding place was in a house by a river. However, the characteristics were still somewhat vague. A thorough search would probably take several days to pinpoint the exact location. They reported the situation to the captain. Dunn immediately began arranging personnel to search for the target house along the banks of the Tussock River and Coe River. Since Blaine hadn't yet taken courses in tracking and investigation, he wasn't assigned to go out. Instead, he remained at the company. Not only would Blaine be staying at the company now, but tonight he also had to go underground to guard the Chinese gate. If I don't go home, Cecilia will have to face that lunatic Miss M alone tonight. That's really worrying. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill her. What's wrong, Blaine? You look a bit gloomy. Just then, he heard Dunn's voice. Looking up, he saw Dunn watching him, his gray eyes showing some concern. Captain, I'm being controlled. That persistent Miss M broke into my house and took control of me and my sister. Hurry up and contact the Holy Cathedral, get a high-ranking deacon over here to take her out. I'm fine. I just saw some things at the factory that made me feel regretful. Blaine smiled and shook his head. In truth, he really wanted to tell Dunn everything that had happened. But the red blood mist and phantom eye hovering by his face constantly reminded him that Miss M was monitoring him right now. The moment Blaine dared to speak up, she would activate the flesh bomb without hesitation and blow both him and Cecilia to pieces. Time passed second by second. Afternoon turned to evening, and night fell. The clerical staff and off-duty Nighthawks had all left. Blaine followed Dunn underground to the guard room. Sitting in the chair of the guard room, his back was to those double doors of black iron, embedded with 7 holy symbols. There's coffee and black tea here. If you feel drowsy, you can drink some to help you stay alert. Whatever you do, don't fall asleep. Dunn advised him. Understood, Captain. This was Blaine's first time on guard duty, so he listened to Dunn's explanation quite seriously. The Cheney's Gate was an important facility of the Nighthawks organization. Basically, every outpost had one. Behind the Cheney's Gate were stored various dangerous sealed artifacts, precious beyonder materials, and classified files, all watched over by special sealing powers and guardians. According to Dunn, during the day, there were guards inside the Cheney's Gate. They were all retired elderly Nighthawks who volunteered to enter and stand guard. But at night, the sealing power inside the gate would strengthen, and the elderly Nighthawks couldn't withstand it, so they had to withdraw. Remember, when you're on guard at night, no matter what sounds come from inside or what happens, don't open the door and go in. Before leaving, Dunn warned him seriously. Understood. Some of the sealed artifacts stored behind the Cheney's Gate possessed living attributes and would sometimes struggle against the power behind the door. Blaine had heard from Leonard that the last time Klein was on guard duty, he'd seen a puppet open the door from inside and hand him a note with mysterious symbols drawn on it. Yes, Captain. Blaine nodded seriously. Cecilia was still waiting for him to rescue her. There was no way he'd court death by going in there. Hearing Blaine say this, Dunn finally felt reassured enough to leave. Soon, Blaine was the only one left in the vast underground space. It was so quiet he could hear the hiss of the gas lamps. In the eerily quiet atmosphere, Blaine sat down expressionlessly with his back to the Cheney's Gate. He didn't make tea or coffee, nor did he read magazines or novels to pass the time. He simply stared at the wall illuminated by lamplight across from him, saying nothing. Time seemed to freeze. Right now, Cecilia must be sharing a room with that crazy woman, right? I wonder if she's scared, if she can sleep peacefully. Stop thinking about that. It's rare to have this much uninterrupted time alone. I need to figure out what to do next as soon as possible. While Blaine appeared to be staring into space on the surface, his brain was working furiously. He couldn't use pen and paper to write down his thoughts and organize them because Miss M was watching. He could only use his mind to analyze the situation and plan his next moves. First, the most important thing was ensuring Cecilia's safety. This was even more important than killing Miss M. Second, while ensuring Cecilia's safety, he had to kill Miss M. But how could Blaine possibly kill her? Miss M had planted flesh in both siblings' bodies, monitoring and controlling them. At the slightest abnormality, she might trigger an explosion. Furthermore, she was a powerful Sequence 5 beyonder. With his current abilities alone, he had basically no hope at all. But did Miss M really have no weaknesses? Of course not. Just as Blaine had discovered before, something seemed wrong with Miss M's body, and her attitude toward Blaine was also a bit strange. If he could figure out her true purpose, perhaps he could use her own methods to counter her. But the biggest problem was still that he was being monitored. His every move was under her control, basically making him completely transparent to her. Even if he had countermeasures, it would be difficult to prepare them. Thinking of this, Blaine's heart felt heavy and frustrated. What could he do to temporarily block Miss M's surveillance without her noticing? Creak. Just as Blaine was lost in thought, a teeth-grating scraping sound suddenly rang out behind him, echoing through the empty underground space. Who's there? Blaine's heart jumped. He practically leaped from his chair, one hand reaching for the holster at his waist, the other pressing against the clown doll on his chest. His heart pounded violently as he looked toward the source of the sound. When he saw clearly what had made the noise, his eyes widened involuntarily. It was the Cheney's Gate. The Cheney's Gate was opening. Accompanied by creaking sounds, that heavy and magnificent door was being slowly pushed open from inside. The 7 holy symbols embedded on it gleamed brilliantly under the gas lamplight. What's going on? Blaine froze for a moment. The captain hadn't told him how to handle this situation. While his thoughts raced in confusion, a mass of black threads suddenly surged out from within the Cheney's Gate. They floated lightly yet swiftly, appearing before Blaine in an instant and wrapping tightly around his head. Chapter 84, 85, Praying to the Hidden Sage. The Chinese gate opened without warning, and a mass of black threads surged out from behind the door. Like hair, or perhaps seaweed, they spread toward Blaine peacefully and silently. Was this the sealing power from behind the Chinese gate? Blaine looked at the mass of black threads, and images he'd seen before naturally surfaced in his mind. These threads quietly filled the world behind the gate, suppressing those dangerous sealed artifacts, though he didn't know what their source was. In that brief moment of distraction, these threads reached him with astonishing speed. Not good. Blaine's heart jumped. If they could suppress even sealed artifacts, these threads were extremely dangerous, especially now at night. He was about to retreat and dodge, but a tranquil and hidden aura had already surged over, immediately slowing his movements. He watched helplessly as the threads completely enveloped his head. Is this how it ends? Blaine thought in confusion. He stood frozen in place. Countless scenes from both his past and present lives flashed through his mind in an instant, finally settling on Cecilia's bright, smiling face. I wonder if Miss M will spare her. Blaine regretfully closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. Blaine suddenly realized something. Wait, seems like nothing happened. Opening his eyes, the black threads surrounded his head like they'd put some strangely styled hood on him. The threads squirmed quietly, releasing silent, peaceful power. Something had changed imperceptibly. Spiritual intuition made Blaine instinctively look to the side of his face. He was shocked to discover that the red blood mist that had been coiling around him seemed suppressed by the black threads. It no longer drifted about, but had congealed into a clump. The eyeball on it was dim and lifeless, wrapped in layers of threads. That ear had also shriveled up, its canal filled with threads. Blaine stared wide-eyed at this scene. This is. Could it be that these threads sealed off Miss M's senses? And I didn't explode, which means Miss M hasn't even noticed. After a moment of shock, Blaine suddenly grasped his current situation. Right now, he had temporarily escaped Miss M's surveillance. Whatever the principle behind this mass of black threads was, whatever its purpose and consequences, at least for this moment, he had truly escaped Miss M's monitoring. I have to do something. His mind was immediately filled with this thought. This was an excellent opportunity. If he didn't seize it properly, he would definitely regret it. What should I do? Contact the captain. No, the captain had already left work. Ringing the bell to call teammates downstairs and tell them the truth wouldn't work either, because the bell's location was too far away, and the threads couldn't extend that far. Write to Asex. No, the contact method was with Klein. He couldn't even send a letter, and he had no paper or pen anyway. So what should he do? Blaine anxiously thought at lightning speed. He could only stay put. What could he do, something that might counter Miss M? Suddenly, inspiration struck Blaine. He'd almost forgotten that he'd been a secret suppliant for quite a while. When it came to what he was best at, wasn't it praying to gods and other great existences? Pray to great existences, and perhaps one of them would bestow grace, providing abilities that could counter Miss M. With this thought, he unhesitatingly took out candles, herbs, a ritual dagger, and other items from his coat. He began rapidly setting up an altar, methodically completing various preparations. He didn't know how long the Chinese gate would stay open. He had to hurry and complete the ritual quickly. Although the black thread somewhat obstructed his vision, he still swiftly prepared everything. Blaine had wanted to use the silver dagger to create a spiritual wall, but considering the wall might cut off the effect of the black threads, he ultimately abandoned the idea. He simply lit 2 candles, scattered herbs and essential oils, then tried his best to appear devout as he recited the Evernight goddess's honorific name in Hermes. Evernight goddess, more lofty than the stars, more eternal than eternity. Having learned from last time, when it came to matters involving Miss M, Blaine no longer prayed to the true creator. You are the Crimson Lord, you are the mother of secrets. Blaine's reason for turning to pray to the Evernight goddess was also quite simple. This was underground at Blackthornne Security Company, the Nighthawks headquarters in Tingen. Moreover, these threads from behind the Chinese gate had suddenly helped him suppress Miss M's surveillance. No matter how he thought about it, the Evernight goddess was helping him. That being the case, what reason did he have not to pray to the Evernight goddess? You are the Empress of Disaster, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Hidden and tranquil power gathered mysteriously. Blaine could feel the goddess's influence descending. With an excited heart, he continued reciting the incantation. I pray to you. I pray you grant me the power to change my current situation. Grant me the power to save your innocent believer, the power to restrain evil enemies. Blaine prayed to the goddess for a way to rescue his sister and defeat Miss M. If he were under Miss M's gaze, he wouldn't dare speak such a prayer. According to the ritual's procedure, this was when the goddess should send down divine revelation. So he waited expectantly. However, nothing happened. Blaine looked up, somewhat puzzled. There was nothing wrong with the ritual. The goddess's power had truly descended, but she was only watching Blaine, not responding to his prayer in any way. Why? Blaine stared blankly as the candle flame extinguished on its own despite no wind, signifying the goddess had left. What kind of nonsense is this, giving me hope but not providing further help? Is it because I'm still not devout enough? Or is it? In his heart, Blaine actually had another understanding. Perhaps the goddess was simply a shrewd investor. After taking a liking to certain people, she was willing to provide help. But this help was limited. You had to prove your worth, let the other party see that you had potential for upward development, before there would be room for further cooperation. At this moment, Blaine suddenly recognized once again the most important rule in the Secrets Suppliant acting principles he'd summarized: they are not benevolent. The black threads before his eyes gradually thinned. Blaine understood he didn't have much time left. What should I do? Let this precious opportunity go to waste? He stood silently in place. After a moment, he gritted his teeth hard, raised the silver dagger, and pressed it against the back of his hand. Then, without hesitation, he cut open the skin on the back of his hand and forcibly carved the pattern of an eye without eyelashes into it, blood flowing as he did so. To hell with it, I'm going all in. Blaine closed his eyes and loudly recited in the more effective but more dangerous ancient Hermes. Incarnation of spirit and numbers. Wellspring of all knowledge. Hidden sage above the wilderness. He was going to pray to the hidden sage for power. That's right. Since the Evernight goddess was only willing to provide a little help, the rest could only depend on himself. Among the great existences whose honorific names Blaine knew, whom he could pray to, and who had sufficient mystical status, only the hidden sage remained. Although, because of what happened with old Neil, he had committed some blasphemous acts. But as far as Blaine knew, this strange and eerie existence didn't care about such things. The only thing he wanted was to spread knowledge to his followers. As Blaine finished reciting the hidden sage's honorific name, a certain mysterious power suddenly descended. Chapter 86, Knowledge Huntsman. Spirit and number made flesh. Wellspring of all knowledge. The hidden sage who dwells upon the wastes. The moment Silas finished reciting the hidden sage's honorific name, a mysterious presence descended abruptly. Evil gods certainly had better customer service than the orthodox deities. It would be even better if they didn't hunger for the souls of those who prayed to them. Silas heard a voice whispering in his ear. At first, the sound was like mosquitoes gathering near his ear, producing a faint buzzing. But soon, these mosquitoes began swarming in formation, and the noise grew to match a roar. Countless voices mixed together, yet each one remained impossibly clear, comprehensible, understandable. These voices carried knowledge. Simply listening to any single voice would grant a certain amount of information. But when such knowledge was gathered in massive quantities, as if congealing into solid chunks being forced into his brain, the experience became unbearable. Silas felt his mind being rapidly filled with knowledge and information. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked down at the back of his hand. The eyeball pattern without eyelashes that he had carved with his dagger had somehow come alive. The pattern formed by the wound was moving across his skin, like a real eyeball. The cold, emotionless eye rotated until it found Silas's gaze, then stopped and stared directly into his eyes. Boom. The instant their gazes met, blood immediately flowed from Silas's nose and eyes. Enduring the pain, he continued reciting his prayer to the eyeball. Great sage, honored teacher. I beseech you for strength. I pray that you grant me the power to change my circumstances. Grant me the power to save your innocent believers, the power to restrain evil enemies. Silas was basically repeating to the hidden sage what he had said to the goddess. The eyeball without eyelashes stared at him emotionlessly, without response. Just as Silas thought he was going to fail again, he saw the eye rapidly turn blood red. Then, a massive amount of knowledge appeared from the invisible void, rushing to squeeze into Silas's head. Ah! Silas cried out in pain and collapsed to his knees. Information, endless information, burrowed into Silas's brain like living creatures seeking a host, greedily occupying every one of his cells. The hidden sage was like an obsessive yet generous mad teacher, directly and brutally prying open the student's skull to pour in excessive amounts of knowledge. But among all this knowledge, was there what Silas wanted? Who knew? Creak. This was the sound of Silas's fingernails scraping against the floor. He felt like he was about to be overwhelmed, his consciousness drowning in endless knowledge, like a small boat drifting on a storm-tossed sea, tiny and fragile. Knowledge greedily gnawed at his sanity, and terrible pain swept over him. His fingernails were bloody and raw, his nails thickening abnormally, his ears elongating like trumpets. Whoosh! Until the illusory sound of ocean waves rose, and his cheat arrived to protect his mind. With that wave sound, the previously unrestrained flow of knowledge suddenly froze, then its speed slowed. Though it was still pouring in heavily, making his head feel like it would split, it had reached a bearable level. Silas could finally shift his attention to analyzing this information. He sifted through it, trying to find what he needed. The black threads before his eyes slowly receded. Time was running out. Found it. Finally, Silas found what he needed among the knowledge granted by the hidden sage. He had indeed responded to Silas's prayer and granted him the knowledge he sought. But this knowledge was buried in a sea of information. An ordinary beyonder simply couldn't last until the ritual ended. They would either open their consciousness and let him transform them or lose control and become a monster. Evil gods really were twisted. Swish. After obtaining the knowledge, Silas didn't dare delay. He immediately picked up his dagger and pressed it against the back of his hand. Gritting his teeth, he carved away a layer of skin and flesh containing the cold-eyed pattern. Plop. The bloody piece of skin fell to the ground. Silas picked up the silver dagger and carved Hermes' text and strange patterns into the flesh. The hidden sage's power flowed through the dagger into it. When he completed the final stroke, the piece of flesh glowed with black light and rapidly shrank, transforming into a flesh-colored charm. The charm was roughly coin-sized and had a flexible, elastic texture when picked up. This was one of the powers granted to Silas by the hidden sage. Once activated and hitting an enemy, the target would be noticed by the hidden sage, hear his teachings, and be force-fed massive amounts of knowledge. For a beyonder, such an infusion would absolutely constitute a massive shock, enough to cause them to lose control. Silas named this charm the Sage's Enlightenment. He picked up the charm and thought for a moment, unsure where to hide it. After all, Ms. M was constantly monitoring him, and if it was accidentally discovered, that would be bad. Just then, inspiration struck. He pressed the human skin charm onto the back of his hand where he had carved away a layer of flesh. As the wound rapidly healed, the charm was buried beneath his skin. This was perfect. It was completely undetectable, though using it would require wounding himself again. After finishing all this, the hidden sage's power had mostly dissipated. While the black threads were still present, Silas quickly cleaned up the scene. Just as he finished, the last few black threads wrapped around his head slowly retreated behind the Chinese gate. The time free from surveillance had ended. Silas thought with some regret. Just then, several threads seemed to be severed, drifting out from the door and wrapping around his fingers, transforming into a black ring. What was this? Looking at the ring, Silas's spiritual intuition told him that using it would grant him another brief period free from Ms. M's surveillance. Was this the goddess giving me another chance? I need to carefully consider when to use it. Silas didn't plan to use this ring to call Captain for help, because the goddess's attitude was already very clear. Even if the captain sent a telegram to the Holy Cathedral, aid might not come. Or even if aid came and eliminated Ms. M, Silas himself would be arrested for judgment and purified directly. All the other black threads retreated behind the Chinese gate, and the black iron door slowly closed. Silas sat back in his chair. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the previously suppressed blood mist was floating again, and the translucent eyeballs and ears had once more connected to his vision. But now, seeing them again, Silas felt less worried and more confident. Because he now had another trump card. Chapter 86-87, The Witch's Heart. Having received the hidden sage's blessing, Silas immediately felt more confident. The intense, tearing pain in his head was gradually fading. Sitting in the duty room chair, he silently pondered. Ms. M doesn't have a cheat ability like mine. If the hidden sage hit her with that barrage, she definitely couldn't withstand it. However, she had previously gone through the listener stage, so she'd certainly be stronger than ordinary beyonders when it came to withstanding evil god impacts. But even so, that charm could still significantly affect her and drastically reduce her strength. He looked down at the ring again. Ms. M seemingly couldn't detect this item, just as she hadn't noticed him escaping surveillance earlier. Silas recalled that the Night Church's sacred text, the Revelations of Evernight, recorded that the goddess held authority over concealment. This was probably why Ms. M couldn't detect these things. Too bad the goddess wasn't willing to help me more, so I still had to turn to the hidden sage. Thinking of this, Silas recalled the second useful piece of knowledge the hidden sage had granted him, knowledge that could spare Cecilia from the blood curse. It was a method for crafting an item that could bear the curse in her place. Since he couldn't write it on paper, Silas could only memorize it. Life form in a bottle. Effect, becomes a substitute for the user, able to bear curses, interfere with divination, accept sacrifices in their place, etc. Materials, various herbs, the user's fresh blood, and a witch's heart. A witch. Recalling this point, Silas couldn't help but furrow his brow. The earlier materials were relatively simple. Herbs could be purchased mixed in with ritual supplies. Making Cecilia bleed was somewhat pitiful, but bearable for the sake of survival. But what was this witch thing? Wait, I think I've seen that in some materials. Silas recalled something. Right, there's an organization called the Demonist Sect. It seemed to have been mentioned in materials related to the Numinous Episcopate. When investigating the human trafficking case, Silas had been stabbed by someone suspected to be a beyonder from the assassin pathway, so he'd looked up relevant materials from the Nighthawks' internal files. Among them, it mentioned that some Beyonders from the assassin pathway came from the Numinous Episcopate, a bloody and extreme organization. And this organization was suspected to be connected to the Demonist sect. But at the time, he hadn't found specific information about the Demonist sect. I need to find information about this sect quickly. Tomorrow at work, I'll go through the archives and can also ask the captain. Also, following the human trafficking case might lead to witches, though unfortunately, they've gone to ground for now. Silas thought to himself. But how could he find a witch and obtain materials from them without arousing Ms. M's suspicion? He could find a way to create a connection between the Demonist sect and the Nighthawks, making it official business. Then, claim the witch's heart was ritual material and keep it. In the quiet, empty underground space, under the gaslight's illumination, Silas kept thinking, constructing various plans in his mind. He felt no drowsiness at all and remained there until dawn. Just after 6 o'clock, a Nighthawk who had been resting in the upstairs lounge came down to relieve him. "Good morning, Silas. The sun has just risen." Kenley, the sleepless, emerged from the corridor and approached with a kind smile. "This is your first time on duty, right? How was it? Did anything happen last night?" "Unfortunately, nothing strange happened at all." Silas shrugged and smiled. "To be honest, it was so boring I almost fell asleep. Good thing there was coffee from the captain. At times like this, I really envy you, sleepless ones who only need to sleep for a short time each day. Nothing happening is a good thing." Kenley laughed. The first time Klein stood guard at the Cheney's gate, the door opened from the inside and gave him quite a scare. Later, they analyzed that it might have been because a notebook was temporarily stored behind the door. "I'm not clear on the specific reason myself. Something stored behind the door caused it to temporarily open." Silas's heart stirred, then he asked in a casual tone, "Speaking of which, has anything new been stored behind the door recently?" "Not that I know of. If we're really talking about it, the only thing would be during that special inspection day when the senior deacon brought the goddess's sacred relic inside once." Kenley answered. "So that's how it was." Silas thought to himself. After signing his name in the logbook, he stood up and vacated the chair for Kenley. A monotonous sound of footsteps came from the other corridor. Both couldn't help but turn their heads simultaneously to see a cold, black-robed old man carrying a gas lamp approaching from the direction of St. Selena Cathedral. The old man didn't even glance at them, walking straight to the Cheney's gate, pushing open the iron door, and stepping into the embrace of black threads. One of the internal guardians. Kenley watched with an expression of admiration for these retired Nighthawks who had voluntarily dedicated themselves. At that moment, Silas suddenly had a question. "Speaking of which, I'm curious, what exactly is the power that suppresses and seals the items behind the Cheney's gate?" he asked Kenley. "That. Supposedly, it's different at each location. I don't know about other places, but here in Tingen, it should be St. Selena's ashes." Kenley explained. That saint had been a high-sequence powerhouse in life, and her ashes still possessed tremendous power after death. Silas couldn't help but glance at the black ring on his finger. "So last night, it was these things that provided me with shielding." After saying goodbye to Kenley, Silas climbed to the surface. The sky had indeed brightened, and pedestrians were already moving about on the streets, rushing about for their daily livelihoods. Silas let out a long yawn. Only now did he realize just how exhausted he was. After all, he'd spent the entire night thinking, his brain getting no rest at all. Now that day had broken and sunlight was shining, drowsiness was flooding over him instead. "I wonder how their investigation went. I'll stop by the company this afternoon to ask. Also, I need to find information on witches." With these thoughts, Silas stepped out of Blackthornne Security Company and, in the somewhat glaring sunlight, took a trackless carriage back to 6 Narcissus Street. As soon as he entered the house, Silas saw Ms. M's beautiful yet detestable figure. Today she wore a woman's riding outfit, her 2 long legs extended smoothly, round and full. Cecilia sat on the other side. "Cecilia, didn't you go to class today?" "Today is Saturday." "Ah, right. Nighthawks got 1 day off per week." Having worked so long, Silas had almost forgotten which day the weekend was. He was about to say a few words to his sister when he saw Ms. M look toward him with a smile and ask, "What were you doing last night?" In that instant, Silas's heart skipped a beat. "I was thinking about how to get rid of you." Immediately after, he decisively responded to Ms. M in a provocative tone. "Is that so? I saw you sitting there all night and was a bit curious what you were thinking about." Ms. M smiled. Hearing this, Silas's expression didn't change, but he breathed a slight sigh of relief internally. The goddess's power truly was formidable. Ms. M hadn't noticed. Chapter 87, 88, Temptation. Fixed Mac name. If any other mistakes, just tell me, I'll fix it soon. The goddess's concealment power truly was formidable. Mam M had completely failed to notice last night's events, and Silas's original worries lightened considerably. Once his mind was at ease, the drowsiness he'd been forcibly suppressing came flooding back. "Cecilia, I'm going to get some sleep." Silas yawned, feeling incredibly nostalgic for his bed. "Don't wake me before lunch." He turned and headed upstairs, entered his bedroom, and, merely removing his outer clothes, climbed into bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Downstairs in the living room, M's eyes followed Silas the entire time, until he entered his room and closed the door. Now, where were we in our conversation? Only then did she withdraw her gaze and ask Cecilia with a smile. "You were just saying that I could also become a beyonder." Cecilia said cautiously and politely. Terrifying and bizarre scenes flooded Silas's dreams. He dreamed that disaster had descended upon the world. He dreamed that everyone was suffering torment. Disease ran rampant, pain proliferated. Rain of fire fell from the sky, blizzards, floods. People cried out in despair, meeting their end. Above the blood-rust-colored sky was a chaos impossible to describe with words. Each of his tentacles was like a giant serpent capable of devouring heaven and earth. As the serpent's mouths opened and closed, endless disasters descended upon the mortal world. In the dream, Silas felt utterly helpless. He could only grasp his sister's hand and desperately run toward safety. After running for who knows how long, light finally appeared before his eyes. "Thank goodness, Cecilia, we're saved." He turned back joyfully, wanting to share his happiness with his sister, only to see with horror that he was only holding a severed hand and a section of wrist. "Ah!" Silas cried out and jumped up from the bed. Breathing heavily, he looked around and finally recognized his own bedroom. Was that a nightmare? Feeling cold sweat sliding down his forehead, he unconsciously murmured. The last time he'd had a nightmare was the night Hannis attacked him. No, wait. Following this logic, this definitely wasn't a simple nightmare. This was his spirituality warning him. He suddenly became alert. Last time he'd had a nightmare, it was right before the attack. This nightmare also seemed to be pointing to something. What was in the dream? Disaster, and my sister being harmed. Am I forgetting something? Silas carefully recalled, then suddenly shuddered. When he'd come in earlier, he'd been extremely tired. All his limited energy had been focused on guarding against Mam. He'd forgotten to pay attention to Cecilia. She'd been alone with that madwoman all night, and when he came in just now, both of them were sitting on the sofa. What were they doing, chatting? She wouldn't be instilling something dangerous into my sister, would she? At this thought, Silas couldn't care about anything else. He immediately got out of bed, threw on some clothes, and hurried downstairs. Sure enough, just as he'd suspected, Mam and Cecilia were both sitting on the sofa. Mam appeared to be explaining something to his sister. Hearing Silas's movement, they both stopped and looked toward him. "Silas, what's wrong?" Seeing his abnormal state, Cecilia asked with some surprise. Silas didn't respond. Instead, he walked straight over, pulled his sister behind him, and looked warily at Mam. "What are you trying to do to my sister?" Mam wore a smile on her face. As if she hadn't understood Silas's words, she tilted her head slightly, and her blood-red, glossy hair slid smoothly from her shoulder. When a mature, beautiful woman made such a gesture, it appeared quite alluring and very enticing. But Silas only felt like she was a poisonous snake flicking its tongue. "I was merely teaching your sister some basic mysticism knowledge," Mam explained calmly. "Filling in for the duty you as her brother have failed to fulfill, helping your sister understand the real world." Cecilia had experienced extraordinary events together with Silas and knew that her brother and the people from Blackthornne Security Company all had some peculiar abilities. But as for more specific details, due to confidentiality clauses and not wanting his sister to worry, Silas hadn't explained them to her in detail. Silas turned back and glanced at Cecilia. Understanding his meaning, Cecilia immediately leaned close to his ear and quietly repeated what Mam had taught her. Basically, they were relatively fundamental topics like potions, sequences, and pathways. "Why are you telling Cecilia these things? What are you trying to do?" While relieved, Silas was also somewhat puzzled. "Because I feel it's unfair to your sister." Mam smiled, giving an incredible answer. "You, as her brother, have already become a beyonder and gained beyonder abilities. But your sister can only follow behind you, be a supporting character who looks up at you, cheers and applauds for you, serves you like a servant." "I've never thought that way." Hearing Mam's words, Cecilia was first shocked, then became angry. "You don't know what kind of person my brother is at all, and you don't know what kind of life we've lived together. Stop making wild speculations here." "Is that so?" "I apologize." Mam wasn't angered by the rebuttal. Instead, she smiled and continued asking, "But you do yearn for the extraordinary world, don't you?" Cecilia pressed her lips together and didn't answer. Silas couldn't help but glance at his sister. Yes, normal people would all hope to gain extraordinary abilities. It was completely understandable that Cecilia had similar thoughts. He, as her brother, had been negligent, not telling his sister about the dangerous and insane aspects of the extraordinary world. "I'm sorry, Cecilia," he said softly, "I just wanted you to have a more stable life, so I didn't tell you these things normally. Of course, you can also choose this kind of life. But you don't need to rely on her. You could completely join the Nighthawks. Wouldn't it be much better for us to be proper official Beyonders together? Never believe any of this madwoman's nonsense." "I'm sorry, brother." Cecilia looked like she was about to cry. Her beautiful, large eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "I just wanted to help you. I was originally trying to test her and get information from her. It's not like what she said. It's fine." What else could Silas say? He could only comfort his sister. He also understood the unease in his sister's heart at this moment, the anxiety of wanting to change the current situation. She didn't know what Silas had done last night. "Trust me, things will be resolved soon." Looking up at the clock, the time was around 11. Although still somewhat tired, he no longer had the mood to sleep. Instead, he brought Cecilia into the kitchen and began preparing today's lunch. He left Mam sitting on the sofa. Mam had no particular reaction either, amusing herself as she waited. When the food was served, she very naturally sat down at the dining table. Silas ignored her and ate his meal on his own. "By the way, about yesterday's mass casualty case, would you like to hear some clues from me?" At that moment, Mam suddenly asked as if just remembering something. "I can give you a hint. This matter is related to witches." "Witches?" Silas's hand, reaching for the bread, couldn't help but pause. Chapter 88-89, Mam's injury. The culprit behind the series of deaths was a witch. Hearing this answer from Mam, Silas felt a jolt run through him. Not only because he'd obtained a lead, but because he was currently searching for a witch himself. They were vital materials for crafting special mystical items. "Stay calm. Don't let her see anything wrong," Silas shouted inwardly, suppressing his emotions. On the surface, he merely glanced at Mam and repeated with mild curiosity, "A witch? I think I've seen something in the internal files about an organization called the Demonist Sect." "The Demonist Sect, heh?" A contemptuous smile appeared on Mam's face. "Nothing but a bunch of twisted, pathetic creatures." Pathetic creatures? From the sound of it, there was something seriously off about this sect. But then again, you're a mindless fanatic of an evil god. Where do you get off mocking others? Silas thought to himself. But how can you be sure it was a witch? He remembered the main issue and steered the conversation back on track. This method of spreading curses and stealing lives is clearly a witch's signature style. Mam glanced at him with a smile. The technique is somewhat crude, though. This should be the work of a rookie who just advanced to witch. Witch. Yes, sequence 7 of the assassin pathway, called witch. If a man takes this sequence's potion, he'll transform from male to female. Silas nodded reflexively, then suddenly processed what Mam was saying. He asked in surprise, "You're saying that drinking the potion turns a man into a woman?" He was genuinely shocked, nearly forgetting his disguise for a moment. Although it's only a sequence 7 potion, it does indeed have such miraculous effects. Mam said. This is really... Silas couldn't help but pull out the portrait he'd drawn earlier using the ritual, looking at the beautiful woman in the picture. He found it hard to imagine that such a delicate young woman might have actually been male before drinking the potion. Alright, we seem to have gotten off track. Let's get back to the point. Mam picked up a slice of white bread and spread butter on it with a knife. I don't know what she's planning, but with so many deaths, she's accumulated a massive amount of life force and the resentment of the deceased. We need to find her quickly, before she consumes it all. Silas looked at Mam. You want to stop her plan? Since when are you so kind-hearted? He asked bluntly. As if. Mam smiled gently. I want that resentment for myself. It's excellent ritual material. If she uses it up, what a waste that would be. As she spoke, she pulled out the small black vial again. She'd given this vial to Silas before, having him use it to absorb the resentment of the newly deceased. Go find the altar, and just like before, use this to absorb. Snap. Mam's words cut off as her arm suddenly detached at the elbow joint, dropping to the ground without warning. Clang. The black vial slipped from the hand on the floor and rolled away. Silas's eyes narrowed. He saw Mam's complete forearm and hand lying on the ground in one piece, pale as a plaster statue. The cross-section was fresh and vivid red, without a single drop of blood flowing from it. Mam's face darkened briefly, then quickly recovered its smile. She bent down and picked up her severed arm with her other hand. Silas lowered his eyelids, but inside he was overjoyed. As expected, she's injured. And she's badly hurt. Even the Shepherd sequence, famous for its tenacious vitality, can barely support her and can't fully heal. Silas recalled the abnormality he'd heard from Mam M's body the night he drank the listener potion. Her body was like a broken doll temporarily glued back together, constantly tearing and repairing itself. With such serious injuries, my chances are even better. Silas encouraged himself internally. Just then, he heard Mam M's gentle voice. I'm like this because of you, you know. Ah. Silas couldn't help but look up, seeing Mam M holding that section of arm with no anger on her face. Ah. Silas's scalp tingled. He'd almost forgotten that it was he who'd used the Grade 1 sealed artifact to stab Mam M into the true creator's shell, triggering the explosion that left her in this state. But then again, the fact that she survived even that proved Mam M was truly hard to kill. Still, hard to kill or not, she had to die. If once wasn't enough, he'd kill her again. No need to feel awkward. I'm just stating facts. Mam M said indifferently, taking her pale arm and pressing it against the stump. Moments later, her arm was restored, fingers moving normally with all functions intact. In fact, quite the opposite. I should thank you. Thank me. Silas felt like the explosion had scrambled Mam M's brain. Mam M's golden eyes stared straight at him, that fervent gaze appearing once more. She smiled, then lowered her head before Silas could show his disgust, picking up the black vial from the floor and placing it in his hand. Help me find the altar the witch prepared, and collect all the life force and resentment of the dead she's gathered. Understand? She said gently but with an air of finality. All right. Silas nodded. As a reward, I'll give you some valuable mystical knowledge, the kind ordinary Beyonders have no channels to learn. Mam M dangled another carrot before him. Or, helping your sister become a Beyonder isn't impossible either. Pocketing the vial and finishing lunch, Silas boarded a trackless carriage and returned to the Blackthornne security company. Silas, you've already rested. Why are you back this afternoon? In the hall, Klein said in surprise when he saw him. There's a lunatic pressuring me. I had no choice but to come back. I'm a bit concerned about the case's progress, so I came to check on the situation. Silas smiled and asked, how's it going? Have you narrowed down the target? Hearing his question, Klein shook his head. Not yet, but there aren't many areas left to search. We'll definitely find them today. Oh, right, Leonard said he has a new idea and wants to report it to the captain. Do you want to listen in? Sure. Silas was eager to find the witch quickly, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse. They walked past the partition together into the captain's office, where they saw Dunn holding two pieces of paper, comparing them side by side. One of the papers came from Silas, the portrait he'd drawn of the suspect. The other was a wanted poster with a man's photograph on it. The man had a round face and a shy smile, looking nothing like someone who'd have anything to do with a wanted poster. Wait, these two pictures, they look somewhat similar. Silas's expression shifted slightly. No way, is this guy the one who changed from male to female? And how did Leonard figure it out? He looked toward the handsome, midnight poet. His hair was disheveled, giving him a unique air, but his attention was fully focused on Dunn. Dunn looked at the two papers, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, so, you think these two people might be siblings? Ah. Silas was speechless, seeing Leonard's face show a rare expression of helplessness. Chapter 89-90, The Witch's Voice. Leonard had been hinting to Dunn that the witch was actually a man who'd transformed, but unfortunately, Dunn didn't catch his meaning. He only thought the suspect had a sister in the psychology alchemists, which left Leonard feeling quite helpless. While their conversation continued to go in circles, Silas picked up the wanted poster and studied the shy, round-faced man's features. Below the portrait were details of his crimes. Triss, suspected Beyonder, preliminarily assessed as Sequence 8, instigator, possibility of psychology alchemists affiliation not ruled out, perpetrator of the Clover Massacre. He landed at Port Enmat and, according to eyewitness testimony, has arrived in Tingen. Current whereabouts unknown. The Clover Massacre was a vicious incident that had occurred some time before Silas transmigrated. A sea vessel named the Clover had first been attacked by pirates, after which violent internal conflict erupted among the crew. Some passengers on board, driven by primitive desires, descended into chaos and madness, killing and destroying indiscriminately. Post-incident analysis suggested the conflict's root cause was likely the passenger Triss, who had used Beyonder's abilities to instigate people to commit evil acts. Combined with the potion name, Instigator, Silas guessed that Triss' purpose in manufacturing the Clover Massacre was to act, thereby digesting his potion faster. To digest a potion, he didn't hesitate to kill so many people. Or was it that this potion required harming others as a prerequisite for acting? How cruel. Silas thought to himself. The Secrets Suppliant pathway was so insane. Perhaps he would face similar circumstances in the future. What choice would he make then? While he was lost in thought, Leonard had already explained things clearly on the other side. He suspected Triss had drunk the potion and transformed from male to female. This magical yet reasonable guess shocked both Klein and Dunn. No wonder divination yielded no results at the time. He's fundamentally changed. Klein said. Perhaps I can use this new lead for divination. No need for divination just yet. We've narrowed it down to the last area. We can confirm the location this afternoon. Dunn shook his head. Everyone, get ready. We're heading out immediately. They were about to find the witch. Silas immediately looked up. Captain, can you take me along? The 3 men who'd been gathering their things all looked over. The opponent is very likely a Sequence 7 powerhouse. Your sequence is too low. If we didn't need Klein to confirm the location, I wouldn't even bring him. Dunn's iron-gray eyes were deep and calm as he flatly refused Silas. But I desperately need the witch's heart. Silas smiled and said, Captain, don't forget that back in Port and Matt, I fought against a Sequence 5. Plus, I still have that thing you entrusted me to keep. Self-preservation definitely won't be a problem. He patted the inner pocket at his chest, reminding Dunn he was carrying the clockwork clown. Seeing Dunn still hesitating, he added, besides, I'm well versed in ritual magic. I might be able to help you during the investigation. Dunn thought for a moment and asked, did you rest enough this morning? Absolutely no problem. Silas answered. With the conversation at this point, Dunn had no more reasons to refuse. The 4 put on their windbreakers and hats, left the company, and boarded a carriage heading toward the last uninvestigated area. Tingen City, Westboro. It was evening. The sun tilted west, shining on the Tussock River. The waves' brilliance looked like golden glittering scales, dancing restlessly on the water's surface. Unfortunately, the river's smell was somewhat fishy and foul, and the streets along it were muddy, ruining people's interest in viewing the beautiful scenery. Everyone, pay attention. The target is a gray-blue 2-story building with a garden. The Nighthawks each leaned against their respective carriage windows, discreetly peering out, searching for a house matching the description. Silas sat on the carriage's soft cushions. The cabin swayed, the warm afternoon breeze brushing his face, and drowsiness began to creep over him again. No, can't fall asleep. Quick, think about something else. Wake up. Come to think of it, what does Ma'am want to collect life force for? If it's for curse rituals, that's one thing, but if she's using it to heal her injuries, could I tamper with it somehow? Come here. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Who's that? Silas jolted awake, no longer drowsy. He raised his head somewhat strangely. The carriage held only men, and people on the street outside were some distance from the vehicle. It was impossible for them to produce such a clear voice. Come here. That voice sounded again, its tone full of allure and provocation, with a barely perceptible coldness, like smooth, icy snake scales brushing past his ear. Silas didn't speak. He looked left and right at his colleagues, discovering the others were still focused on searching for the target house. From the looks of it, only he had heard this voice. Is it because of the listener characteristic, making me hear things I shouldn't again? Silas had experienced seeing things he shouldn't, so he didn't panic. Instead, he relaxed and suppressed his hearing. But the voice didn't disappear. Instead, it grew louder and louder. The woman making the sound whispered softly, reaching extremes of seduction. The voice echoed in Silas's mind, and his head began to ache. Only then did he finally understand the problem. No, it's not that I failed to suppress my hearing. It's that our carriage is approaching the source of the sound. Did that witch create this? Silas took a deep breath, controlling his senses with all his might, trying to minimize the voice's impact. Found it. This is the place. Just then, he heard Klein's confirming voice. Looking out the carriage window, a gray-blue 2-story building came into view. It had a dilapidated garden with withered grass and trees. Only a few rose bushes by the wall were blooming bright red, though they did nothing to improve the overall atmosphere. Through his eyes, Silas saw something semi-transparent slowly moving in the shadows on the first floor, like several invisible giant serpents. Keep moving forward. Having confirmed the house, Dunn instructed the coachman, Cesare, not to stop but to maintain a steady pace. The carriage continued for several more streets until the house was out of sight, then quietly stopped. Don't rush over just yet. Wait until nightfall, when we can better utilize our abilities. Before then, we'll monitor from outside. Dunn said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Silas thought to himself that he should have told Cecilia before leaving, so she wouldn't worry. No, wait, Ma'am can share his vision. She'll probably remind his sister. While enduring the seductive female voice in his mind, Silas smiled bitterly. He really didn't want the crazy woman influencing Cecilia. Time passed minute by minute. Since it was already evening, darkness quickly fell. Beside the carriage, the tussock river flowed quietly through the darkness. All right, begin the operation. Klein, you don't need to fight. Just experience the atmosphere of the battle scene. Leonard and Silas, follow me. Yes. Everyone followed Dunn's arrangement. Tonight was a new moon, so the crimson moonlight wasn't very noticeable. Klein remained a dozen meters away, tensely watching as the three quietly approached the house. A battle was now inevitable.